What's up, my peoples? I'm only going to be here for like an hour and 30 minutes. I got to go to bed. I have my fitness class in the morning. I'll also be doing my skincare because I got things to do. I'm so tired, you guys. I am exhausted. I am seriously exhausted. But let's switch gears for a bit because I don't feel like talking about politics or Nick Fuentes or Charlie Kirk. I'm exhausted. So I saw that Damon Dash was going viral. And anything involving Jay-Z, I'm jumping on it, okay? But anyways, hope you had a good Friday. Missed y'all. Missed you guys. Oh, these are my Elements dynamic resurfing facial pads. Okay. Use that on my face. I love this. Hey Mal, come at you. Sac passe. Okay. Cuckoo sunshine. Come at you. Okay. Now, let me also say this before the video actually starts, before I officially start this live, right? Hey, Brittany. Oh, yeah, wash your hair, bro. Yeah, I miss you guys. I'm so busy. I'm so tired. I'm so exhausted. I'm so tired. And James had a business trip, so it was me and the kids. Oh, Lord, I'm so tired. And Maverick is sick. Oh, he has an ear infection. Went to the doctors today. Oh, Lord, you guys. I went to the doctors. Came home, took a shower, went to my workout class. I almost did not want to work out today because I was so tired, you guys. I was so tired. I was really tired. Okay. I was exhausted. And then, Nabule! I bought these from TJ Maxx. They're pretty good. So, you guys, let me say this before the video actually starts, okay? Because you listen, I pride myself on having some level of integrity, okay? I'm Team Dame. Like, I can't even lie to you. I can't even sit here and lie. Okay. I support Damon Dash, right? Now, it doesn't mean that when he's wrong, I'm not going to call him out. I will, but I support him. I really do. I can't lie. Okay. There are a few people in hip hop who mean a lot to me. Okay. That's Dame. That's Master P. Like, I really love these guys. I really do. Okay. So I'm Team Dame forever, right? Like, James and I were going back and forth last night. Because, I can agree, okay? I can agree, right? It's that, I have some level of integrity. I can agree that, Dame, he can come off extremely abrasive, okay? I ain't even gonna lie. It can be a lot. It can really be a lot. That kind of culture can be a lot. That kind of culture can be overwhelming, okay? It can be a major turnoff. But like I told Jimmy, like, you have to understand, like, this is not a man who went to school. He doesn't have an MBA. He didn't have a corporate career. He didn't you gotta also you gotta take people within their own context. Like, the guy's from the streets, okay? So you make a lot of money, you have lots of influence, like, you have lots of sway, and now you got to go from being a street person to being a corporate person. And I'm like, it's kind of hard because if you have never worked for corporate America, it's hard to know how to switch up, okay? Because, hey, listen, I feel like sometimes you don't know what you don't know. Like, your way of doing things per your culture, it makes a lot of sense. Like, this is it. Sorry, you got my nerve, I cuss you out. Okay? You got my nerve, I beat your ass. Okay? Now, that's how you do stuff in the streets, though. Corporate, you can't do stuff like that. You can't just put your hands on people. Right? Yeah. You can't just put your hands on people. But I told James, I really felt, I really do believe, like, if he had, right, I wish, I really do. I wish Dame, during his career, his rise, I really, really do wish that he would have reached out to Berry Gordy, because everybody needs a mentor. Everybody needs a coach. Everybody needs, you need an OG, like, you need somebody who's been there before you. Right? You need someone that has more experience than you, that has done it before you. And then when it comes to the ZZs, you need someone that knows these people. Okay? And I'm like, I wish he would have reached out to him. The sad part is that sometimes young people, exactly, Cam is such a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot. Like, and that's one thing I can't stand about, like, Aquarius men. They're so fucking stupid. They're so fucking stupid. Like, they're fucking stupid. Okay? Cameron, Aquarius, right? Kevin Gates, Aquarius. Like, child, they're freaking stupid. Michael Jordan, Aquarius. There's something wrong with Aquarius men. They're so, get on my nerves. I'm like, you shut up. Shut up. And one thing about Cameron also, he lies. He is such a liar. He lies so much. Like he's always embellishing things, making stuff up. He is such a liar. And I'm like, hey, babe. And I'm like, and then Mase is sitting there. I'm like, Mase, shut up. You rap like you're hooked on phonics. Shut up. Okay? Harlem World, we're gonna rise to the top. Shut up. Okay? I'm like, you, Mase, you slept with a pastor's wife. Y'all remember that, right? Mase slept with somebody's wife in New York City. Like he slept with a pastor's wife. The man threatened to kill him. So he packed his bag and he fled to Atlanta. Remember how Mase was like a pastor? Like there was a season when he was a pastor? Because he was running. He was afraid for his life. Like, shut up. Shut up. Like all you did was wear shiny suits. Like, okay? Oh my gosh, Cam is always lying. He lies so much. Like I heard him give he was giving his account of what happened when the versus battle and trying to make it seem like he made more than the other people. I'm like, no, you did not. Shut up. He's such a liar. He is, oh my gosh, he's a typical hood booger. Like he's such a liar. Who listens to this guy? He's always lying. Oh my gosh. He's so damn toxic. He is so toxic and he's so ungrateful. He is so ungrateful. Anyways, right, you guys. But like I was going to say, right, I really wish that Dame had a mentor. Because, everybody needs a coach. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care how successful you are, right? Because he's lying. That's why I guess that's why he's entertaining. Because he just lies. Like, he just lies. Oh, my gosh, he lies so much. But anyways, right, I'm like, everybody needs a coach. Like, everybody needs to have a coach because you can't do this by yourself, right? You cannot do this by yourself. And when it comes to corporate, like, because the thing is, like, when it comes to you mean Cameron? When it comes to business, right? When it comes to business, when it comes to like corporate America and stuff like that, especially you being Black, owning your business as a Black person, right? Ownership also, like masters, royalties, wump, right? You need a Black person that has done this before, that is not going to be jealous of you, that is not going to be threatened by you, that is not going to be intimidated, like, who's really going to give you advice and kind of help you walk through all this foolishness, because the ZZs are outside. And the ZZs, they look at you as a goyim. Do y'all know what a goy? I mean, it's goy, but a bunch of goyims, right? Let me show you something. Hold up. Okay? Because y'all need to know this, right? So this is what they say about the rest of us, child. Okay? The ZZs will look at you. Child, Juju wasted her own time. Juju, she a little remedial. Goy, right? A term used by for none. Okay, all right, cool, right? So my thing is, when you're doing business, especially the music industry, anything entertainment, okay? The small hat people, they're all over it, okay? The small hat people, when it comes to the whole like entertainment industry, they look at Black people as slaves. They look at Black people as property. So they're going to find ways to screw you over, right? And that's why when you look at the, like here, for example, like when you look at the entertainment industry, right? There is not a Black person without a handler. Okay, you will not find, I mean, it's very rare to find one Black artist that does not have a handler. Okay, so how do you think you get to a point where you got to have a handler? Because somebody gave you a bad contract. They're going to give you a bad contract. They're going to make sure you become a drug addict. They're going to make sure that you are on drugs or you're on alcohol, like something like you are bad with money, that you spend more money than you make. Right? They want you to take more money for your music videos. So that way you owe them money, like, because the music industry is a bunch of small hat people running some like payday loan, shark loan, title loan type of business, right? It's like, it's meant to keep you enslaved. It's meant to have you owing money to the record label so that you're never free. Okay? You are you're a goy. All you Black people, you're a bunch of goyim to these people. Right? So that's why I feel like it would have been lovely, would have been amazing. Okay. It would have been lovely, would have been amazing if, oh Lord, would have been lovely, would have been amazing if Dame had reached out to Berry Gordy to say, Uncle, I'm starting my own label, things like that. What advice do you have for me? You understand? What advice do you have for me? Right? Yeah. What advice do you have for me? What tips do you have for me? How do I deal with these people? Right? Because, I'm going to say this. I think everybody deserves to have a safe space. Everybody deserves to have a person or persons where you can just vent, right? If you want to cuss out people, use racial slurs, whatever, right? Like, hey, everybody should have that one person. So that way, when you meet the person you don't like, you're calm because you already vented. Like you vented, you cussed them out, whatever. And then you have that mentor, you got that person that can calm you down. Okay, now you're done cussing them out. Here's how you're going to do it, right? Now that you told me how you felt, you got everything out you, right? Here is the strategy, because you have to be strategic when you deal with small head people. You have to. You cannot be emotional. And one thing I saw with the Breakfast Club interview, that's Dame though. Dame is extremely emotional. He is extremely emotional. Yeah. It's not like, yes, smart. I guess like he was not like emotionally smart enough to deal with these people. And I think when it came to having a mentor, most likely he was too arrogant, because sometimes when you're at the top, when you are at the top, you don't think it's going to end. I'm always going to be relevant. I'm always going to have money. They will never turn their backs on me. He's not going to do this to me, right? And that's the problem with being loyal to a fault. Whereas like Jay-Z, everything with Sean Carter is for a season. Okay, this is my team for this season. This is my team for this album. This is my team for this business, right? Jay-Z plans on moving on. He plans on moving on. So you're not talking to anybody because you say, oh, he will never betray me. He ain't never going to leave. No. But one thing you have to remember, when you're a business owner, when you're a CEO, when you're a manager, right, is that these people will one day say, I want more. I want a better manager. I want more of this. I want more of that, because that's just human nature, right? A lot of people are not loyal like that. You understand? The same thing happened too. I don't know if you guys keep up, but even with Vincent, right? Look at Vincent, for example, right? Hold on, right? Look at Vincent. Vincent, he used to manage a lot of people, right? That's why his money went funny. And then Tamar left him, right? But Vincent used to manage a lot. Vince used to manage a lot of people. He was managing Mary J. Blige. He was out here managing Lady Gaga. He was managing mindless behavior, But the thing is, like, even Lady Gaga one day, she's like, no, she wants something big, right? There's another brother named Troy. Hold on, let me see. Troy and Eve. Hold on. Right? And he talked about that. Like, he was Troy Carter. There you go. Right? Okay, hold on. Right? What? Okay, here he is. Okay. All right. So this is Troy. Troy was out here managing Eve, and he really thought she was not going to leave. And he talked about that. Like, he was just so shattered because they had done so much together. They had worked so hard together. So he was like, she's not going to leave. One day, Eve was like, oh, I want something more. I want better management. Want. He's like, huh? And if I remember the story correctly, he went out and got a bigger office. He hired more people. Like, Trick, you couldn't have told me this 2 weeks ago. Right? Human beings are greedy. Like, listen, right? Human beings are incredibly greedy. And the problem that I'm noticing, and I'm not saying this to be offensive, right? I am not saying this to be offensive. Listen to me carefully. Okay? What is this? Right? Right? No, hold on. Okay. You see? Here she is. Here is Eve with Troy. Right? Hold on. Oh, this thing is so damn stupid. Where am I? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Stop sharing. I should have restarted my computer before I came on live. Stupid shit. All right, sorry, y'all. Okay. So Troy was out here managing Eve. So for him, we're on top of the world. We start at the bottom. We're going to stay together until the wheels come off. No, greed. And I'm like, one thing I am noticing, right, is that where a lot of Black people go wrong. And if you get offended, that's fine. I'm tired. Like, it's almost like 10 o'clock. I don't have time to be polite, okay? But what I'm noticing when it comes to business is that Black people in business really believe in the Black community. It does not exist. When there's money involved, when there's money, there's fame, there's greed. Listen, there is greed. Where there is greed, there is no community. Okay? There is no community. And don't go out here deceiving yourself, thinking, oh, we're like, oh, we need to be together. No. Black people are not Jewish people. Black people are Black people. Okay? That's it. And you have to accept that. This whole Black community bullshit, this is what's getting people in trouble. Because when you go into business saying, oh, she Black, I'm Black, he Black, I'm Black, we Black, you're going to start setting false expectations. And when that Black person shows you I'm not Black, I'm a business person, I'm an individual, I'm a greedy person, it's going to hurt your heart. It's going to break your heart because you thought, oh, we Black. No, we're not Black. We are individuals trying to do this for a season. So my thing is, whether you're Troy or you're Dame, whatever, I don't care how much you love your artist. Go find new artists. Because this artist, when that artist get too big, they're going to want something better. Because there's a bunch of people coming around. Oh, I can do this for you. I can do this better for you. I can da-da-da-da. People will come around. And it's very, just like the devil, right? The devil shows up and he tempts you. Oh, I can give you a bigger concert. I can plan a world tour for you. I can put you in a movie. I can give you the Super Bowl. One. Right? And when you're dealing, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but if you're offended, that's fine. When you are dealing with Black people, yes, not even just Black, but people, period, right? When you are dealing with people who come from poverty, do not expect loyalty. Even I had to learn that. Poor, like, we have a saying, we had like our first, the first ever Ivorian president, right? He used to have the saying, right? He used to have the saying where he would say that a man who is starving is not a free man. Okay? He said a man that is starving ain't free. And he's right. He is so right. Because, when you grew up, if you grew up middle class or you grew up in an affluent family, you're not worried about where's my next meal going to come from, because you've always had your needs met, right? Your needs have always been met. So you're more likely to be generous. You're more likely to give and things like that. Because to you, whatever I give, it comes back to me, right? And that's what happens when you have some Black people who grew up middle class or affluent, and they want to do business with some Black people who grew up extremely poor. People who grew up extremely poor can't be loyal because they grew up in scarcity. So when they get, hey Diana, when they get to a place in life where they feel like I can make more, they want to make more because they've never made anything. You understand? Don't expect, that's why before you become friends with someone, before you allow yourself to be fooled by, oh, we black, we Black. No. We are all individuals, and we have our past, we have our childhood, we have our trauma. These things are extremely, extremely real. So if you're someone who grew up affluent, to you, I want to be loyal and shit like that. Yeah, because you can afford to be loyal because you've always had your needs met. When you're dealing with someone who grew up extremely poor, didn't have this, didn't have that, didn't have this, food stamps, you name it, they can't be loyal. They have to be loyal to themselves. Because growing up, they never had. Like, they're not in a place where they can say, oh, you know what? I can just overgo this amount of money. I can overgo this opportunity because I want to be loyal to Marlene. No, they will pick money. That is the reality of poor people. Just because you grow up and you start making money, it does not erase your childhood. It doesn't erase how you grew up. It doesn't erase if you grew up in abundance or if you grew up in lack. It doesn't erase that shit. And this is why, for the most part, when it comes to people who kill people for money, shoot people for money, it's usually poor people. Because in their mind, this is the most money they've ever made. Oh my, look at Remy Ma, right? Shooting someone for like 10 grand, right? A person who grew up in abundance, it's like, okay, that is not a lot of money. Okay? That's not a lot of money. I'm not going to shoot somebody for $10,000 because you say to yourself, I can always make more money. But that's what happens when you grew up in abundance. When you grew up with nothing and somebody stole 10 grand from you, You think that $10,000 is like $1 million, when it's really not. It really is not. And that's why and you can be offended, that's fine. But middle-class Black people, affluent Black people with poor Black people, it will never work. It will never work. Because you've always had. They're just starting to get. And right now, they want to have as much as possible. They want everything because they've never had. And you have to understand that. And you have to respect that. And you have to know that this person right here, there is greed in that person. Because growing up, so many of their needs were not met. And not just that, people who grew up poor also have low self-esteem. Because growing up, they didn't have the best clothes. Some people didn't even have showers. They didn't even smell good. All kinds of weird issues. So growing up, they were like stigmatized for being poor. Today, now that they have some kind of money, some kind of fame, they do the very most because it means a lot to them for people to recognize how successful they are. It means a lot to these people. Hey, Egyptian, I missed you, right? It means a lot to these people to be affirmed. So that's why usually, not trying to be mean, but most of these rappers who grew up in poverty, as soon as they get a pay, like an advance, a sign-up advance, they go shopping. They go shopping. They don't save their money. They're going to spend all that money because all they've ever wanted was for people to see them. And people have to understand that. People have to understand that. And you got to set the right kind of expectations. So that way, when that person acts according to the greed, it's not going to hurt your feelings. Number one. Number two, it's going to be so much easier to forgive. Right? Exactly. It's going to be so much easier to forgive because you said this person right here, they didn't grow up with much. So now they want everything. Everything. Oh, I want this, all that. Okay, I've been through with a lot of friends, with a lot of people that I've known, or even some influencers too. And it's always the same story. I can always predict that an influencer who grew up in poverty, grew up in scarcity, will be the most disloyal. And it's not like, oh, I want to hurt Marlene. No, it's not that. They just can't say no because all their lives, this is what they've wanted. Because, I don't know, it's like immaturity, right? Until you have everything you want, sometimes you got to have everything like King Solomon, right? Look at King Solomon. King Solomon in the Bible, first and foremost, he allowed himself to have everything he wanted. And then he said, oh my gosh, it's all vanity, right? That's what it is. And that's why I said you got to have mercy on people. But if you don't mentally prepare yourself for that, your heart is going to be so broken. You understand? And I feel like this is the thing with Dame. Oh, you're so sweet. That's the problem with Dame because Dame had unrealistic expectations. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like me, when I see this thing, for what I saw, right? For what I saw with Dame, right, is that he really told himself, yeah, I think he knows. I really think he knows that he is not perfect. He knows he's hot-tempered. He's a Taurus. You know what I'm saying? He's a Taurus. Anybody, any person that has horns. So Taurus, Capricorn, Aries, right? These are people who lead with their emotions. They lead with their horns. Like they're not the kind of person to say, oh, if there's a problem, let me use diplomacy. Let me try to be more softer. Let me try to use more finesse. The knee-jerk reaction of any person that has horns is to lead with their horns because that's what they have. It's natural to that. Do you understand? So when there's a problem, he's going to ram into it. You talk shit about him, you're going to see him outside. You try him, you're going to see him outside. You try to challenge him, you will see him outside. It's perfectly normal. He's a Taurus, right? If he was an Aries, he would actually be worse. Oh my gosh. Aries, oh no, they're worse. Because the funny thing is, the thing about the bull's actually low. He's actually bigger. So he's not as crazy. When it comes to Aries, though, it's a goat. So they're smaller. I'm like, Aries always wants to be what the Taurus is. Like, it wishes it was a bigger animal, so it does too much. But if you are ever friends with an Aries, like if you know Aries, like, you're friends with one, you're raising one, you are married to one, you're dating one, you will see they love to embarrass themselves by holding on to their position versus actually sometimes they have to surrender, but they can't surrender because it's a very, very prideful little creature. And that's why their meat smells so bad. Okay. I don't know if you ever had goat meat. Do you know how many times you got to rinse it out, you boil it, you rinse it out to get the smell out of it. It's a very, very stubborn little creature because it's a small creature. It's a small creature with a lot. I feel like it's a small creature with lots of aspiration. So it makes Aries, unfortunately prideful. And many times they will hold on to an issue, right, that they truly should let go. And that's why they make a fool out of themselves. And so when you decide to love, if you love an Aries, you are raising an Aries, sometimes just let them win the argument because they will die on that fucking sword. Chad, listen to me. Okay? Listen to me. Okay? It's a real thing. These little goat people. Okay? And I have a little sister like that, but I put on ice because I'm like, you're crazy. And I used to say to her, Aries, you and your horns need to leave me alone. Okay? Go find someone else to go ram into. Okay? Leave me out of this. You are freaking crazy. Leave me alone. I'm like, oh, because like she's going to want to argue for the sake of arguing. I said, Aries, I have to go. I'm an air sign. I'm getting the fuck out of here. You goat people, you little goats. I don't have time for this bullshit. Okay? I don't have time for this. So you have Aries, you have Taurus. Taurus, they're a bit more reasonable, but they're still very prideful. It's like Capricorn, it's the same thing. It's a people, naturally, they're going to lead with their horns. When you deal with water signs, it's a people, they're going to lead with their emotions. And that's why, especially when it comes to love, sometimes they end up getting got because they don't think. Okay? They're extremely emotional. They get into their heads a lot because it's a water sign. Okay? It's really hard. So when you're a water sign too, I mean, if you're raising a water sign, if you have a child, that's a water sign. If you have a daughter, that's a water sign. You got to pray for her that she may find a person who does not take advantage of these emotions because it's a people, they're really stuck in their heads. It's a very, very emotional people, right? It's a real thing, y'all. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's a real thing, right? So that's why he's the way that he is. And the thing, me, Marlene, personally, the thing that makes me sad, because I'm not going to say here a lot, you guys. I love David Dash. I love him a lot. And you know me, when I love somebody, I try to understand the person. I try to understand everybody. You understand? Even with the whole Diddy trial, I know a lot of people were not happy with me pretty much standing up for Diddy. You understand? But it's like, to me, I think in life, they do this here. It's a media thing. It's an evil thing where they only want you to focus on one part of the person. And it's usually where the person is weak, right? Diddy has a problem. Where I'm not going to say, oh, this behavior is okay. But I'm like, listen, you look at the childhood, the trauma, the this and that. Diddy is sick. He is really sick. Now, as a Black person, as a Black human being, as a Christian, am I going to let these small hat people turn Diddy into Jeffrey Epstein? No. For as long as I have lived, I have never seen Diddy around a teenager, a young lady. Hey, Elena, right? I have never seen Diddy do that kind of stuff. Diddy is many, many things, but out here trafficking human beings, out here having sex with teenagers? No, I have never seen this. And I quickly realized that because this country, these politicians, they don't want to expose Jeffrey Epstein. They don't want to give up the folders and who's on the list. So they needed a scapegoat. They needed somebody to be the image bearer of Jeffrey Epstein, have this goofy ass kangaroo court, lock him up for the rest of his life, take all his money and say, oh, look at us, we caught the bad guys. America is safer. No. Jeffrey Epstein really was trafficking people. Jeffrey Epstein was really out here trafficking young girls to have sex with prominent men. Oh, yes, he was. And a lot of these politicians, these white people, they're on that list. So no, you don't get to drag Diddy in front of me. Diddy has his flaws. He has his flaws. And we're going to talk about that. And I hope when he comes out, we will talk about that. But was he out here doing a RICO? Was he out here trafficking a person? Was he really out here forcing someone against her? No, they were doing BDSM. Now, it's a little too much for me because I'm a Christian. But it was all consensual. It was consensual. Now, we can talk about the whole domestic violence. But at the same time, though, he's a drug addict. And drug people, when they come off their drug moment, they are extremely violent. And we see it with the homeless population. Anybody who knows people who do hard drugs, when they come off these drugs, run for cover. But it's not an intentional act of violence. The brain is fucked up. That's why you shouldn't even do these drugs. But at the same time, though, for you to be Black and to be an entertainer, you are required to be addicted to something. That's the way that the small hat people control you. You have to be addicted to drugs, to sex, to this, to that, to this. Because that's the leash, these are the shackles they put on you to keep you as a slave. You need to be an addict. You have to be an addict. And then tomorrow, when you ask for your masters, you ask for this, you ask for that, they weaponize the sins that they have cultivated inside of you. Same thing with R. Kelly. These small hat people cultivated sin inside of him. R. Kelly is functioning illiterate. He can't read, he can't write. And nobody says, wow, what an atrocity. He's a U.S. citizen. He was born here and he can't read, he can't write. Make it make sense. And they all exploited him. They knew he was sick. They knew he had an attraction to children because he was also molested. He was molested and he never got the help he needed. So of course, hurt people. Not saying it's okay, but it's understandable. They never gave him the help because they needed that. So that the day he wants to act out of order, they're gonna use that and put him back in place. He needs help. He needs a lot of help. Should he be incarcerated? And then you find out that some of these parents were willing participants into giving their children to have relations with R. Kelly. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. But then again, you got a bunch of people out here, okay, who do worse. So every time people are about to put heat on these people, right, they find a Black person to be the image bearer. They find a Black person to throw it in front of cameras. Oh, look at him. Look at his sin. The dangerous Black man. Wumpty wump wump. No. And I said, and I repeat, really, over my dead body, was I going to sit here and let a willing Filipina send Diddy to prison? Nope. You're crazy. Because in your culture, it's your culture. Okay? Everybody knows Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, wumpty wump wump. Okay? Sex work is their culture. Okay, sex work is their culture. Because I've never seen this in my life. You make all these claims, but you have the numbers of all the sex workers. You pay the sex workers. You bring the sex workers to your apartment. You know how many times she was smashing these people without Diddy's knowledge? So how can you be scared? You were by yourself with these sex workers many, many times. She was texting these people. She was making them feel special. What kind of victim does that? It is weird. It is very, very weird. You have text messages where Diddy said, girl, go to rehab. Girl, we got to pray. We got to pray for your soul. We can stop. We don't have to do this. He told her, but she's addicted to sex. And nobody ever said, oh, is it possible that Cassie was molested by her dad? Of course not. Because everything wrong with Cassie has to be Diddy's fault. You people are crazy. You are batshit crazy. Okay? She has a father. Why don't you ask yourself if her daddy didn't molest her? Right? Why don't you ask yourself, could it be that she was molested? Because why does such a young woman have such a crazy ass libido for sex? She's obsessed with sex. It didn't start with Diddy. Because Ryan Leslie was like 10 years older. So it did not start with Diddy. She was already a sex addict. She was addicted to sex. It's okay. It's perfectly okay. So now we're almost in October. He's going to come home. Point blank, period. And if they want to or not, that's the problem. But Jeffrey Epstein, he has to answer for his crimes. They don't get to put his bullshit on a Black person. Point blank, period. Okay? And I stand beside that. I really do. Okay? I really do. Right? So, like, that's what I'm saying. Right? Yeah. So that's why they needed a sacrificial lamb. They needed a sacrificial lamb because that case made no sense. Where is the RICO? We don't understand. That case made no sense. You have witnesses who are coming up to complain against Diddy, but they're still living in apartments paid by Diddy. This stuff makes no sense. You hear all the sex workers. It's like, oh, she liked it. She was enjoying it. Diddy will say, are you okay if he has sex with you? Do you want him to keep the condom on, take it off? Are you okay? Do you want him to stop? Tell him to stop, right? Diddy was there, and she was always giving consent. And every sex worker was like, yeah, she liked it. She will call me afterwards. She would text me afterwards. She would tell me to come to LA. She would tell me to come to Miami. Hold on. Wait, what? She likes sex. What the heck? Yeah, I mean, I guess she's pretty, but just because she's pretty does not mean that she's not a freak. It's okay. It really is okay. Like, everything is not Diddy's fault. Everything that goes wrong in people's lives is not Diddy's fault. So I'm like, no, this right here is BDSM. Okay, this is BDSM. Now I know seeing her get hit and stuff like that, it looks crazy. But once again, this is what happens when people come off their drug high and shit like that. They take crack, cocaine, heroin. What do I know? But people get violent. If you ever see people who do Molly, when they come off Molly, they are batshit crazy. They are batshit crazy. Look at even your boy, Lil Nas X. The reason why he got arrested was not because he was prancing around half naked. When the police showed up, he attacked the police officers. He took off his underwear and he lunged at the police people. It's not him. It's the drugs. It's a demon. That's why we should tell you, everybody, don't touch that shit. Whether you're sad, depressed, having a good time, don't touch that shit. Because once you take these drugs, bunch of demons come all over you and you can't control yourself anymore. And you will ruin your life. Like, seriously, right? Seriously. So I'm just saying, yeah. So I'm like, this don't make no sense. Okay? Like, this makes no sense. Like, you know what I mean? So that's the thing. But I'm like, no, we're not falling for this. We are really, really not falling for this. And like I said, it applies to her as well, because Cassie did not grow up wealthy, right? Cassie did not grow up wealthy. So you see the greed. When she walked away from Diddy and her and Alex Fine had to move into her mama's basement, she was craving that lifestyle, right? And also Alex he wants that lifestyle, right? So what do? We do this. And I'm sure they were also contacted to do that shit, right? It's okay. It really is okay. But what I'm saying is, you cannot underestimate people's greed. Like, you have to take that shit seriously. You gotta take greed seriously. And I feel like when it comes to Dame, he said to himself, no matter what, that's my brother. Even if because he knows, I'm crazy, I'm a bit unhinged, you know what I'm saying? After everything we've done together, right? He's always going to forgive me. I really do believe that Dame expected this whole, like, fraternal love. Like, because hey, if I'm your family, you're my family, no matter what, I'm not going to turn my back on you. And that's where he made a grave mistake, because Jay-Z has no family. Okay? Jay-Z's out here even making Blue Ivy work. Make it make sense, okay? Jay-Z's out here making Blue Ivy work. The girl is 13 years old, okay? She is 13 years old. She did a whole tour, out of order, full of makeup, like she's a 26-year-old. On some very, very explicit music. It is no place for a child. If Kim Kardashian had North or Chicago do any of these things, people would lose their minds. Maybe one time it's cute, but I'm like, Blue was working the whole tour out of order. Out of order. And that's what you have to understand. I hope a lot of people understand me, right? That black heart you have as a black person, oh, that's my family, that's my womp. You black people have to stop doing that, because they're going to get you got. It's going to get you scammed. It's going to get you hurt. And it's going to break your heart. It's going to break your soul. Because I think, I will say this, like, sometimes I do feel like sometimes black people are just sometimes a bit too loving, a bit too trusting. Oh, I will never do that to her, so she won't do it to me. Yeah, the fuck right. Okay? I will never betray her, so she ain't going to betray me. Yeah, the fuck right. You are crazy. You can only speak for yourself. You can only speak for yourself. You know what you're not going to do. You can't speak for somebody else. For as much as you think you know someone, you don't really know someone. You only know yourself. You hope that after everything you've been through, you hope that after everything you have done for this person, you hope that after showing your loyalty, you hope that they will have the courage and the honesty, right, to pay it back. But they might not. And that's a thing where you have to be ready for. Hey, Ace, you got to be ready for betrayal. And I think a lot of black people are not ready for that. There you go. And that's the problem. You always, when you decide to start a relationship with someone, you have to be ready for betrayal. And that's why so many women, they completely unravel when a man cheats. Because she really deludes herself to believe that, oh, he's so perfect. Girl, nobody's perfect. All men don't cheat, but it could happen. And if it does happen, you must not unravel, because you understand that people are flawed. People make mistakes. And someone's mistake should not be a reason for you to fall apart. So many women are falling apart. Oh, a man cheats. I gotta go kill somebody, go kill myself. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Okay? You're not the first one to get cheated on. You ain't gonna be the last. So therefore, survive. It happens. But what you don't have the right to do is give yourself permission to fall apart because someone betrayed you. Because what you understand is when you do this, if I did listen, if I did not betray you and you betrayed me, you betrayed yourself. Okay? That's it. If I did right by you and then you do wrong by me, you are doing wrong to the God who sent me in your life. Okay? Shit. I will not unravel. You will unravel. Okay? What the devil meant for harm, God will turn around for my good. That's it. I feel sorry for you. Right? But what happens is when there's betrayal, the person that gets betrayed is hurt. Like they're so hurt. Because you think, oh, you did this to me. No, they did this to themselves. Because they're allowing you to show you who they are. And I think the problem with Dame is that he can't fathom who Jay-Z really is. Because I'm sure you sit back all the times y'all had together, the laugh, the bullshit, whatever. And you're like, yo, was this shit fake? Yes, it was. Because he was always in it for himself. That's who he is. That's who he is, right? In this life, this is who he is. And it's hard because he loves him. Even to this day, he loves him. You understand? And I feel like he keeps talking about it because he's hoping, oh, maybe if I do the interviews, if I keep talking, because he was once upon a time my brother, he's going to reach out to me. No. In this life, in this incarnation, this is who he has chosen to be. And you have to let him go. You understand? Like me, if I could talk to Dame, I'm like, you have to let him go. When somebody shows you who you are and what place you have in their life, it's okay. Glory be to God. You understand? It probably was not what you expected, but it's life. And I'm like, and Dame, he's very emotional. And because he's emotional, and he's a Taurus, he gonna pow, pow, pow. He gonna just ram into everybody and everything. Yo, calm down. Okay? Gotta calm down, Taurus. You gotta calm down. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta calm down. But the problem is, I don't even believe that he knows himself. Understand? Because a lot of us don't have self-awareness. Because once you have self-awareness, you're gonna be in a better position to have the right reaction to being betrayed. Right? And maybe that's why when Christ realized, I guess you already knew, but you know what I'm saying? But anyways, the man still had a choice. But I'm sure, even though Christ knew, but when Judas did it, he wasn't mad because it had to happen. When even Peter, he told Peter, you will betray me and it's okay. Right? So from Christ, we have to learn. And it's usually the people we love the most that will hurt us the hardest, right? It's usually people we love the most that are going to break us. Like they're just going to, I guess, low-key, high-key, like damage your heart. Like, damn, like, did you have to be so violent? Right? And of course, initially, your main reaction is, oh, I'm mad. Of course, you're Black, so you want to be emotional. But I hope that a lot of people will understand one day that in this life, the people who hurt you the most are your greatest teachers. Right? Don't run away from the lesson. As hard as it is, as painful as it may be, don't run away from it. Because if you're capable of accepting this life lesson, if you are capable of mastering this life lesson, you are going to grow. You're going to blossom. You see, one thing I wish one thing I wish Dane would, I wish I had his number because I'll talk to him. One thing I wish Dane would understand, right? In this world, like, because we live in a very secular, pagan, heathenistic society where success is measured by how much money you have, because that's the easiest thing for the eyes to assess. The eyes see money. They see money. Money comes with cars, respect, and things like that, right? So in this pagan-ass experiment, right, most people will venerate people that have lots of shit, money, cars, you name it. Oh my gosh, look at him. He's so rich. Right? But when you reach a spiritual level, you'll realize that sometimes this money is actually a curse. The love of money, it's not even that it destroys you, but it prevents you from having real friendship, because you have a choice to make. You know, if you want to live this life and you want to have meaningful friendships, you're not going to be able to pursue money like that. You understand? Because, and also time is limited. So you got to make a choice. Do you want to have friends? Do you want to have money? It's a choice, right? When you reach a certain spiritual level, you start to feel bad with people that have lots of money, because that's all they have is money. They don't have real friends. They're not surrounded by love. They are surrounded by people with common interest. Right? Look at Jay-Z. Most of his friends, if you can call it that, they're all Jewish people. And we already know what's in the Talmud. We know what's in the Talmud. We know what the Talmud says about Black people. So when he's with Leo, let me show you a picture real quick, right? Hold on. Right? When he's standing there with Leor and all these people, these are not friends. These are business partners. Right? Like this guy right here, hold on. Right? This guy's not a friend. Jay-Z's not surrounded by friends. He is surrounded by vultures. So everything he does, every move he makes, he has to think about, how do I keep myself safe? How do I not lose my money? He is completely surrounded by these people. He has no friends. Maybe Diddy was his friend though, but he has no friend. That's all he has. So in this life, he's a slave to money. Now, society, especially Black people, because a lot of Black people are poor, they celebrate how much money he has. And therefore, he's, oh yeah, but I must be doing the right thing. They call me a billionaire. They tell me how much money I made. Womp, right? Because that's what an immature soul worships money. An old soul worships real friendship. Because you know, it's hard to find good friends, right? It's even harder to find great friends. It's even harder to find great friends that you can call family. It's not that easy. It's rare. Real friendship is rare. It's extremely rare, right? It's extremely rare. So when you have a real friend, you try to do what you can to not lose that friend, because in this life, how many times can I have this connection with another human being, right? But because we live in a pagan society, we think money means more than people. But those who have the Spirit of God understand that relationships are more valuable than money. Having real friends, people who really care about you, people who love you and really know you, right? It's not easy to make real friends, right? Look at how, even here, look quickly, right? Look at all these women who decided to be feminist, to chase the corporate ladder, to my career, make money. How many of these women now are so miserable? All they have is money, degrees, I guess a good paying job, bunch of debt. They're starving for love. They pay these men for sex, right? Look at Ebony Williams. She has to go through a sperm bank to get a baby daddy. Girl, make it make sense, right? These women are broken because all they have is money. And money, it never fills you. You know what I'm saying? If you have a hole, and at first you think, oh, if I have all this money, one day I'll be happy. If I make all this money, this hole that I have inside of me going to be filled up. It will never be. I think sometimes if you have a hole and you pursue money, the hole gets bigger. The emptiness, it gets bigger. You can be in a room full of people and you're so lonely because they're not here for you. They're here for the money. They're here for the fame, for the money. What can you do for me? These are not your friends. You are very, very lonely. And we see why. A lot of rich people commit suicide. A lot of rich people are on drugs. A lot of rich people are promiscuous because they're seeking intimacy because they don't have it. So they chase the cheap shit. Oh, have sex real quick. Sleep with this girl, sleep with that girl, because you're lonely. Elon Musk is a perfect example. He's a very lonely man. He's weird. He's awkward. He's confused. He's very, very lonely because money doesn't fulfill you. Even Jeff Bezos, you can look, it's like, this man is, child, he's bored, right? So I'm like, when you have a culture that says whoever makes the money gets the respect, right? I can see how someone like Dame could be hurt because Dame also, he's not very spiritual, okay? But when you are spiritual, you understand that what the world puts on a pedestal is actually a sure way of perdition. You understand? Because real people, when you make it, the friends you started with, you want to age with those friends. A real friend, even if you're upset with someone. But she has a real man. Even if you're upset with someone, you sit your friend down. Say, friend, when you do X, Y, and Z, it really bothers me, right? I would love for our friendship to blossom. I would love for our friendship to grow. But I need you to change when it comes to this, and that, right? A real friend gives you room to grow. Jay-Z, all he does is backstab people. And people think, that makes him a businessman, da, da, da. And sometimes I think it's so funny when I see Black people praise these attributes as if these are not the same attributes that led to the slave trade. You only think about yourself. You don't think about other people. You put money first. This is what made these white people comfortable with slavery. What's wrong with making money? What's wrong with doing this? What's wrong with doing that? Because you hurt people. It's not always about you, right? So the same attributes in white people that really slaughtered, enslaved, destroyed so many Black people. When we see these attributes in a Black person, we say, oh, it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay to backstab your friends. It's not okay. It's not okay to not tell people, hey, I'm moving on. And this is when I'm going to leave. So here's what you have to do. It's not okay to be friends with someone. Look at him in the face, and behind the scenes, you out here negotiating with Leor and Russell on how you're going to sell Rockefeller without your friends even knowing. It's not okay. But in this life, this is who he is. Right? And so you got to get to a point where you don't internalize that, because that's the choice he made. That's the choice he made. But I'm telling you this, the Carters are not happy people. Listen, the Carters are not happy people. You have never seen, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not trying to be mean, but we got to be serious. We got to be so for real. Okay? You have never seen these people and been like, oh my gosh, they're so in love. Oh my gosh, they look like they're so in love, right? You have never seen that. Okay? Even when they stand together, there's no affection. There's no, oh, she's looking into his eyes. Oh my gosh, she's in love with this. No, sometimes she's sitting there rocking like she's losing her mind, right? You have never looked at this married couple and said, oh my gosh, they're so in love. I really feel like that's her soulmate. I really feel like he's her soulmate. You've never said that. They never give you that. They give you a cold business relationship. That's it. Where it's all about the money. It's all about controlling the narrative. It's all about getting these goofy Black people to believe in whatever they're selling, Bonnie and Clyde. And even that too is extremely toxic. Okay? It's extremely toxic. It is extremely toxic. So it's okay. Right? Yeah, right. Right? It never gave. Oh my gosh, like she puts her hands on it. No, even one time she kissed him, he took his hand and he wiped it off. She's like, what the heck? Okay? He wiped it off. It never gave. It never gave. And it's okay. It's perfectly okay. Right? Me, I'm not the type to pretend to see what I don't see. I just don't see it. I've never seen romance. I've never seen best friends. I've never seen people who are so deeply in love. I have never seen that. Like when I see Miss Pauletta and Denzel Washington, like her smile, like she just smiles from her heart. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. Right? She just smiles from her heart. It's like you can tell that this woman right here, you can tell that this woman is so happy to be married. You can tell. Hey, Lonnie, when I look at Miss Pauletta, like when she smiles, y'all gotta see this. Y'all gotta see this. When she smiles to me, I feel like her smile is coming from her heart. Like it is coming from her soul. Like this is my person. Okay? All right? This is my person. You can tell when two people really have a loving, soulmate-ish type of marriage type of shit. Yeah, they really do. And that she's all like, it's so natural for her. I'm like, but damn, you've never seen this woman. Hey, guns, you have never seen this woman with her tight face. Nah, Miss Pauletta, her most beautiful trait is her smile. Google her. Doesn't matter. Google her in the 90s. Google her now. Google her tomorrow. She always has this gorgeous smile on her face. I'm like, this lady's always smiling. Like, what the fuck is going on? But you can tell that this smile is like it's coming from her heart. Like she loves this man and he loves her back. Like, it never fails. Even Viola Davis too. She talks well of her husband. When you hear Viola Davis speak about her husband, oh no, she loves that man. She loves him and he loves her back. Like, you can just, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's the body language, it's the look, it's the smile. You can just tell, like, this woman here, she really is in love. This man here is really in love. Like, this shit is real. Samuel L. Jackson too and his wife, they have that shit going on as well. Okay, Samuel Jackson has that shit going on as well, because I see it. I see everything. Right, Jay-Z, like, sometimes, yeah, you'll see Jay-Z, like, they'll have a photo shoot. Beyonce and Jay-Z will have a photo shoot. Jay-Z looking somewhere else. He's looking into the camera. He's worrying about himself. I'm like, what is this man doing? Okay, hold on. Right? He's looking in the camera. He's always looking somewhere else. It's all about him. You see, it is all about, I mean, you got a little fist bump here. Well, I guess that's kind of cute, right? That man is always looking in the camera, right? It's all about him. Everything is about him. There you go with his little foolishness, right? It is all about him. It's always about him. What is it not about? What is it not about him? And also, let me tell you this, okay? If you guys can stomach it, because I told you, I said, if you're sensitive, don't come over here, okay? If you guys can stomach it. But the reality is this: when a beautiful woman marries a man who is not attractive, or a man who is not confident in how he looks, it's going to be a problem. Because he wants all the attention. He's usually going to be very insecure, okay? Because you're very beautiful. And he's threatened by your beauty. Because he knows. You could have, like you said, you could have been anywhere, but you chose to be here with me. And that would always linger in the back of his mind. So he's going to be controlling, possessive, this, and that. You're not going to go out too much because you are really beautiful. So in the fear of losing you and with his own insecurity, he's going to be very controlling. It's okay. We can all be mature. It's perfectly fine, right? So I'm like, to me personally, when it comes to, let me go back over here, right? When it comes to Dame, and I said that to James, because he was like, oh, the thing about Dame, he's always going off, he crazy. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, no problem. I'll give you that. But my problem is, like, where I'm coming from is that sometimes when it comes to Black people, I really do wish that more Black people had compassion, okay? I really do wish that a lot more Black people, okay, had compassion. Now, Marley, what is the meaning of compassion? Let me see, okay? Let me see. Okay, there you go. Okay? Compassion is a sympathetic awareness of the suffering of others, coupled with a desire to alleviate it and involving understanding another's perspective and acting with kindness and concern, right? And so what I told James was this, right? You know, the thing about Dame has lost a lot of things. You know, in this life, unfortunately, in this reincarnation, right? He was meant to go through lots of losses. I don't know what God is trying to teach him, okay? Maybe God also wants him to rely on him fully, right? But one thing about Damon is that he didn't just lose a best friend. He didn't just lose a business partner. He didn't just lose Rock Nation, Rockefeller. He didn't just lose, what's it called? You know, money and stuff like that, right? But he also lost Aaliyah, you know? And I think that sometimes people forget that Damon went through something quite devastating, you know? People will never know. And I said that to Jimmy. We will never know what it feels like to lose someone you love in such a tragic way. You know what I mean? Because for those of us who are just like listening to Aaliyah, supporting Aaliyah, liking her music and stuff like that, some people were even super fans of Aaliyah. It was very traumatic how she died, okay? I remember it came on MTV. It was like MTV News, MTV TRL. It was like, I mean, it was going on the whole fucking day. So I don't even know how he heard that she had died. But I'm like, it was like the Kobe thing. You know, if I'm not mistaken, even Vanessa Bryant found out, like the rest of us, because of the news, because of TMZ, right? She didn't have time to process that privately. No, she had to process her husband, her daughter, their friends, those children, everybody dying. I mean, the people blew up. There are no bodies. These people people were all ashes. The way Aaliyah died was extremely traumatic. It was extremely traumatic. And while people sit here, especially goofy ass Claudia, you're a dumbass little bird, okay? People sit here trying to clown Dame for his teeth, his dentures, not having money. But you know what, Marlene, I commend Damon Dash for not taking his life. I really do. I commend Dame for not taking his life. And that is one thing. That is one thing I really honor when it comes to Taurus people. They don't give up. They are extremely resilient, right? Even Black, y'all know, Black China, that's my boo, right? But sometimes I find myself texting her, and I say, Angela, seriously, I commend you for being so resilient because from one, I mean, we're both from the DMV. I'm from VA, she's from DC, right? But I'm like, girl, you brave. She's very brave. I don't know how she does it, but I'm like, Black China, like she, seriously, her mental impresses me. But then again, she's a Taurus. Understand? It's a very, very resilient people. They don't always do things the right way or the way we would like for them to do, because we want people to be very polite, very manicured, very, very polished, refined edges and shit like that. We want that from people, right? But people are very imperfect. So much, oh, you should be authentic. You should be your real self. Well, there you go, right? But I said to Jimmy, we will never know what he went through losing Aaliyah. Because the girl was meant to go to the Bahamas, do a little rock the boat, shake the middle, okay? And she was supposed to bring her ass back. Now, the other issue was Lenny Kravitz. Yo, this Aaliyah shit is so fucking bizarre. It is so fucking bizarre. And the way people sit here, instead of trying to have mercy for Dave, they out here, oh, Jay-Z a billionaire. Fuck Jay-Z and his billions. We don't give a fuck. He's gonna take a fucking DNA test, okay? We don't give a fuck. We don't care, okay? A lot of evil people are billionaires. We don't care. That's not a metric for success, okay? In the eyes of God, it don't mean shit, okay? But my point is, Aaliyah was meant to go out there, okay? Do a little, okay? You know what I mean? She was meant to go out there, do a little rock the boat, shake the middle, okay? That's it, okay? You understand? She was meant to go do that shit. And then she was supposed to bring her ass back home. That's it. That's that. We wake up that day. I'm like, I remember. I was so traumatized. I was so fucking traumatized. Okay? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And then they said, oh, her plane fell out the sky because they had too many luggages. I'm like, oh, but aren't the pilot supposed to know how much weight they can and cannot carry? Right? Also, Lenny Kravitz had left his plane behind. It was a bigger plane. Lenny Kravitz left the plane behind for Aaliyah. And guess what? Hype Williams and his dumbass, Hype Williams took the plane of Lenny Kravitz and then he left Aaliyah with a cuckoo bird. Yes, y'all. I'm like, this shit is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. So I'm like, who the fuck are you? You are there to shoot a fucking video with your bitch ass. Why the fuck do you need to take the big plane? Okay? Lenny Kravitz left the big plane for Aaliyah. Why do you take the big plane and then you leave Aaliyah with the cuckoo bird? So I'm like, yo, even me, I was triggered. Because that day, I mean, it was so sad, you guys. I mean, it was like TMZ. Sorry, not TMZ. It was TRL. It was Carson Daly. It was on BET. It was all over the fucking news. Aaliyah is dead in a plane crash. So you're not even going to have a body to bury. There's no body. Because the plane blew up over the ocean. She's gone. She is gone. And I'm like, I swear, black people can be so fucking mean. You will never know. You will never know what that feels like. And you will never know what that does to a human being. You understand? We will, even me, I said that to Jimmy. Imagine, okay, I'm not going to say, but you know what I'm saying? Right? We will never know that kind of pain, that kind of loss, that kind of trauma. And also knowing that it could have been avoided and Hype Williams not taking the fucking plane. You know, and for a long time, too, for a long time, he was so mad at Hype Williams. He would have beat his ass. Your bitch ass. They didn't leave this plane for your stupid ass. Okay? You could have even gotten a cruise, a boat, and found your way back to Miami. Okay, your dumb ass. All right? So it's very painful. But I'm like, think about everything he's lost. And the fact that he's still here amongst us, like he hasn't taken his life, Marlene, I commend him for that. Okay? He like, what's it called? He lost Aaliyah. And I am pretty sure that most likely, had she lived, they would have gotten married. You understand? I'm pretty sure that if she had lived, they would have got married. You know? But I guess we'll never know. But one thing for sure is someone he loves so much, she was taken away from him. You understand? The record label, the record label that he built with Jay-Z, Rock Nation, Rockefeller. When nobody believed in Jay-Z, he lost the record. He lost his record label because Jay-Z went out there and did some bullshit deal behind his back with Leor Cohen. He also lost, I think, what he thought was a brother, a best friend. He lost that in Jay-Z as well, right? He also lost Kanye. Jay-Z never believed in Kanye. Jay-Z never believed in him, and he didn't even want Kanye to produce his music. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? He's so damn selfish. He is so selfish. He is so freaking selfish. Right? And everybody should remember this man is not a good person. Oh my gosh, this man is not a good person. Everybody should remember J. Cole told us the first time he met Jay-Z. He was so excited to meet Jay. He gave him a tape, like a mixtape or something. Jay-Z threw that shit back, like, don't touch me with that shit. He's so fucking rude. He is so rude. He's like, what the fuck? Never meet your idols. But nonetheless, though, first of all, he didn't want Kanye to even join Def Jam, Rockefeller, Def Jam, fuck that shit, right? Then they said, okay, let me listen to your stuff. He said, okay, you're pretty good at producing, right? Kanye was there for the blueprint. Dame was there for the blueprint, right? They were all there, hyping him up because he has low self-esteem. I said it, right? Then when Kanye wanted to be a rapper, Jay-Z did not want him to be a rapper because he didn't want competition. He wanted all the beats to go to him. Right? He wanted all the beats to go to him. Dame is the one who sat Kanye and said, if you want to do it, go ahead and do it. Because he believed in Kanye. Because he's not, I'm like, me growing up, I've never seen Damon Dash to be the kind of person who doesn't pour into people, lift people up, put money. Even Lee Daniels, nobody knew that he had given Lee Daniels $5 million. We didn't know that shit. But the money it made Precious, the money made the Butler, the money probably made Empire. But look at how long it took for Damon to ask his money back from freaking Lee Daniels. It was out of order. Okay? Like, sir, how much money are you going to make before you pay me back? Make it make sense. Right? How much money are you going to make before you pay me back? Until he had to accost the man. But I'm like, for the longest, nobody knew that Dame had given money to Lee Daniels. Jay-Z came out here and told us that his nephew asked him for $5,000. He said no. But what's $5,000 to Jay-Z? Right? What is $5,000 to Jay-Z? Like 5 cents compared to his net worth? Like what is like 5 cents? And once again, Black people praised him for being all about himself. I'm like, it's your nephew. Like, your nephew can't ask you for $5,000, right? When it came to Cameron is so fucking evil. He is so fucking evil. When it came to Cam and what's it called? Cam, hold on, Paid in Full, right? Hold on, a second, right? Right? When it came to Paid in Full, who gave him this role? Who put him on? Right? Who gave him this role? Who put him on? And at that time, that Paid in Full movie was a big deal. And not just that, they got paid so well for doing this movie. Like, be so for real. And Charlamagne wants to sit up there and try to clown people. Charlamagne, you ain't never built shit. Like, I'm like, your claim to fame, all right, is giving people Donkey of the Day. Seriously, make it make sense. Right? So Dipset, because they were all going broke, he gave them money. Like, Lord, he has helped so many people. When Beanie Siegel was locked up, if you know hip hop, you know hip hop. There was a season when Beanie Siegel was in prison, right? He was in prison. Jay-Z never went there, okay? Jay-Z never went there. Never went there, never put money on his books. But Dame was always at that prison, checking on him. You see, the thing about human people, when I tell you people ain't shit, people really ain't shit. You start not making money. Hey, Marcus, you start not making money, and all of a sudden, these goofy ass humans, they take a whole eraser and they want to wipe their brains clean of everything you've ever did. Right? Like he put money, he was always taking care of Beanie Siegel. He was the only one from Rockefeller to take care of him because he was signed to Rockefeller. You know, Beanie Siegel, he also struggled with, am I going to be a rapper full time or am I going to be a criminal? You know what I'm saying? So he was hard for him. But when he was locked up, right, Dame was there because he was his artist. He was black. He took care of him. When Foxy Brown goes to prison, when she went to jail, whatever, who put money on her books? Dame. Now, like, these people are so fucking ungrateful. They are so fucking ungrateful. They want to talk about your teeth. They want to talk about, oh, your crash out. And yeah, sure, whatever. But when you compare the list of everything he has done for the culture, for black people, for his artists, for all kinds of black arts, movies, entertainment, when you think about everything he's done, and one thing about Dame, when you see Dame, you're not going to see a bunch of Jews. I said what I said. When you see Damon Dash, you're not going to see a lot of Jewish people around him. And that says a lot. That says a lot. That really says a lot. Foolishness. I'm like, absolute foolishness. These young people, I mean, like, whether it's Dame, like I said, me, I love Dame a lot. I do. I really do. Okay. Whether it's Dame, whether it's Master P, DMX, all these people, right? They built a movement out of nothing. These are young people who did not go to Harvard. These are young people who didn't go to college. These are young people, I don't know. But these young people, they believed in themselves and they built something out of nothing. Hold on. Where's he at? Okay. They built Rock Nation. What's it called? Oh my gosh, Rockefeller, right? You build something out of nothing and they moved the culture. They changed the culture, right? Like we had, like when it came to hip hop, there was like, you had your whole, like there was an era of like the, you know, like the LL Cool J, the Big Daddy Kane, the Rakeems, the whatever, like, you know, KRS-One. You had one era of hip hop. Then you had a different era that was Rockefeller. Like, I mean, it was Rockefeller, it was Def Jam, it was No Limit Records. These people built something from the ground up and it resonated with people. There was no backers, there was no investors, there was nothing. When it comes to Charlemagne and Envy and what's her name, Angela Yee, right? They were made by iHeartRadio. Okay, they went to work. They had a radio show, right? What a corporation owned by small hat people that already existed, was well established, and they went on there. Me growing up, I never heard of DJ Envy. Okay, nobody. I'm from VA. I've never heard of DJ Envy in my life. Okay, DJ Envy, I had never heard of him. Don't even know who he is. Right? He only look at this guy. Look at this guy. Who is this? Who is he? Right? I never heard of DJ Envy. Growing up, you had Funk Master Flex, you had Kid Capri, you had Desert Storm. You like these were the mainstream rappers, like DJs and stuff like that. You even have the one, oh my gosh, Fatman Scoop. Like these were the DJs. Like we knew these DJs. Nobody knew about DJ Envy. Who is he? We don't know this man, right? These people, Angela Yee, Charlemagne, DJ Envy, we never heard of these goofballs. Who are these? Exactly, DJ Clue, there you go, right? These were, I'm like, growing up, the 90s, the 2000s and stuff, it was Funk Master Flex, it was Kid Capri, it was DJ Clue, it was, what's the guy's name? Desert Storm, I forgot his name, right? It was Fatman Scoop, like you had it was like those were the DJs. Those were the real DJs. Okay, nobody and their mama, nobody's ever heard of DJ Envy. Who is this man? Like seriously. And imagine that. You, oh my gosh, you, what's his name? What's this man's name? What's his real name? Okay, Rashawn, there you go. I'm like, you, Rashawn, you want to speak against Damon Dash. Motherfucker, let me tell you something, okay? I was like, Dave, the one thing I would have said to DJ Envy, okay? The one thing I would have said to DJ Envy, right? You actually ate Erica Mena's box. Don't you ever forget it. We're not the same. We are not the same. Okay? I really, oh my God, when I tell you, I wish Damon Dash would have called me. I really wish Damon Dash would have called me and we would have gone to the Breakfast Club, I would have shut that shit down. Rashawn, don't you ever forget, when you want to open your mouth to talk about me, don't you ever forget, you went down on Erica Mena. Let that shit sink in. Then you went home to your wife, and you kissed your wife, and you made your wife eat Erica's vajayjay. Don't play with me. Don't play with me, okay? Because when it comes to Dame, while your highest, like your girl crush, motherfucker, your bitch ass, you high yellow bitch, your dream crush, your girl crush was Erica Mena, bitch, okay? Your wife looks like she's your mother. Your wife looks like she scolds you. Your wife looks like she spanks you. You so scared of her, okay? Make it make sense, okay? While you were daydreaming of one day being able to go down on Erica Mena. Can you imagine eating her box? Can you imagine eating her box? That box right there? It's like, I don't know, it's like riding on the 6, okay? Because all the Puerto Ricans, the Boricuas, they all live on that side, the Bronx, the Harlem, okay? Line 6, right? It's like going down the 6, riding on the 6 like J-Lo, and you just start licking the seats, you lick the floors, you lick the whole subway. Your dirty ass. With your dirty ass. I wonder how many STDs you gave your wife when you were fucking with the Mena. You slept with the Mena. You ate the Mena. Then you went home and gave it to your wife. Dale, mami, comer. Shut the fuck up. You understand me? Because you will always be known. You will always, Rashawn, you will always be known for having slept with Erica Mena. Okay? Now, when it comes to Dame, the love of his life was Aaliyah. You could never, bitch. Like, just off, like, fuck the money thing. Fuck the money. Because, like LL Cool J said, money don't make the man. Okay? All right? LL Cool J told us that a long time ago. Okay? Men make the money don't make the man. Right? So put your money to the side. Put his money to the side. Because if Aaliyah loved Damon because she loved his soul, right? The only reason why Erica even gave you a chance because you were paying for the box. You were paying for the box. Go sit your goofy ass, waffle ass, okay? Let go of my ego colored ass somewhere. You dumb as fuck. You are dumb as fuck. And I wish James would, I wish Dame would have called me. Because everybody knows you ate Erica Mena's box. On top of that, you paid to eat the coochie. Is this dude is he for real? Are you really for real? Right? Who are you without money? Who are you? Even your wife, who like she wouldn't even be with you without money. Okay? Every year, the 25 days of Christmas, mofo, you buy her to love you. You pay for this woman to stay with you. Because after she found out that you went and ate Erica Mena's box and you put the box in her mouth, she wanted to go. So you had to pay, right? The love between Dame and Aaliyah, it was never transactional. Let me tell you something. And a man who finds real love has found everything. You're fucking lost. That's what all you have are your cars. You drive in the hood around poor people to flex on poor people, and you keep getting robbed and beat up because you're scared. Every time somebody comes in there, you scared. You behind your little microphone with your high yellow ass, want to huff and puff. You ain't brave. You're not about that life. You are not about that life. We don't know you, okay? You had to be on a gossip show because that's exactly what the Breakfast Club is. It is a fucking gossip show. It is a low vibrational. It is a low oh gosh, hold on. It is a low vibrational gossip show. All you people do is gossip. Okay? All you do is gossip. You gossip, and you gossip. Oh, sorry, y'all. Sorry. Hold on. My bad. Okay? Sorry. Hold on. Can't do it all. I gotta cuss this man out, and then I gotta type stuff. Child. Okay? All he does. Oh, my Lord. Hold on. Where are these idiots? Okay? All they do is gossip. Envy, Charlemagne. Hold on. Oh. Child. Okay. Whatever. Okay. This show came to be because all they did was two black dudes that we had never heard. I mean, Charlemagne also, his GD have an ass, okay? Right? Charlemagne, he made it on the radio by being a court jester for Wendy Williams. So he was always in gossip. right? Like he didn't make himself. When he moved from North Carolina to New York City, he was sleeping at Wendy Williams' house on the floor. Okay? Then he was a court jester. And in order for Charlemagne to earn his keep, right? He's the one who introduced Kelvin to the mistress. Okay? Because the mistress, that's his kinfolk. Okay? But I'm like, what have you built? Like, and it's always so disrespectful. It's not just Dame. It's not just Baby. It's a whole lot of people. Everybody goes up there to check his ass. What has he built? You built your name by going to work for something, by working for, by working for a corporation that was already built. You then built shit from scratch. They gave you a platform. They gave you a time slot. They gave you a marketing budget. That's all y'all fuckers do. You just sit there and you gossip. You don't even add, you add no value to the Black community. Oh my gosh. You don't have a single intellectual conversation on the Breakfast Club. Bunch of idiots. And your claim to fame on the Breakfast Club was giving people donkey of the day. But like, you're not a funky donkey. Like, you a whole donkey. You're the man who came and told us that you got your wife drunk on the first date. You got your wife drunk and you had sex with her without her consent because she was passed out. Aren't you a rapist? Like, aren't you a rapist? Right? Is that why you had to sell your soul to Kamala, however you say her name? Right? Is that why you had to sell your soul to the Democratic Party so you would have to face consequences? Don't you have a pending case in North Carolina from some girl who alleges that when she was 15, you ran a train on her? Right? I swear, Dame should have had me go in there for him. You are insane. You are really insane. You people haven't built shit. You haven't built shit, but you're always here cracking jokes, talking about people, womp. You're so damn stupid. You're a dumbass. You are known for sniffing because J-Lo sat down and said, oh, is it okay if I sniff your seat? You're so disgusting. You are just so disgusting. You are a disgusting, vile, dumbass of a human being. With your stupid ass. With your stupid ass. And if you guys remember too, right? If you guys remember Auntie Monique, she went on the Breakfast Club because he also gave her donkey of the day. Right? Hold on. Right? She also went on there and she said, right? Why would you call me, right? Why would you call me donkey of the day? Where is it? Hold on. Hold on. Good morning. Because I can't play this. Hold on. You see? That's all he does. All he does is sit there and disrespect Black people who have actually built something for themselves. When all he does is go to a job, work for Jewish people with a marketing budget, a producer, this and that. He has so much help. Charlemagne gets so much help for his TV show. What has he built from scratch? Okay? And then also, oh yeah. He also invested. He's an investor in what's her name? Oh my gosh. Angela Rye. So Angela Rye has a podcast on here called Native Land, and it's failing. Thank you. Okay? It is failing. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Okay? And so she had to let him know. Why would you call me a donkey? That's all he does is disrespect people. All he does is hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me sit down real quick. Okay? All he does is disrespect people. All he does is make a mockery out of other Black people. What has he built? Okay? What has Leonard built for himself? What has he built? I'm so confused. Like, what exactly has he built? Okay?
Oh, I am wonderful. How you doing, Sister Angela? You're good. It's all right to get on up and hold on to me. Come on, sweetness.
DJ Envy over there.
Hi, my sweetness. I will get around to you, but it's crowded.
All right. 1 hour later.
Eddie, thank you so much, my sweet baby, for having us.
Why you thinking them?
You know what, brother? You're going to hear yourself a lot from me lately. You're going to hear yourself around the world because we have to explain brothers like you. You do. And when we watched that movie, Birth of a Nation, and we saw that man walk his wife into that master's house, we watched him walk his wife in. Then we watched him go back and get him. You're that brother. I thank that master's house, baby.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Where was it?
You're one.
white person in this industry, it's you're only as good as your last project.
This 2018. So now all of a sudden, oh, we don't know if people are going to show up and show out.
Hold on.
Now, when I did a show called The Bernie and Sid Show, I'm sure you know those brothers, two white brothers.
Harvey.
Yes.
And he said that it was a nightmare because of you. What happened at that shoot?
Well, what happened at that shoot was a check was thrown at one of our assistants. And you don't throw anything at anyone. And I had a problem with that. See, they won't fill you in on all that happened. So you had to let that person know that's not how you do business, and that's unacceptable. So I have no problem speaking on it. When they said I mistreated people on Almost Christmas, well, we have 20 interviews because we knew.
Okay, that's
This is the Rumor Report with Angela Yee.
Heard Charlamagne's Donkey of the Day,
Mm-hmm.
and she had some things to say on her live stream. Here's what she had to say about Charlamagne.
When it comes to Brother Charlamagne the God, when I heard him call me Donkey of the Day, see, this is the same brother that got on the elevator at the Monique show and was very respectful. As we were joking, I said, baby, give your mama a hug from me because she raised you right. And that baby looked at me and said, yes, ma'am. And we had a beautiful moment. So to hear this young man call me a Donkey of the Day, I would say to him, why do you have so much hatred towards Black women?
Jesus Christ.
No, my goodness. Goodness gracious,
That
Charlamagne.
story Monique is telling is from 2007.
So you were at a Monique show.
I was not at Monique
and you
show.
over here giving her
That was not at a Monique show, okay? It's funny that she remembered that, though. That's when I was working at WBLS in New York with Wendy Williams, and it was her and another sister on the elevator. But I just understand how you can say I was nice and respectful and give regard to my mom, but then the sharp turn is I hate Black women.
You don't like
just
Black
because
women.
I gave you Donkey of the Day. How does that work?
All right.
I gave Jay Holiday Donkey of the Day
Let's
yesterday.
finish the rumor.
Does that mean I hate irrelevant R&B singers?
You hate Black men too.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Well. Here is Monique defending her relevance because she says that she is gotten so many nominations and she is the most. What is it? What was the title she gave herself?
Hold on, let me see this one. Okay, I think we can watch this one. Hold on. No, he's very disrespectful.
Okay, sweetness.
He is very disrespectful.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV Angela Yee, Charlamagne the God. We are the Breakfast Club. We have a special guest in the building.
Absolutely.
Miss Monique.
Hey.
But where? Oh gosh, I don't even know where it is.
And then you also said in the beginning when you start talking, you said Monique is a legend. That's what you
Well, then maybe it starts here. Hold on.
exchange words that I may have said to him. So my husband and I wanted to.
Feel free to just share with your microphone, Miss Monique, if you need to. Okay.
Okay, sweetness.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV the God. We are the Breakfast Club. We have a special guest in the building.
Absolutely.
Miss Monique.
Hey, my
Monique, yeah.
babies. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
As well.
Brother
Sydney,
Sydney.
good morning.
Good morning.
Now, when Monique walked in, I gave her a hug. I wanted her to know it's all love.
Yes, he did, my
I'm
love.
just here to have a conversation.
That's all we're doing.
That's all. Now, what's going on today, Miss Monique?
Well, baby, first I want to say to Eddie, to your producer, thanks for sharing the platform with us. And a while ago, when I came out
Well, that wasn't Eddie. That was us.
Eddie Lucky here.
Okay. Let me thank all three of y'all for sharing your platform with me and my husband. But a while ago, I had to come out and I spoke in reference to Netflix. That we had to I was asking folks to stand with us as we boycott Netflix for gender bias and color bias.
Correct.
And we were fighting for equality. And then I found out that I had become Donkey of the Day by Leonard. And I gotta call you by your name, baby, because Leonard, okay, baby, he's getting real special, Leonard. But we're going, Leonard.
It is Leonard.
And then I was called Donkey of the Day, and it really caught me off guard. Because when I met this brother some years ago, and I always go back to it because I met him in an elevator at Turner Station. And I met a young man that was full of humility and respect. And when I got on the elevator, he actually held the door. I remember like it was yesterday. And I said, oh, baby, thank you. And he was just like that. Yes, ma'am. And Miss Monique, it's a pleasure to meet you. And we had a very beautiful exchange. And I said to that brother, tell your mama that she raised you right. And he said it was my mama and my grandmama.
Yes, ma'am.
So I felt like this was, and it still is, a beautiful young brother making his way, but full of humility and respect. Till we fast forward, and I become donkey of the day. So I didn't want to have to be hearsay. I didn't want to have anybody exchange words that I may have said to him. So my husband and I wanted to come on so we could understand how I got titled Donkey of the Day.
So why did you give a donkey of the day, Charlamagne?
Well, I think it was due to the whole Netflix situation, you know, and I heard you say that, you know, you wanted us to boycott because of racial and gender bias, but then you went on to mention two brothers and a woman. So I said maybe she should be more specific and say Black woman gender bias. But then also just from a business aspect, I wanted to know, why did you feel like, you know, you should have gotten whatever Chris Rock got, whatever Dave Chappelle got, or whatever Amy Schumer got? Because I feel like this is a what are you doing for me right now type of industry.
Well, she didn't say what they got. She said she should have got more than she was offered.
And then Charlamagne, you brought up an old Netflix special as well.
But that was later on. But my point was, like, this is a what are you doing for me right now kind of industry. We all know Monique is a legend, but we also know that those deals that Netflix is giving out are based.
You see how he's full of it? Oh, we know she's a legend. So you think a legend deserves to be paid $500,000? Now, for those of you who don't remember, Monique's deal with Netflix was straight up bullshit. It was slavery, okay? Netflix wanted her to do a special. Every joke she made, they were going to own her jokes for 4 years, okay? Then she had to produce her own show, okay? Then she had to cover all her costs, management, lawyer, talent, whatever. And then she had to pay herself and her taxes. And for that, the money was $500,000, right? Today, when you look at people like Alex Earl, Charlamagne, he's a fucking demon, okay? When you look at people like Alex Earl, for example, right? This girl is just a TikToker, okay? Alex Earl is just a TikToker, right? She's not a legend, right? But Alex Earl, I'm pretty sure she charges almost $500,000 for one TikTok. For one TikTok. Okay? You like, do you get my point, right? One TikTok. People like her on TikTok, they charge like $400, $500, something crazy like this to post a single TikTok video. You understand? Monique, like you said, she's an icon, queens of comedy. She's been missed, like the Parkers, you name it. It's not just do a special. No, do the special, plan it yourself, record it yourself. We're gonna own your jokes for the next 4 years. You cannot say these jokes anywhere else. Like when this thing happened with the whole Netflix thing and she came out, because you already know, I was riding with her, okay? James was like, oh, Marlene, she asking for too much. I'm like, James, are you okay? Are you actually okay? Stop doing what these goofy Black people do. Because for you, for your broke ass, for your basic ass, for your non-business savvy ass, right? $500,000 sounds like a lot of money. We pay taxes in America, you dumb. So if you pay taxes, that's already $250. $250? I'm staying in my bed. You are crazy. And out of that $250, they want her joke. Because it's like, when you think about it, right? This deal has several layers to it. Because it's like, you are hiring Monique as the talent, right? Then you want ownership of her jokes. That's a whole different contract. Then you want her to produce the show. That's a whole different fee, okay? Then she has to pay her lawyers. She has to pay her management, right? Makeup, da-da-da. She has a lot to pay. Then she has to pay herself. Then she has to pay Uncle Sam. So if we're not talking north of $5 million, why the fuck are we here? Why the fuck are we here? Right? But for him, but then again, you know the thing about Leonard, okay? The thing about stupid ass, goofy ass Charlamagne, the slave, because he ain't no God, he's a slave, his heretic ass, right? The thing about Charlamagne, don't forget that he also has a GED. That's why I think it's so funny for him to want to say, oh, you know, from a business perspective, you don't know shit about business, Leonard. You have a GED. You don't know shit about business. You a fucking clown. And that's the reason why you're goy, because you're a goy, okay? That's why these small hat people, because iHeart is owned by the ZZs, right? That's why these small hat people have put you in this position, so you can dumb down the culture, so you can make your people stupid. You see, the thing about people like Charlamagne and his bitch ass is that Charlamagne is supposed to make Black people feel as though crumbs is a whole cake, okay? Crumbs is a whole bread loaf. It's an entire loaf of bread. Oh yeah, it's a lot of money. And then Charlemagne is also meant to get the black people to look at you as you're crazy, you're asking for too much, you're doing too much. That's why these ZZ people put him where he is. And if you listen to Charlemagne, if you listen carefully to Charlemagne, every time he's had an issue with someone, Nikki, Monique, Dame, Baby, the list, I'm like, yo, he's always getting in trouble with people, okay? He's always on the side of whoever has the most money. Oh, why do you think you got to make as much as Dave Chappelle? Why do you think you got to make as much as so-and-so? Why do you think, he's always on the side of who has money. Like in that instance, he took the side of Netflix, a fucking corporation, right? A black woman versus a corporation. You're going to take the side of Netflix? Seriously? Let me show y'all something, right? This dude is a bitch. He is a stupid ass little bitch. And anybody who listens to him, I already know off the rip, you a hating ass little bitch. You are a hater. You're the type, because you're broke, because you're tight, because you live paycheck to paycheck, you want to see every black person struggle. Okay? It's them slave catcher people. It's the ones to tell the slave master, oh, they want to run tomorrow because you don't know how to run away. Right? Do you know that there's a whole producer? Let me show you something, right? Hold on. Netflix lost, hold on, $75 million on a movie producer. Hold on. He's so fucking evil. Okay? There you go. All right. Look at this, right? There's this guy right here, y'all. Here is this man. Here's this white man. Y'all need to read the shit. Read this fucking shit. Netflix paid out $55 million to filmmaker called Eric Rich, most likely a ZZ, for a sci-fi series called White Horse. But Rich never delivered the completed show. After the project was deemed a write-off, Netflix wrote off the entire $55 million. Do you hear me? This man stole $55 million from Netflix because he had and they're so fucking dumb. Do you know they paid this man up front? It wasn't even like, okay, every time you deliver, we'll pay you more of the money. No, on a good faith deal, because it's bunch of small hat people. So they went in front of the man, $55 million on good faith. Do you know what this man did? He went shopping. He bought himself a house. He bought himself a bunch of cars. This is how these people do business with black people. They want to gaslight you into believing that $500,000 is like, it's so much money. No, the fuck is not. No, the fuck is not. And do you think that Auntie Monique was not going to deliver their special? Of course she's going to deliver her special. Even I was going to make sure she delivers her special. There are so many white, usually Jewish producers, movie writers, right, who run with the bag. They sign a deal with Netflix and they run. They don't deliver the show. There's no product. And Netflix did not sue this man. $55 million just gone. They did not sue this man. But they want to make a big deal out of Monique not wanting $500,000. But if you can afford to write off $55 million, then you can give her more money. Right? This goofy ass bitch named Leonard going to, oh, why do you want to make the same amount of money as Amy Schumer? Who the fuck is Amy Schumer? Who is she? What has she done? Like the little Bridesmaid movie? Is she even funny? Is Amy Schumer funny? No, but Amy Schumer is a Jew, right? Right? Amy Schumer she's a Jew, right? Is she funny? Like, please, I would love for somebody to remind me of one joke this girl ever said that just marked your brain. Okay? There you go. So she's Chuck Schumer's niece. Well, there you go. Right? This girl is not funny. So get your bag, sis. I am mad. Get your bag. But I'm saying, when it comes to comedy, she can't stand next to Auntie Monique, though. She don't have the resume. Okay? She doesn't have the jokes. And I'm sure a girl like that, right? She probably has writers for her because she can't write her own shit. Where is she now? Right? When you have the love, when you love something and that's really your craft, you're gonna do it over and over and over and over again. Where is Amy Schumer? So for Charlemagne to say to a black woman who's been doing this since I was a child, yo, I used to go to bed late. I used to hide crawl out of my bed, okay, 11 o'clock at night to catch Queens of Comedy. Auntie Monique, Auntie Samore, all of them. It was so vulgar, but I loved it, okay? These women really suffered. Like, they paid such a hefty price. So at what age can they say, hey, this is how much I want? And you, Leonard, you want to sit here like these white folks don't have the money. They sure do have the money. And y'all can look it up. You can look it up for yourself. How many deals has Netflix signed with white people for millions of dollars and the people ran with the bag? And Netflix never sued for their money back. They just wrote it off. How can you afford to write off $55 million? Because you got a bunch of money. They got a bunch of money. They make a lot of money. So when you're asking for her to be the talent, be the producer, you also want ownership, right, of her jokes for 4 years. Yeah, it got to be at least $5 million. The fuck? Right? When you have people on TikTok, even on Instagram, there are people on Instagram like Mr. Beast and shit like that. There are people on Instagram who charge like $500,000 for one Instagram post. There are people on Instagram who charge like $100,000 for an Instagram story. What are we talking about? Like, seriously, what are we talking about? So my question is, hold on, what happened? My question is, right, why is it that Auntie Monique don't have the right to say, oh, I want to make more money? Give me a second, you guys. Give me a second, right? There you go. And you know me, I won't lie to you. So here are the receipts, right? Here are the receipts. So you can see it for yourself because, you know, we need to have receipts out here. We need to show receipts out here. Alex Earl can earn an estimated $450,000 for a single Instagram story and significantly more for a TikTok, okay? Make it make sense. So for this skinny white girl who does nothing more than get drunk and party and her house is so messy, okay, she can charge almost $500,000 for an Instagram story that only lasts for 24 hours, right? That's the price of a fucking house. That is the price of a fucking house. So this white girl with no experience, she just does her makeup, she parties all day, she drinks all day. That's all she does, party and drink and do her makeup. That's all she does. So Alex Earl, she deserves to have $450,000 for an Instagram story that only stays up for 24 hours. When I tell you black people are fucking wicked, and the way they will gaslight you into making you feel like you're wrong, you're asking for too much. No, you don't know your worth, you fucking slave. You're a slave. You act like a slave, you move like a slave, and they wonder why the Jews call these people goyim, right? Because you don't know who you are. And every time they find a black person that knows his worth, that knows her worth, they get triggered. Because for a lot of black people, well, if I don't have it, I don't want you to have it. If for a lot of black people, well, I will take it. We know we know you have low self-esteem. We know. Oh, we definitely know you will take it. We see how quickly you run to buy Gucci, Louis, Prada, because you got low self-esteem. Okay? You say yes to the first offer because you don't believe in your fucking self. We know you will take it because you dumb as fuck. We know. Why is it that most black artists always sign a 360 deals? Because they starve it. They're starving. They're not free, right? Don't even know how to negotiate. Don't even know how to stand up for yourself. But to really sit on your radio show when you know that the vast majority of the listeners of the Breakfast Club are black people. And then you call this black woman a fucking donkey for asking for what she's worth. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Right? She has the right to say, Netflix, pay me $5 million. Matter of fact, you want my jokes for 4 years, you're going to pay me $10 million. And that's what makes, I'm like, so many black people are so fucking jealous. They're so fucking jealous. I remember years ago, on this very YouTube, right? Because I did it too. When black influencers used to do a GoFundMe and shit like that, these girls would get so triggered. Because, oh, you're asking for money, you're begging for money, wumpty wump wump, cussing out people, insulting people, wumpty wump wump. Girl, start a channel and do it too. No, they get mad, they get jealous, they get triggered, they get envious. And now today, it is so common to ask for super chats, to ask for this, to ask for that, right? So what I have learned is for most Black people, if they can't have something, they don't want you to have it. And what they don't understand with their small asses, with their small-minded, pedestrian, goyim asses, right, is that if one person does it, they break a wall, right? That's why we have to encourage people to ask for more money. Because if one Black woman breaks the wall, everybody else is going to get more money. They don't get it like that. They rather see you have nothing than to have more, because they don't realize that the more you make, everybody else is going to start making more money. You guys hold on a second, right? Because you can use that one Black person as a benchmark. Okay, well, Monique asked for 5 million, so maybe I can ask for 6 million, right? You got to have not even just audacity. You have to know what you're worth. You have to know your numbers. And also, you have to try. If you don't ask, how will you know? Right? If you never ask for more, how will you know? But it is so disgusting to look at a Black woman who has done more than like 20, 30 years of comedy and say that, oh, she's asking for too much. So Netflix is not asking for too much? You think, so Netflix has the right to ask to own her jokes for 4 years, her IP. They have the right to own her IP for 4 years for only $500,000. And that makes sense to you. And that's how you know that the vast majority of listeners to the Breakfast Club are some of the lowest Black, like their IQ is like in a fucking gutter. They're so fucking dumb because they can't compute shit. Don't know how to think. You know, I was sitting here this morning too, right? And I heard how much Charlie Kirk was making. I heard how much Charlie Kirk was making with his goofy ass Turning Point USA. Unbelievable, right? I'm making 140 million. I mean, all kinds of crazy money. This dude he was 31 years old. I mean, the most he has is a high school diploma. But he believed in himself. He sure did. He believed in himself. He believed in his scam. And he got all these billionaires to give him all kinds of money with a high school diploma. Right? So it's okay for white people, ZZs, and all kinds of people to believe in themselves and to ask for all kinds of money. 31 years old, high school diploma. And he got a bunch of billionaires eating out of his hand. But when you're Black, you always have to ask a little. And God forbid, your people find out that you're asking for more. It's going to be your own people trying to shame you, embarrass you, clown you for asking for more. Are you dumb? Are you stupid? And also, whatever I ask for a white man, I don't have to explain myself to you. You are more than welcome to go work with that money. You go ahead and do it. You go ahead and do it. You do it. Go give your IP for 4 years for free. Go do it. Go do it. Absolutely go do it. Who's stopping you? But it's the jealousy. It really, really is something out here. It's like, if I don't have it, I can't stand to see someone that looks like me having it. If I can't make this money, I can't stand somebody that looks like me making this money, right? And the job of Charlamagne is to come in front of Black people and have you looking crazy, right? Every single Black, every self-made, every Black for the most part, most Black people who are self-made in music or entertainment, he's always trying, and they go against the system, right? If you go against the system, if you go against the establishment, if you're Black, you're self-made, and you go against the establishment, Charlamagne's job is to come out in front of all of the slaves, the goyams, okay, and make you look crazy. He got to make you look crazy, sound crazy, like he gives idiots and hateful idiots the talking points to hate you. Instead of teaching people, like, no, this is a teachable moment. Because if a TikToker, if an Instagram person can make $500,000 for an Instagram story, is it fair for Netflix to say to Auntie Monique, we want all of that, plus ownership of your IP for 4 years, and we're only going to pay you $500,000? When we know, when you have that kind of money, almost like 50%, unless you have like a great accountant, but 50% of that money is going to go towards taxes. So you're only left with like $250, right? Now divide $250 by 4. How much is that? That's only $75,000 a year. And you think that's fair? And you calling her a donkey of the day because she pulled out her calculator. She's like, okay, after I pay Uncle Sam, how much money am I left with? So you think she should work for $75,000 a year after 20 years plus of putting in work in this entertainment industry. This dude is fucking evil. He is so fucking evil. He's so fucking evil. And I'm going to say this. To every black person that's aspirational, ambitious, and things like that, stay away from black people. Keep your dreams to yourself. Keep your self-belief to yourself. Keep your aspirations to yourself. Because black people, if it can't happen for them, if they don't see it for them, they don't want that for you. It's a people who's only able to wish you well if they can have it as well. They can only be happy for you if they already have what you're asking for. That's how it is. That's really, really how it is. And you have to accept that. You really do. Like he's out of his damn mind. Hold on. Let me keep playing this stuff. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Yo, I'll be here longer than I expected to be here, huh? Hold on.
That much. Well, Daddy, would you like to start or would you like for me?
He's so damn stupid.
Whichever you prefer. But, you know, if we're going to go back to the conversation that we had with Robbie, it didn't start with the offer where the color bias and the disrespect transpired. It started from when we had our initial conversation after Monique got her reviews from the nights in which Benjamin and Caitlin, who were representatives for Netflix, came out to see Monique, in which on 2 different nights they saw her get a standing ovation, which subsequently gave them reviews of amazing and a great show. So when we're in the midst of having the conversation prior to them giving the offer, we're in the midst, and he says, well, I want to make it very clear that, you know, people speak about Dave Chappelle, Amy Schumer, and what they got. I want to just make it clear, you know, so we can manage expectations and everybody doesn't get those type of deals. Well, when we're in the midst of that conversation, the phone disconnects. We never reconvene. He never gets us back on. And our attorney calls me up, and we speak, and we're like, well, that was strange. Are we going to get back on the phone or not? Because anybody who does business knows that this is a key time in which to build the value of your client. Then we came back with an offer that they allegedly had sent over that our attorney and I had never received. And then on that, it was a certain time limit in which we were supposed to respond. Well, we had passed the time limit because we never received it. When our attorney had asked them to please resend the offer that they had allegedly sent, it was clear that it had never been sent in the first place. That's the second red flag. When we get on the phone to discuss the offer that they had then finally sent over, initially they didn't want to have the conversation until I expressed to them, it is very ironic that the call we had was disconnected. We never reconvened. You became evasive. You can't get on the phone. Now I have to express what it's feeling like, which is gender bias, color bias, and there's also an age issue that we didn't discuss that's in there as well. So those 3 things are what led to it, in conjunction with the fact that the very items that he said did not translate for Monique, which were her resume, what she's done in terms of movies, it didn't translate, but he said those were the things that translated for Amy Schumer. We just want to know, why did it work for Amy, but it doesn't work for her? Because what she just did, in terms of what Monique's body of work contends with or resulted in, it's all part of the resume, just like Amy Schumer's resume. So why does Amy's resume work and Monique does not? And they could not explain that.
If you're just joining us, that's Sydney. That's Monique's managing husband. If you're just joining us, so you can, you know the voices.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, I want you to go ahead.
Well, I don't think Amy Schumer is funny. That's number one. But she did sell out 50 or...
So he's saying, oh, I don't think she's funny. Okay. So you see how he is, and that's how you realize that he is a shill. You guys listen to me, right? Charlemagne, he is a shill for these ZZ's people. He's an agent of chaos in the black community. You don't have to believe me. That's fine. Call me African. I don't care. This right here, this dude is so disloyal. He is a shield. Because if you love your people, you're going to break down the numbers. And okay, let's look at everybody who got paid from Netflix. Let's look at people who even got paid up front. Okay? People who got paid up front and they ran with the bag. 55 million. Ran. Never gave the product. He never gave what he was paid for. right? So why would I have an issue with Auntie Monique asking for more money? My question to her would have been, Auntie Mo, what is the number that you think would have been reasonable? Because like I said, the contract with Netflix, it has many layers to it. She plays many roles. They want her IP. They want ownership of her IP for 4 years. They want her to also be the talent. They want her to produce the show. Like she had all the money was for everything. She has to produce the show. So she got to go find producers, this, and that. She also has to edit it. Like this is a lot. Then she has to pay her management. She got to pay her lawyers. Like it's a lot that goes into it. And I think the problem is sometimes when you talk business to Black people, they just hear the number as if, oh, 500,000 is going to go straight into your pocket. That's not how it works. That is just like you. When you go work your job, do you get your whole paycheck? No, the fuck you don't. You pay unemployment taxes, social security taxes, your medical health, your medical, your vision, your dental. There's a lot of money that gets taken out of your paycheck. Nobody has the whole paycheck. So why would you think that a celebrity doesn't have the same outlays as you do? Like, if the shit gotta make sense. The shit really has to make sense, right? So my thing is, ask her first, how much would she like to make? If she says 100 million, then we can say, okay, Auntie Mo, 100, that's a little too much now, sis, right? But if she's saying, okay, this is how much I want to charge for my IP. So if you want my IP for 4 years, I can say I can give you a license because it's a licensing deal. It's a lot of things that go into it, right? But it's like a lot of Black people who really don't even make more than 60,000. They always want to speak on shit that's way above their pay rate. Like it's above your pay rate. Stay in your fucking lane because everybody would know the moment somebody says, I want to own your intellectual property for 4 years, for 5 years, for 6 months, that is a licensing deal. It is a licensing deal. It is very different than hiring Monique as the actual talent. So you want her as a talent. You also want a licensing deal. You want her to be a producer. There are many layers to their ask. So therefore, we have to price everything they're asking for accordingly. So Auntie Mo could say, hey, my jokes, if you want my IP, you want my jokes, because I can never say these jokes anywhere else for the next 4 years, which makes sense. Because if I say them somewhere else, why would somebody want to come see that on Netflix? Right? So it makes sense. So we can say, okay, maybe a year we can do 200, maybe 250, maybe 300,000. Okay. And we might agree at like 250. So 4 years, that's already $1 million. That is just for the IP. That's just for the licensing deal. Now, when it comes to her being the talent, right? Because she has to write the jokes and then she has to perform the jokes. So we got to price that accordingly. Like how long would it take for her to write the jokes? Does she write the jokes by herself? Right? Or does she have writers? Because that is also going to go into the price. Then she has to perform the jokes. So is it going to take us a day, 2 days, 3 days? I don't know. So we have to figure that out. And we are going to price for that as well. But I'm like, right now, we are already like north of 1.5 million. Right? Then you have her management fee, you have her legal fees, because we have to have lawyers read these contracts. We're not about to sign this shit with Netflix without having professional people read the damn contract. A manager is not a lawyer. And I think sometimes, like when it comes to her and her husband, this is what people get confused a lot, right? Because they love to talk shit about her husband. And mind you, I've spoken to him. Uncle Sidney, he's pretty cool. Okay. He's pretty cool, pretty chill. All right. But my thing is like, okay, so you are her manager. You get the deal. But once you get the deal, though, you still have to have a lawyer read the contract. Okay. Like when it comes to your manager, they will get the deals. They will pretty much like sit with the company and, pretty much like outline the big ideas, right? That's what a manager is going to do. We're going to outline the big ideas. So you want her on this day for this, and that. However, when a contract is written, it has to go to a lawyer, not the manager. Then the lawyer is going to see, okay, based on the big ideas, these are the terms. Are you okay with that? Right? Here are the penalties. Are you okay with that? But a manager is here for the big ideas. What does the brand want? What is their budget? When are we supposed to deliver the stuff, right? But after that, you got to go to an attorney. You have to go to an entertainment attorney. And you might even have to go through a licensing attorney as well, because that is a separate thing. You being a talent and you also having a licensing deal, these are different things. And some of these lawyers, they might charge $1,000 per hour. These things are real. But when you're not at that level, because you just listen, okay? You're not there yet, right? But those who are at that level, they know that's just the cost of doing business, right? You have lawyers who charge $1,000. You have lawyers who charge $5,000 an hour. What the fuck do I know? Okay, so like it's a lot of expenses that go into this, and we have to properly price the project before we agree to whatever money Netflix throws at us. We're not dogs, we're business people. That's it. Do you expect even a Jewish person to not try to negotiate their contract? Are you crazy? So because she's black, she shouldn't negotiate her contract? You are a fool, and he is a fool. But I'm like, he has disrespected everybody because his job is to cause chaos. He works for the establishment. He works for the ZZs. He is employed by the ZZs. That's why he has his goofy ass show with Andrew Schultz, okay? Because he's also a ZZ, all right? That's all he does. Like, get out of here with that.
It was around the world, including MSG and HBO wanted her as well. So she created a bidding war based on those stats. So I assume that's the reason her number was at that place.
But I want to address something because you said, I assume.
Exactly.
And then you also said in the beginning when you start talking.
So he assumed. Oh, I assume. So off of an assumption, you're going to insult a black woman. So you didn't double check. You didn't verify the numbers, but you're going to insult her, call her a donkey. That's bestiality, right? You're going to compare her to a donkey, but you're not even sure what you're saying. And that's okay. And people sitting here laughing the whole peanut gallery, and they wonder why they're called Goyams, right? You are a weirdo. Like, he's such a donkey. He has a GED and he thinks he can talk business. Like he can talk business. And he gonna tell you with his goofy ass GED, because he went to night school, he gonna tell you what you should and should not accept. Who is he again? Like seriously, has he ever been a headliner? When Monique was a headliner for Queens of Comedy, okay, he was a court jester for Wendy Williams. He was fetching coffee for Wendy Williams. Like, go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. You know, I'm like, this is so disgusting. Hold on.
Said Monique is a legend. That's what you said.
Exactly.
Right? And then when Robbie Pearl and Netflix also says Monique is a legend. Correct?
Absolutely.
And you believe that Chris Rock is a legend, as I do as well.
Yes.
And you would say Dave Chappelle is a legend, right?
Absolutely.
What makes me a different legend from Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock?
Exactly.
Well, when it comes to that Netflix special, it was the fact that Dave
no.
Chappelle did 1,500 shows prior to signing his Netflix deal. Chris Rock was on tour with the Total Blackout tour, selling our shows arenas around the world before they did that.
And they also lured him away from HBO.
Well, I understand what y'all are coming to the table with. When I came to the table and I said, guys, and I said it humbly, I'm the most decorated comedian alive. And I said that humbly.
Hold on. Now look at this. And that's how you know people out here, you guys, it's really sad, but the Bible says, right? The Bible says that a prophet will never be honored, right, in his homeland. So you gotta go abroad, right? You see this? Auntie Mo went on Uncle Shay shit, right? With all the, you see, God is faithful. God is really faithful, right? Auntie Monique went on the Club Shay Shay. She got 18 million views. You see this? You see this? You see this? 18 million views. 18. How much? I really wish Uncle Shay Shay would show us his analytics, right? How much do you think that video made him? 18 million. How much do you think he made? Right? I don't know how many ads, but I would love to know. I would love to know the watch time. I would love to know how much money he made. So she was right. She was absolutely correct. She was correct. She was right. She was right to ask for more. She deserved more. She was completely right. Netflix was just hoping that she didn't know her worth. Netflix was just hoping that she was desperate for money. That she wanted that white embrace. Oh, I have a Netflix special. What do I give a fuck? Okay? How much are you paying me? There are a bunch of Black people who will gladly say, I have a Netflix special for the sake of having a Netflix special because they don't know what they're truly worth. They don't know how much they can actually bring. And let's be so for real. Let's be so for real. If Netflix didn't think she had it going on, they never would have showed up in the first place. Because growing up, Master P always told us, if a ZZ offers you $1 million, you need to really ask yourself, how much am I worth? Okay? But you see, Charlamagne, his goofy ass GED, okay? He was not out here for these business lessons. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Y'all. If I can find the video real quick. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me see. There you go. Master P for the one time, okay? Master P.
How could someone that age just simply turn down $1 million coming from the projects?
If a stranger offer you $1 million, you never seen them before, you never talked to them before, they give you $1 million, you don't think something coming with that?
Exactly. You guys, there's music behind this. I hate that. They love putting music on everything.
Jimmy Iovine wrote me a check for $1 million. Say you the next thing to go. Jordan deal. It was $1 million. I couldn't use my name for 7 years, all this stuff. And they'll take all my rights. I say, sir, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm gonna come back. He said, if you don't come back, you'll never get a deal in this town. Because I know everybody.
And do you see how they threaten people? Do you see how these ZZs threaten people? These European immigrants, okay? These European immigrants, okay? He told him, I'm offering you $1 million. He says, you're going to be the biggest thing in hip hop. He said, okay, let me go get some food, devil. Then he says to him, if you go get some food and you come back, not only will you not have a deal, I'll make sure that no one gives you a deal because I know everybody in this town. Meaning he's going to activate his ZZ network. They're going to get down the synagogue of evil people, right? And he's going to make sure, because most of these record label owners are ZZs. And they're going to make sure that you're not successful to hurt you, to oppress you, for the slave that you are, for the goy that you are, for the hakum that you are, right? That's how they are. So they want your music. They want your name. They want your likeliness. They want to own you for 7 years. You can't use your own. You can't own your name for 7 years. And not a slave. How can you go up to someone and say, yeah, I want to own your name for 7 years. I want to own your jokes for 4 years. Right? And yeah. And you're supposed to be like, oh yeah, okay, sure, I'll do it. And because I'm sure even back then too, had Charlemagne had the show, he would have called Master P Donkey of the Day for turning down $1 million. And a lot of people, like these goofy ass goyams, would have clowned him too. Oh, you turned down $1 million. I would have taken that money. I would have taken that money. We know. And that's why we don't want to be like you, because you're a slave. You're a goyim. Okay, you're a goy. Okay, we know. We absolutely know that you would have taken that money. And that's how all of these ZZ's people, for the most part, look at Black people. Starving, scarcity, low self-esteem, will do anything for $1, will say yes to any kind of money because they just want to have some type of money because they're so insecure. Right? This is weird. This is absolutely weird. It is so weird. Let him keep talking. Hold on.
So I left. Never came back. Me and my brother on the plane. Me and C, we on the plane about to fight. He like, bro, why you ain't take the $1 million? I'm like, bro, that white man offered me $1 million. How much you think I'm worth? That shut him up right there on the plane. He just put his head down. I said, man, I gotta be worth 30 or 40. I don't know if I'm worth 5 or 10 or whatever, but in my mind, I'm thinking, so you gotta know your self-worth. So
exactly. You see? I have never, oh my gosh, this lesson is etched in my brain, okay? Etched in my brain. But I'm like, Master P always said it. If they offer you this money, they have more. They have more. They're just banking on you having scarcity mindset, an empty tummy, low self-esteem. You just want to have success and you want to have the things because they know most Black people want to run to the mall and buy everything to let people know, look at me, I made it. Because for a lot of Black people, success is what you wear. It's not what you build. Okay. Oh, I'm successful because I can go buy like there's this Black boy on TikTok. He like does all the outfit stuff, right? And he went to Miu Miu and he spent $18,000 on one denim jacket. Like, there you go, a boy. Okay. I'm like 18 grand on a denim jacket, right? This is how they keep Black people poor because it's the people who need validation. They need status. So they go and buy shit. Overpriced shit, poorly made shit. So he bought a jacket from Miu Miu and the button came off. Mind you, the jacket is 18 grand. I'm like, does this young man put money in the stocks? Like, does he have stocks? Does he have bonds? No, he has clothes. He has clothes. All he cares about is how he looks. Goy behavior. Goy behavior. So I'm like, no, exactly. You have not because you asked not. Make it make sense. But that should always be, when you're doing business with the ZZ people, you should already know they see you as less than. They see you as a goy. They see you as a slave. So your job is to fight for what you're owed. Fight for what you deserve. Fight for what you know is what they ought to pay you. And when they get so butthurt because you don't want to take the crumbs, they go and call people like Charlemagne, right? They call people like Charlemagne, who is employed by a fellow ZZ, and they give this man his marching orders to degrade, debase, ridicule, gaslight the black person who said no. Because you don't have the right to say no to the ZZ. You don't have the right to say no. Because he knows if he don't own a slave, he gonna tap into his fellow ZZ who has different slaves. And they will give those slaves their marching orders to make you look crazy in front of millions of black people. And it's so sad because every time you will see black people fall for that shit. And then they proceed to shame, embarrass, mock, ridicule their own people. Meanwhile, you got a bunch of goofy ass white girls who make $500,000 for one TikTok, for one Instagram story. It's very, very cruel. It is so cruel. And I'm like, this is so damn evil. Hold on. Let me go back to my video. Hold on. Just a second. Hold on. Where was I again? Okay, right here. Okay, cool. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. Give me a second.
And then some people said, oh, Monique is crazy, till it was proven. Exactly. Till everybody actually saw the numbers and said, well, I guess she's right about that. And when you say this is a what have you done for me lately, the question is, how much more do I have to do, brother? Mm-hmm. Because when you do a film called Almost Christmas, and that film has a $17 million budget, mm-hmm. but it makes $45 million. Mm-hmm. And then my sister Amy Schumer does a film called Snatched. And that film makes $45 million, mm-hmm. but it has a budget of $42 million. Okay. Now, what's the profit on that?
Exactly. You heard her. She knows her numbers. So her movie, the budget, 17. Box office sales, 45. Right? So they almost made 30, right? They made 38 million. No, 28 million, sorry. They made 28 million, right? Yeah, 28 million, right? Amy Schumer does a movie. The budget, 42. Ticket sales, 45. Profit, 3 million. Right? But you see, he didn't care to know this. He didn't care. He didn't care to present a proper picture. No, because he's a slave for iHeartRadio. He works for the ZZs. So their job was to just marching orders, ridicule her, shame her, call her donkey of the day, wumpty wump wump. You got to be very careful by these so-called urban shows, these black shows, right, that are hosted by ZZ people. Because if you think that these ZZ people are going to put their money behind a show that uplifts black people, teaches black people about business, teaches black people about what they're worth, what they should ask for, how to be better negotiators in business, you're the fuck right. The fuck right. And that's why I don't listen to the Breakfast Club. Because why do you have a black show that is owned by the ZZ people? It's not for me. This show is a distraction, it's for chaos, confusion, and it's to further return black people into super goyim. I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this.
I'm asking the question.
You all made a lot more profit than Amy.
Well, it was actually a $25 million profit.
But that movie, Amy did her Netflix deal before Snatch.
No.
Right.
He said, Robbie Cross said that was what made him also give it a deal because of the big movie that she had coming out.
Right.
And that's where we had to check.
Well, yeah, coming out. That was but she did the Netflix deal before that movie came out.
Well, we actually talked.
And do you see how dumb he is? You see how stupid he is? He has a GED. So you should realize that Netflix gave her more money because they assumed she was a big draw. They made the wrong bet. So what would lead Netflix to assume, oh yeah, she has this big movie, she's a big draw, let's pay the money. Because she white, she a ZZ, she's a Jew, right? He's so slow. So that means Netflix overpaid because she doesn't bring in that much money. Her management, everybody overinflated her. And because her skin is white, oh yeah, of course she's white, she's worth more money. Because that's how it goes, right? White people are worth more money. No matter whether they add value, don't add value, like, it's a white person, right? So Netflix made the wrong bet. And I'm sure their numbers with Amy Schumer were horrible because it was all fluff. Because she has no real connection because she's not a grassroots comedian. Okay? It's like she's like a Ice Spice of comedy. Coming out of nowhere. She didn't go through LA doing a bunch of comedy for over 20 years. She's overinflated. So when you realize that she only made $3 million in profit when Auntie Mo made $25 million, she's like, oh, wait a minute. Netflix actually overpaid. Yes, you're stupid. You are really dumb. And that's why also, I'm not trying to be mean, but if you're mad, that's fine, right? But this is why also you got to be very, very careful fucking with Black culture, because Black culture really promotes idiots. It embraces idiots. It promotes idiots. It promotes people who don't know shit, haven't done shit, don't build shit, and they want to sit here all day and clown people. He's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot, right? And that's why these people, the ZZ people, they will get your next Black entertainer out of prison. They will go get your next Black entertainer from the Wendy Williams show. They will go get your next Black entertainer from God knows where, because the whole point is to dumb down the people. He's incredibly slow. He is incredibly slow because a smart person would understand that Netflix overpaid for Amy Schumer. She doesn't bring the numbers. And I'm sure the people who paid her for the movie also, they overpaid. Because if you spend $42 million and you only make $45 million, you only made $45 million, so your profit was only $3 million, it's a waste of your time. And I'm sure they overpaid her because a lot of white people, especially a lot of white women in entertainment, modeling, music, social media, they are overpaid. They don't bring this much value. But it's just it's so universally accepted to overpay white women, to make them feel better about themselves. That's it. It is so accepted to underpay Black women because Black people should just be grateful to get something, right? Because the majority of the cake should go to the white girl. No, the fuck it should not. Fuck her and fuck her white skin. We don't care. How much have you made? How much have you sold? That's it. What value are you actually bringing? And she brings no value, okay? Brings none. That's why I said, where is she today? Where is she today? Because she's not funny. Foolishness.
To the vice president of Netflix, Leonard. And what happens is when you're basing off of what you're assuming,
exactly,
and then you give me a title of Donkey of the Day.
Exactly.
Is your mother still alive?
That's right.
And you're from what city in South Carolina?
Moncks Corner, South Carolina.
Moncks Corner. And if I was to call your mother or your grandmother, could they tell me stories of inequality that they had to deal with?
Absolutely.
So would your mother be a donkey?
No.
Would your grandmother be a donkey?
Exactly.
No.
I need you to explain how you gave me the title because you're not explaining it. You're going off of what I assume. But because you're on that microphone, and when we open up these microphones, we know just how powerful our voices can be, don't we, Angela?
Yes, we do.
And we know that what we say can become law. Correct, Lenore?
Absolutely.
So when we do that, we must then explain it to our community because we know how poisonous it can be when we put things out, but we can't back it up. We just say it.
I think that there is I think everything you're saying about racial bias is absolutely correct. Gender bias is absolutely correct. We know that the Black woman is unappreciated and undervalued in a lot of different industries. But I think that when it comes to this Netflix situation, it's very specific. I think it's more of an individual thing than it is a collective problem. Like, can you honestly?
And do you see the level of gaslighting? And he's because he's a slave. Okay, he's a slave. Do you because he wants to trigger her? Because at this point, you should say, you know what, Auntie Mo, I'm sorry, you're right, but he can't because Mase upstairs. Do you see this, you guys? You know, me, I've always told y'all, right? I said, when it comes to politics, right, especially presidents, I've always told y'all, don't just look at the president, look at who surrounds the president. Because if you think the president or the one running for president is going to be running the White House, you're crazy, right? It's the people you don't elect that run the White House. The advisors, the donors, the wumpty-wump-wump. These people will never run for office because they're not charismatic enough. Understand, right? I even said, look at Trump, look at Kamala, look at people who surround these people. Here you have, if these people get elected, here you have the people who will be running America, okay? That's how it goes. It's the advisors, the donors. It is never the president himself. Understand me, right? When you see a Black person in entertainment, when you see a Black person who wants to be the voice of the people, the voice of the culture, wumpty-wump-wump, you need to open your eyes and see who is around that person. And if all you see are Jews, you know enough. You grab your water bottle, you grab your purse, you grab your Bible, okay? Because you now realize, oh shit, this ain't for me. Because they're coming here to enslave me, okay? They're going to use someone that has my complexion to get my attention, to start brainwashing me into believing that I am a goy. I'm not a goy. I'm a child of God. Got to go. If you see the Black person and they're surrounded by nothing but Black person, then you know this most likely is for Black people. This is going to lead to something productive for Black people. Me, if I see 1 Z, 2 Z's, 3 Z's, 4 ZZ's, 5 ZZ's, oh, I'm like, oh yeah, they're here to catch the slaves. Okay, they are here to catch the slaves, and a slave I am not. I'm not. My brain works just fine. I'm not a slave. I use my brain. Okay, I use my brain. iHeartRadio belongs to those people. His boss, his handlers, his managers, his producers, they're all from over there. Okay, they're all from over there. And the reason why they have invested so much money into this platform is to control the mind of the Black people. Control their moods, control their attitudes, control their perception, because for them, goyim are slaves. And when you're a slave, you are not allowed to think for yourself, fight for yourself, advocate for yourself, this, and that. So now he's going to proceed to gaslight her, not because he doesn't understand what she's saying, but he has marching orders. And he is required, just like in Django, to execute her or to shame her publicly if he wants to save himself. That's how it goes. If you want to stay with those people, be paid by those people, be elevated by these people, have them clean your criminal bullshit, hide all your perceived alleged rapes, you have to murder your own people. Just like in Django. They require the blood of your own people be on your hands. Then you walk back to the master and say, see, I did it. They're like, good. Go, sit right here. That's how it goes. And that's why you got to be very careful who you listen to. You got to be careful I love this artist. I love this person. I'm going to ask you who's around that person. Who surrounds that person? And how many of these people are ZZs? Okay. Hold on.
Say, if it's an individual problem, how come that there are no individuals of color who happen to be female comedians that have had the multiple million-dollar paydays with Netflix? Because what happens with the Black community is, what have you done lately? But when you are a white person in this industry, you're only as good as your last project.
And even with the what have you done lately? If you feel like Auntie Mo and don't shit, why are you here? Like the level of gaslighting, right? Oh, you haven't done anything lately. Okay, then why are you ringing up my phone line? So I'll just go around people that don't work, haven't worked, don't do shit. That's not how you run successful business, right? But the thing is, they overpay. This is how it goes, y'all. This is how it works with the ZZs. And these white Americans, okay? They overpay the white people. And many times they don't break even. You hear me, right? They overpay the white people, They overpay their fellow ZZs, right? Like this guy over here, right? Because he's a ZZ, right? They overpay their fellow ZZs. They lose a lot of money, either outright or the money, the profits are just not there because the draw is not there. Because a lot of these people, they're manufactured. They don't have real grassroots support. Okay. So in order to recoup their losses, they go looking for Blacks, for Latinos, for Arabs, right? Who are willing to work at a huge discount. Pretty much are willing to work for free. So that way, they'll make more money on you, and that's going to help them offset the big money they pay these white people. But what these people have to start doing is to start telling their white talent, you're not worth what you're asking. That's it. Start paying these white people what they're actually worth. Stop overinflating how much you pay these white people, right? And when you start telling these white folks, oh, no, you're asking for too much. What have you done lately? Here's how much you made for your last movie. So we think that you're asking for too much money. Then you will have to go around looking for Black people to hustle out of what they're owed, right? Because I'm pretty sure they overpaid for Amy Schumer. And it's probably a loss. It was a wash. They overpaid for this man, $55 million. Never got anything out of it. He never even made one episode, y'all. He never made one episode. Okay? He never made one. This man pretty much got $55 million for free. Okay? He pretty much made $55 million for free. Hold on. You guys, we're going to stay here for a little longer, huh? Yo, I have my class in the morning. Hold on. This is such a long video. Hold on. I guess he got arrested. Okay. Let me play this for y'all.
This dude cost Netflix over $50 million, and he's suing them for another $14 million. Paul Lynch directed 47 Ronin, and after a bidding war, Netflix got the rights to his new sci-fi series called Conquest. They were going to pay him over $60 million for the series, but they never saw a single episode delivered. After already spending $40 million, Carl said it wasn't enough and that he needed more money. And Netflix gave it to him. They gave him another $10.5 million to finish the project. Instead of using that money to finish the series, though, he deposited it into his personal trading account and proceeded to lose $6 million. Lucky for him, though, he invested the rest of it, $4 million, into Dogecoin. That eventually turned into $27 million.
There you go.
Unfortunately for Netflix, he did not use that money to finish the series and instead bought a bunch of designer clothing and fancy cars, including 5 Rolls-Royce.
There you go.
That's not enough for Carl, though. He says that Netflix still owes him another $14 million.
There you go.
This dude cost Netflix over $50 million, and he's suing them for another...
Hold on, wait a minute. Okay. So they're saying he got arrested now. Let's see.
That down. Let's move on to this. In one of the stranger stories we've ever covered on the John Campus Show, this is going back, I think, now a couple of years. But do you guys remember Netflix had put up tens of millions of dollars and apparently just put it into a gift bag and handed it over to this director, who I believe the way you pronounce his name is Carl Lynch. I think that's how you pronounce his name. And then Carl Lynch, Grinch, whatever his name is, just said so long and thanks for all the fish and just never made the show.
Never.
And then he went back to them and said, I need $11 million more. So Netflix, being the brain surgeons they are, said, oh.
Where was Charlemagne then? Why didn't Charlemagne bring the story to Black people? Why didn't Charlemagne bring the story to Black people? Why did he give this white man donkey of the day? Matter of fact, why did he even give Netflix donkey of the day? Right? Y'all gave this man, and mind you, the movie he did with Keanu Reeves, right? The 47 Ronin, it was a flop. The movie actually failed. But the thing is, like just like Charlemagne said, just like Amy Schumer, what these people, these ZZ people do, they stage, and I feel like it's probably a fake bidding war, but they create these fake bidding wars and they make people feel like they're buying something of value when they're really not. And that's what Tucker Carlson said about, what's that man's name? Bill Ackman, right? And a lot of ZZs, they don't create any value. They do not create any value, and they make so much money. So when somebody tells you, oh, you have to work hard. Oh, what have you done? What was your last project? 47 Ronin with Keanu Reeves, it flopped. It's not some John Wick type of movie, okay? John Wick did so well. They had like 4 or 5 parts of John Wick, okay? This movie failed. It had beautiful cinematography. It had beautiful photography, but the movie actually flopped. But who cares, right? Because he's a ZZ, his skin is white, right? So he took the money, spent the money. He's like, oh yeah, I want more money. Oh, I'm not done yet. He spent 40 million. He didn't even have 1 episode. They gave him another 10, 15, 20 million. So for them to say, oh, 500,000 is so much, they're full of it. They are full of it. So my thing is, why then Charlemagne show this, like tell Black people about the story of how Netflix gave one person 55 million and never got 1 episode, and they just wrote the entire thing off as a loss. So you see, even if they had paid Auntie Monique like 5 million and it didn't work out, it's not a big deal. They have the money. They can write that off as a loss. And guess what? I guess it's a tax, like it works for your taxes. So it's not a big deal. So for him to sit there and act like the owners of Netflix were going to take money out of their own pockets and go pay Auntie Monique, oh, that's 500,000. You ask, no, it's a corporation. It's a publicly traded business with shareholders, with stocks. They've got all kinds of money. It's not a private citizen trying to pay Monique $500,000. It's a corporation. And if it doesn't work out, like sometimes deals don't work out, they'll just write it off as a loss. What is the problem? What's the issue here? Why do you have to call her donkey of the day? Like, this is a fucking clown. Okay? But they're a bunch of scammers. All they do is scam.
Okay. And they gave him $11 million more.
Yeah.
And he went and bought himself some Rolls Royces and never made a show.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Imagine if a Black person had taken their money to go buy cars, buy shoes, buy clothes. You'd be getting called all kinds of N-word. Getting caught, I'm like, and this is what they tell you is ninja behavior, right? Instead of actually doing his job, he took the money to buy Rolls Royces, shoes, bags, vacations, all kinds of stuff, right? Like, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Hold on.
You're right. Well, now, according to Deadline, the dude's been indicted and arrested for wire fraud directly connected to this particular story with Netflix. They wrote the following: federal prosecutors have indicted Carl Rinch for allegedly taking $11 million from Netflix for a long-promised sci-fi series that simply never got made. In a case with Keanu Reeves cameos, some bad crypto deals, a pledge to be able to control lighting, 5 Rolls Royces, and a scathing portrait of an industry drunk on its own content needs, the 47...
He bought 5 Rolls Royces right there. He bought 5 Rolls Royces.
Ronin director is...
For what reason? For what reason? And you think nobody at Netflix knew he was out here balling out of control, buying all these cars? Like, there's only but so many Rolls Royce dealers in LA. Like, be so for real, right? So I'm like, he bought 5 Rolls Royces. And what they were trying to offer Monique for the whole 4-year thing and her whole Netflix deal is just 1 Rolls Royce. This dude went and bought 5. He went and he bought 5. And I'm like, why didn't Charlemagne tell his Black community about that? Okay, because his job, his role is to degrade people, demean people, embarrass people, shame you, and have every single Black person, even a child, make fun of you. Like when they catch a runaway slave and they bring him here and beat the person in front of us to scare you into running away, that's exactly what Charlemagne does. He's a slave catcher. He's the one who's happy to run behind a slave who tried to run away, right? To bring them back in front of everybody and proceed to beat the person to the white meat. Make it make sense. Why didn't you talk about the story though? Because the whole point was I was given marching orders by the ZZs to execute this lady, to shame this woman publicly. And then to have my people point her with the finger, oh, here goes the fool, here goes the fat Black woman, here goes the dark-skinned Black woman. She doesn't know her place. Disgusting. Seriously disgusting.
Looking like the rest of his life is going to be behind bars if found guilty. So what did he do with all the money? Well, let's see. Where did it go? I had it highlighted here. There it is. Wrench used the money he had left to speculate on cryptocurrency and on personal expenses and luxury items, including approximately $1.7 million in personal credit card bills, approximately $1 million on lawyers to sue Netflix to get more money from them. He used Netflix money to sue Netflix to try to get more money
what
from
I'm
them.
talking about. I love that strategy.
I love that. And for lawyers related to his divorce, approximately $400,000 to stay at the Four Seasons Hotel and at various luxury rental properties.
Why you got divorced?
Approximately $3.7 million on furniture and antiques, including approximately $600,000 to purchase 2 mattresses.
2 mattresses?
He's going to the mattresses, John.
I like a good sleep as anybody, but $600,000 on 2 mattresses and approximately $300,000.
So he spent almost $650,000 on 2 mattresses. And they were only trying to give Monique $500,000. But this man is out here spending that kind of money on mattresses. Only 2 mattresses. But she's donkey of the day. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. People are fucking clowns. Let's keep going.
$1,000 on luxury bedding and linens, approximately $2.4 million to purchase 5 Rolls Royces and 1 Ferrari, and approximately $650,000 on watches and clothing.
Yeah, I think
no show.
I think Netflix is missing the bigger picture. This is the movie.
This is your 6-part docu-series.
They this love
true crime documentaries.
Stan.
This is insanity. You guys, hold on. Let's be watching this. Y'all gotta wake up tomorrow and go to my class, but hold on.
Oh, I thought it was exactly the amount of people that will watch.
And do you think this is specific to comedians? Because I do know they've given out multi-million-dollar deals to Ava DuVernay, Shonda Rhimes. So you think it's specific to the comedy industry?
Well, I'll let you answer it. What Black female comedian got the multi-million-dollar deal? Name her.
I know.
But don't you think it's coming? I'm sure Tiffany Haddish will be presented with something if she hasn't already.
Well, but we got to speak about.
You see this? So he wants Tiffany Haddish to be the first one to get a multi-million-dollar deal. That drunk ass Eritrean, man, please. You see? And then they gonna come hit you with the, Charlamagne is an FBA. Charlamagne, he an FBA. Charlamagne, shut the fuck up. This FBA shit is so fucking clownish. Like, I'm like, oh, shut up. I'll be the first one to throw each other under a bus, a fucking hammer, a fucking machete for a ZZ. Go sit down somewhere, okay? So he wants Tiffany Haddish. Did this girl funny? This goofy ass, drunk ass, DUI having ass Eritrean. She funny? He find her funny. Nobody finds her funny. She harasses people at award shows. She drunk wherever she goes. She stays getting a DUI. She's a hot ass mess. She's a mess. She's not funny. She hasn't even earned her place in comedy. Kevin Hart put her on. When you think about the 10, 20 plus years of Monique doing Queens of Comedy, Tiffany Haddish, she deserves, Tiffany Haddish should be the first Black woman in America to get a multi-million-dollar deal. You know what? Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something real quick. I really understand why Charlamagne is a shield for the Democratic Party. Have you not noticed a thing when it comes to this goofy ass, this goofy ass Democratic Party, this goofy ass DNC? And it's funny how they love a Black immigrant. Okay, they love themselves a black, Afro, whatever you call them people, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris. They love that shit. So he's looking at her, his fellow FBA, right? Tariq Nasheed, where you at? Okay, so he's the quote unquote FBA from North Carolina, looking at another FBA, okay, from Baltimore, and he's saying to her, he said, well, I'm sure he doesn't discount the fact that a Black woman should get a multi-million-dollar deal. But he's going to look at Auntie Monique, who has an Oscar, by the way, who's had a sitcom, by the way, who was never, ever given anything. Her spot on Queens of Comedy, she earned that shit. Everything she's ever done, she earned that shit. When she first came on Moesha, on the Moesha show, right? People just loved her. She's just fucking funny. She's fucking funny, right? The Parkers overtook Moesha. It was more entertaining to watch the Parkers, but Auntie Monique pursuing Dr. Ogilvy. Yes, y'all. Okay. It was way more interesting to watch the Parkers than to watch Moesha. Okay. Hold on. Sure, how y'all spell his name, child? I can't. Okay. Right? This is how we live. It was way more interesting. Everybody was watching the Parkers. Okay. We're the Parkers. Okay. Right? We were all watching the Parkers. It was more interesting to watch the Parkers than to actually watch Moesha. What the heck? Okay? Because it was funny. It was really, really funny. It was so funny. Right? And contests and stuff like that. It was a good kiki because Moesha was a little too sterile. Anyways, right? But everything she's ever had, she's earned it. Her performance in Precious, she killed it. Like seriously, it was actually really scary. It was so good, it was scary. Okay? It was actually scary. It truly was frightening because she was really mean. I'm like, damn. Okay. Damn. Okay. She earned this. She has an Oscar. I think she's like the third person, right? I think she's like the third Black American woman, African American woman to have an Oscar. Like, it's not that many people. So after, like, and then the movies and this and that, the sales at the box office, right? But he's gonna look at her and say, oh yeah, I'm sure, maybe I'm sure one day a Black woman is going to get it, but it's going to be Tiffany Haddish, right? And somehow people want me to believe that Charlemagne is not fucking evil. People want me to believe that Charlemagne is not biased. People want me to believe that Charlemagne, he's always capping for like the so-called cool kids. Like, who are the cool Black kids, right? Beyonce, Jay-Z, Kevin Hart, Tiffany Haddish, oh my gosh, Dave Chappelle, Kid Rock. Like, if you gotta be on the cool team, Kevin Hart, the like mainstream cool, like, right? If you're with the cool kids, Charlemagne will have your back because he has no integrity. He's a bitch. He has no fucking integrity because who in the right mind will say, oh yeah, Netflix, pay Monique $500,000, but give Tiffany Haddish millions of dollars for what? She funny? She has the same resume as Monique. She can go, like, if it came to stand up, if it really came to stand up comedy, she can go toe to toe, joke for joke with Monique. Seriously, if oh my gosh, if Uncle Bernie was alive, if Bernie Mac was alive, he will find her funny. He will find this woman funny. No, but you understand, right? It's all about protecting the Black assets of the ZZs. So if you have a 360 deal, if you're a slave, if you are a submissive slave, right? If you are if you're the model slave for any of the ZZs, Charlemagne will have your back. But anybody who revolts against plantation behavior, right? Because Nikki does not have a 360. She's independent. Right? He's going to go above and beyond to ridicule her. When it comes to, I'm not a big fan of Baby, but nonetheless, he did something big in hip hop, right? He going to ridicule him too because they own their own shit. It come to Auntie Monique because she didn't want to bend down to Tyler Perry. She didn't want to bend down to Lee Daniels. She didn't want to bend down to Oprah Winfrey and Paramount. He going to ridicule her as well. Right? Who else? Give me somebody else. When it comes to Dame, right? Because Dame didn't want to bend down to Leor. He didn't want to bend down to the ZZs, right? And so Jay-Z's the winner, right? So he has to ridicule Dame. This is what he does. This is what he does. Okay? That's all he does. But to really sit here, and that's, I'm telling you, like the Breakfast Club, their audience, they're low IQ. It's a low IQ audience. They're just like the people who listen to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk only has a freaking high school degree. You got grown people with master's degree, PhDs, allowing themselves to be led by Charlie Kirk. A dude with only a high school degree. The most he's ever done in school was fulfill a high school diploma. And even that, I would love to know his GPA. Then you got these goofy Black people over here who are also allowing themselves to be led by a man who's 47 years old and only has a GED. Do you see this? America is all about clowning people. Okay? Right? He's like, it's a freaking joke. Anybody who goes against the system, if you're Black and you go against the plantation, if you are Black and you are in the entertainment space and you go against the plantation, Leonard is going to sit his goofy ass on the Breakfast Club and proceed to call you Donkey of the Day, call you all kinds of dumb, all kinds of stupid, trying to gaslight you, cackle like a fucking hyena to get into your, because he wants you to go stupid. That's all he does. He is so antagonistic. He is passive aggressive. He's full of microaggression. That's like a fucking Karen. Okay? That's all he does. Because you don't have the right to be independent. You don't have the right to own your shit because he is a slave. But how can you sit here and tell people that you believe that Tiffany Haddish should be the first Black woman comedian from Eritrea, that her goofy ass East African ass, okay? She needs to be the first Black woman in America to get a multi-million-dollar deal from Netflix. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out this fucking orbit. You ain't shit. You ain't never gonna be shit. You were never shit. You just ain't shit, right? He's a fucking evil person. Hold on.
The sisters that's done it. See, when Wanda Sykes is number 100 on Comedy Central's top comedians ever.
Number 70.
I'm sorry, Daddy, number 70 on the top 100 ever. But they offer her 250.
Exactly.
So what do you say to that, Lamar?
Well, I actually asked about that. I spoke to somebody at Netflix, and they offered that deal to Wanda Sykes.
He said he spoke. So you see, he said, he spoke to someone at Netflix. You see? So that's how you know he was sent by somebody at Netflix. They gave him marching orders. That's it. I actually spoke to somebody at Netflix. Oh, okay. Right? So then Wanda Sykes also, they offered her $250. She's also FBA, right? But that's okay. But somehow, if they were to ever give $1 million deal, it should go to Tiffany Haddish. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Okay?
Well, this guy that does these stand-up deals even got in the position. They offered this deal to her some years ago.
Does it seem strange that you always have an answer when our finish line keeps getting moved? When our finish line keeps getting moved. When I say, name me one Black female comedian that's got the $1 million payday, I'm waiting to hear the answer.
Right. So you think it's specific to comedians? Because I don't know on Netflix any. But I can't say for sure.
In history, name her.
Well, I would ask what Black female comedian has sold out 50 arenas around the
world.
Well,
what I would tell you is there's 4 beautiful Black female comedians that we just got a Legends Award. Her name is Samore. Her name is Adele. Her name is Miss Laura. Her name is Monique. And when the Queens of Comedy,
and you see how he tries to gaslight people. Have you ever seen Charlamagne go on tour? This dude is so funny. Who done 50 tours? Charlamagne, have you ever done one tour? Okay. Can he even do a town hall? Let's start there. Can Charlamagne even host a town hall? Can Charlamagne even fill up a bar? Can you imagine someone who is not talented? Charlamagne has no fucking talent. He has no talent. Like talking shit, yapping like a little bitch, being on some feminine energy, being a slave, that is not a fucking talent. Okay? It's an indictment on your idiocy. You're a fucking idiot. You're a useful idiot for the ZZs. Like you're just a goofy ass clown, right? Has he ever booked a single arena? He's ever gone on tour? He is not funny. What would you talk about on tour? You gonna tell us how much money he took from Kamala Harris? Okay, shut up. The thing is, when it comes to packing out arenas and doing this, and that, the problem is you need people to bring those deals to you. You can't just go there by yourself because it's very expensive. And many of those venues are owned by Live Nation. Like a lot of venues across America are owned by Live Nation. But you say these things like that because you know that the average Black person doesn't know how people go on tour, how tours are booked, how you have to work with Live Nation and things up. Even to sell your tickets, you got to go to a Ticketmaster. Live Nation is owned by the ZZs. Ticketmaster is owned by the ZZs. It's a lot of stuff that goes into it. You got to have what they call promoters. You need promoters. So it's not that she can't do it. Right? She has not been presented with the offer to do it because maybe if she does it, she gonna put these white girls to shame. Go sit down somewhere. If bunch of homicidal freaks, right, like Lil Durk and all these little demons, and their demonic ass drill music, their demonic ass killer music, homicidal music, if they can fill up arenas, so can she. So can she. If you can sing about murdering people, killing other Black people, and you can pack out arenas, I'm pretty sure you can pack out arenas to actually make people laugh and to not celebrate the murders of Black people. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. Because you carefully, like you make sure to omit a lot of the whole, like the whole logistics, like the business side of logistics, right? You make sure to keep your goofy ass Black audience completely ignorant of how logistics work and how all those venues, the majority of those venues, belong to the ZZs. And if one ZZ doesn't like you, all he has to do is call other ZZs and they will not let you perform in their venue. Just like that, just like Jimmy Iovine said to Master P, if you don't sign with me, I will make sure that you don't have a deal with me, but you don't have a deal with no one because I know everybody in this town. And it's not a joke. When people say they own America, it's real. It's very real. So it's not because it's impossible. But usually when it comes to going on tour, you got to have a promoter. You got to have the thing with Live Nation. You got to have Ticketmaster on board. It's a lot that goes into it. And usually it's not a talent that's responsible for putting up that kind of shit. It's usually Live Nation. Like, be so for real, right? But he says shit like that to make her sound like she's crazy. Like, why? Because he's being paid, he's being bought, and he has marching orders to do the devil's work. Foolishness. Hold on.
On tour, so we made history. And I don't know if you've done your homework because we were the only female group, Black, white, Latin, Asian, to sell out consecutively around this country. But you'll disregard that because you'll say, well, what did you do yesterday? So you can't take it away.
But if I'm doing business and I'm basing it off doing a deal with somebody who did this last year as opposed to doing it 15 years ago or 20 years ago, whenever it was, wouldn't it make more sense to do it with the person who did it just a couple years ago?
If you're doing business and you say, what's Monique's resume? Now you're the businessman and you're looking at that resume and everything on that resume says number one. Everything on that resume says sell out. Now all of a sudden, is it going to change, businessman?
Yeah. If I was saying,
He's so full of shit. Your resume shows years of experience. He's full of shit. It shows years of experience. Also, when it comes to celebrity, sometimes not having done something in a while is actually good for you because then people don't have you fatigue, right? If you take a long break or you haven't been outside, like for example, when Dave Chappelle ran to Africa, right? When Dave Chappelle left the Chappelle show and he just disappeared, went to Africa, he disappeared, right? People were yearning to know what happened, wanted to hear from him. They wanted to see him. So when he came back, there was such a crave for him because he had been gone for so long, right? Sometimes doing stuff back to back to back to back or always doing something can also hurt your desirability because people have seen you too much. So they have fatigue. Which is why I believe that many entertainers today, even these rappers, female rappers, whatever, they're having a hard time selling tickets because people have fatigue. They see them on Instagram. They see them on TikTok, on YouTube, on X. People, today, celebrities are too accessible. So when they go on tour, it's like, why would I go? Because I see everything on social media, right? When you don't see someone enough or when you haven't seen them in a long time, right? There's that nostalgia. Like you crave seeing them because I'm like, oh yeah, I wonder what she's been up to. I wonder what she's going to say now. What joke is she going to come out with, right? So I'm like, you sound fucking stupid. But once again, the devil sent this man. The devil sent this man saying all kinds of foolishness. It's good for you sometimes to take a break. Because it causes longing for your art. It causes longing for your person. It causes longing for your presence because they haven't heard you from it for a while. So they want to see what do you have to say. But when you're always yapping and yapping, dancing and dancing and twerking all over social media, people don't want to see you. Exactly. Because people see her too much. Exactly, Lonnie. The power of scarcity. So he wants to make it seem like, oh, because you haven't been out every day for the past 6 months, it means that you have lost your connection. No. If you built yourself from the ground up, if you built your name, if you built your brand from the ground up, it doesn't matter if you go, you come back. There will always be people there. And that's why like OG YouTubers will always have a connection. Whenever they come on YouTube, people gonna watch their videos. Anybody who made it from short form content, they don't have that kind of connection with their audience because short form content does not build community. YouTube builds community. Short form content gives you exposure. YouTube actually builds community. So like you're full of it. You are really full of it. But the whole point is to make her sound crazy. And she held her own. Okay, I'm going to have to move on to the next one. But
signed Kobe Bryant today. I'm not going to give Kobe Bryant a $100 million contract.
Well, you're right.
And his resume is amazing.
The difference between Kobe Bryant today and Monique today is when you 36 in the game of basketball, you done lost your step. When you are 50 years old in the game of comedy, you're seasoned.
Exactly.
And if they had to come to Netflix, to your point, because you make a very good point, and Monique had to stumble like a 40-year-old or a 38-year-old Kobe Bryant who's got a ruptured Achilles heel that you got to bounce back from, then it would make sense. But if he dropped 50 and still was dropping buckets, what would you say? Because they watched 2 standing ovations in 2 sold-out clubs.
You're absolutely right, Brother City. Let me ask you this. Why not put together a theater or arena tour?
Shut up.
Oh, I got terrible.
And then come back to the table.
Shut up. Because at the end of the day, no matter what, because he's decided, because she black, it's her job to beg the ZZs to want her. Charlamagne, shut up. Why don't you start your own podcast? Why don't you start your own podcast? Anyways, let's move on to this one. If I can find the clip, I'll give you a second. Hold on. Because I really have to lay the groundwork for people to see how much Charlamagne goes against any black person who has left the plantation. Any black person that owns their IP, owns their masters, believes in themselves, is not allowing any ZZ to eat off of them, right? Charlamagne is the attack dog. He's the attack dog. So hold on. Let me play this one as well, because I got time for this fool. How do I find my stuff? Hold on. Okay. Hold on, you guys.
Breakfast Club, and she's here.
Yes, the queen.
Right.
Hey.
Nicki Minaj.
Nikki.
What's up?
Good morning, Nikki.
Have you had breakfast yet? Because I
If you
got
about to pull out some bacon,
I told him to get you covered.
turkey bacon.
That's not even the right
We
turkey
don't get
bacon that I eat. I don't eat this one. I eat the real crispy one. I don't eat that brand.
It's too thick,
It's
right?
burnt.
No. But it's not crispy. It gotta be
listen.
crunchy and crispy. That's the wrong one.
You know what, Charlamagne? You're fired.
You know what? It's not crispy.
You're fired.
That's not the right one.
That's disgusting.
What's
You're
disgusting?
eating that bacon like that.
No, it's not crispy. I told him to get it for 50 years.
But that's not the right brand. That one never gets crispy. I'm sorry.
What's up with the microwave?
Well, good morning, Nikki. How many stores right now?
How are you?
Roman reloaded the re-up. Now tell us about this perfume line that you also have.
Oh well, I have a nice. Did you smell my perfume yet, Angela?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you.
Yes, I did.
But you
No,
didn't buy it.
I stay up on it.
But you didn't buy it.
Not yet.
Okay, you a hater. You a hater because it smelled mad good.
It did smell good though. I will say that.
So
I just did a little spray test and everything.
But why did you even spray test it if you wasn't planning on buying it? If you liked it,
She was too busy getting drunk fit. She didn't buy that either. I'll tell you, I got it.
I showed some
hater.
spray lipstick, and I will. Now I'm
And notice, like, you guys can't see this, but you should notice how he has no manners. So he's eating pork in her face. He's eating pork, he's chewing in her face, and breathing in her face. This dude is so nasty. He is so disgusting. Like, he is like eating the pork and he's the bacon and he's like breathing in her face, chewing in her face. He is so disgusting. What is this?
make sure I go and buy it. But yes, and I actually
I'm gonna
work.
give you one. I'm gonna give you a perfume. We might have an extra one today.
That's what I was really hoping for.
It's the Breakfast Club.
And what music are you playing? Oh, don't cut this off.
This is the part I love. See, this is the part I love.
Let's see how much juice you got, son.
When we come back, we got places to
We gonna play high school.
When we come
We're
back,
not only gonna play high school though.
Okay.
And y'all, that's what I don't like about y'all New York people.
No,
Y'all,
there you go.
D-Rod stuff that got a big name on it.
this is what I
It's
love.
on the break records one, so let's go.
That's
Let's
what I'm
go.
talking about.
Like stop. Y'all need to start trying to break records and start listening to people's music.
What?
I mean, that's the DJ. That's the DJ's job.
Continuation of what I was saying in Clue last night. In Clue, I know you ain't even up yet. You lazy. Bye.
Okay. Well, Nicki Minaj, what you want to hear when we come back, Nicki?
Why y'all don't have the songs queued up though?
What we got to hear first.
Okay, but I want to hear High School. I want to hear Hell Yeah. I want to hear I'm Legit. I want to hear Up in Flames.
That's only Queens right
But
there.
you don't even know these songs. You guys do not clearly don't support me. Neither does Clue. But that's neither here nor there. But those are the songs that I would like y'all to play.
Andy, come on, be a real DJ.
I don't understand why I'm coming to radio and y'all don't even have my songs ready to be picked.
Wait, hold on. That's the DJ. Look at MD when you say all that.
Envy actually has the clean.
No, they don't do their job. They just sit there and gossip. They gossip. They smear your name. They just gossip all day. That's all they do.
Roman reloaded re-up album.
Thank you, P.
Well, then let's start. Let's
We will.
go.
We gotta pay bills when we come back. Let's do it.
Well,
It's
that's
Breakfast
the
Club.
main focus.
And we have those records.
Yes.
That's the main focus of the kid coming to the radio.
Yeah.
When the kid comes to the radio, the kid comes to hear her songs on the radio.
That's right. Now I got Nikki back now. See the ball in this bitch. Now.
Power 105.1 is the Breakfast Club. Good morning. Nicki Minaj is here.
Yeah, she's been there 15 minutes. I offered her breakfast. She threw the bacon back at me, said it wasn't crispy enough. She's punked DJ Envy.
She punked me too.
She did that
Punk
punk
me.
me.
She just asked
called
for
Angela
the
Yee a
song.
hater. Now y'all want to turn her mic
They
on?
turn my mic off. Why y'all doing me like that?
I can't help but think this is how Mariah Carey felt.
Oh.
I can't help but think that.
You guys, hold on. I have so many videos, okay? That's this one. Hold on. Let me play this one with baby. Hold on. Give me a second. Always out here triggering people. Where's that one? Y'all, give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. Let me do this one. Okay. I can't play their stuff. Okay. Always disrespecting people. Okay. Let me do this. Sorry, y'all. Bear with me.
You're watching The Breakfast Club.
Is it?
Y'all ready? Yes, sir. I'm gonna start this shit off straight, telling all three of y'all stop playing with my name. Let's go on in. Let's go. Stop playing with my fucking name. Let's go.
Let's do it on camera.
Stop playing with my name.
Let's go right on in.
Nigga, when my name come up, respect it.
Let's go.
Stop playing with my fucking name. All three of y'all, stop playing with my name.
Yeah, they play
I
too
ain't gonna
much.
say it no more.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ MV, Angela Yee, Charlemagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. We got a special guest in the building.
He done cursed us out. Tell him, get it off your chest, Birdman.
I said it already. I ain't gotta talk no more.
Cause I don't understand the angle. Like what?
I said it already.
So why come here?
I did it already. I'm here. So what's happening?
I mean, it's all good, but I'm saying
here.
why
And I'm here. What's happening?
I'm all good, but I'm saying why come here and just
I'm
curse
here.
us
What's
up?
happening, man? I wanted to see you. I wanted to talk to you and your man in your face.
Absolutely.
You understand me? I knew a few places you was at. I could have pulled up, but I don't think that was gangster. I wanted to come look you in your face like a man and tell you how I feel.
Okay.
You understand me? Straight up like a man.
So what's
No
the
shit,
issue?
no shit. Ain't no issue. If it was an issue, you'll feel me. I just come to let y'all know, stop, put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on it.
Did you pull up on Ross that way or Trick Daddy?
And I'm pulling up on you, nigga.
Yeah, but I'm the radio guy. Why pull up on the radio guy? Don't act tough with the radio
I
guy.
hate my nigga. Y'all finished?
So, I'm a radio guy, but you talk like you talk reckless. So you know you don't know how to fight. You don't know how to fight, but you talk reckless to people, and you talk reckless about people, and you encourage your stupid ass audience to talk reckless about people. You know what I mean? Even I'm not a big fan of Birdman because I do think he abused Lil Wayne, but I can see how he feels as though compared to Leonard, is that his name, right? Leonard, what's it called? Leonard Indentured Servant, okay? He's a servant, okay? If you built your own stuff and you have some clown like Leonard talk about you, no, even me, I'm pulling up. This is crazy. But I'm like, count the number of people who have pulled up on this man for disrespect. So for people to sit here and try to gaslight Dame like he's insane, no, he's not insane. Like you guys, there are so many people who pulled up on this guy. I'm like, at this rate, he should have bodyguards. Hold on.
Y'all done. I ain't got no more talking. That's right.
All right.
Yeah, look. See you later, nigga.
Press Siegel again.
Now, here's another one. We're not done, you guys. It's like Candace. Oh, why are you suing me? I'm just a mom in the basement. No, Candace. You are talking about people's private parts. Okay? Now, let's see this one. Hold on.
Press Siegel again.
Let me see. You see, there's so many rappers checking this man, you guys. I can't even keep up at this rate. He triggers people. He's really out here just triggering folks. Hold on. Let me play this one. Hold on.
And Siegel is only loyal to someone when he has something
Pull up to the Breakfast Club just to cut.
Recently featured Siegel on a song, but Siegel didn't appreciate being called a backstabber.
I know you say I'm not qualified to speak on it. I'm just observing it, but it just seemed like, you know, loyalty with you lies with who's providing you opportunity at the time.
Get the as if that don't sound like him. As if your loyalty goes to whoever feeding you at the time. That sounds like you, Leonard. Okay, Leonard, whatever. Okay, that sounds like you deflecting because he learned that from his easy people. Foolishness. Yo, there's a whole compilation. This is what Charlamagne does. This is what he does. You know, and I'm like, you know me, I'm not a street person, but I understand there's a cost to pay if you get stigmatized as a snitch, a sellout. You know what I mean? It can really ruin your reputation because who wants to be around a snitch? Who wants to be around a fake ass person, a sellout? So the things he's saying, streetwise, you can truly put somebody in harm's way. And we know Charlamagne is not somebody who speaks with facts. He assumes. Well, I just assume. Your assumptions can get someone killed. Shut up, dumbass.
Yeah, Charlamagne, man. Provide me what loyalty? With who? He ain't provide me no opportunity. He ain't called me and asked me to do that. I did that. I walked.
And somebody even wrote in the caption. Let me show you. Somebody even wrote in the comments that don't forget that Charlamagne is a product of Wendy Williams. Joe, I can't see it here, huh? You see, Charlamagne is a gossip queen, right? Beanie said you sit up here and your job is to play games, right? He like people just know. He just out here triggering people. But I don't know where the comment is, you guys. I don't know how, okay. But there's a person who wrote, don't play with, somebody said, oh, don't forget that Charlamagne is a product of Wendy Williams. And that's what Dave said. You give off sissy, like you have sissy energy because it's not manly to sit there all day and gossip about other grown men. There's nothing manly about that. It's disgusting. Okay?
Meek wasn't even there. It was just O'Malley in the studio.
So how called you to the studio?
No.
Meek called you to the studio?
No.
Siegel explains that he wasn't even trying to get on the song with Meek, saying he just happened to come to the studio while they were recording it. But 25 minutes into the interview, Charlamagne circles back, accusing Siegel of faking being cool with Meek, despite not liking him. In response, Siegel tries to help Charlamagne understand the situation with Meek better, but things quickly start getting heated.
I know y'all keep going back to this, but it's true. He was in the studio with Meek 8 days prior.
Did not just answer that.
But you knew he wasn't. You said he was. You didn't think he was real when you was in the studio with him.
All right, put it like this: is Kanye a street?
Absolutely not.
Huh?
Absolutely.
But when Kanye put that phone call in, you know the stories. Who was there? He put the call in. I was there, strapped tooth to nail, ready to bust ass about them, because he a part of our family. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, people that don't know.
You know how you don't understand? Because you know why? Because you not from that cloth.
Wow, that's cool. I don't get
you not. That's why you don't understand that.
For the last 10 minutes of the interview, it became obvious Charlamagne was trying to get under Siegel's skin by saying stuff to portray him in a negative light.
You see? So that's why I say, who sent this man to do that? Why is he doing this? So you're not a street person. You don't understand the ramification of accusing someone of being a snitch. Y'all, this stuff is real. Like for us civilians, like us normal black civilians, right? We say shit because for us it's entertainment. But for street people, it's not entertainment. There is a code. There is a real code, and it can get you killed. In the words of what's his name? Oh my gosh, what's my boy's name? They're gonna turn your TV off, okay? But I'm like, you can't go around accusing people of being fake, snitches, sellouts, and things like that because streetwise, there are real ramifications, and he doesn't care. And his job is to just trigger people, antagonize people. Charlamagne reminds me of his Easy Masters who sign black boys who are in gangs, and they tell these young men, talk about your ops. This, your ops. Tell your op, oh, I'm about to go dance on your grave or your mother's grave, whatever grave, because they know it will eventually escalate the violence, and then someone's going to die, and then they can rake in their life insurance. They take on all their rappers. Why would you do this? Because man, listen, my head hurts.
But I hear you talk about the kids' clothes. You remember you did the State Property clothing line. I remember the interview you did where you said they got the little compartments to hide your guns and hide your dope. Like it could have that looks crazy. And when you think
quiet, Charlamagne, shut up.
Charlamagne then decides to bring up the beef with Meek Mill one more time, but that was the last straw for Siegel because he completely shut Charlamagne down, telling Charlamagne not to play with him since he's really about that life.
If you see like Meek calls you and be like, yo, Mac, what's up? Let's squash this.
Put the phone call on and sit down and talk about it.
In your mind, you still think he's not real. He's a sucker.
Why you keep harping on that? We answered that. We talked about that.
You like
so don't talk out your neck because you want what you want. If you're saying you want unity, stop keep doing that, man.
Exactly.
Don't stop playing with me, man. Stop running your mouth. You shouldn't. It's dangerous.
Yep.
It's dangerous.
Yep.
No doubt.
You're talking about somebody who went to war with police. It's dangerous.
Yep.
Attempted murders in the height of my career. It's dangerous.
Yep.
You don't know nothing about that, man.
No.
You sit up here and your job is to play games.
Exactly.
Play with something safe, man. Don't play with me.
Yes. Just sit there, play games, and he played games with people's careers. He plays games with people's reputation. Like your name. When you're a person, your reputation is all you got. Charlamagne will sit up there and do everything. Throw mud, spit, poo-poo, you name it. J-Lo's fart, you name it, at your reputation. He doesn't care because he ain't never built shit. Bitch.
Things Siegel earlier said about Charlamagne picking on female rappers seems to check out because in another interview with Master P, Charlamagne got checked again for disrespecting the
So
female.
now he's picking on Master P. Y'all, listen. It's only because they're all afraid of Jay-Z that they want to gaslight Damon Dash. That's it. Go sit on some
Rapper. In a 2015 Breakfast Club interview with rapper and record producer Master P, things were going well until Charlamagne asked a question about Master P's record label, No Limit Records. Charlamagne wanted to know how the label was promoting their projects, but in the process made some out-of-pocket comments about Mercedes, one of Master P's signed artists.
There was a time when No Limit was dropping every week. There was a No Limit product in stores every week. Except for Mercedes. We never saw that. And I always wanted to see that. She had a fat ass.
Yeah, see that, bro. Hold on, man. Don't talk about Mercedes.
Oh, my bad. I ain't no
That's so disrespectful. Nah, she ain't family, but still, though, with all my people, man, you know how I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we good, man. Ain't no, you know how we get out. Yeah.
Charlamagne quickly tried to change the subject to make things less awkward, but Master P wasn't going to let him off that easy, checking Charlamagne and letting him know not to disrespect women like that.
But how was you setting it up, though, for promotion-wise?
What you mean, set?
Because it was dropping. They were dropping every week. So how was people able to know? Okay, unless you was going to the record.
Now let's go back to this, dog. Let's respect, because I'm not gonna talk about your sister, your mama.
Gotcha.
No, we need to.
So
You know what I'm saying?
See? And what did Auntie Monique say? Would you talk about your mom this way? Would you talk about your auntie this way? He has a problem. He is extremely disrespectful. These ZZs got this man. He really smelling his own fart and J-Lo's fart. Disgusting. Oh Lord Jesus, I can't. Oh my head. Oh gosh, I got class tomorrow.
And like that's the first thing, because I know you do your radio thing, and I respect that. But at the same time, Mercedes is she a female.
Oh, my fault. Yeah, you're right, man. But she did look good on that cover.
Yeah, she look good. That's your opinion.
But that wasn't the only time Charlamagne the God got checked for playing with the rapper's name, because in 2016, Birdman stormed the Breakfast Club studio with his crew just to cuss Charlamagne out before leaving immediately after. The year before the incident, Lil Wayne had a major fallout with Birdman's record label, Cash Money Records, since Wayne felt the label was holding him and his music prisoner. But when Charlamagne was asked by DJ Vlad what he thought about the situation, he went on to troll Birdman for doing Wayne like that after kissing Weezy on the mouth, and also said Birdman's record label would be nothing without Lil Wayne.
What do you think about Lil Wayne's rip for the Cash Money?
Oh man, I mean that's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt because Lil Wayne has been with Baby forever. Listen, they kissed in the mouth. That's a different kind of contract. Like you can't.
I hope people see how he's a little bitch. Like my thing is, listen, I think for the most part, everybody really was like Team Carter. Okay. Weezy the Baby. Like, I think most people were really heartbroken to realize that Baby was not paying Lil Wayne. He was not giving his money. He was not letting go of his masters. We also feel like, something weird was going on. Could he have molested Lil Wayne? That's a real thing. But I feel like there's a masculine way to bring about these conversations. And let's assume that Lil Wayne was molested by Baby, right? You're sitting here making a joke. You're making light of the fact that Birdman kissed him in the mouth. Did you ever wonder if Lil Wayne even had any opportunity to consent or to say, like, don't touch me? Right? Who sits there and makes fun of people's trauma? That's disgusting. Now, I get it. When it came to his wife, he I guess, drunked her up because she got so drunk. She passed out, and then he slept with her. And when she woke up, she asked him, like, did we have sex? He said yes, and he made light of it. So I understand, like, he has a tendency of making fun of people who are sexually assaulted because he does that too, right? But that is not funny. It's extremely triggering because I personally believe that Lil Wayne was molested. I really do. And this is not the way that you go about talking about something so sensitive. You don't make fun of people's trauma because it seems like you're staying up for Wayne, but you're really not. It's just gossip to you. And I feel like with Charlamagne too, because like I said, he's poor. He was always poor. Morally, he's poor. He's bankrupt. Okay. So I feel like he was so desperate to make the Breakfast Club a success. He was willing to troll. He was willing to be outrageous. He learned that from Wendy. And these are the kinds of people, these are the kinds of goyim that the ZZs actually love. But it's extremely dangerous to play with people like that. Their trauma, their names, their reputation, their businesses, their credibility, because that's all they have. That is really all they have. It's disgusting. Fool.
Shit on the person that you've kissed in the mouth publicly. Y'all got tattoos of each other, yo. Like, this is different. Right. This is like a bad breakup. Listen, I just don't understand why would you want to sign the Birdman after seeing how he did his son, the man he kissed in the mouth, the man who made Cash Money what it is. First, let's be clear. Cash Money would be dead if it wasn't for Lil Wayne.
Later that year, Rick Ross was also asked about the Cash Money Lil Wayne situation on The Breakfast Club, and he let it be known that he doesn't have a relationship with Birdman and doesn't respect what Birdman's putting Lil Wayne through.
What's your relationship with Birdman?
I don't have one with Birdman. You know what I'm saying? If you read the Source magazine, you will see that, right now, and really me just seeing what Wayne going through as an artist, him being a boss, me idolizing Birdman at the time, me looking up to Lil Wayne, Wayne being the first artist to make so many feats, not just as an artist, but an artist coming from the South. That's something that I took personal. So for me to see the way things are transpiring, I can't respect that, and I don't respect that.
It looked like the Breakfast Club crew were intentionally trying to get Birdman's attention because Charlamagne also got Trick Daddy to speak on Birdman, and Trick Daddy had some concerning things to say, suggesting that Birdman might be gay.
So you don't like Birdman? Y'all got a little issue?
No, I don't. I've done business with Birdman. Some are good, some is bad. I just think when you're trying to be a CEO and you try to be a rapper and you try to be a ladies' man and you try to be a girlfriend and you try to be
a girlfriend,
a Crip and a Blood.
You trying to be a girlfriend?
Why you call him a girlfriend?
I don't know. That's what they said.
Oh, you know what?
I'm like DJ Khaled. I got it from the streets.
After months of bringing his name up on their show, the Breakfast Club finally invited Birdman himself, but Baby honored the invitation for one reason, and one reason only, to come and check the whole Breakfast Club crew.
Y'all ready? Yes, sir. I want to start this shit off straight, telling all three of y'all stop playing with my name. Let's go on in. Let's go. Stop playing with my fucking name.
Let's do it on camera.
Stop playing with my name.
Let's go right on in.
So when my name come up, respect it. Let's go. Stop playing with my fucking name. All three of y'all, stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more.
When the show went on air a few seconds later, Charlamagne, who was probably feeling the awkwardness, let Birdman know that he could get everything off his chest. So Birdman went off on Charlamagne, whom he seemed to particularly have an issue with.
We got a special guest in the building.
He done cursed us out. Tell him, get it off your chest, Birdman.
I wanted to talk to you, man, in your face.
Absolutely.
You understand me? I knew a few places you was at. I could have pulled up, but I don't thought that was gangster. I wanted to come look you in your face like a man and tell you how I feel.
Okay.
You understand me? Straight up like a man.
So what's the issue?
Ain't no issue. If it was an issue, you'll feel me. I just come to let y'all know, stop, put some respect on my name.
Charlamagne talks back to Birdman since he felt Baby should have gone after Rick Ross and Trick Daddy, not a mere radio show host. But Birdman wasn't even trying to hear that and immediately left without doing the interview.
You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on
it. Did you pull up on Ross that way or Trick Daddy?
I'm pulling up on you, Nick.
Yeah, I'm the radio guy. Why pull up on the radio guy? Don't act tough with the radio guy.
I hate my Nick. Y'all finished or y'all done? I ain't got no more talking. That's right.
Years later, though, Charlemagne reportedly got on a call with Birdman, and they squashed the beef. But another short-lived crazy moment on the show was when Fatboy SSE pulled up to the Breakfast Club studio and started wrecking stuff and going off on Charlemagne, because New Jersey rapper Fatboy SSE did an interview with the Breakfast Club in August 2017. But shortly after his interview that day, he came back to the studio and started wrecking the place. His issue was that they had no actual breakfast on the show, and for some reason, he seemed to direct his anger mostly at Charlemagne.
What up, y'all? It's DJ MV Angela Yee, Charlemagne, though.
Hey, what's up, bro? What's up?
What's up with you, bro?
Hey, y'all trying to play me? Y'all and my people were leaving, bro. Where the breakfast at? Breakfast? Where the breakfast at?
Breakfast? You don't even diet. You don't need breakfast.
Where the breakfast at? You don't need breakfast. Hey, you ain't gonna blow my candy.
I bet you if it was a birthday cake, you'd have blew it out faster.
It may have looked like a skit, but the Breakfast Club crew reportedly had no idea Fatboy SSE was going to crash their show. Speaking of viral moments on the show, we gotta talk about Soulja Boy, because not only did things get heated between him and Charlemagne the God, but Soulja's Breakfast Club interview also became one of their most viewed episodes ever. What started their beef was an interview with the Migos back in 2021. During the interview, the Migos and the Breakfast Club crew were talking about the greatest rappers from Atlanta. When DJ Envy mentioned Soulja, Charlemagne claimed Soulja wasn't even from Atlanta.
Now let's talk about this Mount Rushmore of Atlanta, because I saw y'all talking about that. Is that an all-time list y'all feel like y'all should be on, or just
All
the past
time,
decade?
not shout out to the city, but all time though.
You ain't gonna put Soulja Boy in there?
No, Soulja ain't from Atlanta.
Don't start that shit.
I mean, do you see how you just start stuff? Hopefully, we still have a show, you guys. Hopefully, we still have a show. No, I don't think so. No, because I'm not playing the video. Or does it have? No. If you play, you can, like, if you freeze the image and you let the audio play, it's not a problem. But you just can't play, like, you can't put the video. You can't put the video. That's why it's still playing.
Talk about this Mount Rushmore.
Hold on. You can't play the video, but you can do this. Hold on.
It may have seemed like it wasn't that big of a deal, but after Soulja Boy saw the interview, he crashed out on IG Live, calling out Charlemagne, because even if Soulja was born in Chicago, he grew up in Atlanta and is known to rep the city.
Stop playing with me, Charlemagne the God, Breakfast Club. The fuck did you talk about? I'm not from Atlanta. Where the fuck I'm from, nigga? You not from motherfucker. Where the fuck you said you from, nigga? Don't speak on what the fuck, bitch ass. You don't know shit, nigga. Hey, stop speaking on my name, bitch. Fuck you talking about, nigga? It's gonna be this every time. You wanna see me show out? That's what the fuck you gonna get, cause ain't no finna sit here telling me where I'm from, nigga.
And that wasn't the only time Big Draco had an issue with Charlemagne. They also got into an argument when Soulja was on the Breakfast Club 3 years earlier. Because while a lot of people believe Tyga had the biggest comeback of 2018, Soulja Boy believed he had the biggest comeback since he signed a record deal and did 4 new TV shows. But during the interview, Charlemagne let Soulja know that being a musical artist, a comeback needs to involve Soulja actually releasing a hit song, which he didn't do.
Y'all ignored me, bro. Y'all laughed at me, bro, and shitted on me, bro, like I was nothing. And now I'm back with a vengeance, bro.
I agree with that. You just didn't have the biggest comeback of 2018. In order to have the biggest comeback, you got to come back with a massive hit. Because you're a musical artist.
Yo, Charlemagne, Tyga had a record. This nigga right here talk about Tyga. The nigga that lost his bitch to Travis Scott.
Oh, shit. Holy shit.
The nigga that Travis Scott nutted in the bitch and got her pregnant.
Damn. Holy shit, Big Draco.
That
Charlemagne did have a point, but he decided to take things further by calling Soulja out on what Charlemagne called his famous lies, including Soulja's recent claim about signing a $400 million endorsement deal.
Now, let's go through some of your most famous lies, right?
Lies or lies?
Lies.
Okay, lies.
Now, you announced you had a $400 million deal with the World Poker
That was
Fund.
facts, nigga. What is what?
You said it was an $80 million a year contract for 5 years for in-flight
Facts,
gaming.
nigga. Google it. I still got the contract right now. What is you talking about?
Well, the company said it turned out that it was just shares that were valued at $2.5 million.
Well, millions is millions, baby.
No, Soulja. Millions is not millions. You can't say 400 million and the stock is only 2.5.
Millions
That's a big difference.
Millions is millions, my baby.
So that was a real deal. It just wasn't.
That was real, Charlotte.
It wasn't the initial number you said.
Yeah, but it was real though.
After getting Big Draco to admit that the $400 million deal thing was capped, Charlemagne went back to talking about Soulja's alleged comeback, saying Meek Mill had a better comeback since he beefed with Drake, who Charlemagne said was the biggest artist in the world. That's when Soulja let Charlemagne know that he made Drake what he is.
Yo, Big Mill ain't beef with Chris Brown and was finna box with Floyd Mayweather.
He beef with Drake, the biggest rapper in the world.
Drake? Drake? Y'all niggas stop playing with me. Y'all talking about the light skinned nigga from the Generous?
From Toronto.
Yo, stop playing with me.
From where?
The grassy.
Stop telling me like I ain't teach Drake everything he knows.
Hold on, you taught Drake everything he knows.
Y'all ain't hear Drake on his first song? Tell me what's really going on. Drizzy Drake back in this thing already. What's that? That's Soulja.
Shit.
That's my bar.
Shit.
He copied my whole fucking flow.
That kissed me through the phone.
He copied my whole fucking flow. Word for word, bar for bar. Don't act like I didn't make Drake. Don't do that.
Soulja may have been capping about some stuff, but what he said about Drake was actually facts. Because in his 2010 track titled Miss Me, Drake did copy the flow from Soulja's 2007 track, What's Happening, even if it said that Soulja originally copied it from another rapper named Shawty Lo. But Charlamagne's arguments with Big Draco were nothing compared to the time a rapper lost his cool and even threatened Charlamagne named Shawty Lo. But Charlamagne's argument back in 2014.
Do you see how exhausting he is? Even I'm exhausted. Did you see how exhausting he is? Like, this is all he does. And he does that because he works for the people. There's no need to do this to people. No, he wants to troll, get under your skin, get actually act a fool because he's looking for views and clicks. I'm like, how is this man different than Charlie Kirk? How is he different? Disgusting.
When two members of the Onyx rap group, Fredro Starr and Sticky Fingers, were on the Breakfast Club, it only took 5 minutes for Charlamagne to piss one of them off because he brought up the fact that Fredro had allegedly hooked up with singer Brandy back in the 90s. Charlamagne obviously thought it was going to be funny, but Fredro wasn't having it.
And you guys got your acting money and everything up. During that time, that was like the first kind of rapper / actors.
Fredro was getting head from Brandy.
Stop with all that. You need to stop with all that though. See this dude right here, man. Like let that be what it's gonna be. So like you bringing up the past, B. Like, let's move to the future though. But what did you say? Should I say a lot of shit you said, nigga?
Yeah.
I got time for that though, B.
It seemed like the interview was back on track, but Fredro clearly hadn't let the incident go because 2 minutes later, he shot back at Charlamagne, talking about the time Charlamagne got jumped and calling him a coward for it.
When you got Charlamagne, what happened when you got punched in the eye, B?
The guy got killed later on, but it wasn't because of me.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
That shit was mad funny.
Call was crazy.
That shit was funny. Your ass was running like this.
I had to get out of there. I
would have stopped the fight. Especially if I was at my radio station.
You went
straight up. This your radio station.
Because you know why?
This your block.
You know why? Because I know it was an ambush.
You got ran off your own block.
I don't know what them guys had planned. So I had to get out the way.
You got ran off your own block, man. It's all good, though.
It happens. It happens to the best of them.
Sometimes.
Things escalated from there, with Fredro letting Charlamagne know that he didn't, in fact, like that he brought up the Brandy thing. He also felt the need to remind Charlamagne that he's a real gangster and can't be touched.
Why we got an issue, bro?
Because you brought some shit up that I ain't like. And I don't like that. I ain't no bitch ass.
I ain't say you was, but you
don't play me like that. Breakfast Club.
And you see, what I'm realizing with this man, what I'm realizing with Charlamagne, is that he brings those goofy ass Wendy Williams games. You know what I'm saying? Because Wendy does her dumb shit, but the thing is, she's a woman, right? So, and most people she talked about, like Whitney Houston, celebrities, it's mostly female celebrities, right? And these women are not street people. They're not thugs. They're not, you know what I mean? They're just not street people, right? Like, listen, right? The most she might do is call you a bitch, right? But I'm like, Charlamagne, he brings that Wendy Williams energy to men that are actually outside. You get me right? Like Wendy, people she going after, they're divas, okay? They're famous, they rich. They're not going to act out of character like that. Like, come on, like seriously? You better lay low, right? But Charlamagne, he's like, he wants to do the Wendy Williams bullshit with crazy people. And I'm like, this ain't going to work. Because these people are crazy. They are really crazy. I'm like, he's so disrespectful. I don't like him, you guys. I don't like him. I don't like Charlamagne. Ooh, I can't stand his ass. Do not like his ass. I don't like him.
Let's get on with the interview. I don't know what you want me to do. You can't do nothing. You can't do nothing. That's what I'm saying. You can't do nothing, big man. You can't do nothing, nigga. I know it's so fucking good.
I ain't here for that.
Playing the garbage, nigga. Don't play me, nigga. My name is Fredro Starr. Do your Google. Do what the fuck you want to do.
But apart from pissing off legendary rappers and talking smack about female rappers, it seems Charlemagne also likes to pick on up-and-coming rappers, just like in this next situation. Because about a year after Lil Yachty started blowing up, he was on The Breakfast Club to discuss his music and the come-up. But the interview would turn sour for Yachty when Charlemagne would call him the face of whack rappers.
So I remember he posted a video on the internet talking about new rappers. I just felt like he was targeted straight at me.
Like I told you earlier, you are the poster child
for
whack rappers. If they want to say somebody whack, they say you.
You got the poster child.
Yes, it happens. No. It happens every few years. It was Trinidad James at one point.
Whoa, that's what I'm in?
Yes, perception-wise.
Lil Yachty played it cool, but he actually felt some type of way about Charlemagne's comment. To make things worse, several months later, Charlemagne hosted a podcast with Joe Budden on Revolt TV, where they made a list of 2017's top trash rappers. Joe Budden put Lil Yachty at number 1, and while Charlemagne initially disagreed, he soon admitted that Yachty was indeed trash musically.
Top 5 trash artists.
Number 1.
2017.
Yachty's number 1.
Nah, man. You're talking about from a musical perspective?
Okay, all right, okay. No, he had a great year in business.
To be fair, Charlemagne did also say Yachty wasn't making music for older people like him or Joe Budden. Months later, though, Lil Yachty was on The Breakfast Club once more, and Charlemagne, even after dragging Yachty's name through the mud yet again, claimed he'd always shown Yachty love.
We've always showed you love here, though.
Not at first.
Why y'all say that? When did we not show Yachty love? I'm not. I came at Yachty.
When? You and Joe Budden, I saw that video. You know,
Told Joe you cannot hate on.
I got a real bone
on Lil Yachty.
You said he was the face of something.
No.
Oh, you did last time.
Lil Yachty also reminded Charlemagne about the time he called him a whack rapper, but Charlemagne claimed his comment was simply taken out of context.
Why do y'all always take that out of context?
That blew me, bro. You know that blew me. You know people bring that up all the time, bro.
You knew what I was saying.
Charlemagne said,
and that was wrong. I was saying that that's how people perceive you. I didn't say I felt like that.
Lil Yachty, though, is a pretty chill dude, so it's no surprise he handled things the way he did. Damon Dash, on the other hand, went off on both Charlemagne and DJ Envy on his own Breakfast Club appearance, because record executive Damon Dash was on the Breakfast Club in 2015, and you could say the interview started on a bad note with Dame refusing to answer a question about how he and Jay-Z met, since DJ Envy had asked him that already in a different interview.
How did you meet up with Jay-Z, who was from Brooklyn? Because like you guys, you all guys are tight.
You really still curious about the Jay-Z?
Absolutely.
You don't know the story? Have you never asked this question from you before? About Jay-Z?
I have, but I was on a smaller scale.
If somebody asks you the same questions 25 times, maybe 2,500 times, do you still want to talk about the same thing? Yes or no?
No.
So that's just me being human.
No, I understand.
So I don't care what platform you on. I'm sick of talking about it. Let's talk about something else.
It's a different platform.
I know, but I want to talk about something else.
15 minutes into the interview, Dame also went off on Charlemagne, because while Dame was talking about being his own boss and building his empire with his own money, Charlemagne reminded Dame that he once took a payout from Def Jam Records, and it pissed Dame off.
I'm not going to build somebody else's company and then take shares so my son can go all that.
But I'm not.
No, listen. What I'm saying.
But what about taking the money? You took the money from Def Jam.
I didn't take. Stop. Don't say. So you speak of my business and you don't know what you're talking about. I ain't take no money from Def Jam. What you talking about?
They cut you a check.
No, they didn't cut me a check. We had a formula based on performance, and they calculated, and we got paid.
After arguing with his hosts, it looked like Dame now had it out for both Charlemagne and DJ Envy, because later in the interview, Dame trolled them both for doing what he called selling gossip as a means of livelihood.
Let me ask you a question. How do you feel about the fact that you sell gossip for me? Like you sell gossip, you're a man. How do men sell gossip? That's for women. Y'all talk about what other people say. Every day y'all talking about what you heard. That's gossip. That's women do that, man. That's what women do. I don't listen to your show. I don't want to hear.
And the thing is, DJ Envy calls himself a DJ. Have you ever heard him DJing on the show? Right? Because it was like Leonard would do Donkey of the Day, right? Angela Yee would do the rumor report. Right? The whole show is gossip. I've never heard nor seen, witnessed DJ Envy's DJing skills. Maybe Erica might have know something about that. I don't know. Maybe he DJed on her click. What do I know? Right? But I'm like, Donkey of the Day, rumor report. This show is nothing but gossip, trying to trigger people, discredit people. Like it's a very harmful show. It's a very harmful show. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Let's keep going, you guys.
About gossip.
To your shit. You need to
I be
listen to the show
sleep.
to
I'm a
understand
boss.
what
I
you're
wake up when
talking
I
about.
want. I don't be up that early.
I mean,
But Dame Dash's crash out still doesn't compare to the time NBA YoungBoy threatened Charlemagne with a strap. Their beef started on a Breakfast Club segment where Charlemagne called NBA YoungBoy Donkey of the Day, a term Charlemagne uses to call out people who did foolish or controversial.
You see how he got? You see? Do you see how calling people Donkey of the Day triggers people? What the fuck you mean I'm a donkey? Like that stuff is extremely disrespectful. There's no need for that. So you are on a ZZ-owned platform and you call your brethren donkeys and all kinds of animals and shit, and you think that's acceptable. When these people already call black people goyim. Like, are you serious? Okay, are you really serious? This is what he does. Donkey this, donkey that. It is disrespectful. It's not even funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really, it's oh my gosh, it's so triggering. Like, what is this? Hold on.
Things. And the reason Charlemagne thought YB deserved the title was because YoungBoy did an interview with Bootleg Kev where he said he wasn't big on fatherhood despite having 11 kids.
The Donkey of the Day for Wednesday, January 10th goes to the young man known as NBA YoungBoy. Now, NBA YoungBoy recently sat down and had a conversation with the good brother Bootleg Kev. He has 11 kids, but in his words, he's not really big on fatherhood. NBA YoungBoy treating fatherhood the way the NBA's Nikola Jokic treats the NBA. You ever hear Joker talk about basketball at the same level and don't give a F that NBA Jokic has about basketball? NBA YoungBoy seems to have about being a father to his 11 kids.
The fact that Charlemagne was playing with his name pissed YoungBoy off, so he dropped a Charlemagne diss record just 2 days later, titled Act a Donkey, where he dared Charlemagne to come pull up to Gravedigger Mountain, where YoungBoy lives, and threatened to hit Charlemagne with a strap. He also shot back at Charlemagne in a video, where YB called him the Donkey of the Day.
Today's Donkey of the Day is Charlemagne for the rain. Too much.
And Charlemagne responded, declining YoungBoy's invitation to Gravedigger Mountain, as you'd expect.
He invited you to Gravedigger Mountain. He said to pull up on him so he could talk face to face. But then he said he would back your ish in and then hit you with the Drake. So
let me tell you something.
I wouldn't go if he's, if he invited you that way.
I mean, no. Duh. That's the beauty of being 45 years old and being born in 1978. Number one, I ain't going to no place called Gravedigger Mountain. The hell I was doing on Gravedigger Mountain if it ain't Halloween?
Now, Charlemagne is known not to be the biggest fan of new generation rappers like YoungBoy, and it seems like he might not have been the biggest King Von fan either, because in this next interview, a lot of people thought Charlemagne was trying to get Von to snitch on himself, and might have succeeded if it weren't for Lil Durk. After his release from jail in 2017, King Von signed with Lil Durk's OTF record label, and a year later, the two were on the Breakfast Club to discuss working together and their relationship as friends.
How many want to sign King Von?
Cause he got a whole story behind him. You know what I'm saying? He from O Block.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That should speak for itself. Nah. But you know what I'm saying, he just real. You know what I'm saying? His music, just real. Just fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? It's my brother.
He was in jail for 2 murders?
Yeah, 1 murder and 2 attempts. Which is beat.
How you beat that?
You gonna beat it if you didn't do it. That's how.
Throughout the interview, Lil Durk seemed to be trying to protect King Von every time Charlemagne threw a potentially incriminating question at him. And at one point, he had to let out what seemed like an intentional cough to get Von to stop talking so he wouldn't self-incriminate himself, since Von already had major run-ins with the law.
See, that's why we need more black-owned businesses right there.
Why that?
Because he can hire people like King Von. You know what I'm saying? Von wouldn't be able to get a job nowhere else probably.
Oh,
shit, when you get to that line, have you ever been convicted of?
You have
you no experiences doing nothing. I ain't,
All right.
Word.
While people barely noticed what went down there, Charlemagne faced so much criticism for this next interview that the video had to be taken down by the Breakfast Club YouTube channel. When Post Malone was still up and coming back in 2015, he came on the Breakfast Club for an interview, but Charlemagne started picking on Posty right off the bat, trolling him about his dad's job with the Dallas Cowboys and about being a white boy in hip-hop.
And his dad used to work for the organization.
What was he, water
He
boy?
does. He still works for the
What does he do?
organization. He's like head of concessions.
Are you afraid as a white rapper that you may be considered a culture vulture?
I don't think so. I'm not scared. I'm not scared because I'm not trying to be anybody that I'm not.
True indeed.
I'm just trying to, I like what I like. And I don't think I'm biting off of a certain culture or copying a certain culture or trying to be part of a certain culture because, I like what I like.
It looked like Charlamagne just didn't like Post Malone and was picking on him simply for being a white rapper. It didn't end there either, because Charlamagne next tried to put Posty on the spot by asking him what he was doing to support the Black Lives Matter movement.
What are you doing for the Black Lives Matter movement?
What?
I don't know.
Is that a serious question?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I guess what I can do to help Black Lives Matter is I could just keep making music. You know what I mean? I don't know. Gotcha. I don't know. I would have just said nothing. I mean, honestly.
How did you get signed, man?
DJ Envy obviously didn't like that Charlamagne had to do Posty like that, and he wasn't the only one, because Charlamagne's actions caused so much outrage that the original interview had to be taken off the official Breakfast Club channel. Posty also went on to speak on it in a Rolling Stone interview years later, saying Charlamagne isn't a good person, and Charlamagne took offense to that, calling Posty out for being the donkey of the day.
Donkey of the day for Monday, November 27th.
You see? Again, calling someone an animal. You see this? You see? Calling someone an animal. So he's also donkey of the day. You bullied this man, but he's the donkey of the day. Unbelievable.
Post Malone getting in Rolling Stone. He says he wished he would have said, "What are you doing for Black Lives Matter?" Some sassy stuff to shut him up. Like, maybe my music's not the best, but I know I'm not a bad person, so you're just being a hater. Charlamagne is not a good person. He hates me because I'm white and I'm different, but we're still rocking and we're still successful and he can't stop it. And Charlamagne replied, "I don't dislike Post Malone because he's white. I just dislike Post Malone because he's whack." End quote.
These were times rappers checked Charlamagne the God.
This is insanity. Okay, right there. Hold on. You guys see? Oh my God, where's this image?
He's white. I just dislike Post Malone because he's whack. End quote.
These were times.
Okay, there you go. You guys see this picture? Okay.
For being disrespectful. If you enjoyed the video, subscribe to the channel.
Okay, so now let's go to the Damon Dash, the recent interview, right? Because I had to leave this out so y'all could see that it's not. They want to gaslight Dame. No, Charlamagne picked some people. He picked some people. Hold on. What was that clip? I just need the clip. Oh, my goodness. I just need the clip.
Let me do that.
Okay.
And or Grammy. So make sure.
Congratulations, man.
Even though you never. Oh, you did. I forgot the stat.
Yeah.
But you know, you never seen me doing that on.
I seen you do Let's Go to Space.
And going to the schools.
No, I never seen you go to the schools, but I seen you.
Ain't you on my Instagram?
Yeah.
Oh, you never saw that. You see the other stuff, but you never see me go to the schools. You never say nothing about that. That's what I'd be wondering. We're gonna talk about that today.
Let's talk about it. You said
let's
you
do
want a
this.
verbal fair one.
I do, and again, I appreciate it. So let's do some boundaries, right? Because everyone says I yell. What happens is when people cut me off, I talk loud. So if you cut me off, I'm gonna talk louder. It's not gonna be any disrespect. I just don't like being cut off because I want to be able to complete my point. And I'll do this, give you the same respect. So let's do this. I'd like you to every single thing that you've been saying when I'm not here and question you've had now that I'm here, I'd like you to ask me. You too. Because I saw the stuff y'all said. I posted it. Just because I'm like, when I see them, we'll talk about it. So what were your questions? You were saying something.
My first question was about the Paid in Full.
What about it?
Did you own Paid in Full? Like, how did 50 Cent acquire ownership of Paid in Full?
Let me ask you a question. Let's put this in.
That's not how this works, Dan. No.
I'm sorry.
I asked the question.
You just cut me off. Right? Now I want you to notice every time you do that.
Okay.
And they would say I'm bugging if I yelled, but please let me complete my sentence. And please don't tell me how we do things. That's going to be a trigger. So I'm just talking that normally. Do you remember when 50 Cent was supposed to be putting out a documentary about Puff on Netflix?
Yes.
Where is it?
I think it's still happening.
Yeah, right. He's capping. So I talk a different language than most people. I'm a boss. So number one, there is no rights to be bought. So I knew he was trolling. And you got to remember, KM tried to have my son come on. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think messing with people's children is all right? Can you answer that question?
No,
that's not fair.
No, because you didn't answer the original question.
I did answer it. I just told you. He's capping.
So he didn't get the rights to it.
How would that's the thing is, you know what the problem is?
The problem is how
you cut me off again.
I'm asking you a question for you.
You cut me off again. See this?
No.
Let's take a commercial break.
Come on,
Oh, you keep cutting me. You don't think that's problematic that you keep cutting people off and you're interviewing them?
Okay.
You're really going to tell me how to answer, and you expect me not
No,
to?
I just want you to answer.
Are you trying to trigger me?
No, I just want you to answer.
Okay. So then let me. How can I answer? You keep cutting me off.
Okay.
I told you he doesn't have the rights. No one has the rights. Who are you going to buy the rights from? I wasn't planning on making paid in full about those people. Again, I was making my paid in full. And, you don't have to buy the rights. I was actually there. So, 50 trolls. And I was saying, and I felt like you were interrupting me, and I'd like you to answer my question now. Do you feel like I've answered yours?
Yes.
Do you think it's all right to bring people's children involved?
No.
Did you know that Cam called my son and tried to give him money?
I heard you say that.
You think that's okay?
I need to know what he tried to give money.
It doesn't
for.
matter. He's my okay. Do you think that's
okay? You might be
okay?
offering him a job. I don't know.
I have heard your answer. Do you think it's okay?
I don't know the relationship. Like y'all from the same place. And, like he might look at Cam as I don't know the relationship. If there is no relationship, then I get it.
We're different. I got you.
Like if Charlamagne calls my son and says, "Yo, Logan, here's something."
While y'all beefing,
I wouldn't have a problem.
That sounds like bullshit.
It's not.
It does, because and you have emotional intelligence.
Absolutely.
You're up here. Mm-hmm. And let me just say one more. Okay, let me finish that.
Yeah.
You should know that if someone's beefing with someone, you don't tell their kids, and you don't get with that person's children, and you know better than that. So don't act stupid.
If y'all are beefing, then that's something different.
Are we not beefing?
Are y'all really beefing though? Would you call it beef? You said it's not beef.
Well,
that's your brother.
It's not. I'm not going to get violent. It's definitely like him coming against me is almost like Fredo going against Michael Corleone. You understand what I'm saying? Do you watch The Godfather? Mm-hmm. What's your favorite movie?
Depends. Okay. My favorite mafia movie, Goodfellas.
I just said okay, mine too. So you know the rules,
right?
My favorite movie of all time is The Godfather. Mm-hmm. I studied it. I read the book. It burnt me out. Remember Godfather 2 when he pretended to be weak? Mm-hmm. Then he took out the 5 families. And then his brother Fredo betrayed him. Mm-hmm. See, betrayal is something that happens over and over again. You can never expect not to get betrayed by your brother. That you remember last time I was here, I said you don't mess with. That's why I don't be around men. Mm-hmm. So we all know they betrayed Jesus. I said this.
You walked in with a man.
Can I finish, please?
So damn stupid.
Charlamagne, don't you do the therapy thing?
Yeah, but
I want you to ask your therapist, do you interrupt people and how problematic that is at this age?
But you said you don't be around me.
Stop cutting them off.
See, there's the emotional intelligence. Now you're going to go in on my words. That's dumb. Come on, man. Let's move forward. Let's move with F1 speed. Don't pretend to be foolish. You know you're talking to a smart man. Yeah, you made me forget what I was going to say. See?
That's why the movie about
Godfather.
Correct.
So do you remember he pretended to be weak? His crew was like, yo, why are you letting them push and muscle us? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, he hit the 5 families in one day. He waited for his mother to die, asked his little brother to come to the lake house and popped him.
Oh, he's evil.
I watched that movie. I like the way the Godfather moves. So just keep that in mind. Mm-hmm. Next question.
I do have a question.
Well, yeah, because you were saying, why don't you address the things you're asking?
First question I have is we know Dame Dash, businessman, entrepreneur, right?
Chairman.
Worth close to 100 million at one time.
Never.
50 million, it says.
Never.
30 million?
I never had that much money to look at in my life.
They said that the net worth was about 30 to 50 million.
This is the thing. You guys believe the internet. You guys are adults that believe what you read and hear in the newspaper, and y'all talk the most shit. So you guys are talking about things with no research. That's not fair. See, the problem is...
They never just assume. I assume.
This is... Actually, I'm going to keep it on you.
So my question, could you cut me a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So my question
is... Cut him off too,
I said sorry. That's called... That's called...
You've been in therapy. You said sorry?
I always say sorry. I just don't... You haven't been here.
No, I haven't.
The thing is, he'll be cutting me off and I'll get triggered. I watch and I was like, oh, because he cuts me off. That's what makes me...
So my question, as a businessman, entrepreneur, chairman, right? Boss. Yeah. You go from having a huge value to being in the negative. How does that happen for being a boss? Explain it down. Break that down for people that follow you, they aspire to be you.
I'm going to tell you.
Please.
So the reason why I filed was because I've had $20 million of taxes. First off, do you know anybody that paid $25 million of taxes in your life? Any one person you know?
I don't.
Yep. Okay, so why would I be the first? Nobody does that. That's what chapter is for. The problem with filing is black people don't file because they don't understand it. And that's why when you guys talk about things, I wish you really did your research. ChatGPT does exist. So if you really wanted to know how 50 bought it, ask ChatGPT. How could he avoid it? Who could he avoid it from? Did you hear an announcement in Deadline? Do you even read Deadline?
Yeah.
So then, if it wasn't in Deadline,
Deadline several times.
Yeah, exactly. If you went to, if you were in if you read Deadline, if you know about Deadline, why wasn't there an announcement in any trade magazine? If it's not an announcement in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, or whatever trade, WWD, you can't believe it.
Why though? Because most of the time, you didn't answer my question. That's the question. I wanted to know how he got to a particular way you were in the that was the question.
I'm saying. So again, number one, most companies aren't owned like rich people, rich families. They don't put anything in their name. They build their family office. So I filed because, again, I've had $20 million, 30 of taxes, but they don't bother me because in order to have $30 million means you made a lot. So in order to pay it back, I can't get a job to pay it back. I got to keep investing until I can pay it back. Nothing could be in my name. They put liens on all my accounts years ago. So that's why when they said there's nothing in your account, I don't have an account. How could I open one? They liened it. So I've been building my family office. So you have no assets. I have no assets, but my family, that's all I care about. You know what I'm saying? So I filed because you know that guy, Chris Brown, has been suing me. And I was going to make a bunch of very major family.
People listen, he's not talking about the artist and the singer Chris Brown.
Right.
People will think that. But
and I didn't mind interrupting me to do that.
I apologize, but I want to clear things up.
I appreciate that. So every time I was launching something with my family office, he sent a letter saying that, you know, I'd owe the money, but it was my family office, but it muddies the waters. So if you have a contract, especially working here, and somebody sent a bum letter, as soon as it's a lawyer, it shuts down. It muddies the waters. I was about to make some major announcements. You want to hear one?
Sure.
I'm now the chairman of Revolt right now. And I also I have 15.
You don't deserve to be the chairman.
I got you. So I'm now the chairman of Revolt with a pathway. You see, because he wants to trigger me. And I want you to acknowledge that. So I'm now Cam's boss, the chairman of Revolt with a pathway to acquisition. I've been trying to buy
How do
Revolt.
you know this not Cam? Can't see this on Deadline.
Can you stop interrupting me, please? So Deadline didn't make the announcement for this particular situation. They didn't want to. I had an announcement I was going to make with BT, but Paramount stepped in and they said do it later. And they didn't want to be a part of this mess. But it will be in something. You know, this gets played tomorrow, so the announcement will be in the trades tomorrow. So I've been trying to buy Revolt, and I also just did a 25 episode deal for my podcast for Boston State Losses, and I'm putting all my content on Revolt.
Dope.
Yes, you know, so that I can see how to monetize.
My only issue with that part is if this is actually true, I don't know if it's true or not, but my thing is he shouldn't have told people his next moves. You don't owe people anything. If you have people who've always made fun of you, they've always been hostile against you, they've always bullied you, they laugh at you, they mock you, they think you're broke. Why would you tell these people, oh, I'm the chairman of Revolt, oh, the announcement's gonna come out tomorrow, this and that? Don't even say anything. Because their job is to know what you're up to, what you're planning to do, so they can go mess it up for you. Because they don't want you to make it. Some of y'all wouldn't have said anything. If you think I'm poor, okay. If you think I'm broke, okay. If you think I have nothing, okay. Like, these people don't matter. They don't matter. My only thing is like, what bothered me is like, Dame, I feel like he also he lacks emotional intelligence because you don't go talk to people or try to reason with people who have a covenant to destroy you. I'm not doing that. So waste my time. Okay, I don't even know, but I'm not going into this kind of cesspool. It's a cesspool. I'm not going in there. I'm not going to try to argue with you, go back and forth with you, because then I'm like, I'm stooping down to your level. And I'm like, Leonard is a gossiper, right? You've been there once. It didn't go well. You told me he was a woman. He gossips and stuff. They do gossip for a living. This is not a serious show. Why even waste your time going there? You have nothing to prove to these people, right? But I'm like, you tell people what your next move is, most likely they will go mess it up because these are not your friends. They don't like you. They do not like you at all. Leave these people be. Crabs in a barrel. Let them be. I'm not going there, and I'm not telling you what I'm up to. It's none of your business.
To put together a certain kind of a plan for acquisition. So in the next 30 days, I'm going to just be a real chairman and play all these movies. And then I'm going to, and then I'm going to, hopefully I'll stay the chairman, but I got to go make movies.
Somebody would say how? How would you buy Revolt?
Why would you say congratulations?
You didn't say congratulations.
Oh, you don't seem excited.
Congratulations.
You have to understand something. Let me finish. Right.
But somebody would say, well,
now you're going to be Mr. Research, but you asking me why 50 Cent, but you guys got full. Wait, let me finish. Real quick. I'm announcing it the day before it's announced. Remember that. So I wasn't going to announce it and say it here. I wouldn't have to, you know what I mean? So I did it and I timed it where it would come out when this comes out. So tomorrow there'll be an announcement. Also, I'm putting, because I've already made my paid in full. I made that already. It's already trademarked. You don't have to clear the rights because we lived it. You know what I'm saying? So that movie's gonna come out.
He should have done that. They're not good people. I would have counseled against that. It's very unwise. You know, for me, honestly, they're so disgusting. For me, honestly, you have, first and foremost, you have nothing to prove to anybody. That's number one. Number two, you have nothing to prove to these goyim. Okay, you ain't nothing at all. Number three, you have nothing to prove to black people, right? Somebody thinks you're broke, you're poor, you're rich. It don't matter. Ultimately, in your life, you can look back and say, I did things that most people will never do. You did something that even people with Harvard MBAs would never do. Okay? Like, that's crazy. Like the stuff you built, the parties you went to, people that you got to know, Aaliyah that you got to love. Like, Dave, you've lived a life that people can only dream of. So even if today you're financially broke, whatever, you are so rich when it comes to memories. You've had a life that most people can only dream of. Like me, I wish I would have been the 40-40 club. Like, what the heck? Club Amnesia, the Cheetah, okay? Like, yo, the Dublin, okay? I'm like, all we did was hear about these songs. We've never been there, right? So it's like, it doesn't matter. They will never know what it was like to be on top of the world, like in the early 2000s and shit. They will never know. They will never know what it was like being in a studio working on the blueprint. They will never know. Okay? So if all you had was a quarter to your name, you are like the stuff you have in your head right here, you're so fucking rich. You have nothing to explain to these people. They grew up looking up to you. Okay? Want to be you, want to look at you. It's The Rock, baby. Okay? It's The Rock. Right? Exactly. Because he gets triggered when he gets called broke and Jay-Z has money. He gets triggered. Who gives a fuck? Do not let these people trigger you. And even if you're broke, at least you got to be rich. Most people have always been broke. They were born broke. They live broke. They stay broke. They're going to die broke, retire broke. Listen, right? But I'm like, you did something that most people cannot do. Exactly. Stop worrying about these goofy people. Stop worrying about these goyim. Okay? Do not worry about these people. They say you broke, you fell out, you ain't got no teeth, whatever. Who cares? Just quietly rebuild yourself. You understand? If you file for bankruptcy, if you have to file for bankruptcy, it happens. It's business. Trump filed 3 times. He got to be president. Listen, go shame somebody else and go make sure you do it on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, right? Let them say whatever. Who gives a fuck? All right? File your bankruptcy. Slowly rebuild yourself. Keep everything close to your chest. You've been betrayed too many times. You have been betrayed by these goyim too many times, okay? Keep everything that you're working on to yourself. And wait for things to pass. So that way, if it fails, if it works out, it don't work out, who cares? Who knows? They want people to laugh at you because they don't know what you're working on, right? The average black person is so fucking miserable, it's not even funny. It's like you ain't got shit to prove to these people. You got to work on yourself, work on your dreams. You got to build quietly, Taurus. I'm telling you, like you earth sign people, you're meant to be rich. Like earth sign people, the vast majority of earth sign people are going to be rich. Yeah, you're meant to be rich. Like Lonnie said, he's life path number 8. You're meant to be rich, Dave. You will make more money, but you got to keep your mouth closed. Like these colored people, these skin folk people, they don't like you, right? And they're doing so because they think you have no money. Once you have money, they will go back to being submissive. Watch. That's how they are. A bunch of goyim. Okay? That's how they are. So what I'm saying is you should not have even told these people what you were working on. If it's announced and you suddenly become the CEO, whatever, chairman of Revolt, they have to wake up in the morning, see the facts, and there's nothing they can do about it. That's how you deal with black people. You don't announce. They wake up, they show up to work, there's a new chairman. Boom. What can they do? It's already too late now. Listen, right? You have to put people right in front of the facts. You don't tell them ahead of time because then these witches, they will go, these warlocks, they're going to go and F it all up. You don't even know. You could announce, oh, I'm about to be chairman of Revolt. And by tomorrow, some girl will go see a lawyer and say, oh, he sexually assaulted me. I'm like, so for me, I'm like, especially you saying that you're a boss, right? You got to see all the, you got to have peripheral vision. You got to see all the BS. There are more wicked people than there are good people. There are so many people, including Sean Carter, who want to see you at the bottom. See, Jay-Z act like he unbothered, but he's very much bothered. That's why he sends the peons to do his foolish bidding so he can act like he's not bothered. He's very much bothered. And I will not be surprised because I'm like, listen, Rock Nation, what's called Rock Nation, right? Des Perez and stuff. We see how they do business. We see how they lie on people, destroy people, lock up people. So we know he is extremely bothered, and he has a lot of peons like Charlamagne, like Des Perez, who will do all kinds of evil stuff. There is an evil Colombian woman, a bruja, okay, in hip hop. Des Perez is extremely dangerous. She is extremely diabolical, and she's extremely racist. She was out here calling her daughter's husband all kinds of N-word. I'm like, but damn, with the R. With the R? Yes, with the R. Okay? But you have to remember there are more people who hate you than there are people who love you. There are more people who want to see you down than people who want to see you up. And the thing is, they know you have a gift. Trust me. Trust me. Okay? When these colored people come against you like that, they know you have a gift. You have a gift. You're a visionary. They know you have a gift. So their job is to kill your self-esteem. They want you to feel as though you will never make it. Everything you touch is going to fail. Wumpty wump wump. That is their goal. Because if you start believing that you can never make it again, it's going to work. Do not tell these people what you're up to. They don't deserve to know what you're working on. They don't deserve that. They haven't earned that. If all you ever got from the Breakfast Club was nothing but disrespect, they don't deserve to know your plans. Absolutely not. And I wish I had been there. I'm like, okay, we got to go. Okay? Like little Dirk did. Okay? No, you're giving away too much information. Okay? So, like, go sit on somewhere. Act like Jay-Z they never lost money. Go somewhere.
That TV show is going to, I'm going to start with the docuseries. You want to see the trailer? Of course. Because I've already made it. It's done. Mm-hmm. But just back to what you're saying about money. Do you really think anybody, oh shit, I'm a rookie. Do you think anybody actually uses their own money when they acquire something? Do you think that? Sometimes. That's true. Sometimes people do. Yo, I feel sorry for you, bro. No, sometimes people do.
But you taught us that. You said, you said if you don't put up your own money, you said if you don't put up your own money, you're not the boss.
And that's why I'm trying to tell you, nobody's a boss. I put up my own money. So let me ask you this. I think you guys have to get up. We'll do that again. Let me ask you a quick question. If somebody gets a loan for $180 million, are they rich or broke?
No, they're not rich. They're so responsible for that loan. It's a loan.
So you don't think, so if the billionaire that you think, every billionaire you know, so if they have a loan for $100 million alone, and I have no debt, who got more money?
What happened? Say it again.
If someone gives someone a loan for $180 million,
yes,
and I have no debt, who's worth more?
The billionaire. He's still a billionaire.
Who has a loan or not? You really think so?
A billionaire.
So someone that, okay, let's do it again.
Okay. You because you have no debt.
Let me make it a little more simple. Hold on, let me make it a little more simple.
Okay.
Because now they've realized he's talking about Jay-Z because Jay-Z took a loan. So let's see this. Hold on.
Y'all want to hop in the game and do.
You can win this music stuff is so weird.
From their home, right? And it has everybody speculating.
Okay, you need to get to the point.
Here's the issue that I have, okay? Because, he's trying to recoup, I guess, some of this and use this lawsuit as leverage to help save his reputation because, needing a $55 million line of credit off of some of your assets and $115 million business line, I guess a loan for Rock Nation to help expand it and keep it going. It's a lot of money. And you would think, why won't he use his own money? Well, it's because he got to pay taxes on his own money, or he doesn't have the money. Because if he had the money, he wouldn't be asking for it. And if he really needed the money, he would cash in some of his assets. But he's not willing to do that because then you got to pay a hefty tax on those assets. So when they start collecting art and houses and all this stuff, that's what they use as collateral to the banks in order to scale their businesses, but they're still in debt. So let the appreciation, let the house depreciate, let the art depreciate and all the other assets they got. They stuff.
Beyonce and Jay-Z are worth $3 billion. Why would they take a $52 million mortgage and pay $252,000?
He's putting, he got music behind.
Why did Beyonce and Jay-Z buy an $88 million home with a mortgage?
Oh my gosh. Why do people put so much music like that? This is crazy. Oh my gosh.
People also feel like, well, she just did a tour. What was it?
That he was around when, Diddy was doing the Taken. Okay? 13-year-old girl at the time. We've already kind of, we've already debunked that. In my opinion, based off of my investigation of where he was and where this took place and how she got there and everything, it just was not true. It gave very much Jaguar right. Okay? Now, here's the thing. But when lawsuits and things get filed against you and you got heavy allegations like this against you, it can hurt your reputation. And so he amended his lawsuit to say that he lost almost $20 million. And he also lost, he was denied a $115 million loan for Roc Nation and also a $55 million line of credit. I guess that he was taken out on one of his properties because I do know that he is trying to personally, him and Beyonce.
He was taking out, he wanted a loan and a line of credit? Why? What the heck? What is he doing? What is wrong with this man?
That he lost almost $20 million. And he also lost, he was denied a $115 million loan for Roc.
He wanted a $115 million loan for Roc Nation? Who is signed to Roc Nation? What the heck? That is crazy.
Roc Nation and also a $55 million loan.
So that's $170 million. Oh, that's crazy.
Line of credit. I guess that he was taken out on one of his properties because I do know that he is trying to personally, him and Beyonce, move and relocate to the UK to buy another home in a very affluent neighborhood in the UK. And now my kind of gut instinct on that, because I couldn't really get everything when it comes to that, but it has a lot to do with the tariffs. America shutting down to the outside world. It is starting to begin to feel like a communist country. And, they got a lot of business they got to do. And so the UK does have tariffs, but they're not tariffs that, hurt other businesses. And so the United States doesn't have, large tariffs on the UK. So if they were doing business as residents and as a business in the UK, they could have things shipped there and then shipped to the United States so they can ship from China to ship to y'all. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like he's bypassing it. And because they are denying him loans based off of reputational damage and things like that, not based off of his asset worth, it has a lot to do with his character and things like that and who you're associated with. He's deciding to take his banking and his business dealings outside of the US so that he can establish residency in the UK and they can give him loans based off of that. But I hope he knows they have debtors jail over there. Okay. But it's okay. He's obviously he's a better business person than I am, and he's made it. But here's the issue that I have, okay? Because he's trying to recoup, I guess, some of this and use this lawsuit as leverage to help save his reputation. Because needing a $55 million line of credit off of some of your assets and $115 million business line, I guess, a loan for Roc Nation to help expand it and keep it going. It's a lot of money. And you would think, why won't he use his own money? Well, it's because he got to pay taxes on his own money, or he doesn't have the money.
And that's the thing, guys. Just because somebody is super wealthy.
And I'm like, I don't even think Roc Nation is profitable. I mean, look at their last artist. And how much do you think they spent? How many millions do you think they spent to buy like the public's opinion and the public's sympathy? You know what I mean? How much money do you think they've had to spend for this girl? And it's like, he's not going to get his money back. She's a bad investment. She's a horrible investment, right? But I feel like just like Kamala's campaign, they felt like, hey, if we have a bunch of money, we'll be able to buy public's opinion. No, you can't. Just like Israel. I'm sure they thought if we have a lot of money, we'll just buy these people's opinion and they'll support us no matter what. It's like, no, people are pro-Palestine. Money doesn't always work. You can't buy everybody. Yep. And me, I've already told y'all. I've told y'all this. I said, believe me, don't believe me. I could care less. I told you this man took Beyonce's money. Okay, I don't believe he's worth 2.5 billion. I'm so sorry. I don't even believe he's a billionaire. You can be mad, call me all kinds of African. I don't care. Because to me, when you're a billionaire, you don't work for other people. Like he works for the NFL. Like I'm like, what billionaire do you know works on another man's business? That's not how it goes. Also, what millionaire do you know makes his 13-year-old work? That's weird. That little baby was doing the entire tour, every leg of the tour. She was dancing every single night. That baby a worker. Even Willow Smith don't work like that. She'll do a little bit of music. She'll disappear. Like, I gotta go. I'm tired. My nap time. Okay. Billionaires don't work for other people. You're not going to see Mark Zuckerberg go work for Elon. Elon work for Zuckerberg. What the heck? You're not going to see Sergey Brin go work for Meta. No. When you're a billionaire, you don't work for other people. You are the billionaire. Right? Jay-Z went to the NFL asking for a job. Okay? A job. That is weird. That is very weird. Okay? I'm like, no, he is not a billionaire. And also, there's no way Jay-Z is worth more money than Beyonce. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. He is not worth more money than her. Now, maybe she'll be quiet because she likes to gas him up because she knows he has low self-esteem. Right? But okay, take my money and act like it's your money so it can inflate your net worth. But it's like he's not worth more than her. Okay? Exactly. Like, what would you sell? Like, go sit down somewhere. What direct-to-consumer product does he have? And also that's in mass retail and stuff like that. No, he is not a billionaire. But, we have lots of goyim over here who believe everything and anything because the goyim don't read, right? But it's like, what? No, it makes no sense. There is no way he has more money than Beyonce. Beyonce is a bigger brand. She's a bigger brand. She's a safer brand. She's a better brand. Beyonce has a huge brand. Like she got like 300 million followers. You want me to believe that you make more money than her? Yeah, go sit down somewhere. Because you're her husband, she protects your ego. Go sit down somewhere. If Beyonce was not attached to this man, how much do you think he would have? She keeps him relevant. Anytime he's on a song now, it's a feature with his wife. And let that sink in. Let that sink in. This dude is not a billionaire, but go ahead and lie to the goyim. Because it's okay to lie to the goyim.
Or listed as super wealthy. We don't they have like what it's like when your ego has become so inflated, because isn't their house like the size of an airport? And that's just one of the homes that they have.
Exactly.
Maybe you need to downsize some things.
Because if he had the money, he wouldn't be asking for it.
Exactly.
And if he really needed the money, he would cash in some of his assets. But he's not willing to do that because then you got to pay a hefty tax on those assets. So when they start collecting art and houses and all this stuff, that's what they use as collateral to the banks in order to scale their businesses, but they're still in debt. So let the appreciation, let the house depreciate, let the art depreciate and all the other.
When have you ever seen Beyonce do so much? Like from Renaissance, it was so rushed. There were no visuals. She went on tour. When her tour started in Europe, her leg was broken. Her leg was broken. I'm like, Beyonce, you're not healthy. Like, you're not okay. Like, what is this? Then she released the perfume. Then she released Sacred. Then she went back on tour. Then she released Liquor. I'm like, this lady is like trying to make money. This is not how Beyonce does things. This is not her. Even Beyonce attaching her brand to a liquor line. Like, when you think about Beyonce's fan base, are they heavy drinkers? Like, what is going on? Money grab. Everything's a money grab. Because she needs the money. And she's the only one who can make that kind of money for the family. He can't do it. Putting this lady, I'm telling you, she is stressed out. Listen to me. She a Virgo. She's going to fake it. Okay? She's stressed out. She is seriously stressed out. Because he makes these, and also you have, I get it. Like the Goyim, they want to believe that Jay-Z is this like business juggernaut and things like that. He is not. Don't even know if this man went to high school. Did he finish high school? It doesn't work like that. And I know in America, people want to believe that you can just drop out of college. But even that, you have to qualify for college. Okay? And then go off to like run $1 billion company. But my thing is, whether it's Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, you also have to remember they dropped out of Harvard. Listen, they didn't drop out community college. They dropped out of an Ivy League. So these are some really, really smart people because you got to get into the Ivy League. Okay. And whether it's Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg, they were not at Harvard majoring in like theology or something crazy. They were STEM majors. Computer science majors. They were STEM majors who dropped out. So just imagine, like they're really, really smart people. I don't even know if Jay-Z even finished middle school. Because nobody ever asked. Because they want you to believe in this. Like they have created the myth of Sean Carter. Like, go sit down somewhere. If you sell drugs to your people, obviously you didn't go far in school. Okay. If you feel like the only way for you to make money is by becoming a street pharmacist, yeah, you got low IQ. Like, go sit down somewhere. Because those who can, I will say at least they try to be basketball players and things like that. But the people who sell drugs are extremely dumb. Okay. It's a low-hanging fruit type of career. It's low-hanging fruit. You sell drugs, you ain't too bright. Okay. If you're offended, who gives a fuck? All right. You're cursed anyways. Right. All right. So it's like, but they want you, oh, Jay-Z's a billionaire. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. If I look at Dr. Dre, I can see why he might be a billionaire. Because when he sold Beats by Dre, the check was $990 million. Okay, we see it. There's proof of it, right? When it comes to Kanye, before he opened his mouth to go attack the people, right? The Yeezy thing was really worth over $1 billion because he was in partnership with Adidas. Right? That's major retail. That's major distribution. That's fucking major. It's what? Okay. When it comes to like Rihanna too, she is part of the LVMH family. That is incredible distribution. Right? I think the first year of Fenty Beauty, they made like $550 million. Like the numbers are here. Like it's not a fucking joke. Jay-Z, what does he sell though? His wife? His daughter? Like this is not, nah. For me to believe that you're a billionaire, you need to have some crazy product that's direct to consumer. Where I can see it for myself. When it came to like Bill Gates, yeah, Microsoft, yeah, everybody has Microsoft because before it was all PC. You can run a PC without an operating software, right? When it comes to Facebook, they have like 5-6 billion users. Like, yeah, they got money. Right? Like you can tell people who made ByteDance, oh, they're billionaires. But Jay-Z, what does he have? Right? I'm like, what does he have? What's that thing, that streaming thing, the streaming platform? It was a flop. Ace of Spades, who cares? Nobody's asking for that shit. And also think about this. What if it's Diddy with Ciroc, it's a lot more affordable to buy a bottle of vodka, right? It's a lot more affordable to buy Ciroc than to buy Ace of Spades. So I believe that with Diageo, Diddy was moving more cases. And also Ciroc also has different flavors. Like there's peach, there's mango, there's strawberry. But for most people though, buying a bottle of Ciroc, right, is way more affordable than buying Ace of Spades. Most people can afford Ace of Spades. It's like it's a rare occasion type of alcohol. You know, it's an expensive champagne, right? Like, be so for real. And also, he doesn't even own it, right? Like, be so for real. Like, so Tidal was a flop. He still owes Nicki Minaj money, like over $1 million, right? So I'm like, billion where? Stop lying. He has a job. He works for the NFL. His job is to put on the halftime show. Okay, that's what he does. Most billionaires don't work for other people. They work for themselves. Now, Jay-Z is doing very well for himself financially. I'm not going to take that away from him. But I personally, I do not believe he's a billionaire. Exactly. Like you can tell when somebody has like, because people talk about it's all over social media. If you go in the store, it's all over. You can see people buying the stuff. Like you can see people consuming the stuff. Like Twitter, it has like billion of users. Like it's all over. Even heads of state have a Twitter account. So it's like, yeah, I can see it. When it comes to Teslas, you drive outside, you see Teslas everywhere. So like, yeah, I believe this. But Jay-Z, what product does he have that you can say, oh, he's worth all these billions? Bunch of lies. They're a bunch of lies. And that's the thing that Dane was trying to say. Why don't y'all pick Jay-Z apart though? Because it doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense. What is he selling? What does he have that's direct to consumer? Where he has mass retail distribution, where anybody can have access to it. The answer is zip zero with the Nero. Like, go somewhere. these goyim, they love to be lied to so badly.
Assets they got, they stuck on them for millions of dollars. And yes, they get bankrupt, of course, and keep going. But like, you know, these loans, if I was a bank, I would have told them no too. Because we know we sees what happened. They have allowed the industry to operate the way that it has for so many years that when you do have incidences like this, you're guilty before you're proven innocent. So it hurts your bottom line. And
that part, it's the association with it. Even if you didn't do what that person who filed that lawsuit claimed that you did, we already know how it is in the court of public opinion. And then also his association before with Kanye, who's now out here doing
so that he can settle down and actually plant a residence there. And so because they denied him, that was the reason why Beyonce announced her tour at Christmas and got on tour to give y'all the same act that she gave y'all for Renaissance. But she's Beyonce. Of course, it's going to be a fantastic show. I'll see it 3 times. I'll see it 4 times. Right now, she's currently doing a residency in LA.
But you know, me, honestly, when it comes to the goyim, listen, when it comes to goyim, I don't feel sorry for them because the goyim don't realize that black capitalists, they don't care about them. They find a way to weaponize community, black people, it's us against white people, generational wealth, right? They don't care about these people. They don't care. The goyim wants to believe that a black capitalist is fighting for them. It's their duty to make the black capitalists rich, right? So let them be. If they don't realize that they're being used, their hard-earned money, even the fact that Beyonce always releases a concert, a product, whatever, right when it's tax return season, it's on them. I think, you know, you get to a point. I'm going to say this, right? I'm going to say this, and I mean this, like, seriously, right? Like I said, there are certain things that Charlie Kirk said, you know, fucked up. There are certain things that Nick Fuentes has said, yeah, fucked up, right? There are certain things that the Talmud says about the goyim and the hakum, right? It's quite hurtful. But then you get to a point and you're like, you know what? These people also, they love to be predictable. They love to be on their goyim vibe. They don't want to learn. They don't want to learn. They don't want to get better. They don't want to learn money, be more mindful with their money, make sound investments with their money. The goyim, his understanding, the goyim people, their understanding of money is meant to buy me pleasure. Clothes, shoes, houses, vacation, concert tickets, wump. You know, it's the people who don't care about money. And that's why they live paycheck to paycheck. That's why they have lots of debt, lots of credit cards, lots of the buy now, pay later debt. They have so much debt, car notes. They are completely indebted because the Goyim people are very immature when it comes to money. You know, so you can say, yeah, it's mean for the Jew to call people Goyim and stuff like that. It's mean for the Jew to low-key be racist. But at the same time, though, maybe certain stereotypes are earned. Maybe certain insults, they're actually earned. Because when you observe a people and they don't change, like for centuries, they still don't learn. But maybe this is who they are. You know what I'm saying? Maybe this is who you are because you don't respect your money. Even the time, like the physical energy that is required for you to make your hourly rate, right? The sacrifice you have to make for your hourly rate. And it's always you who want to part with your money. You work the longest hours, you make the least amount of money. But you continue to prioritize pleasure over investments. So you get to a point, you can't feel bad for Goyim. Because Goyim, they like being Goyim. That's it. That's why I'm like, yeah, me, I separate myself from those people because I use my brain. But how many times are you going to tell people, be careful? These are capitalists. These people are capitalists. They don't care about black people. They will weaponize community, blackness, wump. But you think if Jay-Z can screw Dame Dash, like he's known him like almost his whole life, you think he cares about you? Then again, you're a Goyim, you're a boy, so you're very delusional. Okay? Exactly, because they understand the Goyim. And they're like, yeah, this is a people who just live for pleasure. They're not serious, and they're quite lazy. They don't take money seriously. They don't invest their money. They only want to they want to look rich instead of learning how to be rich. So yeah, it's hurtful, but listen, it's truthful. Because it's a sound observation. It's not, after a day or 2 weeks or 2 years. No, centuries. centuries of observing people and realizing that all they care about is shopping. All they care about is pleasure. All they care about is how they look, right? All they care about is material shit. Cool. So I guess they like being slaves. Whatever. Enslave these people, make your money, and feel no ways about it. That's it. Nobody is stopping these Goyim people from taking the shackles off their brain, their hands, their feet, their neck to actually be emancipated. They don't want freedom. They want slavery. You can have it. You know what I'm saying? You can have it. But I'm like, like I said, I've told you this before. I said, because that guy sent me, what's his name? Sam Bankman-Fried, huh? Right? I would never stop saying it. This guy right here, he stole 33 years old. That is crazy. Okay. This dude right here stole 45 billion. 45 billion. So you can't tell me that a lot of celebrities, a lot of wealthy people, athletes, celebrities, politicians, because who else has that kind of money? He's not coming out here asking us poor people to give him money, right? He was getting money from really rich people, investment funds, mutual funds, you name it. And the thing about celebrities, they spend so much money. Their lifestyle is so expensive because the way they present is how they're able to get more loans. So they have to spend the money to make other people believe that, oh, look at me, I'm financially solvent, right? Nobody believes, me personally, I don't believe that Trump was a billionaire. But I think that now with all the scamming and the money he takes from the juju donors, like, yeah, I'm sure like now he's officially a billionaire. Even his son-in-law is officially a billionaire. Jared also. But you can't tell me that the Jigga Man, who's so obsessed with money, did not put some money in this boy's hands. And you can't tell me that, what's his name, Michael Rubin, okay, did not tell all of these people to go put their money with his cousin. I refuse to believe that. Because, you know, the one way, hold on. The one, like, I'm like, hold on. Right? Because one of the sure ways that you can get all these people, right, everybody that you're asking to invest, right, is by promising crazy returns because it's greed, right? Because it's greed. He was able to get these people's money because he was probably promising crazy returns, and they're greedy because they spend so much money. And I'm like, he put Beyonce's money in crypto. I would never stop saying it. I don't care. Okay. So exactly. There you go. He's not a billionaire. He has money, but Beyonce has more. Like I said, he has done some very risky, stupid shit because he's not a real business person. He has not gone to Harvard. He doesn't have an MBA. He hasn't studied finance. Like there's so much he doesn't know. If Jay-Z was a sound business person, he never would have signed Meg Thee Stallion. All she has is one flow. Like, make it make sense. She's an alcoholic. Like who would you think you're going to go with this shit? Right? She was always bad business. Megan was never good business. The fact that she was already signed to 1501 is like, okay, like this lady has like 5 different deals. It's too damn crazy. This is bad business. It's so unnecessary. Right? He's not a good businessman. It's like people I feel like the Goyim, they need to believe that, oh, you can be a drug dealer and then you can go into corporate and you can become a billionaire because the Goyim is foolish. Doesn't work like that. And if you think that in this nation where the ZZs run everything, they're going to let a former drug dealer be a billionaire, you are quite silly. You're very, very silly. Okay? Like, they're very, very silly. You are seriously silly. You don't know how this country works. And I've even come to realize that a lot of people here don't know how this country works. That's why they believe in reparations. They truly do believe in reparations. Everybody is fighting and begging and pleading God to have America be separated, a holy divorce from Israel, and you over here asking for reparations. Are you okay? Right? You have an entire Congress that has pledged allegiance to Israel. They all go to Israel and they bang their head against that wall. And you, as a goy, you really believe that the ZZ people who control Congress, control the White House, are going to allow your reparations to go through. Like, people are so silly. People are really silly. Like we are in 2025 and you have a lot of goyim people who don't understand. They don't understand that if you don't have a super PAC, you ain't getting shit. You really ain't getting shit, right? You have a goy like Tariq Nasheed, right? With his whole FBA bullshit. Where are his donors? All he does is sit up there in Twitter spaces to fight people, fight these Africans, fight the white supremacists, right? A grown-ass man. His resume, pimp. He used to sell black women to sex work. How predictable. Goy behavior. How cool behavior, right? Meanwhile, Charlie Kirk is 31 years old. He was never a pimp. He identifies as a Christian. He's married. He has 2 children, right? 31 years old. Charlie Kirk was worth like $12 million. His business, Turning Point USA, was bringing in $140 million. That's a bad damn. There's a thing about business, organization, planning, how to like really grow a thing like that. Black people don't have it. They just don't have it. And if you believe that a drug dealer has it, you're so stupid. Like you're really, really stupid. Okay. Exactly. I'm like, yeah. No, I'm like, she's so damn silly. And she knows damn well her daughter married a drug dealer. That is crazy. That is low-hanging fruit. That's like hustling backwards. That is so damn stupid, right? That is so crazy. I'm like, this is so fucking embarrassing. But it's goyim culture. It's goyim culture, right? And I'm like, you know, I sat back and I thought about this. And I'm like, it makes a lot of sense too why the ZZ people have invested so much in encouraging goyim to behave a certain way, right? It makes sense why they're always in so-called the culture. They get rappers out of prison, right? They hire people like Charlamagne with a GED. They give him a radio station. They give him distribution deals, right? But I'm like, the goal of the ZZ people is to have the goyim always be a goyim. And if you can make the goyim people even be more sinful, you know, more detestable, more hedonistic, right? Then you've done your job. You've done your job and it's worth the investment. And that's why the music is more criminal, it's more sexual, there's more drugs, there's more murders, right? Because the goyim, they will do it for money. I'm like, wow, this is how it works. Because they don't want competition. They want you to go further into sin, that the hand of God shall be against you and your people. And people are so impressed by money. But whatever he's paying you, whatever he is paying you, you're losing more because you're losing your soul. But you understand, goyim people don't know how to do math. They're so impressed by like a few dollar bills because they don't believe in themselves. And they don't believe in God. Don't believe in themselves, don't believe in God. So a godless people will do anything for money. And it's not even good money, it's crap money. These are crumbs, but they're goyim. You know, they don't walk with their head up high, integrity, you know what I mean? Faith in God, honor. No, they don't. They're goyim. So that's how it works. Exactly. They have. And the job of the ZZ is to find other goy that will encourage the goyim to continue to behave like goyim. I'm like, oh, there you go. I get it now. So therefore, when you become enlightened, you're like, oh, crap. I don't want to be a goy. Okay. Exactly. So I'm like, this is it. And for the little bit of money they get, they don't even realize that you are attracting curses that will last on your life forever. They have bought everybody. When it comes to white Americans too, they go and find people like Charlie Kirk who only have a high school education, and they give them a lot of money that they will keep those people dumb as well. So these are all the kinds of goyim. And their job is to believe that you're losing this and this, this and that because of the black goyim. You see what I'm saying? They find the right people, but whether it's the white community, the black community, notice how the goyim will only finance an uneducated goy. Let it be black, let it be white. He has to be uneducated. He has to be greedy. He has to be a great liar. Got to be a great deceiver. And it makes sense because in the Talmud said that you have the right. It's okay to lie to a Gentile. Like you can lie to a goyim. You lie to a goy because he's not a human being. So you have the right to deceive him. So therefore, they find image bearers that can lie to their own people. Yeah, that's it. So they find, oh, Charlie Kirk, he's a white boy. He gonna go lie to his people, right? You over here, you're a black boy. You gonna go lie to your people because it's okay to lie to a Gentile. It's perfectly fine. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. You are allowed to lie to a goy. So lie to these people. Do whatever you have to do to get these people to act a certain way, behave a certain way, think a certain way. And also you want to get their money. You know, like they're actually really smart. It's just the fact that they want to unalive all the Palestinians. That's the part that's kind of weird. But they understand because it's true. You can only have one people at the top. Everybody can be at the top. And what the ZZs understand, for us to be at the top, we have to send other people into perdition. They need to lose their soul. Because if they're confused with sin, if they're busy with sin and foolishness, they won't have time to compete with us. Meanwhile, we make sure to secure all the resources because we are the chosen one. It makes perfect sense. It's a bit dark, but it makes a lot of sense though. Exactly. But Goyim, they cannot because they're not intellectual. They're very carnal. That's what a Goyim is. And I even thought about this, like something that like it came to my mind when I was walking today, right? Was Deuteronomy 28, because it says that you shall be the head and not the tail, right? Remember that part? Right? Hold on. Right? So see here, right? You see? The Lord will make you the head and not the tail. So when you think about this, right? The chosen one has to be the head. And the Goyim, whatever complexion they are, the Goyim have to be the other parts of the body. So it could be that the black Goyim, he's the feet. Right? It could also be that the black Goyim, he might be the butt. I don't know. The white Goyim, he might be the hands. But the thing is, the ZZ, he has to be the head. I'm like, it makes sense. It really does make sense because it says you shall be the head and not the tail. But someone will be the tail, right? Because you listen. So it could also be that the black Goyim, he's the tail. So you treat him accordingly because he's nothing but a tail. So treat him like that. But you got to be the head. And that's why you see, when you look at the ZZ people, like they use their brain a lot. They're very, very strategic. They are manipulative. They are very strategic. They have a plan and they have the money. So they use their heads a lot. The black Goyim, he doesn't use his head. He's like always, everything to do with the flesh, he's always running into that kind of shit. Right? The white Goyim, he uses his hands a lot to deceive, create stuff, like create weapons of destruction. Maybe I feel like the white Goyim will be the hands. Because a lot of things that white people create is for destruction. Black people, they be the black Goyim, and they might be the feet because black people love to dance. Always dancing. Always dancing. Right? The Asian people, they might be the heart. Because they're very patient. You understand, right? So it's like, it makes sense though. But the ZZ understands that I must be the head. I cannot allow anybody else to be the head. So he works hard to make a lot of money that he can control the other parts of the body, which are the Goyim. I'm like, it makes a lot of sense. So I'm like, I don't feel bad for these people because they refuse to learn. And maybe they're not meant to learn. Maybe they're meant to be slaves, and it's okay. It really is. It truly is okay because it's a choice. When you refuse to learn, to educate yourself, to study, to be wise, to ask questions, you love being a slave. Stay there. Just stay right there. Okay? It's going to be just fine for you. Hold on. Where were we again? We're here somewhere. Hold on. Okay, right here. Okay, let's go.
She's doing her own residency in LA. Now, one thing we know about tours is that they yield you liquid cash. So she started off with only maybe a couple cities. It was like 5 or 6. And You know, it started off with 2 shows in LA, then it went to 3, then it went to 4, then it went to 5, and it says keep selling because he's not able to leverage loans. And so when it comes to Jay-Z and Beyonce and why I feel that a lot of their businesses, especially her businesses, end up failing is because she is so disassociated from reality, and so is he. And I think maybe it comes from him because like when you come from the world of selling drugs, you're a risk taker, which means you're willing to put it all on the line to bet big. That's gambling. And he is a big gambler.
He's a gambler.
They've dropped pictures in high stakes rooms, private rooms with other billionaires.
And the thing is also, let me tell you this, right? Hidden Joe, what's up, baby? If you care to be honest, if you're not a super emotional person or some goofy FBA person, okay? If you care to be honest, you will say, if you know Beyonce really well, I mean, for as much as we've known her for the past like 20, 30 years, right? Beyonce is extremely frugal, right? She does her own hair. She does her own makeup. She does a lot of things herself. Beyonce does everything she can to save her money. Have you ever seen Beyonce with a Birkin bag? I'm asking you a question. If you have, show me. Do you ever see Beyonce with a Birkin bag, a Dior bag, a Kelly bag, the stuff the girls go crazy for on social media? Right? Have you ever even heard Beyonce brag about the kind of stuff she has, her closet, her cars? My thing is, have you ever even seen Beyonce drive a car? Do you know what car she drives? Beyonce is extremely low key. To me, she's extremely frugal. She's very mindful with her money. If she can do it herself, she will. She's always looking for ways to save money, even though we all know she's rich AF, right? She's not materialistic. She's not a consumer. She loves her music. She loves her braids. You know what I'm saying? Like, she really is. She don't spend money like that. But the person who loves to brag about clothes, shoes, alcohol, private jets, yachts, watches, womp is Sean Carter, the man who grew up in the ghetto, the man who grew up in poverty, the man who grew up to a single mom, the man who grew up in scarcity, the man who was so desperate he sold drugs to his own people to go buy a Mercedes. Okay, he's a broken man. Like I told you earlier, when you grew up in lack, you will always want to buy shit to affirm yourself. Beyonce grew up middle class. Her dad, he wasn't like rich, but they had pretty good money. They were stable. They had financial stability. Beautiful neighborhood, beautiful house. Mom also had her own business. So for the Knowles family, they were doing really well. And they only have 2 kids, so they got a bunch of money. So you see why when she grows up, and I'm sure like even now today, yes, there are things she can afford because she's like freaking Beyonce. But it's like you're not as like pressed because we grew up pretty well. We traveled, we had family vacations and things like that. So it's like you're not like Foxy Brown. You're not like Meg Thee Stallion, Carisha, JT, Nicki Minaj. Like they're just coming into money. They're just coming into financial stability. You've always had that. You're a middle class person. Beyonce's from the suburb. She's not from poverty, the hood, food stamp, EBT, government cheese, all that weird struggle shit. Where your mom has to choose between, do I pay the power bill or the water bill? Like, what the fuck? Pay them all. You don't have bill collectors call your house. You don't have bills stacking up. What the freak is that? Like, this is so weird. She had her dad, her mom in her life. So it's like, she's good. But even her weave and her wigs, I think she washes them things and puts them right back on. Please. My vixen sent me a video. Hold on. If I can play for y'all. Let me see. She was like, because we were talking about that. Like how much like Beyonce saves her money. And the one who likes to waste money is Sean Carter. What was that? Where can I find this video? Hold on. Let me show you this one video. Because this girl had made a video about Beyonce. She does, like even her nails, she wears pressed on nails. Let me show you, right? Okay, here's the video. Okay, here's the video.
I saw this post on Instagram and it reminded me of the fact that I have never seen a set of nails on Beyonce that I really liked. They all be giving trash. I am so sorry to the nail tech. Like, y'all, come on. This is Beyonce. We're talking about the Beyonce, and these are her nails.
It's not here.
Like, look at this. Look at this. Anybody could have done this. Literally, anybody could have done this. It makes me think you don't have to have any type of skill really to be a nail tech to a celebrity. You just have to have an accent. You got to be a little foreign. This shit is trash. This is trash, Beyonce. This is ugly. Beyonce give me, she don't know how to stick up for herself at the nail salon. Like, look at this. Beyonce, you do a lot of stuff, babe. You do a lot of stuff great. Choosing your nails is not one of your strongest attributes. Y'all remember this Ivy Park drop? Look at the nails. They look fire. They look cool. Anybody could have did this. I swear. The girl who sent them press-ons to Peaches, them press-ons look better than this. They're just rhinestones. Find a nail tech that can actually do your nails and not just lay rhinestones.
Yeah, she like to say
like this. Okay.
She likes to say her
it's not giving. It's not giving Beyonce. I gotta find a way to get in contact with Beyonce by tomorrow. Because baby, if you
she doesn't like to spend her money. Like me growing up, she's always been very frugal. She will save her money. Like the song, Why Don't You Love Me? Baby, why don't you love me? She did her own makeup, did her own hair. Like even Sir John, she cut off Sir John. I mean, I ain't gonna pay these prices. Beyonce will do her own shit. And I respect it because that's how you stay rich. If you can do it, I'll do it. If you can save money, I'll save the money. But I'm telling you, like, think about this. Have you ever seen this lady with like a Birkin bag? If you have seen her, you've seen her with one. Have you ever seen her with a bunch of Birkin bags? Do you see her with a bunch of Chanel bags and whatever? No, she's not that kind of person. She's not obsessed with money. She's not. Now he's obsessed with money. Beyonce can wear her braids all summer long and just rock like this, rock like this. She's not materialistic. She isn't. Even when you see her on vacation, she wears like regular outfits. Like, oh, it's like it's giving vacation. Because she will enjoy herself. Oh, I have to have Chanel sandals and like all these influencers do. Like it's just excessive. No, she's very low key. Like she enjoys herself. And you also remember when Blue Ivy was born, right? Blue Ivy never wore designer. Who remembers that? When Blue Ivy was a baby, she wore baby clothes like Baby Carter, Gymboree, what else is out there, child? The Gap. I mean, she was wearing clothes that normal children would wear. Because like, yeah, they get dirty. Meanwhile, Kim had her, she had North and fur, all that extra shit, right? Blue Ivy was dressed like a normal child. Like even I thought I could afford her clothes. Like, okay, I can buy that for my niece. I got the money for that, right? But I'm like, she's not crazy like that. She's not, I got to buy this, buy that. The one who's always bragging about money is the one who grew up poor. I will never stop saying it. Poor people are insecure. People who grew up poor in scarcity, it doesn't matter if they grow up, even when they make money, they make a lot of money, they are still insecure. Okay, Yvette, we're out here just running our mouths. Okay, they're insecure. But I would love for people to tell me how many times you've heard Beyonce brag on a designer, brag on this, brag about this, and that. But this man, that's all he does. That old mouth speaking, one, up. That's all he does because he grew up poor. So everything, he's so impressed because that's how he affirms himself. And also, not to be offensive, not to be mean, but I think when a man hides behind materialism, I think he has a small penis. I really do. Listen, I learned that from LL Cool J. Okay, I wish I could play the song. Let me see if I can play the song. Hold on. I learned that from LL Cool J. Okay, because LL, he be talking some stuff sometimes. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can get to the part where he says it. Hold on. I really do. Because, when you, listen, you guys, let me tell you something. I am so glad we're having this conversation so late at night because the super stands are asleep. Because you're the beehive. They so damn stupid. Okay. No, that's not it. Hold on. Hello, Cool J and Total. Mm-hmm. Yo, Maverick made me sick. His daddy's back. I'm okay. You're back. So hold on. I gotta find the right part where he says it. Hold on, because I can't play too much of the song, Chair. Yo, listen. Okay. I feel like playing. Let me just play a little bit for y'all, child. Let's not get in trouble, y'all. I can only give y'all 2 seconds of this, okay? You ready? Let's go. 30s, 46. I got something like 4. Okay. Hey, that's enough. Okay. Hey, that's enough. Okay, hold on. I gotta find the part. Let me find the part where he says it. Hold on. And if you remember too, right? Not trying to be mean, you guys. Not trying to be mean. And let me tell you this. Hey, Brown Sugar. You know, Jay-Z, listen, me, Marlene, I put a butt. That's why I said one day my videos might disappear. But I'm like, Jay-Z, the way he lives his life, I wouldn't be surprised if he has erectile dysfunction. Okay? I would not be surprised if he has erectile dysfunction, or eventually he will have it. Because think about this. He doesn't work out. Have you seen his chest? Have you ever seen Jay-Z in like swim trunks? He doesn't have the body of a man. He has the body of a plucked turkey. Okay? You ever seen a plucked turkey? Let me show you. Hold on. Jay-Z in swim trunks. Okay? He has a small bird chest. Right? There you go. And you know me. You see? I won't lie to you. He doesn't exercise. This man does not exercise. Right? This man does not do any push-ups, any pull-ups. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, he doesn't have the body of a man. Okay? Mr. Billionaire. Have you seen his legs? You see? He's always skipping leg day. You see that's chicken legs. Billionaire. Man, F you being a billionaire if you don't have manly legs. Have you seen his calves? You see this? Right? Hold up, wait a minute. Right? Somebody's husband. Okay? There you go. All right. Look at his legs. Did you see his legs? Did you see that's Mr. Billionaire? The fuck? Okay. Right. Look at him. Look at his chest, y'all. He's like a plucked chicken. He's like a plucked turkey. This dude, listen, the face, I don't even mind the face, but at least have a body. Right? He never had traps. Look at this picture right here. Hold on. That's him. Oh, there you go. Okay. The billionaire. Here goes the billionaire, y'all. Right? So I'm like, and think about this too, right? He loves to drink. He drinks a lot. He loves to smoke cigars. He probably sleeps in. He doesn't exercise, right? Makes sense, right? This guy like this, he's not going to be like his thingy. It's not going to work. A man needs to exercise, especially when you're that rich, though. Even Mark Zuckerberg has put on weight. Okay, even Mark Zuckerberg has put on muscle mass because this is ridiculous, right? I mean, sometimes the face card don't bother me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there are days when he triggers me, then it bothers me. When he don't trigger me, I don't really mind it. There have been moments of, okay, the jiggerman is kind of cute, but the problem is it's the body, right? But one thing else, so listen, when you go to this video, right? Because it's on the song. I can't put a video, right? But in this video, right, this guy, he reminds me of Jay-Z. Like, he has a lot of money, but he's not attractive. Like, he's overweight. He scratches his butt. He has this really pretty girl, right? But it's like she's annoyed by him, right? And so when he sleeps, and mind you, we have seen Jay-Z and Beyonce in bed together. It was quite frightening. Okay? I don't even know why she posted that. Like, girl, are you insane? Like, are you actually insane? Okay, are you crazy? Right? We all remember she posted this picture unprovoked. Let me see if I can find a picture. Hold on. Where's the picture? No one to sign up. Where is the damn picture? Y'all stupid. Okay. Let me see if I can find this picture. There you go. Let me see. Where's the picture? Oh, because she deleted the picture because people were laughing at that. I remember people were laughing. Okay, I remember. Okay, hold on. Because there was really no need for her to post that. I'm like, girl, he isn't, you see? Like, why would a wife even post this? It is so weird, right? Because once again, they want you to believe that this man is packing. Their sex life is so hot. 1 through 1. We're not believing this. Okay, right? We are not believing this, right? You're trying too hard. And there was one, like, she had the thing all up in his face like that. It was like, yeesh, this is not, this one, right? Okay, let me see if I can make it bigger. All right. And then she posted this one. And I'm like, who are you trying to fool, sis? Okay, who are you trying to fool? That was like years ago. You remember this picture? Right? Like, girl, bye. So let me get back to this video, right? Let me get back to this video. So in this video, lounging and stuff, the girl, she waits for him to go to sleep because she's not attracted to him. Doesn't work out, overweight, bad built, the sex is whack, like, listen, shit, right? So LL is telling this man, the only reason why you have this woman, because you have money. And that's the thing about unattractive men. Unattractive men need money. They need money to have a pretty girl. But if you're a man and you don't have money, but you look good, your body look good, and then you're, is really good, you can have anybody you want. Okay? So that was the lesson in Who Do You Love? Right? She was with this guy for the money, but she was not attracted. So LL said, man make the money, money don't make the man. Because when she's done with you, I like Kazam, she would have come home with me. Because I'm what she wants. And like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So it makes a lot of sense. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Let me get to the part. Hold on. I'm going to put y'all here with Tasha real quick so I can get the part where he says it because I can't play the whole video. You see? Hold on. Right? So then he says, okay, you're buying her Chanel, all that kind of stuff. But what she really wants is some hot sex. Okay? That's what she wants. Right? Hold on. Let me put you back over here because I can't put the video. Hold on. Go with Tasha here real quick. Hold on. Okay, you see? So he said you buy her jewelry, you buy her crystal champagne, okay? But listen, she don't want you, okay? She does not want to be with you. You're not cute. All right, hold on. Yeah, I wish I could play the song. Oh, okay, you see? So he's saying instead of watching her, giving her the love she requires, all you care about is piling up money, Jay-Z. Money, billionaire, more money. Do you ever love on your wife, sir? Huh? He's in love with the money. Okay? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Because I can't play the song. Oh, I hate that. Okay? As soon as you turn, and he broke. It's giving. You know what this is giving to, though? You know what this is giving? Do you know what this gives? It gives that girl Phelan. Because Phelan also, she went with Simon because Simon had money, right? But remember, when Simon was not home, she had the little boy sneak to the mansion, okay? Because she was not attracted to Simon, okay? She wanted that little boy, all right? Hold on, y'all. Exactly. And then he said, just because you're blessed with cash, right? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to make sure we can enjoy our live, okay? Just because you're blessed with cash. Say it.
Doesn't mean your honey won't let me finesse that. See the
Okay? Right? He said, so just because you're blessed with cash doesn't mean your honey won't let me finesse that ass. Okay? Now he goes on to say, hold on. See, the moral of the story is a woman needs love. And this is why the ladies love Cool James. Okay? There you go. There you go. Okay? The moral of the story is a woman needs love. You can't buy love. Hold on. You're about to say, hold on. Okay? The kind of you so-called players never dreamed of. Okay? Hold on. You got to try love. You can't buy love. Okay? If you play your hand, then it's bye-bye love, right? So I'm like, yo, you got to go listen to the song and you will see it for yourself. But I'm like, that's exactly what the Jigga Man is giving. Everything he has because he paid for it. Okay? Do you think Aaliyah was dating Damon Dash because he had money? Or no, she actually did love him. Jay-Z paid for love. You don't think if Jay-Z was powerful or whatever, you think Beyonce would have gone for him? Everybody knows. I mean, according to the rumors, right? Beyonce wanted to be with Nas. I mean, come on, it's King Nasir. Like seriously, she wanted to be with the Nas. Yes. Okay, there you go. Look at that beautiful face. Hey, okay. Do you think a man like this needs to have all kinds of money? Be so for real. Yes. If you remember in the song, Shorty, say what's your price? Just to back it up, you can hold my ice. Remember that? Genuine and Nas, you remember that? Y'all be asleep sometimes at the wheel. What is going on? What is going on? Hold on. Give me a second real quick. Hold on. Okay, hold up. Because I got the price. Shorty, say what's your price? Just to back it up. You can hold my ice. Hold me back like you some. What? Hey! Oh! Let's not get in trouble, y'all. Hold up. Look real quick. Look carefully. Look carefully. What do you see? Hold on, let me see. Ooh, who's right there? Who right there? Who do you see right there? Hey, who do you see right there? She did. Yvette, where you been at? Who's right there, y'all? Who is right there next to one of the prettiest men in hip hop? It is me, y'all. It is I, Marlene, okay? I have all the receipts. I don't just be talking just to talk. I'm not Charlemagne. Okay? There you go. Child, y'all say all on his mouth like liquor. But he said no because she was too young. Beyonce, listen, she has taste. Yo, share. Listen. Okay? One of the prettiest boys in hip hop. Like, be so for real. Be so for real. I'm like, who's that right there? Who do you see? Is that her? Is that Giselle? Is that Beyonce Giselle Knowles? Ooh, well. Okay. Oh, exactly. And also, I felt like he felt like, hey, because Dame had Aaliyah, he got to have the next one. Okay. So Nas said no because she was too young. But she right there. Shorty, say what's your price? And she was having a good old time too. Go watch the video. Okay. Go watch the video. They were all there. So then I guess he tried to get her because he's jealous and he's envious. That's why he needs to have all this money, all that foolishness. But I'm like, do you really think that someone like Nas needs, even if Nas had no money, he can have whoever he wants? Be so for real. Okay. Do you think King Nasir needs money to get a woman? No. I mean, it don't hurt though. It doesn't hurt. Okay. It doesn't hurt. But that's a handsome man. If he was broke, no car, no shoes, no job, bad credit, yes, it will be a problem. He qualifies. Oh my God. Money is only for men who people don't want. Okay. When a woman doesn't want your ass, she requires that you have money. That's how it goes, y'all. It's okay. We can be honest. We grown. And also it's late. So the beehive is asleep. So we can have an honest conversation, right? Men who pay for love because she's not attracted to you. If she loved you, you wouldn't pay. She would find a job. She will pay your bills. She would love you down because you're really beautiful. Lonnie, I'm not even gonna push your comment, but that's a beautiful man, y'all. Nas is beautiful. And not just that, he's not a drug dealer. He's never been a drug dealer. Never sold drugs to people. Okay, there you go. Okay, this man is seriously beautiful. Like, he's seriously handsome. Maybe one day I'll do a show on like my top 11 because I had to give somebody honorary mention, like, you know what I mean? But maybe one day I'll do a show like the most handsome, beautiful man in hip hop. Okay, that means, but you already know, Nas is part of that. Okay, he's part of my Mount Rushmore, right? But I'm like, she wanted to be with him. The man, he was like, "No, you're too young." But the creeper, of course he said yes, because it's not a problem. We've seen him collab with R. Kelly. We've seen him work with Foxy when she was 14, right? It's not a problem. Okay. Wait, no, but the problem is, you see, once again, like, the thing about someone like Nas also, right, is the equivalent of like a person growing up middle class or affluent versus somebody growing up poor, right? Like Nas, you don't have to be awful, cruel, degrade women, talk down a woman, be misogynistic, because he's always been beautiful. So it's never been hard for him to have all the ladies just drool over him. So he has no reason to be mean to the ladies. He has no reason to be degrading because they've always loved him. Like, he's so beautiful, right? Jay-Z, that was not the case for him, right? It was hard for him to be noticed. It was hard for him to be like, it didn't come naturally for him. So to some extent, I also understand why he's so obsessed with having money. You're poor, you're unattractive, you're this, did you even finish high school? Okay. So he has a lot to make up for. Even natural charisma, he doesn't have it. Have you heard his voice? His voice is so high pitched. Young hover, okay, right? So he has a lot to compensate for. At least if he was handsome and he was broke, that's a little different, right? But Nas, yeah, he grew up poor, but he's very attractive. He's very beautiful. He was born beautiful. Baby, he's beautiful. Toddler, he's beautiful. Young boy, he's beautiful. Teenager, beautiful. Grown man, handsome. So he was never lacking from attention from women, like, you know, but like, you know, right? Exactly. That's another man that's also naturally beautiful. Yo, hold on with this little baby. Hold on. Mavi, hold on, baby, hold on. Am I being loud? Let me play this for y'all real quick. Hold on.
Them gambling for millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. She's in there with whiskey, cigars, high-end cigars. And then they forget that it's common everyday people that sustain them. But because they've been living off of assets and bank loans, and they've been coming into a lot of cash and not having to go out and knock on door after door to sell products.
And I don't think they forget. And I mean, honestly, I just don't really think they really care. I really don't. I really believe that they become so numb to it where we who are the consumers, they just look at us as that. So they just feel like anytime they drop something, when I say we, I'm just speaking as consumers as a whole, we're just going to buy it. If they announce a tour, we're going to buy the tickets. We're going to travel to wherever we have to travel to go to that show. They drop a product, we're going to buy it. And that's the sad part, because I think about that stuff sometimes myself as a business owner, because I provide services and products as well. But we live in a capitalist society, so that's pretty much what it is. But I often think about that too. It's like the people who are the customers or the clients, I care about them because I know that a lot of them, they may be going through things and they're struggling and suffering too. I mean, I have a cost that I have to operate a business, but I still think about that when it comes to my services and my products. And I'm not just, well, everything is this price where it's out of reach for a lot of people. I have options and I have choices. And so when they do concerts and they drop products and they're just so expensive, I think about stuff like that sometimes. It's like, do they even really care about their consumers? But I don't really believe they do, because they seem like they're extremely out of touch. And I would think most billionaires or close to billionaires are.
That's the reason her products sell, is because who's about to buy a $100 bottle of whiskey? Ivy Park. I think the celebrities got it first before we got it. I think this is probably the first product, her Sacred, that was in a store that was even remotely affordable for a regular person. And so when their businesses don't work, they got to start a whole new one.
And that is the truth. Now, I wasn't into any of her products, but I remember hearing about the Ivy Park stuff and how she was gifting it to all of these celebrities. And I guess she felt like, this is my opinion now. My opinion is I felt like she thought so little of her consumers or her followers or her fans or her quote unquote beehive. She just felt like, oh, because I'm Beyonce and I'm gifting it to these celebrities and they're going to promote it on their social media, my fan base is so hyped. They're just going to go buy it off of the strength of knowing that I gifted it to this amazing celebrity and they're wearing it and they're promoting it. So now they're going to go and buy it. And then the stuff is expensive.
And so with him being denied all this money so that he can help expand or buy houses and leverage his businesses and use debt to leverage, more money and more wealth, so he doesn't have to cash in and devalue and depreciate the very things that he uses in order to stretch out his money, he sends his bitch on the road. He's the pimp.
Ooh, child. That might be a bit harsh, but look, I mean, I'm saying he's not out there performing. She is. And listen, you can take it how you want to take it. I'm not saying Tasha's right in her assessment of it, but a lot of people can view this situation and look at it in a similar way. He's older. She's young and beautiful. She's got the talent. Look at this crap on his head. Shave that crap off. And we already know that's not his hair. But anyway, like I said, it might be a harsh assessment, but a lot of people could view it in that way and say, you know what? She does have a point.
Is she going to be out there night after night, foot broken, ankle trying to heal? She barely dancing, but she got blue out there. He said, now get Rumi ass to the stage now. I need my money. Y'all think I'm playing, don't you? We pulled the records. $800,000 liens on properties that she got. $800,000 in a lawsuit fighting the IRS over a $3 million debt.
And that is true. I don't know if you all heard about that, but I remember when that story broke about the IRS debt and she's trying to contest it. And some of us are like, that's the reason why the nation, it is not just Beyonce's fault. So I'm not trying to blame her, but it's like the super rich and wealthy, they never want to pay their taxes. And it's like the percentage may be high and you may not see it as fair, but the amount of money that you owe in taxes is not going to break you like it would break some of us common regular folk.
That's not stuff that billionaires do. Come on. They're leveraging debt to leverage wealth, which essentially means they're liquid cash broke. The only way they bring in liquid cash is through her, because he can't do it. His tours ain't gonna sell. Nobody's going out. He ain't got Kanye with him. Ain't nobody going to see Jay-Z. At all. They're not going.
And that's the truth, guys. I'm not gonna hold you. I really believe she has a lot of points. Of course, Tasha's going to say it in the way that Tasha's going to say it, but I just feel like a lot of the stuff that's happening right now with Kanye and Diddy, although he has done his best to try to disassociate himself from Diddy, and then also Kanye is out here wilding out, and he really needs to be in somebody's mental health facility, like locked in there, getting continual treatment because he really is sick. I'm not giving him excuses because he has the money to get the treatment. He's just got the arrogance and the pride where he's not listening to anybody that would say, look, dude, you really have issues and you really need to go to this place. And I believe, is going to wind up being involuntarily committed because it's looking like it's going to that place. And then even though him and Kim aren't married anymore, somehow, some way, they're going to wind up getting all his money because she's got 4 kids with him. But I digress. He's disassociated himself from Kanye also. So we can't go back to the days of him and Easy performing together. That's completely done. Rock Nation brunches and all those different things like that. It's like those days are over. So it's looking like unless he could come up with some other type of grift, because I remember when that story came out about him and Will Smith investing into rent to own homes, which is one of the biggest grifts out there because a lot of times those things do not work out. I'm saying they may wind up having to sell some assets and downsize some things because it's like you really don't have to live in a home the size of an airport in order to keep yourself away from the regular folk. It's just some things that you're just going to have to change up. But I want to know what you guys think about all of this. What do you think about Tasha's thoughts on Jay?
This is why, even for me, when I waited like almost a year to try Sacred, and I still had to use a coupon. I'm like, girl, nobody asked you to go live in a $200 million house. That is ridiculous. I'm not paying for your water bill. I need my money. Okay. And I'm like, how come other billionaires are not moving to London? All this monkey math is just exhausting to my head. Like, why isn't Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg? Why aren't people moving to London? Oh, please, billionaire my black ass. Anyways, y'all, let's go back to Dame real quick.
Do you consider somebody rich if they have $180 million loan? Depends on how much money they bring, how much profit they bring. If $1 billion.
It's still a billionaire. Not if they owe. No, how do you wait? Have you ever been a billionaire? I've never. So how would you know? Because why are you asking people that ain't never been billionaire? No. I want to know what your perspective was on the loan. Wait. You don't understand the question. I do understand the question now. So answer it.
If somebody gave me $180 million,
you owe them 180. You got to work it. You know, a lot of people look good spending. Wait, stop.
But that's why the loan.
A lot of stop. No, you aren't. So you never sold drugs, have you? Yeah. So what? Quarter spoon, what is that? Nobody says quarter spoon. You didn't sell shit. Stop lying. You talking to ex-drunk? You already said quarter spoon. I didn't say I was a kingpin. You weren't a king nothing. You was a pigpen. Let me ask you a question. I'm not saying. I'm saying the reason why you don't understand something. The minute I give you a loan, you owe me.
Yes.
And the more money I give you, the nicer you have to be to me. You have to do whatever I say. And that's the reason why I decided to use my own money, because they would try to give me money but tell me what to do. I'm going to tell you something in business. Stop talking.
As long as I'm paying the loan back, it's not a
problem. They're trying to get me out of pocket. No, but as long as you do that, I'm going to take a break and go take a joint because I don't want to argue with you. I want to stay respectful.
Okay.
I think also Charlamagne might be dyslexic. I think he might be dyslexic. He has a learning impediment. He's really slow to
stop interrupting me.
I'm gonna give you the same respect you give in the room, but go ahead.
Continue on that. Thank you. You guys don't know about business, so don't talk so confidently about it because people might.
I'm asking.
Cut me off again.
We're asking you questions, you're not answering.
Jessica, they cut me off. Can you talk to me? Tell them stop.
Oh, y'all gotta chill, man. Because
they don't say I'm buzzing.
Yeah, I know. Chill out, yo.
My bad. You got. You don't know about business, and you say things. I said you can't say things you don't know and sound confident because people listen to you. You get in the algorithm. Yeah. Do your research before you start spreading things.
What did we say wrong?
You said 50 got the rights. You just said it.
And you reposted, and then reposted me. Hold on. You actually reposted me.
Please.
And I asked the question.
You gotta come back.
This is an interview. You keep interrupting.
Okay, I have a question.
Because I didn't finish my thought. You see what's going on? Now, if I started yelling, they be saying I'm bugging.
Yeah.
But this is, remember I told you this is how I get triggered. Just let me teach. If you don't know, listen to the teacher. I'm teaching you right now because this is a business you don't know. You've been in this room for 30 years straight. So you're missing a lot of life.
Not really.
Well, then stop speaking.
You're just wrong.
You have a problem, but you're just wrong. On a respect level, you're wrong.
Teach. I don't think you really got a lesson plan. Teach.
Every time you interrupt me, because you're so rich, you give me $20. Okay, you do that? Because you know you got. So let me ask you another question. Do you think it's respectful when someone gives you their boundaries, you just break them and keep laughing? You think that's all right? I'm just asking.
Can I speak?
I just need an answer. This is the only time you don't speak is when I ask you questions. Anyway, you guys shouldn't speak so confidently without doing research. This is what you're saying. I don't know. You're asking me. These are things you said. So I'm telling you right now, the reason why I filed was because I didn't want anybody to keep suing me because he also kept suing me. So now I can't get sued. And if you look at, did you read the bankruptcy?
Yes.
Did you read at the end when it says who I'm gonna sue? It says who you're gonna sue, and it has a list of people. Did you read that?
She broke it down.
Right. So they can't sue me, but I can sue them now. What?
My question.
Cut 'em off.
I had to
No,
because
she
now we're
didn't
going
do
to another
anything.
subject.
She was fine.
We're
You
gonna-
guys
so
are
listen,
disrespectful.
While we're here on the bankruptcy, right?
Mhm.
So from what I learned in my research.
So now that I've said I'm on a pathway to acquisitions for chairman, I still think I'm broke. Just I don't get it.
Yeah, you can still get it.
And I just said I had. Okay, here's something else. So I have a deal with Simon Schuster. I'm sorry.
Okay, so on the bankruptcy, what happens if all of the debt isn't discharged? What do you do then?
It's a Chapter 7.
But so for instance, Weber, the attorney, he filed something this morning saying that what you claim is fraudulent.
Right.
That
You know why that? You know why that is?
Well, wait, let me finish talking. And he's asking, and he's bringing the point that everything might not be discharged. So I'm at, like, what happens in that?
It doesn't happen. He's a stupid. Allegedly, he's not the smartest light in the room. You got to think. They've been suing me all over the country. This one person, different people all over the country for 10 years. They sued me for over $500 million combined, and they only won $800,000 combined. They've been chasing that for 10 years. You know how much legal and law work that person's been doing, how much plotting he's been doing to collect that money you never collect. You know how mad he is right now? Now he doesn't get paid. So of course he's going to do that. But again, this is part of business. Just put your seatbelt on and watch how it plays out. But I've never filed before. Nothing. The reason why they think it's fraudulent, this is why I have to tell you this. You see how he's saying it's fraudulent? He'll go into court and say I'm rich because he's trying to collect money. I've been telling y'all I was broke, right? So that's the reason why. So I don't know what would happen if let's say everything in the judgment doesn't go, nothing's still in my name. There's still nothing to collect. Okay, let me ask you this: do you know how many times Donald Trump filed?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah. So then why?
But he's known as a terrible businessman. But no,
he's the president.
Yeah, but sure, but he still was known as a terrible businessman. Actually, a con man.
Do you know how confidently dumb you sound? You're saying it's bad that he went bankrupt 6 times. He's a billionaire and he's the president.
But
And
he's
you're still
known as
not
a terrible businessman and con artist.
Are you known as a good businessman?
I don't know.
Okay, well, you make a lot of money?
No.
So you've been doing this every day your whole life and you're not making no money?
Nope.
And
Like you, Dan.
No, you're not like me.
What you mean? You say you don't have.
Do you have a
say you
family
don't make a lot
office?
of money?
I bet my house is bigger than yours. I bet all my houses are bigger than you. I bet I have a better.
How old are you,
Stop.
man?
Now it's how old are you?
This is embarrassing.
You're embarrassed. Yeah, because I got you. I like to see your view. Can you show me your view right now? Do you live in front of water?
In my house?
Yeah. A view of what you see when you relax, when you're not here every day. See, when you're let me just finish. Let me just see your view. When you just now said, let's just go back to how ridiculous you are. The president filed for bankruptcy 8 times, still a billionaire. He's saying he's a bad businessman. You're just not that smart.
Okay.
And you have to acknowledge that. And you know why? You're not seeing the world. You know what happens when you have to go someplace? You laugh. You know what happens when you have to go someplace every day at 4 a.m? You can't go nowhere. You got to be here every day. You've been 15 years. You've missed the whole world. You don't know what you're talking about. And you're saying it confidently. And you're in an algorithm where people actually believe you out of response. And why do you think they keep you here? They want y'all to make us dumb.
But if you worked here,
I would never work here. I would only. What you talking about? I'm not in debt. Wait, stop right there. Stop right there. I'm not in debt at all now. What are you talking about?
Oh, you paying it all up?
When you have this bankruptcy 7 is like getting hit.
I don't even know why he's there. Who on his team? Who told him that was a good idea? Like this is not gonna go. I'm not going on that show. It's a cesspool. It's a cesspool. No, you're talking too much, David. You're talking way too much.
Buy the cartel with 100 bricks and they die. You don't owe no more. I want you to ask someone this is what you should do if you want to do something smart. Get a specialist, a lawyer in bankruptcy, and you ask them these questions. Get a professional up here, and then they'll tell you. Why ask me? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then when he tells you you're dumb, you'll believe him. Anyway, the difference between you and I don't think you're a proper representation of the masculine black man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you guys are.
Okay.
Like, your OG is Wendy Williams. My OG is sitting right here. You see him? Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna tell you why he's my OG. Because he killed anybody or any of those things. He just taught me how to be a better man. Can you stop? Can you stop? Wasn't she your boss?
Yeah.
So she was your OG. She put you on, and you should give her grace.
Yeah.
And you should.
He should have gone with Patrick Bet David. Like this obsession with because I'm black, I need to be around black people, explain myself to black people. Like no, you need to go around people. Like you need to go around people that have achieved as much as you have or more. And that's not the Breakfast Club. Because even I'm like, if I go off what he said, I'm a boss, y'all some employees, then bosses talk with other bosses, not employees. Right? You should be talking to the boss of iHeartRadio, not the employees of iHeartRadio. Right? So I'm like, don't go on this stupid show. It's a stupid show. It's extremely stupid. I'm not going on my show.
Give her props out of respect. But because we have different trauma. Like, we're different. Like, I'm not the kind of guy that would, like, I'd rather get my ass whipped than run. But you're proud that you ran.
Yeah.
I'd rather get my ass whipped. Let me ask you a question, Dan. You ever ran from a fight? What would happen if y'all heard that I ran from a fight? That's a masculine way of doing things. Now, you don't see it that way. You like to play like games. Like, I'm not quite, because when you say kids, I was like, and it ain't no disrespect, but I kind of think you're gay. You just act a little gay.
You got a problem with gay people?
Not at all. I've got a problem with people that pretend they're not gay. So let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You're gay. So what I'm saying is, you might, because you started in gossip, which is is very feminine, and you are acting like there's some degree of like you want people to listen to you, and that we want people that represent masculinity, because men need to be doing what they need to do as men. They don't need to be worried about girl stuff. Period. So talking about people that aren't in the room, that don't have anything to do with them, saying things confidently in front of millions of people and not saying anything. How many times I've seen people punk you? I would never let anybody talk to me a certain way. I'd rather get my ass whipped. That's where we're different. We got different trauma. So you can't really look through my eyes because you do things different.
That much?
No, I'm just bothered about.
Yeah.
I'm bothered what I'm bothered about is you're speaking in front of people confidently and you don't have the experience or the knowledge. And also,
okay, let me see, because I saw this video about David Goggins one time, and he said this thing. Hold on.
Well, if you're an alpha, what you threatened by?
That's it.
You're not.
That's
you
it.
want other dudes to crush it too. You want to raise the bar.
That's
you
it.
want to feel challenged. You want to feel uncomfortable.
And that's the one thing I'll say right now that people listen to this. A real person, a real alpha, a real go-getter, they ain't saying shit about nobody.
Correct.
That's why you will never, ever hear me dropping somebody's name, running my mouth about.
Exactly. Charlamagne, that's the Goggins, okay? The Goggins said when you're a man, when you're an alpha male, you don't talk about another man. So, like, that's what Dame was trying to say. But he shouldn't have said, oh, you're gay. Because even that too, Dame, we live in a very woke, progressive society. So when you say, oh, I think you're gay, and you say gay as an insult, they're going to come out here and say you're all kinds of homophobic, and that's bad for business. They're going to use that to cancel you, right? That's why I'm saying you don't go on these shows with these low IQ goyim and let them trigger you, okay? Don't do it. It's a waste of your time.
Somebody, I don't know what you went through. I don't know what you're going through. I didn't wear the shoes you wore when you were a kid. I didn't grow up in your fucked up house. I didn't have your fucked up family. I don't know shit about you. So guess what I do? Shut the fuck up. Because real men don't say shit.
There you go. Okay? That's the Goggins, y'all. He was like, because they always ask him about people. It's like, I don't want to talk about that.
A real person,
I hate how they put music on everything. Okay? He just went.
You know what? It comes down to this for me. How do I want to be remembered? And that's the problem, man. Like nowadays, people don't give a fuck how they're remembered. They don't give a fuck about their family. Everybody's equal. Their mom is equal to them. Their dad's equal to them. They're growing. Everybody's fucking equal. So it's a tough question to ask because when I grew up,
I wish they would stop putting music on everything. Oh my gosh. And he was like, I don't talk about other people. I don't talk about other men. Okay? I focus on myself. So Leonard, that's what we're saying. You talk too much about other men. Like, do you not have any of your own business though? Like, you don't have any of your own business? But Dave, at the same time, if you know he is, fruity, he's gossip, You know, he was, you know, a son of Wendy Williams. You shouldn't have honored this man with your presence because now he gets to disrespect you. He gets to antagonize you, and he doesn't deserve that. So I blame you for going there. Okay, Charlamagne knows he's an idiot.
Also, I'm afraid that white people think that we act like you. You're not dumb, but like, you know what's bugging me out?
What do you mean act like him?
I'm gonna say so. The way you keep interrupting me, the way you keep saying things that aren't true but don't know.
Like what did I say?
Let me say what I'm saying. I was still talking. Okay. So because when y'all do that, I forget what I'm gonna say because I be like,
You're not saying shit.
No, you don't think. Of course, you don't think that. You know, I think you're gay. That's what I do. I'm not gonna lie. After the Puff stuff, let me say this. This is my assessment. I've never heard you say one thing bad about Jay-Z. Not one.
He's not in the room. You shouldn't talk about it.
Don't tell me what to do.
You said you shouldn't talk about men.
Now you're interrupting me.
Now you're doing the girl.
I know him. I'm giving you an example, right?
You used to know him.
Can I talk? You upset? Can I talk? Can I talk? I've never seen you say one word because you talk bad about a lot of people, but you never said one time. And you walk around with his face on your chest. Is that an airplane shirt right now?
Airplane shirt. I will see you.
Can I finish? No, I never seen it. Let me finish.
What you mean?
Let me see. Can I talk? Can I land the plane? Let me land the plane.
I can't wait.
Let me land the plane. So I'm thinking to myself, either you got a crush on this man or he's paying you. One or the other. Did you buy that shirt?
Yes.
You went and bought that? They didn't give it to you as much as you say nice things?
To support black business?
I doubt you bought that shirt.
What you mean?
Anyway, so I think you're gay. I'm sorry. So okay. I think that. I think that. And no disrespect to gay. I just think
you're broke.
Like I saw,
that bothers you so much to get called broke by.
I got you.
I do have a question.
I'm sure it does.
Right.
Raise your hand if you think they ain't broke. Seriously.
But this is the question though.
Can I make my other announcement?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a book.
I was talking.
I was talking. You just. I have a book. I want to make another announcement. I have a book deal with Simon Schuster.
Congratulations.
And I've already, the title of the book, I secured the rights for TV and all that. You know what the name of the book is?
What's the name of it?
Power. And I'm going to be putting a TV show on my own television network, Revolt. That's power with no debt. And you're calling me broke because I have no debt. And you're telling me someone that gets $180 million loan is rich. You guys are dumb.
Billionaires
dumb.
It doesn't matter.
No, how do you know he's a billionaire? How? Not him, anybody. How could you listen? You said you wait. Time out. Stop for a second. That you call a billionaire. I said billionaires don't get loans. They have credit lines. I said
that's what you said.
Listen. I said the people that you think are billionaires. That's what I said.
So why you don't get a credit line?
How do you know my family office doesn't?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's my question.
I'm telling you right now. I run my family office. I signed a non-disclosure. I ain't allowed to talk about their business, but I can tell you this: when we do pay, because we just pay, and I hope I'm in trouble. We just paid like $600,000 in taxes, but they don't write about that. My family office had a lawsuit. Look at it. The reason why you thought that my shit was getting taken because that was the Dash Group. That was my family office. We paid that. We pay those. I just don't.
That was the asset.
No, asset. Okay, let me explain the assets. In business, and I'm sure none of y'all know this. When you get a copyright, I get copyrights. So that no one can sue me for using the name, but doesn't mean there's any value. So through the years, I've gotten copyrights, and then the business goes. So I haven't put a company in my name since 2017. Only thing that was in my name was reasonable doubt, and I couldn't file because then I would have had to take reasonable doubt to auction because when you file, they liquidate all your assets. That was the last thing that was in my name. So once that went,
okay. So let's look at it right here, you guys. Okay, because child, we can all learn something. Okay, so do billionaires get loans or lines of credit? And here's what AI says, because, yes, billionaires frequently take out loans, okay, and lines of credit. So it's not an either or. Often leveraging their vast assets like stock portfolios, real estate, and art as collateral to secure lower interest rates to avoid selling assets. This buy, borrow, die strategy allows them to access capital without selling investments, which would trigger capital gain taxes, keeping their investments intact and working. Okay. How it works. Collateralized loans. Billionaire use their valuable assets as security for loans. Strategic borrowing. This approach allows them to access cash for various needs, such as funding lifestyles or personal expenses, while preserving their investments. Tax advantages. By borrowing instead of selling assets, billionaires can avoid paying capital gains taxes on their appreciated investments. Personalized services. High net worth individuals often work with private bankers and wealth managers to provide tailored loan structures, personalized service, and favorable terms. Example, Elon Musk has pledged Tesla shares as collateral for lines of credit. Larry Ellison reportedly used Oracle shares as collateral for a personal line of credit. Carl Icahn also has an outstanding loan with a bank secured by his assets. Okay, let me see. Okay, mortgages and real estate loans. Even the ultra-rich use mortgages for property purchases. They can use the freed up capital for more lucrative investments elsewhere while also enjoying tax-deductible interest. Okay, private bank lines of credit. Wealth management firms and private banks offer high net worth clients tailored lines of credit. These can be secured by a variety of assets and offer flexible terms. Okay, strategic reasons for borrowing. Tax avoidance by borrowing against appreciating assets instead of selling them. Billionaires can access cash without triggering a taxable event, such as capital gains. Upon their death, heirs may receive a step up in basis, further reducing or eliminating capital gain taxes. Oh, wow. So you don't have to, so you have debt until you die. Increased liquidity. A billionaire's wealth is often tied up in illiquid assets like a company's stock or real estate. Borrowing provides quick access to cash for business ventures, personal expenses, or new investment opportunities without having to sell their core holdings. Leverage for higher returns. Billionaires often borrow at a low interest to invest in opportunities that they expect will earn a higher rate of return. This allows them to make more money by using the bank's capital. Maximize assets growth. Debt enables them to keep their wealth invested in compounding appreciating assets as long as the asset growth outpaces the loan's interest rate. Oh, where? But so this is why Trump is out here doing the little scam, because Trump wants the Fed to lower interest rates. That's why he tried to fire that black lady. Okay, they continue to build wealth without depleting their principal. Favorable terms because their loans are backed by significant collateral. Billionaires are considered low-risk borrowers and can secure very low interest rates and more flexible repayment terms than the average person. Okay. Yeah, what's a step up in basis? Okay, a step up in basis is a tax provision that allows the cost basis of an inherited asset to be adjusted or stepped up to its fair market value on the date of the previous owner's death. This can significantly reduce the capital gains taxes that a beneficiary would owe if they were to later sell that asset. Oh. Okay. So when you take these loans, you don't have to pay them. You just die with a loan. And your kids come, I guess, like they try to sell your loan or whatever, and then they pay less taxes also. But I wonder how much you can borrow like that, though. Like, when do you stop borrowing money? I don't know. Pretty interesting. Okay, we learned something today. Okay. So let's go back here.
And what was happening was they were reporting on my tax returns that I was getting $100 grand a year from reasonable doubt, but I was never getting sent it. And they were asking me to pay taxes on it. That should have been going to the child support. But so that money that was supposed to be going, so when I'm behind on child support, it always gets paid, right? I went to jail. The last time I was behind, it was $1 million. I paid it. That sounds broke to you? If all my children, I pay their colleges up front, they don't have debt, meaning they don't have to go on. That sounds broke to you? Every one of my baby mothers has 2 or 3 houses. That sounds broke to you? It's not about me. If you Google her family, or certain people I know, I'll Google them, they have no money. I Google the family office, $10 billion. Rich people don't put anything in their name, but you don't know that. You don't know that. And I feel sorry for you because you don't get to see the daylight. You guys, no, you don't. You missed your whole life. You don't have anything on. So then
about the book deal with Simon & Schuster.
Let me finish. Yeah, go ahead.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What made you sign a book deal with Simon & Schuster as opposed to publishing independently?
Because number one, some things I use as a lost leader. I gave them the book, but I didn't give them the ancillary thing. So they don't have the TV. They don't have. So I just use that as a lost leader to stimulate the other verticals. You can't sign a book. You probably got an imprint because you have a boss.
No, I have an imprint with Simon & Schuster.
Well, my family office got the book deal. You understand now? Smart guy? I'm asking. So again, letting people yell at you like that is not masculine. And a woman, do you think he's
While most people think wealth is tied to how much you own, the truth is the rich do the exact opposite. They build layers, shields, and invisible structures to keep their money safe. And today, we're breaking down exactly how they do it, and how you can too. Number 1. Properties in your name equals lawsuit magnet. Owning property in your personal name exposes you to significant legal risks. If someone sues you, your assets become easy targets. For example, if you're a landlord and a tenant gets injured on your property, your personal savings, home, and investments could all be at stake in a lawsuit. Wealthy individuals mitigate this by holding properties through legal entities like limited liability companies, LLCs, which act as a legal buffer. If a lawsuit arises, it targets the LLC, not the individual.
You see why it's so dangerous for people who like they flip homes or they become landlords and stuff like that. You see, oh, I'm going to real estate. I'm gonna rent this house. Or you're an LLC. Child, don't get sued. Do not get sued.
Helping to isolate personal assets from business-related liabilities. Number 2, rich people use land trusts. Land trusts allow property ownership to remain private. When a property is placed into a land trust, the name on the public record is the trustee, not the actual owner.
Like, if you ever look at like Estee Lauder, like the Lauder family, the beauty company, they have a family office, and one of the sons manager, he went to Brown. I guess he went to Brown in Princeton. That's all he does all day is manage the family's money. Walmart, the Walton also, they have it. Most of these wealthy family, they have private wealth funds that are just for the family. Let me see if I can find it for you. Hold on. But I feel like Dame, what he needs to do instead of trying to have this goofy conversation with Charlamagne, because Charlamagne has a GED, and I'm like, you're wasting your time, right? He should actually have a show. Like, he should have a podcast where he teaches Black people these things. Stop wasting your time in this cesspool with these failures, okay? So the Lauder family's family office include multiple entities that manage their significant holdings. The Estee Lauder Company, Inc., such as LAL Family Corporation, LAL Family Partners, LP, the Evelyn H. Lauder Marital Trust, and the Family Investment Vehicle, Lauder Partners, LLC. And that one is the one that I think his name is William. Let me see. Yeah, that's all they do. It's just for the family. It's just for the family. Let me show you real quick. Okay, can y'all see this? Look at us learning about money at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, Lauder Partner LLC is an entity investing in various realms of technology field. We invest both directly in companies as well as in funds, both ventures and others. Since it primarily invests the capital of Gary Lauder. You see, who's Gary? And family member. Oh, I think that's the son that went to Princeton or Brown. We don't provide much information to the public. However, here's a bit more. Areas of current investment interest, companies making radical innovation, not just incremental. For example, see portfolio companies, not content nor programming. So no movies, documentaries, TV shows, games, etc. Direct investments are only considered for the US and Canada, but the closer to Silicon Valley, the better. Initial investment size typically ranges from $5 million to $500,000. So interest in investing in companies, not buying them. Okay, so let's look at their current portfolio of companies. Okay, Swaza, Headley Studios, Goa Therapeutics, Monaco AI, USREM, Grok, Tevar Bioscience, Radia, Lycos Therapeutics, Pregnant Tech, Everix, Mobius Scientifics, Cellmatics. Y'all listen, okay? Have fun. Oh, Beyond Meat. Oh, Stella. What? They messed up Stella? That's the glucose monitor thingy. Man, white folks got money, man. That's crazy. Yeah, there's Stella. I saw something else I recognized. Well, you can look on their website, child. Yeah. Now let me see. Who's Gary Lauder? I think that's the one who went to Brown. Yeah, that's him. There you go. See? He went to Brown. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you see? Oh, he went to Wharton. Okay, so he got his BS in econ. There, you see, this is something that the Goyim don't like to study. And they're socialist asses. Okay, so he has a BA in international relations from Pennsylvania, from UPenn. That's an Ivy. Then he has a BS in econ from Wharton School of Business. Okay, an MBA from Stanford Graduate School. All right, I'm telling you, like, this stuff don't lie. You can't just go from being a drug dealer to being a billionaire. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay. Oh, they got money. The Lauder family has money. No, Boyce Watkins is he's a clown. PPD, yes. Earn Your Leisure, clowns. He needs to go on these white folks podcasts. He needs to stay away from Goyim energy. He needs to. Okay. So they have a lot of money. They have a lot of money. Even her firstborn, what's his name? Leonard Lauder? What's his name? Hold on. Estee Lauder's sons. Let me see. Leonard, yeah. This one? Oh no, he's the GOAT. Like, people worship this man. Like, this guy right here, that's her firstborn. Maybe that'll be like my little Trey, right? Oh, he passed away. Oh, he passed away this. Oh, Mr. Leonard, you're gone. Yeah, that family is freaking wealthy, you guys. It's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. Yeah, the Goyim, they don't, child, we gotta let the Goyim be in peace. And it's funny how we call them the Goyim now. They're like, what's the Goyim? Go find out. Okay, so listen. So what Jay-Z's doing, it makes a lot of sense. What Dame is doing also makes a lot of sense. We have to be fair. My only thing with Jay, like, just when you keep taking loans like that, because if you're trying to take 170 million and things like that, it's like, okay, you're going to be capped eventually. So maybe that's why he works so hard with the media to overinflate his net worth so that he can get these loans from these banks, right? But I'm like, there has to come a point where it's like you can also over leverage yourself when you are taking too much money. Yeah, her sons are amazing. That's why it's good to have children. Okay.
With them, I like my women to feel safe when they're around me.
Even what's her name? Kathy Hughes as well, because her son went to Wharton. Her son went to Wharton because when she had like her TV, her little radio shit, he was like, "Mom, you're not gonna be rich with this." Okay, so he's the one. He went to Wharton, and then he told his mom, "We have to go public." Okay, so he's the one who took Radio One public. Let me see. Hold on. Kathy Hughes. But she should have had another son. Okay, here he is. Alfred, right? So he took his mom's business. He took her business public. Okay. He took their business public. And so this is how Radio One, okay, this is how Radio One goes public. And then she becomes like super rich. Okay, so that's a great son as well. That's why you have to, I really encourage people like, yeah, love your kids, love your sons. Don't have this hatred for the daddy, put that on your son. That's crazy. Encourage your sons to be successful. So he went to Wharton. When he came back, he told his mom, we got to go public. And she trusted him. Next thing you know, Kathy Hughes is worth $500 million. Unbelievable. Okay, unbelievable. Let's go.
I don't tell people like, and I'm not saying that's your way, but you're just not masculine. I mean, I've seen them run. I looked at a whole reel of, there's like a thing that says how many people balk. There's stuff that how many times you talk about other people's genitals. You real masculine men don't do that. You said that some guys was throwing you kisses because they liked your paws butt, and you went back. That's gay.
Why you got the problem with gay?
I don't have a problem. I have a problem with you. Wait. No. Yeah, that is why I pause. There's a lot of people like you. There's a lot of people like you that are gay that pretend they're not, and that's not fair because you're running around. Stop. You're here. You're representing a black man, and I don't want white people. You're representing.
Hold on, answer the question. Black men can't be gay.
Black men that are gay should say they're gay.
Well, I'm not gay.
You are. You're gay. Anyway. Now let me talk to you. Let me ask you. What would you rather do? Have a repo or a Rico?
Neither, but repo.
but you're getting investigated for a RICO.
Am I?
That's what I'm saying.
Because he didn't think about it. Because they're so fucking dumb. He didn't think about it. He said, would you rather have a repo or a RICO? Right? And he was like, oh, a repo. He's like, well, hold on. He was like, oh, I'd rather have a repo. He's like, well, I heard you get investigated for a RICO. He said, oh, am I? Yes, and B, you are. We all know you are because of you and Cesar Pena. Okay? You and Cesar Pena. And I feel like that's why during the campaign season, they were going so hard. They were going so hard for Kamala, right? Because he didn't want to have to face the consequences. Okay? He didn't want to have to face the consequences. Hold on, where is he? What's that? 33? There you go. Right? I'm like, there's a reason why they were going so hard for Kamala. Because he was charged by the feds. What happened to his case? Right? What happened to Envy's case? Hold on. Everybody's out for themselves. Okay? Everybody is out for themselves. Everybody is out for themselves. Okay? Everybody is out for themselves. You guys, there's a reason why. There is a reason why they were going so hard. Okay? They were going so hard for Kamala Harris. There's a reason why. Let's play the video.
Tonight, an I-Team exclusive investigation involving a real estate deal and one of the most recognizable voices in radio. Investors in a real estate venture say they were swindled out of millions of dollars. And they argue syndicated radio rapper Rashawn Casey, better known as DJ Envy from the show The Breakfast Club, promoted these deals. Investigative reporter Sarah Wallace talked to the alleged victims and has the response to those mounting accusations you're about to hear for the first time.
We've helped so many people, not just regular people, but celebrities, athletes, executives.
That's DJ Envy on his syndicated iHeart radio show, The Breakfast Club. He's often promoted the real estate venture of his...
Think about this. Why would a celebrity, why would an athlete, these people make like hundreds of millions of dollars, come to a radio TV, a radio station DJ for how to buy a house? Oh my gosh, this man is such a liar. Okay? You have athletes who make like upwards of like hundreds of millions. They're coming to you, Rashawn. They're coming to you. Oh, yeah, I don't know how to get a house. Let me call DJ Envy. No. He was saying all these things to make the Goyim, there you go, the low-class Goyim, the greedy Goyim, okay, believe that, oh, look at all the people that I've helped. And because Goyim don't like to think, they believe everything they hear. So doing their research, which is why Goyim love to listen to The Breakfast Club. Right? But that makes no sense, though. Why would any professional athlete call DJ Envy of all people for mortgage help? Just lying. Just lying. Just lying. And nobody ever said to him, nobody amongst the Goyim ever said to him, okay, which celebrity? Which athlete have you helped? So we can go ask the person. Okay? So we can have reviews. They stole money from this lady. She's a bus driver from New York City. They stole like her $100,000 cash. She gave it to Caesar, his brother. Her silly ass. But then she's a Goyim. Okay, let's keep going.
Pal, Cesar Pena.
You might know him on Instagram as Flippin' NJ.
But it's more than just a passing endorsement.
You could partner with us on some deals, make some money with us.
Envy and Cesar have teamed up for seminars, including one at the Jacob Javits Convention Center, pitching opportunities to flip properties, often in distressed areas of New Jersey.
We invested $200,000 and looks like we're never going to get it back.
Jose
My thing is, if you out here scamming people, so you have a job with iHeartRadio, but you out here running real estate scams. So who's broke? Right? Because if Dame was out here doing what's it called? Real estate scams, swindling people out of their life savings and stuff like that, what would they say? Yes. Because she gave $50,000, right? And then she's so damn stupid because she said, oh, she would see him on Instagram because I guess he had gone to Dominican Republic or something like that, partying, spending all kinds of money. And then this dumb Goyim, which is a Goyim, I have to say it dumb, like, right? That's redundant. If you're a goyim, of course you're done. So then after she saw the man, because she gave him 50 grand, she saw he went to the Dominican Republic, spending all kinds of money because she was keeping up with him on Instagram. She still called the man to give him the remainder of the 50,000. Why? Because goyim want the easy way out. Goyim don't like to study. They don't want to learn how to actually be rich. That's why goyim like to trust other people, goofy people, clownish people, people that have bags, chains, jewelry, right? Instead of actually going to professionals. Bank of America has professionals, right? Wells Fargo has professionals. Chase has professionals, right? There are a bunch of banks out here that if you have 100,000, they have professionals to actually help you. And these people are licensed. They also have insurance. If anything happens, you can sue these people, right? We have financial planners. We have certified public accountants. Do you think goyim likes to go to a professional? No, because goyim likes to do weird shit, dark shit, goofy shit, okay? Oh, I know this person. I know a plug. Why do you know a plug when you can just go sit in a proper office with a professional that's actually board certified and that pays insurance? Make it make sense, right? But if some don't feel like they always want to work with ominous people, like it's just weird, okay? It's really weird.
Tiago and his wife, Jessica Ortiz, say they believed investing in this neighborhood of Patterson would be their ticket to the American dream.
That's the reason why I got into real estate, so we can actually start flipping properties, buying properties, so we can have something for our kids in the future.
The couple says they connected with entrepreneur Caesar after seeing him on social media with DJ Envy.
He's advertising this all over the radio and on television. I've seen shows of him all over the place, so I thought this was legit.
The pitch to invest in rundown.
And somehow he's not broke, but Damon's broke. If Damon did this, they would lose their mind. Oh, he broke. He's scamming people. Wumpty wump wump. Right? I'm telling y'all, this is why they went so hard. The Breakfast Club went so hard to tell Black people to go vote for Kamala Harris because he needed that so that, you know, she would take care of his case.
Properties that would be renovated and flipped for more money. The promise to return up to 30%. In some cases, Caesar didn't even own the properties. This couple took out $200,000 in equity from their Florida home, promised that 30% return within 4 months. Then they say nothing.
I'm paying the interest, right?
Yes, do you see this? Yes, it is. Goyim. This is a bunch of Goyim as well. You're gonna go take a home equity line of credit out. You take equity out of your house. For what reason? Because somebody promised them $60,000 in 4 months. They're greedy, and that's the goyim. Goyim don't understand that when you invest something and you want money back, it takes a long time. What the fuck are they doing that they can give you 30%? 30% return on your money, and you believe that shit? Right? How come most banks can't do that? So what banks can do, a DJ can do for you. Cesar Pena, his fat ass, he looked like he know how to multiply money, right? But it's the greed. People are so greedy, they don't stop for a second and think about shit because they're a bunch of goyim. Okay? Bunch of goyim. The dinero went afuera. They're a bunch of goyim. They're a fucking clown.
Every month, and I have nothing.
Well, at this point, we just want our money back.
Nigel Chamblin says he was conned by Caesar into investing $235,000 in that same Patterson property, along with two others, $300,000 each for homes in Hawthorne and in Maplewood.
830. You see, there goes a black man, another goyim, right? A goy. Goy is singular. Goyim is plural, right? They're going to listen to DJ Envy because they're greedy. And I even feel like some of these people who invested, the reason why they believe in that crazy ass rate of return that nobody's ever heard of, because I think they believe that DJ Envy and Cesar Pena low-key do drugs. I really do believe that they felt like Cesar and Envy are drug dealers who needed to clean their money. Because there's no way you can look at Cesar Pena and be like, yeah, he can do it. Do what? But get fat. He going to eat. He's obese. He's morbidly obese. Okay. I'm not giving no glutinous ass Latino my money. Okay. Obviously, he can't stop eating. A man that can't keep his mouth shut, he eats everything in sight. I'm not trusting him with money. I will never give my money to be invested by an obese person. You're morbidly obese, right? Most people in finance are skinny. Why are you fat? They don't work for me, right? But I believe when you think that Envy and Cesar Pena are like involved in drugs, or they know drug dealers, you believe that because a lot of drug dealers need to clean their money. They need to clean their money. So that's why you believe that Pena and Casey would multiply your money like that and give you 60,000, 100,000 in 3-4 months. And also, when it comes down for you to file your taxes, how exactly are you going to explain to the IRS that you made that kind of money? Like, these people are so damn stupid. They're just so fucking dumb. Okay? Yeah. I don't trust a fat pastor. I don't trust a fat person that claims to know about money. No, why don't you fit? Right? If you can't even be a good steward of your health, how in the world are you going to be a good steward of my money? You're fat. That says a lot. You're morbidly obese. That says a lot. Okay? Yes, I'm telling you, they don't want to say it. They don't want to say it because they know. They really believe that these boys is some drug dealers. So this was going to be some goofy ass transaction to help some street dudes watch the money. That's it. Man, my mouth hurts. I'm tired.
$35,000 in total on all 3 houses. There were other people investing in the exact same properties. It was a scam. It was a lie.
Augie Rios owns a custom auto wrap shop in Lodi, who says he worked on Envy's cars for years and believed his pitch. He did get back a return on an initial investment with Caesar, but maintains a second investment on this Patterson property went south.
If it wasn't for DJ Envy, I would have never invested into Caesar. I lost a total of $64,000.
After receiving 2 bounced checks, Rios says he got a visit from Caesar carrying this box of jewelry.
He said, take this jewelry until I can pay you back.
How much did he say this was worth?
15, 20 grand.
Then there's record producer Anthony Martini, who invested in what he thought was a promising apartment project in Patterson.
I lost $1 million.
And you went in because of DJ Envy.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I'd known Envy for years.
Martini's attorney has filed a lawsuit.
It's some sort of Ponzi-like scheme where he's taking money from one investor to pay off other investors. You're looking at over $40 million.
So isn't DJ Envy broke? He's scamming his friends, right? I'm telling you guys, that's why they went so hard for Kamala. They didn't believe in that lady. The fuck, right? Do you see how? Do you remember how quickly Charlemagne flipped once she lost? Because he had to save Envy. He had to save him because it was really bad, and that's why ever since you have not heard about his case, because she looked out for him. Because their job was to galvanize Black people and gaslight everybody else into voting for her. Right? And that's why I say there is no such thing as a Black community. It doesn't exist. It's everybody for him or herself. If someone has the Fed just breathing down their necks, they will do whatever, including lying to you, because that's what they have to do to save their necks. Right? That's it. That's that. But I'm like, ain't you broke? And think about all the years that we have seen DJ Envy do like the 20 days of Christmas for his wife, bunch of cars, bunch of bags with stolen money. And it makes sense because he works at a radio station. He doesn't make more than the CEO. So how is he affording all this stuff? Scamming, trying to impress people. Because I told you, nobody knew about DJ Envy. Like, people knew DJ Envy because of the Breakfast Club. Not because he was this amazing DJ, like DJ Clue, Funk Master Flex, who else is out there? Kid Capri, all them people. No, we don't know this man. Who is this man? Who has he DJed for? Who did he, like, has he ever gone on tour? Even DJ Snake, the guy that's always in, like, DJ Snake, I think he's Moroccan too, huh? He makes so much money. Shit. Okay? Nobody knows this. Even Paris Hilton is a DJ. And I know her. And I know her sets. I've heard her sets before. I have never heard of DJ Envy. Never. Never in my life. It's not until the Breakfast Club came out, I was like, oh, okay, I guess he's a DJ. But I'd never seen him before. Never heard of him before. So who is this guy? We don't know. DJ Booth, yes. You know, like there's some real DJs out here. Like growing up, you heard their names. I have never heard of DJ Envy if it was not for this gossip ass show, Donkey of the Day, the Rumor Report. I'm like, okay. And even on the show, he doesn't DJ on the show. Pressing a button doesn't make you a DJ. Like, that's crazy. That is really crazy, right? Yeah, out here scamming his friends. But I'm like, if Damon Dash had done the same, that would have been problematic. They have the gall. They really have the unmitigated gall to call anybody a scammer, broke, this and that. They are the living embodiment of broke. They're broke financially. They're broke morally. They're just broke. Bitches, come on, nerves.
Invested with the pennies in their companies.
Breaking news here on Tony the Closer's Live.
The complaint floodgates opened up when alleged victims started appearing on the social media platform of influencer Tony the Closer, a self-proclaimed real estate scam watchdog.
I decided to make it where everybody would know the disgusting behavior that they're practicing.
Dozens of lawsuits have now been filed against Caesar and his wife. Several also name Envy, who has sued Tony the Closer for defamation after also going on with him live.
And there's nobody in here that could ever say Envy, they gave Envy $1.
Envy, whose real name is Rashawn Casey, declined to talk to the I-Team, referring us to a powerful Manhattan real estate attorney. He says the radio personality lost $500,000 to the Pinas in an investment deal to transform this vacant school building in Patterson into rental units.
He is a victim, just like the other alleged victims are in connection with the scam.
Why, if he's a victim, hasn't he filed a lawsuit against the Pinas?
He has a legal right to file whenever he deems fit. He is now contending with cases that are being filed every day improperly against him.
Why not come out on his radio show and warn other alleged victims if he feels that he was?
This is it's an ongoing, their ongoing litigation.
Exactly. Does Damon Dash have victims? Okay. Does Damon have victims? Is he out here swindling his friends, taking money from his friends, right? No, Envy does that shit. Scamming people, pretending to have all this money, all these cars, all of this. It's all fake. He's a goy. Okay? He's full of it. Like he said, if you've been scammed, why not sue? Right? If you've been scammed, why didn't you go on your radio show and say, you know what? Hey, you guys, stop. I want you to stop working with Caesar because he stole my money. He never told people to stop. So were you hoping that he would scam more people and then pay you your money and fuck the other people? He said, oh, nobody can say that I ever took $1. It doesn't matter about you taking $1. You gave Cesar Pena a platform and you gave this man credibility and you also gave this man legitimacy. So based on your account, people trusted this man because you said you did business with him. So it doesn't matter if they put $1 in your hand. They might as well. Because whatever money he was going to make, he was going to use that to pay you whatever he promised you. So you're involved, weirdo. You are such a freaking weirdo. He's such a weirdo. What the heck?
And there's no room for them on, any sort of radio show.
A lot of people say they bought in because of Envy's reputation. Does he not have some responsibility?
Absolutely not. The only reason why Envy is sued is to sensationalize the case.
The attorney is seeking dismissals of all the lawsuits. As for the Pinas, we caught up with Caesar's wife, Jennifer, in Bergen County.
Do you have anything to say to the alleged victims?
I say, just hold tight and we're going to come through.
Where's the money?
That's a Caesar answer for you. I can't give you that answer. He wants to be here with you. He wants to do the sit down. He wants to have this interview. He wants to clear the air. He wants to explain his side and he wants people to understand what's going on. But
look at this guy, you guys. And you know what he looks like? Did you ever let me see, hold on. There you go. That's it. Jabba the Hutt. There you go. You can't tell me that this is not Caesar Pena. Okay? If you ever watch Star Wars, I'm like, this is exactly what Caesar Pena looks like. Okay? This is Caesar. This is Caesar. Okay? Jabba the Hutt. Okay? Like, listen, what is he, a slug? Whatever this is, right? But this is Cesar Pena. How can anybody in their right mind give money to such a creature? He's the abominable creature. Okay? This is how he looks. Why would you give your why would you give your money? Why would you give your money to Jabba the Hutt? Okay? What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? I'm like, this is Cesar Pena. He looks just like this creature. All right? He looks just like this creature. Look right here. Okay? You can't tell me that's not the same person. Right? You cannot tell me this is not the same person. You cannot tell me that Cesar Pena is not Jabba the Hutt. What a hideous creature, if you ask me. Right? What is this? I'm like, the first time I saw Cesar Pena, I'm like, he looks familiar. I've seen this face before, you know. I have seen this face before, right? This is Cesar Pena. Why would you give this creature your money? All right. Twin, where have you been? Stealing money, getting fat? Okay. That is crazy.
You know, he's been advised to not talk.
There may be some hope for investors. A judge has appointed a bankruptcy court trustee to oversee some of the Pena's properties. Any available assets could eventually be sold off to pay alleged victims. From Patterson, Sarah Wallace, News 4 New York.
Okay. So now let's go back to Dame real quick, you guys. Sorry. Where are we? Chad. Look at Beyonce right here. Child. Hold on. Where was I? Okay. Right? He got real quiet once he was told that he being sued for a RICO.
You listening to the internet?
That's why I'm talking to you about it. That's what I'm talking to you about. Wait. How should I know? I never heard of you.
So when we ask the question,
yo, I'm talking to him now. See what you're doing? Girls do that. Let me say this. You act like a girl.
You move like an old auntie. You an old Harlem auntie.
I could punch you right in your face like a grown man. I won't. And you won't do shit.
That's not bad. So
I've seen you run. I've seen you. I'm not saying I will. I'm saying no. Then your version of respectful is different than mine. We were on the street right now and you told me that I would fuck you up. I'm not going to do that. Nah. So let's see one thing before I leave. All right. Oh, you're right.
I just want to leave. You can't get in your emotions and want to leave, man.
No, what I'm saying is when you say certain things, so where I'm from, the masculine man.
Okay, because we need to see this, y'all. Because I'm like, what is this running business? So this is the video.
Drop, bro. Need a drop, baby. What's up? Come on. Let's get a drop. The drop, bro. Need a drop, baby. What's up? Come on. Let's get a drop. The drop, bro. Need a drop, baby. What's up? Come on. Let's get a drop. The drop, bro.
We do not condone violence on this channel, but this is too funny. He's a runner. He's a track star. He's out here talking all this shit, but look how he runs though. Child, this is it. They got him. You are not even serious. He's so scared.
Need a drop, baby. What's up? Come on. Let's get a drop.
Charlamagne running for his life. Because I'm like, what is this video about Charlamagne running like this? What? So he's scared. He just acts tough when he's safe in his little office, talking reckless about people, right? He's scared.
You up? Yeah. But because let me finish. No, I didn't. I said
not gonna happen.
I didn't say that. I said I could, and you wouldn't do anything.
And we will fight.
No,
I didn't see that on tape. You ran.
Yeah, it was 4 guys. That's cool.
I thought you asked what happened when 30 guys jumped me.
Respect.
I got that ass whipping, but I fucked them niggas up.
I think it's been some head trauma ever since.
Yeah. Hey, yo, pause. Yo, James, give me a second. I want to say something.
Wait, you cut Envy
Oh, I'm
off.
sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
It's
Envy.
no sense, but
No, you have questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him
The-
finish.
But he's not coming from a masculine perspective, so I can't give him the answer.
The problem with Dave, this is the problem with Dave, which
There's no problem, bro. What are you talking about? Y'all want to see me struggle so bad. When did y'all see? Let me ask a question. Let me ask one question.
The problem, Dave, I have with you is you're a businessman and an entrepreneur.
I don't care what your problem.
When people have a question to you, you don't want to ask the question, and exactly what you do.
I did answer.
You are a chatty patty.
No, I'm not. Okay, let's do this. Let me answer that. Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
No, you can't. I'm speaking. Like we just said, we're gonna set boundaries. I respect you. Respect me.
That's what Dave wanted. I wanted to come in here and
he said boundaries. He said some chatty patty stuff that's absolutely not.
So let's address it. Let's unpack it. Let's propose. Let's talk about it. Okay. So a lot of things you say on here are not true. A lot. And I'm saying what I'm seeing in the algorithm is that you're being investigated with it for RICO, and that there were people around you that are getting charged. So why, let me ask you a question. Of course, I don't expect you. Bottom line is, I already know you're going to fold if they come for you. You tell them. We already know that.
The SEC, FBI, know that. We are police.
You want to know the letter?
You have to prove facts because he can't prove facts.
I can't?
No.
Everything I said, I be having on tape.
It's not factual.
What's not factual that I said?
Nothing that you said is factual.
So I'm not the chairman of a vote?
I don't know. I haven't seen the Dateline yet.
Deadline.
You know what happens when feminine people get nervous and upset? Their voice starts cracking, their lips start shaking.
That's what you be doing when you be on all the dialogue.
Or you stand up before the shit, you walk out 5 times.
You do the same thing.
Right. My teeth got fixed. Thank you. I mean, I think everybody, how many? No, these are dentures, but I got diamonds. What happened was, like I said, and I think everyone goes through things with their teeth. They just don't show it. I like to show myself.
I don't even know why he went on there. I feel like this is beneath you, though. This is turned into a clown show.
Vulnerable. I want people to learn from it. All of my implants broke. So I had to get them pulled out, pause, break good bone, and they had to put all new bone. So that's going to take 6 months to heal. So they put this on. But, I think it's a denture. I hate it. I but, I got to wear it. And then after that, they will put the implants in with the teeth. And then 3 months after that, I'll have the full teeth. What's the big deal?
And that shit is expensive.
And it hurts. I couldn't eat a night. So what's the big deal? Just because I don't mind showing my flaws, you guys hide your flaws. You hide your homosexuality. I don't hide. I'm transparent.
You hide your brokenness.
No, wait a second. I will show you. Google me saying I've been saying I'm broke for years. Name one.
Why can't I say I'm broke?
But you should say you're a homosexual. And then the world will know how homosexuals see things.
Can we have a real conversation?
The hypocrisy of Dave Dash, that's what your book is called.
That's your perspective. I don't care what you say. You're feminine. I don't care what a feminine man says about me. Go ahead.
Can we have a real conversation?
Okay. But then you can't tell me I'm lying and I'm not. You can't tell me
I don't think you're lying. I just think you're broke.
All right, cool. But I just think you're gay.
That's cool.
I know you're gay.
We're going to throw this whole time.
It's not. Why is it? Oh, see, that's gay.
But you said it. You said it. You know I'm gay.
No.
You said it. Let me do this. Let me do this.
We just let her talk without changing. Let me have a
It's a group effort.
Yeah, but they're not letting you.
We can't throw insults. We never.
Oh, y'all didn't insult me. Yeah. Y'all both got this shit face. Go ahead.
Most of the time when I call you, it's to clear things, right? Most of the time when I call you, I'm trying to clear things up, right? So I have a couple things here that I haven't talked to you about. The thing with your daughter and the eviction.
She never got evicted.
So why did the son report that? Where does that stem from?
So what happened was, she was out of town or some shit. Oh no. So she was sending the money to someone to send the money. It wasn't going. She didn't know she was out of town. So I think they were when she found out, she just paid it. So it got paid. So she never got evicted ever in life, ever. Never. That's another one of those false things that they say. Like somebody might see something, but it doesn't follow through. She never got evicted. What they should have said was she at that age lived in a 3-bedroom house and an apartment in Tribeca. Like a rich kid, like a Nepo baby, because her mother has a $100 million company, Rachel Roy, which I started, put my $8 million in, and now she owns it. See, what I do is I'll get things going, then I leave, but sometimes they go apart, like Rockefeller.
But that's kind of crazy though. So Rachel Roy, Dame gave you $8 million to start your business, and then on top of that, and then your business does well because nobody knew Rachel Roy. Like, y'all, she's so damn basic. Okay, what the fuck, right? But I'm like, you make all this money because he helped you, and then once your business takes off, you sue this man for child support, and you want to see him get arrested? That is crazy. In case y'all don't know, hold on, let me show you what she looks like. Right? That is insane. Oh, Lord. Okay, that is insane. So here she is. She said she was a fashion designer. You know, these girls all the same old bullshit. I'm a model. I'm a fashion designer. Same old bullshit. Where is she today? Where is she now? Right? So, and I'm sure she came into his life also when he was very vulnerable because he had lost Aaliyah. Right? But I'm like, girl, bye. This is crazy. People are so ungrateful. I wish somebody would give me $8 million to help to start my business. I would not be suing the person. I'm like, damn, you really helped me out when I needed help. Did y'all see her? Wherever she is. Okay. What she looks like. That's Rachel Roy. Whatever.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Hold on. Right here.
As soon as I left, it's gone. Like Rockware. As soon as I left, it's gone. Every single thing I started is gone the second I leave it, but no one says anything. What's your next question? Did I answer? Did I answer?
I don't want to say.
Did I answer your question?
But okay, you said that, but you sound smart to dumb people.
You do.
Because if the
Y'all sound smart to dumb people.
If the person goes on to launch another company that's more successful than Rockefeller and launches another line,
so let me ask you a question.
More successful than
I launched lines. I launched Rachel Roy, and that was a $100 million company, but you never said a word about that. So then I don't make another hole. I make another $100 million company. Did I do that or not? Did you? Yeah. Okay. So then what are you talking about? I've sold 3 companies. How many you sold?
But you made it seem like after you left that those people went bad.
I didn't say that. I said those companies went bad. You're dumb. I said the companies I started, because that's what you do. You twist things around, and that's what's dangerous about you, and that's gay.
You ever heard Ronald Reagan say if you're explaining, you're losing? You ever heard that saying? If you're explaining, you're losing. You explain a lot.
You asked me a question. So you asked me a question, and then when I explained, so I won't wait a second. Did that make any sense, or did that sound dumb? We're doing an interview.
But you're always explaining something.
Because I'm doing interview.
You're always on camera explaining what's going on.
And you're always on camera talking about other people like a girl.
So are you.
No, I'm not. Okay, let's unpack that. Let's no, I'm about to No. Let me just say something. Let me address what he said. So if somebody says something about me and I go on a camera and I try to call them and they don't talk to me and I say something about them, is that a chatty patty? If you don't get a chance, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. No, you don't know. You guys are feminine. Y'all don't say who can talk and who can't. I'm asking her a question. Give her. Why can't I ask her a question? So what are you talking about? I'm asking. Okay. Right. Is that patty patty? No. So that's what I do. Every time someone. Now I want you to pull up. One time I talked about someone and their business that wasn't talking about me, and even their business. I never ever talk about anybody. These people talk about. Nate, show it. They'll show an interview. Please, I'm challenging you. Wait, I'm challenging you to see. Now it's not true.
What about though when you did all this stuff when Jay-Z was being sued and accused of rape? You did so many interviews about that.
Interviews.
Wasn't anywhere talking
Let me finish. The interviews were about his lawyer. I said I know how their lawyers act because I personally went with Shapiro and we went to war about Shapiro. And then people would ask me questions about other things that weren't complimentary. But I always said I don't think Jay did it. My question was why were they putting so much heat on him? If you look at my interviews, I never said he did it. I always said I know Shapiro because they lied a lot. So I know I don't trust nothing Shapiro says based on my personal experience. See, I'm a real businessman. I won in court against Shapiro. I won, but you would never report that. They tried to sue me and they lost. Remember that? They didn't get a dime. Nothing happened. No one says that. I beat Shapiro. I'm a Titan B. I go to war on a business level. You guys talk. You lied.
My thing is, at what point do you say to yourself also like it's a psyop? Like if every time you have wins and this is so-called a show with Black people for the culture. Okay, right? If every time you have wins, they never talk about your wins. When do you realize that the Breakfast Club is a psyop? Like, why waste your time with these people? I'm not wasting my time with these people. I'm not. Because their handlers the handlers have marching orders for them to make you look crazy, sound insane, deranged. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they do. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you always fall out with people. Their job is to ruin your reputation. And you got to get to, I even think Charlamagne is right. You have to get to a point where you realize that, listen, you don't like me. No matter what I say, you're twisted, you're bended, like, because they're devils, right? It's not worth my fucking time. You will believe what you choose to believe. Don't waste your time trying to convince people who already have their minds made up about you. They're going to believe what they want to believe. Fuck them people. Don't worry about these people. And my problem is I feel like Dame, maybe because he feels like, I did so much for the culture. I did a lot for hip hop. So he feels like, he needs the culture to see it from his perspective. Nah, you need to outgrow these goyim. Yeah, it was a season. It was cute. Now it's like they no longer serve you. Like, how does the Black culture even serve you? They don't understand what you're saying. They can't relate to what you're saying. They've never seen this kind of money. They don't serve you. They don't serve you at all. Go to a different community. Okay? Find you some new goyim. Go over there. But I'm like, you're wasting your time, Dame. They're not worth your time. Even Lauren LaRosa, like, who the fuck is she? Like, who the fuck are you even ask Dame questions? Like, what the fuck have you done with your life? Like, your job is to go and do gossip shit. Like, what the fuck? But once again, he put himself in that situation where some goofy ass intern who makes like 50 grand a year can talk to you, or I'm asking you a question. I have a question. Who the fuck is he? And that's why you got to have self-respect. Like, The Breakfast Club it's basura. Like, it's a trashy ass show. It is trash. If you're a businessman, you're a multi-millionaire, you're making big moves, do not go on there. Like, fuck this goofy ass goyim culture. You don't need these people. I wish sometimes people will realize how many people out here are making billions of dollars without having to realize on goyim culture. Okay? A lot of goyim don't even know they exist. Let me show you something, right? Let me show you something. I didn't even know this thing, right? There is this brand, right? There's this brand that was started by some social media influencer, like a fitness girl, right? And it's called Alani Nutrition, right? She makes like pre-workout supplements. She also has like energy drinks and stuff like that, right? She started her brand in 2018 with her husband. I mean, boyfriend, now they're married, whatever, but started her brand with her boyfriend. And today they're married now with kids, right? But she recently sold to Celsius for $1.8 billion, right? Evolve from these people, right? Look for business opportunities. Go with like-minded people. And the problem is you have a lot of Black people with great ideas, business, whatever, but they're so obsessed with, oh, I have to be validated by Black people. Man, please. So many Black people couldn't even validate a parking ticket, right? You got to evolve from these people. You don't need these people. You need your peace of mind, right? You need your peace of mind, right? Because one thing I understood, like one thing I really, really understood is like, if you want to be accepted by the culture, you have to self-destruct. And also, it's the people who make a joke out of everything. Everything is funny to them. Everything is time to act like a peanut gallery, crack jokes, make fun of people. That's all they do because they hide behind all these jokes. They hide behind the fact that what you're saying, they don't get it. It's outside. Like for them, it's like they don't have the bandwidth for that shit. Yeah, they're going there exhausting. They don't get it. Like they will never even see this kind of money anyways. So you're wasting your time. Right? You have people out here who want to make 100 million. You have people who want to make 200, 300, 1.8 million, 1.8 billion. She made 1.8 billion in 7 years. Right? They're like, a lot of people are business people. The vast majority of Black people are workers. The vast majority of Black people just want to have a job. That's it. And that's why when you talk about being employees, you talk about 9 to 5, they get so triggered. Because for them, that's the goal. That is the goal. So when you have big plans, big ideas, you want to make big money, you need to go somewhere else. Right? You got to go where people want to be the head, not the tail. Right? And it's usually the ZZs. It's also Arabs. Right? And then you got some white people as well. Right? But it's not over here. Because over here, most people just want a job. Enough credit, enough, like that's all they care about. If they can afford a cruise every year or so on a discount, they're good to go. You're wasting your time. They're not going to get it. They don't even know about, oh, you take loans, you don't take loans, you have a family office. They don't even know what it means. These are not your people. Okay, they're not your people. You see their complexion and you feel like, oh, I need them to be by my side. You don't. They're a fucking liability. Do you see Kanye out here trying to get their approval? No. Kanye does what he wants to do, right? Yeah, that's where you have to go. The Arabs, the ZZs, the Saudis, you got to go over there. Like, it will make more sense for Dame to even go to Saudi Arabia. It will make more sense for Dame to even go to Qatar. Go to Qatar. Like everything you've done, they might even hire you to start doing events in Qatar, events in the Emirates. Like you are wasting your time with these people. You are wasting your fucking time. I'm like, if you're a Black person and you're very ambitious, you have to stop seeing yourself as Black. Stop it. Like, stop. Stop trying to get validation from Black people. Stop trying to, no, you have to move on. Like the same way the God told Abraham to pack his stuff and leave his family, get out from amongst them, you have to do that. Because these goyim is exhausting. They don't get it. They will never get it. And you're wasting your time trying to explain wealthy people shit, billionaire shit, whatever, to these people. Has Jay-Z ever gone on the Breakfast Club to explain to these people about how you leverage your wealth, how you have a family office and stuff like that? Jay-Z is not teaching these people shit. He just sells them a product. Doesn't teach them shit. They will never be grateful. They love to be abused. They love to be neglected. They love to be exploited. They love to be enslaved. You have to make peace with that shit. All right? Go find you a tribe of like-minded people who see the value that you bring. Even Scooter Braun. Dang, you should find a way to work with Scooter Braun. Why are you wasting your time with these goyim? I really don't get it. I do not get it. Why don't you go and do business with Scooter Braun? Why are you here? Okay? Why are you here? Right? Go over there. Go over there. Leave these people. Just like God told Gideon, leave these people. Okay? Even Jesus told us that a prophet will never be appreciated in his home. He has to go elsewhere. He has to go with other people. They will never give you your credit. And also, they've made their choice. They have decided to be Team Jay-Z and Beyonce no matter what. So you're wasting your breath. Just like they vote Democrat, they're not going to change. You have to let them be. They don't like to win. They like to lose. And they like to cry about it. That's just how they live. They don't want to win. They're so predictable. They never change. They always make them the same moves over and over and over again. There is nothing strategic. It's always predictable. They will always go left. Okay? They've been going left for the past 60 years. They're not going to change. Stop wasting your time. Stop trying to change people. In this life, some people are meant to win. You listen, we have winners, we have losers. And if you know that you're a winner, you got to leave the goyim behind because they're not your people. And you will not succeed by trying to cater to the goyim. No, because the goyim, they lose. They don't win. You're saying they don't win. That's why everything is funny to these people. They're always cracking jokes. They take nothing seriously, even schoolwork. You should see the goyim at school. He takes nothing seriously. He's asleep during class, doesn't turn his work on time, his book bag a mess, papers everywhere, always behind. Math, behind. Reading, behind. Science, behind. Always behind. All he cares about is music, dancing, clothes, shoes, hair, sex. That's the goyim. Stop wasting your time with these people. What you do for the goyim, you give him a product. He can buy the product and he can feel like he's achieved something. Because the goyim, he doesn't want to, like the goy, he doesn't want to actually work hard to achieve. He wants to buy what looks like success. So your job is to sell the goyim, right? Elements of success without actually teaching them how to get to success. Stop wasting your time. Like I said, right? If it's not for Palestine and shit like that, and them being a little racist, right? Truly and honestly, I respect the Jews. I really do. It's not their fault. They have noticed patterns over and over and over. They just exploit it. It's your stupid ass fault for being so predictable, right? In 400 years, you always go left, 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 left. Well, a person has every right to make a bet that you'll go left again. Why not? That's your dumb ass fault. Who's telling you not to change your strategy? What the fuck? Make it make sense. So I'm like, no, I've got to a point. I'm like, no, I don't feel sorry for people. I do not feel sorry for people because in this life, it is your job to be unpredictable. But if you become so predictable that people can make millions, even billions of dollars betting on the fact that you'll do the same shit again, it's on you. And good for them. That's it. Just like the ZZs, they know. Most white Americans also, those goyim also, right? They love money. And if you pay them enough money, they'll lie for you. So you can't be mad at a ZZ for finding a white goy that will take the money and start lying. That's what they do. That's it. My only issue is trying to slaughter all these Palestinians. But at the end of the day, life is competitive. Everybody can be at the top. And the ZZs, they have decided to be the head, not the tail. So if they take their time and they carefully observe behavior, and they have noticed arbitrage, they have noticed where they can actually exploit people because people allow themselves to be exploited, it is not their fault. It is not their fault. Because even me, Marlene, I probably do the same thing. Because why you're a dumbass not changing how you move? Why are you so predictable like this? Right? But that's the choice you make. And the goyim, that's what he does. That's what they do. Exactly. So if they plant a Jeffrey Epstein, you can't be mad. Because why are you attracted to children? You know what I'm saying? That's it. You know, I'm not all the way mad. I'm like, yeah, they do evil shit, but I'm not all the way mad. Because they understand people have a weakness. Your job is to study what their weakness is, and then you bet against it. Or you use it to your advantage. Nobody's telling these people to not stop being attracted to little girls. Stop being attracted to little girls. Like, what's the problem? Stop worshiping money. Then you can't be controlled. But if you don't want to control your flesh, well, the ZZ will be your master. Because he works hard on controlling himself so he can control your ass. When you have mastery of self, the ZZ can't control you. Right? The ZZ, he can control those who refuse to control themselves. And the thing about the goy is a person who doesn't live through intelligence, but they live through carnal desires, their flesh, their instinct, right? So, okay. But who's stopping you from using your mind? Who is stopping you from being strategic? Who is stopping you who is stopping you from also studying the ZZ and understanding how he works? So now you say, hey, may the best hunter win, because you're going to hunt me, I'm going to hunt you right back. Nobody is stopping the goyim people from also being apex predators. They have no desire to, because it takes a lot of mental power. It takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of strategy. It takes a lot of fucking brain work, and they don't want to do it. The goyim is lazy, plain blank, period. And anybody who's lazy, you will be a slave. Feel how you want to feel. I said what I said. Okay? But I'm like, go and be with Scooter Braun. Find somebody, find people who are starting energy drink companies and things like that, or supplement companies, and go invest in those people. Stop worrying. Stop talking to these goyim. It's a waste of time. Even the time, it's almost like an hour, right? Even the hour he wasted going on the Breakfast Club, right? He could have had a lot of business meetings. He could have had at least 5, 10 different startups come to him and start pitching to him. That's a waste of your time. Like, it's a fucking me. I'm not doing this shit. I'm not. Because I'm like, even if you have 500,000, you make the right investments. Even if you make like 2 or 3 investments with 500,000, 5 years from now, you can probably make 100 million. Right? There's so many emerging brands on TikTok, because you see it on TikTok. You see if the brands are going to be hot. You see what people want. You see it all on TikTok. Right? You're saying it, right? So I'm like, why waste your time? Even New York City, there's so many business people in New York City, right? Why waste your time with these goyim people? Just yapping and being clownish and shit, right? Black culture is a joke. Black culture is a fucking joke. Feel how you want to feel. It's a fucking joke. It's a culture of losers. Yes, be upset. It's fine, right? And I said to them, like, 25 years from now, 50 years from now, you're going to come back and people still going to be at the same place, still voting Democrat. They're not going to change. Because they don't have, like, people don't have the actual desire to win. They don't want to win. Okay? Like, they don't want to win. So I'm like, when you, like, because Davis, even if he doesn't have money in his name, whatever, but he's still a multimillionaire. So I'm not going to waste my time with you people. I'd rather be on TikTok and see what the trends are on TikTok. Which companies are growing on TikTok? And they might need money for packaging. They might need money for distribution. They might need money for marketing. Okay, how much you need? 300, 500,000. Okay, if I give it to you, how much do I get on your company? I don't have time for these fools. If you know that DJ Envy is out here doing the scams, the RICO, why am I going to go next to someone that's being investigated by the Fed? He probably an informant. I'm not going on there. It's a waste of your fucking time. There are so there are so many there's so many up and coming brands right now. There are so many big up and coming brands. Even having he can even have like an influencer agency, right? If you have the right kind of agency and you do the right thing, because he knows a lot of people, right? These influencers, they can start making 100,000 a post, 200,000 a post, right? Black people are not a money people. It's a working people. You're wasting your time. You are absolutely wasting your time. But listen, when was the last time you heard that a Black person had $1 billion brand? When? Don't know how to do it. Even hire the right people, hire the right CEOs, hire the right CFO, the right CMO and shit like that. They don't even think about shit like that. They want to do everything by themselves because they want the credit. They're clowns. Okay? They're a bunch of clowns. You should take your time, Dame, learn about TikTok Shop. Invest in these up-and-coming brands on TikTok Shop. Fuck these people. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Like, fuck them people, man. Fuck these goyim. Fuck them. Meanwhile, if I had me, even the thing about Dame don't even need money. Because his name, like, that's Damon Dash. That's a fucking brand. Whether his teeth are falling out or not, no one cares, bitch. You have all your teeth, and what the fuck you done with your life? Go sit down somewhere. You understand? Right? But I'm like, when you have a name like that, you Damon Dash. Everybody knows you are one of the founding members of Rockefeller. Like, get the fuck out of here. Right? So many Black people didn't even know who Rockefeller was until y'all created Rockefeller Records. Oh, that's Rockefeller. That's Rockefeller. Because they don't know shit. Because the Goyim, they don't study. They didn't sit here and study the Industrial Revolution. Right? To know about Carnegie, Cornelius Vanderbilt, right? What's his name? What's his name also? Carnegie, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt. They don't know, okay? JP Morgan. They don't know about these people because they don't read. The Goyim doesn't read. He's a worker. He is born to work. He works until he dies. That's the Goyim. That's what Goyim people do. It's a working class. It's a slave class. Not to be offensive. Some people are born to lead. Some people are meant to be enslaved. It's life, y'all. It's life. Listen, don't come for me. It's life. Some people will be CEOs and some people be workers. Don't sit here and feel sorry for people. Make sure you're a CEO. Make sure you're not a working class. Your kids ain't working class. Your grandkids not going to be working class. That's all you have to worry about. That is all you have to worry about. I don't care about people's complexion. Anybody who hates reading, that's a Goyim. Run. Okay, that's a Goy. Run. Anybody who hates numbers, that's a Goy. Anybody who lives outside their means, that is a Goy. Okay? Anybody who has way more debt than they bring in is a Goy. Anybody who loves sexual promiscuity, all that foolishness, the Goy. All right, cool. There you go. Right? But you see a person who despises knowledge. Everything's a joke. We sitting here trying to teach y'all real money shit, wealthy people shit. Y'all want to crack jokes, do all that dumb shit, right? These are Goyim. Why are you there? Why are you there, Dame? You wasted, and I'm like, it's not even the hour of the show, right? It's the commute to get there. The commute after you drove to get there. Then you wasted your time with these people. Then you gave these Goyim people another 30 minutes when you left. And I'm like, in those 2 hours, you could have studied TikTok shops. You could have studied the trends on TikTok. You could have potentially identified 10 different companies that are up and coming on TikTok Shop. You could have made an offer. 500,000, 300,000, 600,000. At least all you need is one brand to take off. And the other brands who don't take off, you can still learn from their failure and make the one brand that succeed even more powerful. Black people is a waste of your fucking time. It's like, listen, it's a fucking waste. It's a waste. You're wasting your time. And because all they want to do is gossip. They just do low-level shit. That's it all the time. Low-level shit. Right? And even Amy Cole, she's a waste of time. She black, she's a goyim. She's a waste of time because she doesn't want to be nimble. Instead of having a brand that caters to everybody, she wants to be a tribal makeup brand. The world is this big. You want to focus on a market this small? She's a goyim. That's a goy. Nope, not Amy Cole. You need to go for someone who wants to sell to the entire planet. That's right there. That's being the head, not the tail. Because that's how you're gonna have $1 billion brand, is that you sell to a shitload of people, not just people. Are you kidding me? 46 million people. When you can sell to 330 million people, who the fuck even thinks like that? A failure. There you go. Close her fucking business. Who gives a fuck? Right? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit? Every day there's a new brand. Every day there's a new makeup brand, skincare brand. One. You gotta go for the one that is the most ambitious, not the one that's most tribal. Yeah, anybody that hates the library, goyim. Anybody who don't want to study with AI, chat GPT and stuff like that, or DeepSeek, that's a goy. There you go. Okay? Anybody that hates going to a museum but loves going to the club, goyim. Okay? Yeah, period. That's it. Okay? Like, listen. Okay? Like, that's how it goes. So you as a person, not even as a black person, as a human being, you got to make the right bets. You have to make the right kind of bets. And it's not going to be over here. Right? The only person that bets on this, people building prisons, people building abortion clinics, okay? People who are building, I guess, like malls and shit like that. People who plan to open pawn shops, title loan shit, fried chicken shit, liquor shit, right? That's it. The only time you bet on the goyim when it comes to self-destruction, because he loves that shit. Okay? That's the only time. If you bet on that, he will make you happy. I even told Jimmy this, right? Yeah. If they're mad, the pretty little thing rebranding, goyim, there you go. You're starting to get it. Starting to get it. Because it's all about their flesh. They twerk on the internet. They wear bonnets, start twerking, goyim. These are goyim people. They tatted up. They got tats all over the place. There you go. That's a goy. That, like you a goy. There you go. Okay. Okay. But I told Jimmy, I was like, I'm pretty sure if you could take all the latest rap songs, right? Or even like the downloads and the streams and stuff, if you could actually put that into AI, I am sure you could actually create a predictive model of how many black people will be incarcerated over the next 5, 10, 15 years. Because culture is an indication of wealth building, incarceration rate, murder rate, creation of family rate, marriage rate. These kinds of songs they like to listen to, they're going to go to prison. If you were to take the last 30, 50 rap songs that just came out, put all these lyrics into ChatGPT or DeepSeek and ask, are people more likely to go to prison or less likely to go to prison? They're going to tell you. The prison population is just going to keep increasing because people don't learn, right? So it's like, okay, go to prison. And that's why everybody who bets against the goyim becomes rich because he will self-destruct. They will self-destruct. It's a matter of time, but they will do it. Just be patient. If you build a prison with 10,000 beds, they're going to make you so happy. They're going to come in there. They sure will. It's like leaving cheese somewhere when you have rats or you have mice. They're going to find that piece of cheese. That's it. Before you know it, every bed in here is going to be full. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? If you decide to build a pawn shop, a payday loan, anything like that around Goyim, you will be very successful because they quickly depart with their money. So before they know it, they need more money. They're desperate for money. So because of that, you can charge crazy ass interest rates. Some could say, oh, it's usury. Sure. But some could also say, well, all you had to do was better manage your money. But the Goyim doesn't like to read. Goyim don't like to read, don't like to learn. Yeah, exactly. Piercing everywhere. There you go. Because they don't think about their image. And so when they decide on an aesthetic, it's usually an aesthetic that diminishes their value. They don't think. They don't think. They really do not think. They don't say to themselves, what does a rich person look like? What does a respectable person look like? What does a successful person look like? Because before you can be successful, you have to look successful. But they don't aspire to be successful. They want to be loud. That's the Goyim. Okay? Payday loans, there you go. Right? But if you learn to manage your money, you can get out of debt. They don't want to learn. Because learning, managing money requires sacrifice. They don't want to sacrifice. Goyim also, they're full of excuses. Oh, I can't. Oh, you don't know. It's so hard. It's so this. It's so that. Okay. Make as many excuses as you want. I'm going to charge you high interest because you refuse to have financial literacy. And then once you're literate, you refuse to follow the rules. So the interest is going to be incredibly high. Yeah, you don't have to take this loan. Just manage your money better. But Goyim don't like to manage money good. They spend everything they have. They're always looking for ways to spend more. Even using coupons, trying to say, oh, yeah, they do the most because it's the impulse people. It's the very, very impulsive people. Okay? So I'm like, Dame, you are wasting your time. Yeah, exactly. Because and that's what they are. They're a high risk. They don't even make that much money, and they're always over leveraging themselves, right? No, they're crazy. They are truly crazy, and that's their choice. That really is their choice. And that's why I'm like, no. Nowadays, when I see a person, when I see a goy, I don't get mad. Oh, well, why would you do that? Just like Cardi B and her pregnancy. No, Cardi is a goy. She's a goy. She has Goyim culture. And in Goyim culture, that's what you do. You got a bunch of kids by different men. Then you say, oh, as long as I have money, there you go. Because Goyim, they don't value family structure. They don't value family values. Goyim also don't have a God. They don't have, they don't respect it. They don't honor God. No, they're crazy. Right? But I'm like, Cardi has Goyim culture. So it's perfectly normal. So why be mad at her, try to change her? No, she's a goy. Let her be. And she will probably raise her children to be goy. Hey, Lacey. Okay. Yeah. There you go, Chapman. So we're not going to, oh my gosh, it's so wrong. No, it is wrong to never learn from your mistakes. You can't be mad at a business person, right? You can't even be mad at someone who has enough, wherewithal to sit back and observe that there's a certain people, they make the same mistakes over and over and over again because they refuse to learn. It's not like they don't know. It's not as if they can't know. They choose not to know. It's not as if they don't have a brain to do better. They don't want to use the brain. Hello? Right? It's not as if there's not the resources for them to learn. They don't pursue the resources. Because Goyim culture is never about evolution. It's about being stagnant. It's a stagnant people. It's a festering people. It's a people with very low standards and lots of excuses. That's Goyim culture. Right? Just like here in America, it's so damn ratchet because it's redneck culture. Everybody here is acting like a redneck. No matter complexion. Because it's about the psychology, right? It's not complexion. You can be black, you can be white, and you act like a redneck. That's it. Because it's a culture. It's not a complexion, right? It's a culture. Redneck culture is a culture. And anybody can be identified through that culture. Like, oh, that's redneck culture. Same thing with Goyim. Goyim is not a complexion. It's not a complexion. Goyim is a culture. It's a mindset. It's a godless mindset. It is a mindset also of poor stewardship, right? These are poor stewards. They're horrible stewards. They just waste everything. They waste their time. They waste their youth. They waste their strength. They waste their bodies. They're always wasting shit. They waste their education, right? Because these are poor stewards. They're the feet, the tail, the butt cheeks. What do I know? Even the butthole. What do I know? What do I know? But they're definitely not the head. That is Goyim culture. You are Goy. That's it. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Getting pregnant by your boyfriend while being married is a lot. Goyim to the 10th power. Okay. Multiply by 10. That's a Goy. She is a Goy. Sex worker, stripper, gang member, bunch of plastic surgery, a behind like an animal. Her butt is bigger than the butt of an ox. Okay. Her butt is bigger than the butt of an elephant. Bestiality. This is bestiality. But you see, they want to have body parts that look like the vulgar, like that look like body parts that belong on a beast. They model themselves after beasts. They model themselves after creatures. They go see these plastic surgeons so they can look like animals, right? Why does a woman have the ass of a donkey? Why is your behind as big as that of a donkey? You are a human being. But hey, that is Goyim culture, right? Their mind is so dark, it's so fucked up, it's full of trash that they now want to look like animals. That is a Goy. It's okay. It really is okay. Exactly. They cannot pay. So why would you feel bad? You know what I mean? You get to a point, no. We have to stop. And I told my big sis that. I'm like, you see, you and your black ass, right? You think you can afford to have empathy and compassion for everybody. No, everybody has a finite amount of compassion. You have to realize that at some point, some people deserve exactly what they get. It's not that hard, right? If you choose to cross the street without hitting the button to let the street signs know that, hey, I'm here, I'm a pedestrian, I want to cross the street, you start walking, you get hit by a car, that is your Goy fault, right? Because who stopped you from looking to the left, looking to the right, making sure it was safe to cross the street? But nobody runs into traffic like a Goy. Let him go. I feel no ways for people. I feel no ways. I have made a covenant with myself to see myself as an individual. That's it. I'm done. And my goal is I need to win. So what does that look like? Stay away from Goyim culture. Stay away from Goyim culture. Because a non-Goy, a chosen one, is respectable, is God-fearing, is highly educated. You control your emotions. You're very mindful of how you spend your money. You invest your money. You always look for business opportunities. You try as much as possible to network with other people, to learn from other people. You're very patient with your investments, right? Yes, I am a chosen one. I am not a Goy. I refuse to be a Goy. I refuse to identify with Goyim culture. I have nothing to do with these people. So that's what I'm saying. Dame, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time because this right here is a waste of time. It is a waste of time, okay? Hold on, y'all. Let me play this.
Logic don't make sense. I think that there's a responsibility for any platform to make sure the things people are saying are true and make sure people are learning. Confidently saying things that you don't know are true. You just said that. I don't think that's responsible. You confidently said I'm fake. I think you did. I said it in your face. I don't care if you're saying broke. I think you're broke in your face. And I think you're broke. I don't care. It doesn't hurt my feelings what another girl thinks. I always say, listen. A man shouldn't. I've never heard of men talking. Another girl. I never saw another man worry about. I don't care what another girl thinks. You said it like you a girl too. Lauren, next question, Lauren. No. I was saying something. I don't think it's masculine to be talking about another man's pockets. So y'all talk. You're broke.
But my thing is, why are you there? You see, you Dame, you're gonna also have to surrender that Goyim culture, because if you know he is this, he's that, he's talkative, he's whatever, you do not respect yourself by going there. You were emotional, you were triggered, so you walked into the trap, to allow yourself to partake in Goyim culture, which is a very degrading culture. And it's a culture also that does not respect time. Why are you amongst the Goyim, right? If you're a boss, you got to be amongst the chosen one, not the Goyim. You're giving these people too much time. That's crazy.
Real dudes don't say, we don't say that in the street.
You literally said in the early beginning of the interview, I bet you my house is bigger than yours.
Yeah, because I was saying that doesn't matter.
No,
let me tell you, no, not next question. Let me answer it, but you guys keep interrupting. Let me answer it.
That is checkback. But
that is not. How are you know how dumb you are? You're telling the person that made it up what it means. That's dumb.
How dumb is my house is bigger than yours?
No, I'm telling you what I'm trying to tell you what my point was.
My teeth are really yours.
Right. No, I bet they're not. I bet my teeth cost more than. Okay, listen. So, what I'm saying is, it's not about how much money you have. It's about how you're living. So this is what I was going to make the point. Let's say when you guys started 15, 20 years ago, right? You made $10 million, but your lifestyle is still, you still got to go to work every day. You have the same exact work lifestyle as when you were broke. Now, for me, to have to get up at 4 a.m. and never be able to leave because I got to be there for 30 years would be hell for me. That would be me being broke. I get up when I want. I get like I said, how could if all my children and all my family's taken care of?
Even that too, to me, also is part of you trying to justify yourself with the goy. If you know they were broke, now they've done this for 15 years and they're making 10 million. You have to see how for these people, they're grateful to be there. Because in their minds, they never thought they would make $10 million. Right now, if you're a person, you have created 100 companies that are worth 100 million. They will never achieve that. And that's why, remember how that one time we saw that girl, forgot her name, Sarah, the girl that's on the podcast, like the dating stuff with After Hours, whatever it's called, with what's his name? Ace Metaphor, right? And she was talking about, the kind of men she knows, they got 300,000, 400,000. I said, Sarah, when you talking to them people, just talk about the man who makes 70,000. You see, sometimes also when you're around the Goyim people, you just have to let them have the little moments, like let them celebrate their wins. And then because you know how the top, let me show you something, right? Let me show you something so you can understand me better. Okay, hold on. Talmud says it's okay to lie to the Gentile. Okay. Okay. All right. So you see in the Talmud, right, it says that it is okay to lie to a Gentile, right? So my thing is, when you are around the Goyim and you see in his mind, the Goy believes that he has achieved so much. I used to be so broke. Now after 15 years, I make $10 million, right? Listen, be like, wow, I'm so happy for you. You work so hard because your job is to fool the Goyim into believing that this is it, because you don't want him to be your competition, right? Because you, Dave, what you're doing is you want the Goyim you want the Goy to ask for more. But if he asks for more, one day he'll come for what you have. No. Your job is to tell the Goyim, this right here, that's what you want. That's really what you want. I mean, that's it. You made it, right? There's nowhere else to go but here. This is it. Good job, right? That's it. The same thing with Sarah. There are some people out here who are just happy dating or marrying a man that has 70,000. Celebrate that. Yes, girl. You found your good one, girl. Yes, girl. Your man makes a lot of money, girl. Oh, yes. Ooh, I like it. I love it. That's amazing because, on average, it's 55,000. Exactly. Don't do it. Because once you tell these Goyim people that they could have more, they could do this, you are frustrating the Goyim. So now he's going to get more violent. He's going to get aggressive, passive aggressive. He's going to do all kinds of aggressive because he feels like I've worked so hard to get here and you're telling me there's more. No, your job is to lie to the Goyim. Your job is to lie to the Goy. Be like, no, you've done something amazing. Wow, I'm impressed. 15 years. Do you know that there are people who work for 15 years and they barely have 400,000, but you have 10 million. Wow, I'm so proud of you. Because your job is to keep the Goyim wherever they are. They need to stay right there. Okay? That's it. Even with Sarah, when you're around your friends who know men that have 400,000, this, and that, y'all can have those conversations. But when you are around Goyim people, you have to realize that for them, the bar is a little lower. You know what I'm saying? But you need to act impressed. Like, oh my gosh, oh wow, that's a big deal. Oh my gosh, oh my God. Yes. You see what I'm saying? Never destroy the joys of the goyim, no matter how mediocre their achievements are. There you go. Right? And what Dave is trying to do is to say, oh, you could have had more. No, he's happy where he is. This is a goy. Let him be. Just celebrate with him. Tell him, like, that's so amazing. I'm so proud of you. Yes, keep doing that. Right? Same thing with Sarah. When you're around these people, read the room. If we're talking about the man who makes $70,000 and she's excited, let her have that moment. Right? Same thing. If you find a girl that's overweight, she's like, oh my gosh, I lost 5 pounds. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you. Girl, how you did that shit? Wow, 5 pounds? Damn, girl, I'm so happy. Let her be. Because if she loses weight, she might be your competition. Let her be big and let her rejoice in her 5-pound weight loss over the past 2 years. Because at this rate, listen, right? That's it. Your job is not to create more competition for yourself. You see, I repeat, the ZZ people, if they were not trying to unalive the Palestinians, low-key, high-key, I fucks with it. I fucks with it. Because everybody can be at the top. So for you to enjoy the top, you got to make the people at the bottom feel extremely comfortable at the bottom. There you go. There you go. And that's why wealthy people, like real wealthy people, they're not on social media. Or if they are, they're private because they don't want to frustrate the going. Imagine if the lady, the daughter of Sam Walton, the Harris of Walmart, if she was to go out here and start flexing, it'd be a problem. Right? So we have these goofy ass influencers. They flex, but they're not really wealthy people. That's why they show off so much. Right? They're clowns, but they're goyim. And that's what goyims do. They keep other goyims asleep. That's it. You're not supposed to create competition for yourself. That's why at these jobs, they give them an best manager award. They give these goofy ass recognition to their workers. Because the job is to make them happy being managers, make them happy being supervisors, right? But you don't want this man to try to be a CEO. Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. There's a goy trying to take my place. You crazy. You are seriously crazy. Life is competition. Only the goyim thinks that, oh no, there's place for everybody. We can all make it. Let him believe that. Why do you want to stop him? Let him believe that. Oh, everybody can be included. Everybody belongs. Everybody womp. Sure. Of course, you're right. Everybody belongs. Diversity matters. But deep down in your heart, you know there could only be place for one person at the top. Distract the goyim. That's it. So like I said, I fucks with it. I really do fucks with it. I really do. All right? That's it. Make the goyim feel seen and heard. That's it. And then you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you. All right. Yeah, exactly. And if you notice, the more you tell the goyim they can do whatever they want, they like you more. So, oh, you're not judging me? Of course not. Do it. You want to have sex? Do it. You want to sleep with multiple men? Do it. You want to have children by multiple men? Do it. Because you'll stay at the bottom. Do it. You want to eat all the food you see? Eat it. You want to keep divorcing and shit? Perfect. Your sons will be in my prisons in about 10 to 12 years. Do it. Because every bad move you make makes me rich. Do it. Go fuck your life up. Make me rich. Okay? Do it. You need to go ahead and do it. That's it. It's not, okay? Like, listen, life ain't a joke. Okay? Life is not a joke. But to the goyim, life is a joke. Let them have fun. Let them laugh. Who cares? They're crazy. They're really crazy. Yeah. right? Yeah, enjoy your life, girl. Live your best life. Turn up, king. Turn up. And that's, listen, do you not find it funny that every rapper, every entertainer has a liquor line? Because the goyim need to indulge. Anybody who takes lots of liquor gonna do something stupid. They might have a DUI. We're gonna arrest their asses. They're gonna pay bail money, court fees, might even do some jail time, might have to pay some money, right? Alcohol usually leads to trouble. You might even go sleep with someone without consent. It's a lawsuit. There you go. More money, right? But it's not a coincidence that most of these rappers, most black entertainers, they always sell alcohol to people. That's it. Let's speed up the train wreck. What do you say Jesus for, Lacey? Let's speed up the train wreck, right? Let's make sure the goyim get there faster. There's hell, there's the goyim. You got to give an accelerant. And the accelerant is the drugs, the sex, the low morality, the godless mindset they have, right? The alcohol they love, their shopping sprees they love. These girls love shopping so much, they will become prostitutes. One day they'll have HIV. That's it. And they'll have to buy my medication every week because now she's scared to die. I'm sick. I can't go out. Yes, they are absolutely correct. Okay, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I really fucks with it. Like low-key, high-key, if it was not for the Palestinian, I might even sign up tomorrow to be a Jew. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. Yeah, and many streamers take the gambling deals. Yeah, make your money, King Goyim. Yeah, give them gambling, give them strip clubs, give them abortion clinics, give them feminism, even feminism, right? It's also, it's a social construct, right? For Goyim, they will self-destruct. They will self-destruct. Feminists don't make it, but it's okay. Let her be a feminist. Let her be a feminist. Watch, she'll be in debt. Watch, now come, I'll take her house, I'll take her car, I'll take her retirement money, I'll take it all. Because she chose to do it all by herself. Because Goyim don't understand the necessity of partnerships. They have no network. They have no partners. I mean, they have partners, but they have partners in sin, partners in foolishness, partners in self-destruction, but they don't have constructive partners. Most Goyim don't have a network of successful people. Right? There you go. Right? So that's it. Let the Goyim do as the Goyim please. And we shall sit here and count our billions. Huh? It's young over. You heard? There you go. That's it. Get whatever you want. Get whatever you want. Right? And that's why you don't waste your time trying to tell these Goyim to do better. So I'm like, Dame, you are triggering these people because they Goyim. Ah, well, there you go. Goyim, go Goyim. Yeah, let him be. Let him do it. I'm not stopping anybody. Do it. Do whatever makes you happy. You know, when I was younger and stupid and a goy, my damn self, I used to be, oh, we got to save the people. Save the people. No, save yourself. Save yourself. There's not that much room at the top. And that's what I will say when it comes to Jigga Man. I give him credit for that. Because he understood this life right here, it ain't shit. There are only but so many rooms at the, so there's only so many slots at the top. Just like in first class. There are not that many places in first class. You just can't do it. You're not going to have that many seats in business class. A little bit more, right? But the very, very top, not too many people can get there, right? So therefore, you have to distract the majority. And you have to make sure that the majority does not aspire to be in first class. They have to find comfort in coach. That's it. It's life. It's life, y'all. It is what it is. Let's go.
How am I broke? And if you think that way, you're a dumbass. I'm sorry. So let me just tell you something.
So then why are you there? You've made a great observation. These are dumbasses. Why are you there? You see a butthole. This is a butthole. That's a butthole. That's a butthole. That's a butthole. And you are amongst the butthole. So what are you also? You're an anus. That's it. You're not the head. You're like, you know, where the excrement come out of. That's crazy. If you make a powerful observation, these are a bunch of anuses. I don't want to be around people that release excrement. No. Oh, no. I'm not going on this stupid ass show. Not doing it. Okay? I'm not doing it.
Please, because now I'm doing.
What do you love to do then?
I don't. Why you don't talk? I feel like you like trying to game me up. Get out of here. What do you love to do? No. I want to give. This is what I love to do. I'm gonna tell you. I love to teach people. So this is what I wanted to do.
I love waking up every morning to do radio.
I didn't ask. I don't care. So what I'm saying.
No, you have to care. He just told you he's happy doing this. He found his lot in life. He likes to wake up in the morning and do radio. Be like, that's good for you. Stay right there. No, I don't care. You should care. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Don't waste your time. It doesn't matter what they say. It really does not matter. Who cares? The rumbles, the chatters, the gossip, and coach. You're in first class. Act accordingly. Right? You're in first class. They will never know what this feels like. Let them talk. Who cares? You're in first class. And one day you might even have your private jet. You will never have the same flight schedule. You will never have to go through a TSA line, all that bullshit. Right? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay? That's it. You cannot teach a goyim. You must celebrate the goyim's life decision. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's all you do. Oh, congratulations. Gotta go. That's it.
What I'm saying is, I want you to understand the lessons that I've learned from my OG.
No.
All right? And Nicolette, when you get a chance, can you show them the trailer the Paid in Full already?
And even my issue right here too, I want to teach you the lessons I've learned from my OG for free. No. When you give stuff for free to the goy, when you give stuff for free to goyim, they will resent you. Charge their asses. Put interest on it. They love it. You see, goyim love to feel like they have to work hard to get something, even though it was always free. They will overpay. They will gladly overpay. Charge their asses. But to say to a goy, well, I want to help you. I want to teach you something for free. He will disrespect you even more. Because he's like, well, if you have valuable information, it wouldn't be free. Because most people don't do anything for free. So now the goy is like, well, are you really successful? Because why are you giving me something for free? Right? The goyim is used to paying money, time, imprisonment, you name it. Everything he has an expensive price tag attached to it. So continue the tradition, charge his ass. And you'll be very grateful because then you'll feel special. Oh, I earned this. I earned this. The whole time it was free. But that's how the goyim people, that's how they work. Okay? That's how they go. So why would you give for free? Because this knowledge that you have, it was like almost 2 decades of you acquiring this knowledge. Don't give them anything. They want it, they need to pay for it. And when you do that, they'll have more respect for you. Right? You can't be nice to the goyim. Okay? And you cannot be accessible to the goyim as well. Okay? He needs to just he just needs to imagine what he thinks you are. And let him have that. Right? Like that, like perception, like them, oh, I think she's like this. I think he's like this. It means a lot to them. Don't shatter that. Let them have this illusion of who they think you are. Because once they get to know you, they will disrespect you. Okay? That's it. Write a book, charge it. Create a course, sell it. Don't give anything to goyim people for free.
That they just breezed over like it's not a big deal, but when 50s announces something, it's but anyway, the reason why I'm gonna tell you, listen, I got you. Yeah, right. I know, but for me to do the trail, I'd have to shoot it. It's done. It's all. Come here.
You did it after you made it.
No, I did a whole. If you guys look at my Instagram, I've been editing for 6 months. Stupid.
I don't believe it.
Because you're dumb. Why would you know? You're in this coffin every day. Count Dumula.
I want to wait in my coffin.
Jesus Christ.
I think
I think you.
I have a TV show. I have a TV show. So I have a television network with its own technology. I don't understand how I have things, and y'all say I'm. That's okay.
There's no other platform that supports you like this platform. It allows you to come in and talk about this platform.
No, I'm gonna say
we support
y'all
you.
the only ones that no. Oh, I didn't know you got that. See what I'm saying? I ain't got no teeth. I'm just playing. Play the trailer. It's already. And I'll show you the first. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do after this? Now listen. How much you want to bet it's edited? How much you want to bet?
What?
That what I didn't just make it up yesterday. That I shot in there. That I'll show you an episode. You want to see one?
Well, I asked you about.
You know, I'll show you.
I want to see it, but I asked you when 50 announced.
Do you understand? Do you understand? I was playing coy. This was y'all caught the trap. So this is my plan. I'm gonna tell you the plan. I'm listening. Now,
again, tell people your plan. Then.
It's done already. Stupid. Listen. So in The Godfather, I said, remember that he played broke, and then he killed the 5 families. So if you notice, I got up there with a patch like Ace. I wanted to look weak. I wore an extra big shirt so I looked fat. You understand? I wanted y'all to bomb on me because I knew all these announcements were coming. Now, anybody else makes an announcement, they're great. But if they ain't there, so it's a little thing. Oh, you're not the chairman. Like, I am. I'm about to buy shit. You understand what I'm saying? I don't play. I've been trying to buy Revolt for 2 years. I tried to buy BET. I just play a different game. See, the game I play, you don't make money every day. You get licks. It takes 10 years to make a company and sell it. You have to have EBITDA. You sold by a multiple. You understand what I'm saying? So again, what I explained to you was the reason why I owed so much money. It's not because I was broke. It's because I had an accountant named Barry Clobberg that I was paying to do my taxes. He didn't pay it, and he told me after. And then after your money's gone, you can't sue him. And it happens a lot. A white man did that. You understand? So it's not, like I said, how you gonna say I'm broke because I owe $20 million and you never.
You see how he is just yapping because he wants to prove himself to the Golden. If you had a strategy where you portrayed yourself as poor, this and that, now you telling them next time don't know. So you can't use the same strategy. You have to come up with a new one. Don't tell people your strategy. You are crazy. You're a goy. Number 2, right? What he said, he's like, oh, he said something else. He's saying all kinds of stuff. But ultimately, you know, he's a goy his damn self. So it's like, it's really crazy, right? Oh, I watched The Godfather, and that's where I get my inspiration from. That's where I get my strategies from. You shouldn't tell people that. Because now they're going to watch that shit too and anticipate what you might do next. You're crazy. Number 3, if you know that you're currently filing for bankruptcy because you're trying to avoid these lawsuits from that other guy, then you turn around and say, oh, I'm trying to buy Revolt. I'm trying to buy Revolt. Do you have money or not? Right? Why don't you finish your bankruptcy, get rid of that man, right? And then you can start talking about what you want to buy. But if you are out here with the, oh, I'm broke, you got to see it through. You got to see your scam all the way through. And that's why you shouldn't even be on the Breakfast Club, because you got bigger problems than being on the Breakfast Club. You have to go before a bankruptcy judge and get the judge to believe you don't have money, right? But when you sit here and say, I want to buy this, I've been trying to buy this, I want to buy that. If somebody takes a soundbite and play it for the judge, like, well, judge, if he broke, how can you afford to buy Revolt? You're crazy. You are seriously crazy, right? Because it matters so much to you to receive validation from these Goyim people, right? Than to make sure you have your bankruptcy approved and that all these charges get dropped off. That is your number 1 priority. You have nothing to prove to these people. You should never tell people what your strategy was, because what about next time? Because it has to be believable. But now if we know that you will be deceptive because this is what you do at times, next time you're going to be like, oh, the boy that cried wolf. You don't tell people your shit. If it worked, it worked. If nobody caught on, okay, whatever. You have successfully duped the Goyim. Go about your business. They never need to know. You don't need to explain yourself. But Dame, he's very insecure, so he talks a whole lot, right? Like I said, to me, you're a boss. Don't even come on this show and number some rags, okay? It is a gossip-ass show. It will do nothing for your brains. It's not going to help you get better meetings. It makes you look clownish. And this is way more damaging to your reputation, right? Don't talk to these people. They're very silly people.
Seen a nigga in your life pay $20 million. Why do y'all accept such high expectation of? I'm not broke. You're like, so I got $5 million in the bank. I'm broke? No.
So now he's saying he got $5 million in the bank, but he's also going for bankruptcy. Do you see the problem? He's also a goy. Validation means more to him than being strategic. You're exposing yourself. And the fact that he's up there also without his lawyer, without even having talked to his lawyer first, ridiculous. Ridiculous. Because now, whatever you say, if the other party wants to use that in court, now you're going to have to pay your lawyer more money. Keep your mouth shut. See your bankruptcy through. Right? You got $5 million in your bank account, so you ain't broke. So that man, Chris Brown, needs to keep suing your ass. You sound crazy. He sounds really, really crazy. This is just crazy.
So anyway, my point is,
oh my gosh,
you have to see the line if you're all caught the bait. So I want you to go home and look at The Godfather 2 and tell me if I didn't just line y'all all up the same way. Think about it. You just took the bait and you feel stupid. That's all that's happening. You went for it. You're a huckleberry.
I think you're lying. I think you're broke, and I think you always trying to explain yourself.
Only girls worry about niggas' pockets anyway. You're a woman. Why do I care what you're a girl with a mustache? Get out of here. You're a boy and a girl.
You care too much about what other people think. There's nothing about you.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let's say this. This is logic. If I cared about what people think, I pull my teeth out in front of everybody. The pictures y'all see with me no teeth, I took those pictures. Right or wrong? That's not confidence to you. You're a girl.
I don't think you.
Now you're silly, man. No, you're teaching the kids wrong, man. That's dumb. Now your logic is dumb, and it comes from a place. You have. If you've been in the room.
Yeah, I think you took your teeth off.
Nah, that was my grill.
You like to run your mouth so much. Like, I gotta say something. Yeah, but you're now, even with no teeth.
You think I would care? You think I would care what a girl like you thinks? Yeah, you're a girl. Hold on. I'm gonna show you now so you can be quiet, so you can see how stupid he is.
What? Okay, why do you?
I always have.
Why you pull it up? Can I ask you something? So I know you talk about the family office.
Right.
There's 650K in child support domestic that's listed in the bankruptcy. That's child support, right?
Yeah.
How did you get there with having that amount unpaid? I know you care about family. Like, what's the background on that? Because they make it seem
I
like
pay a lot of child support. That's like 2 months that I hold. You know what I'm saying? That's another. Wait, I'm broke, right? But I've been paying $250,000 a year in child support for the last 25 years.
Okay, so that means you're also a goy, because and you see, and that's the thing also that I've noticed with the ZZ people, right? ZZ people, the white goy, right, and also the Arab man, is that they, even if they might be a little trifling, a little skinless, right, but marriage matters a lot to them, and it makes sense because if you have one wife, there's not all this child support stuff. Right, because that also will diminish your wealth if you have to pay $250 over here, this one over here. Why can't you control your penis? You see, but once again, the goy is, listen, not to be offensive, but it's kind of giving animal, okay? Because the goy lives off of instinct. I see something, I see a fat ass, my penis goes up, I gotta sleep with this person, protection, no protection, don't give a fuck. Get pregnant, okay? And then boom. And now you are on this leash for the next 18 years. And that's money that could have been in a stock market account. That's money that could have been in some assets, compounding interest. You know what I mean? That could have been a long-term investment. But the goy has a hard time controlling his penis. He has to sleep with everything he sees because he's godless. He doesn't fear God. All he does is answer to his flesh. Right? And that's the thing. Look at Charlie Kirk. We know he's evil, but he was like, oh, I'm Christian, I'm married. So therefore, people put him on a pedestal. People see him as a bit more serious, right? When you're married, people will see you as a serious man, right? That's just how they'll see you, right? But, you know, when it comes to melanated goyim, okay, especially the man, they despise marriage. And they don't understand that part of your image, part of your credibility, part of people respecting you, part of you being respectable is that there is one man, one woman, the children, right? And then there's God, right? Even if you have kids elsewhere, you must fight to have custody of your children. So that way your money is not going here, going there, going there, going here, because you will be broke. And one day someone could weaponize that and take your freedom away. But having sex, right, ejaculating, you know, getting the rocks off is so, so important to the goy. Doesn't think. When it comes to sex, his brain, like it just flew out the window. Right? When they know this right here, if you don't pay for this baby, they could go clink, clink. But they do it anyways. Because they don't have self-control. Because it's a goy. Okay? Yeah. No, they're goyim. You guys, it's goyim. Goyim is already plural. Singular is goy. Goyim is plural. There's no S, you guys. Let me tell you this right. A goy is singular. Goyim is plural. Okay? But it's their culture. It's their culture. They will impregnate multiple women. They will spend a lot of money in court, child support. Oh, that's like, you see, the goyim, he creates for himself unnecessary chains. He creates for himself unnecessary pain, unnecessary turmoil. Why? Because the goyim is godless. He doesn't believe in God. You see, if you talk to a Jew, he'll say Yahweh. Like, he tries his best to honor Yahweh. You speak to a Muslim, he tries his best to honor Allah. He wakes up at 5:30, head on the floor, bowing down to Allah in the direction of the rising of the moon, correct, right? You speak to a conservative Christian, he will say, I honor God. The goyim honors no one. He has no God. He answers to himself, and that's why he's a fucking liability. To himself, he's a liability. He's a costly liability to himself. And that's why the goy will always be a slave. Because before he's a slave to a Jew, to an Arab, or to a Christian, he's a slave to his own poor choices. He's a goy. They are the architects of their own slavery. They enslave themselves because the goy refuses mastery of the flesh. But mastery of the flesh is not easy. By yourself, you can't do it. You need God. But the goy, he doesn't like God because God has structure, God has discipline, God has standards. And there's nothing more that the goy despises than standards. Oh, you mean I have to try? You mean I have? Yes. I mean, I guess not. You're a goy, so whatever. Right? But you look at a Jew, like even when Ben Shapiro said that when you're a Jew, you don't do because you believe. You keep doing until you believe. So I'm not a faithful husband because I think, oh, well, it's the best thing ever. Maybe he wants to smash other bitches. But he's like, you know what? I got to keep being a faithful husband until it becomes natural for me to be a faithful husband. Right? It's not that I don't wrestle with my flesh, but I believe that in doing good, one day I'll just love doing good. It's like going to the gym, right? A lot of people want motivation. It will never come. You just have to go. And by going and going and going, one day you'll like it so much that is your motivation. The fact that now you like it. Goyim, they wait for motivation. They need an incentive to do right. Oh, what am I going to get for being faithful? What am I going to get for getting married? What am I going to get? Goyim, remain goyim. We are tired of your asses. Okay? That's it. But a person of faith is not a slave. The one who answers to God is not a slave. And I'm like, and you see that also in the book of Proverbs, because King Solomon said, right, that the beginning, like the beginning of wisdom is the fear of God. When you fear God, you'll be successful, because the woman who fears God, they run away from sin. The goyim, they run towards sin because they have no self-control, and they have no self-control because they have no God. They choose not to have God. It's not like God is not saying, oh, a goyim can't change. A goyim could change, but the goyim doesn't want to change. They love being rebellious. So rebellious people. And that's why, they always want to argue, but why should I do this? Why should I have morality? Why should I have integrity? Why should I not sleep around? Why should I? Why? I don't have I don't have an answer. You're right. Why should you be a hoe? Do it. Right? You're right. Why should you sleep with as many men as you want to? Do it. Do it. Right? You should eat all the food you see. Eat it all. Eat your entire pantry. Like, dedicate entire Saturday and eat everything in the fridge. Eat it all. Spend all day just eating. Right? Give into your emotions. Oh, I'm sad. Oh, I'm bitter. Oh, I'm angry. Do it. Every day you wake up, spend a good 10 hours just catering to your emotions. Then go on social media and find more people that feel the same fucking way that you do. Do it. Right? Wallow in this, in sadness, and this. Do it. Goyim shit. Enjoy. Indulge. Indulge in your foolishness. I'm not going to stop you. It's your culture. It's your freaking culture. Okay? It's your culture. Exactly. Goyim, they love to thrive in chaos because they have no God. It's a godless people. Okay? Exactly. There you go. But that's a goyim. He doesn't think long term. A goy does not think long term. Like, okay, listen, this girl's very pretty. She got a fat ass, but I don't really know her. I don't know what kind of mom she would be. I don't even know her family. What's her mindset? You see, that's what happens when you have a God. Because there's more to a woman than the size of her ass. What qualifies her to be the mother of your children? What qualifies him to be the father of your children? Goyim people just require you to have a pulse. She's breathing, so I guess that's it. He's breathing, I guess that's it. That's all they care about. Because Goyim don't think about their children, right? As in, like, it is my job to make sure I have the smartest kids, the most beautiful kids, the most competitive kids. They don't care. They look at children like a litter. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, you are required to design your kids for success. But Goyim, all they need is a pulse. That's it. Okay, cool. Do that shit. Do it. Yeah. That's it. Don't waste your time with these people. Please. It's their culture.
$250 a year. So what happens is, and I'll explain that to you, because again, I'm going to sue some people. You know, like, you know, trust me. But I don't see how if I tell you all my kids went to college for free, they all live in houses, and I pay a $250 a year in child support. So my kid's salary is probably as much as yours.
And he sounds stupid. So you have paid salaries to have other people raise your children. If you had custody of your kids, how much would you have saved? And that money you spent could have been in some kind of account, or you could have bought some assets, some art, some property, something where you just sit there and you earn interest. Right? It's a liability. But they don't think. They do the same shit over and over. They get caught by the same bullshit over and over and over. The NBA is full of Goyim. All these athletes, all these NBA players, Goyim is Goyim. They're a bunch of Goyim people. Right? Because if you think about it, it's like they're not paid to be intelligent. They're paid to be athletic. That's an instinct. Right? They spend so many hours working the body, right? Growing more muscle, dribbling faster, running faster. The whole time the brain is completely neglected. That's a goy. He neglects his brain. So when he has the money, the brain don't work. So he uses the money for his flesh because he has no brain. He's brainless. Imagine never using your brain for like 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. Like, what the fuck? Right? You're not going to make good decisions. You're a goy. Strong body. You're very athletic. But your brain... Imagine if you had an athletic body and you also had an athletic brain. Like, you worked your brain just as hard as you work your muscles. Unbelievable. They would take over the league. They would actually own the teams themselves. They would own these teams, play for these teams, and that's it. They would own it all. Right? But you see, Azizi has made sure that his Goyim players never learn to use their brains. Anything that involves the brain, they have another Zizi to take care of that. Their money is a Zizi. Their manager is a Zizi. That's it. Anything that they should do with their own brain, somebody else that's usually a Zizi ahead is there to do that for them. Oh, don't think about that. I got it. Oh, don't worry yourself. I'll do it. Oh, don't think about that. I got you. No, okay. They never use their brains, and they trust people because they don't want to use their brains. Goyim culture. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm broke. Yeah, I'm broke because I give it all to my family. Don't you understand that? I don't want any money. You're selfish if you think that having money in your family is being rich. Rich people have family offices. You don't put things in your name. You have a family office. You're going to go and ask a lawyer if I'm wrong. And one day you'll come the same way the last time I came and barked on y'all changed your whole life. We did. I changed your whole life. You put me on the wall. Look, that changed your life. How do you know you don't come outside? There's no windows in here. This shit is crazy. Look at the dark. I'm sure. A curtain, y'all in the behind the stage. A curtain, y'all in the coffin. I would never. This is uninspiring. This is dirty and all that shit. Yo, girl, clean this shit up. Look at your sneakers. Your sneakers are dirty. Your sneakers filthy. That ain't like you, Dave. I never want to say that. They wrinkle. I just put this on today. I'm just fucking with you. You know, you care too much about money and material things, man. You do. You're contradicting yourself. Your whole existence is money and material things. That's why now that your whole existence is gay. Prove to everybody that you do. Your whole existence is gay. It sounds like you've been paid to do what you're doing. You should be objective on the radio. You paid to do something. Then you wouldn't be in debt. Debt Dash. That's his new name. You should start a new label called Debt Jam. That's what you should do. Not a fake laugh. Nobody's checking for that. Only guys. Look, nobody's laughing. Now you got the shit face. He's trying to make himself laugh. Like, now you look stupid. Look at him. You gonna cry. Look at him. I think you gonna cry. The fake laugh. Now you gotta stop. You gonna keep laughing at nothing. Yo, why you squinting? You look stupid. You squinting Tarantino right now. Anyway, Now I'm just laughing because you have the shit face. Yeah, you say something. Nothing hurt. I'm sorry.
Why does Claudia Jordan owe you? Like,
what doesn't owe me? What she did was, I'll say allegedly, so I'm get sued. I shot the movie. I have a bunch of footage of her in the movie. Her saying I'm the best director. She came to my house 100 times to edit all this stuff. And when we did the lawsuit, she testified that I didn't direct it. But what happened was Chris Brown also represented this other girl named E.W. Brooks in another case. And that one they won. And then right after that, Claudia was in her movie. So it's like she, it doesn't.
Gotcha.
So, and she was saying that, because the thing was, because you know Claudia Jordan, right? She talks sexual noise. I don't want to, and the movie was about a wife that was fucking everybody. And I didn't want to have to direct and talk to her a certain way. And the first scene, I was boning, right? I can show you the scene, it's graphic, right? But it's a graphic, it's meant to be that way. So usually as a director, you might spend some time with it. I didn't want to, so I gave her.
And even that too, he's a goy. Because if you know, she like talks sexy, she's a vixen. She's a liability, right? When you have a lot of assets, you stay away from vixens. Because if she knows you have money, she'll try to seduce you. If you get seduced, most likely you're in trouble, right? Because it's a lawsuit, it's a baby, money is going to come, it's going to have to come out of that. There's going to be some kind of blackmail. If the vixen seduces you and you say no, because she's a narcissist, she's going to get hurt. She will start to defame. Most women, when most women wage war against you, they go for your reputation, right? So when you have lots of assets and you have lots to lose, you can't get involved. You can't be part of this movie. Let somebody else do it. The fuck? Do you see Steven Spielberg in his own movies? Right? No. Liability. Right? And once again, because you're a goy. Otherwise, you would see that shit coming from a mile away. Like, no, thank you. I'll pass. Right? I won't even be on set. You find someone that's a great producer, a great director. You pay the people. Let them do their job. Right? Do not get involved. Because vixens are problematic. Either way, you lose. If she seduces you, you say no. She'll say, oh my, because she's butthurt. How can he say no to me? Everybody tells me I'm beautiful. So now she'll have to lie and say that you assaulted her. It never fails. Right? If you fall for it, she can sue you. Right? Or she'll try to get pregnant so she can also sue you. So stay away from the vixen. Right? A wealthy man should find a wife. It's safer that way. It's also good to find a wife that doesn't want the fame, all that kind of shit. She just wants to be a mom. That's it. Because most likely she will ride it out. She's not going to leave. She's not going to sue. And that allows you to actually grow your money. Right? But that also requires intellect. You're a boy.
Porno and said, go look in the car, blah, blah, blah. And, when you're ready, let me know. So she was saying that she found that to be sexual harassment or something like that. Or she just felt like it was inappropriate. And I was like, I didn't want to talk sex. That's why I gave it to you and said, go over there. So to me, allegedly, she perjured herself for benefit. So, and she's going to try, she posted something up, but then I know they told her to put it down. But, there's things that I have to look at of people that have been treating me unfairly and stupid people have been saying things that aren't true. And it goes into an algorithm and people start to believe it. So if you say something and it's not true, but you don't say nothing now.
Because many of these pretty girls, like these vixen girls, they were the type to think, well, I'm young, I'm always gonna be pretty, I don't have to find a husband, right? But then they get older and they realize they don't have enough money. So here you are, you come, your reputation precedes you. They think that you're a man of means. She has to get money from you. So you will either sleep with her, or if you reject her, she has to sue you because You hurt her. You have hurt her pride. So what's she gonna do? She gonna go for your reputation. Because it's all blackmail, it's all extortion. Because most vixens don't have a real talent. It's just how they look. Because just like an athlete, she was never encouraged to also use her brain. She's just a vixen. Oh, I look good. I look good. I look good. That's it. So she's not financially resourceful. She's not industrious. I'm pretty. I'm pretty. I'm pretty. Do you not want to have sex with me? That's it. And I'm like, and you notice that part of Goyim culture is you never use your brain. You always use your body. But long term, it leads to poverty. And poor people will stage a coup. And because she's a woman, the best thing she can do is attack your reputation. Because as a man, your reputation is all you got. It's way more than your money, actually. You can be broke. If you have a great reputation, someone will give you money. Right? But a man with a horrible reputation can't make it. Right? That's why when you are a wealthy man, you stay away from vixens. You stay far away from vixens. Don't do it, girl. Don't do it. Don't do it, goy. Don't do it. Okay? Do not do it. Don't do it.
It'll go in an algorithm, and then it, like, if you're accusing me of hiding money, I don't protect myself, then now I got the feds calling. So I have to correct when people say these false narratives, I have to say something because, you know, you're not in big business. You've been working. You've been working for somebody your whole life. I never worked for nobody. I'm free.
But that's so interesting because you're up here spreading false narrative.
What's the false narrative?
You said
I said I argue. I said argue. Okay, so I asked you, how much I pay if I didn't say nothing until I got in front of you to ask you?
No, you said I was, and I said
maybe it was in the choice of word. I meant to say I heard. I should know because I'm not the fucking feds. You guys probably know because y'all probably talk to them. I think y'all ask questions. I just think y'all hot. You know, I just think y'all work with the police. I think I don't see why it would make, like, for me, evolution is key. Every day I got to do something different. So y'all do the same thing every day.
I don't think you evolve anything. You've been sounding the same for 15 years.
So you're never going to talk about the fact I go into schools with the OSG. You had the mayor up here, Eddie Milton. Did y'all talk about the fact that when he was the senator, he flew to my ranch, we made a plan, and we helped get him elected? Did he talk about how we passed laws? That's not evolving. You know why I don't have no money, Charlamagne? Because I've been going into school teaching kids how to dream and how to have cognitive skills. This book brings the kids' cognitive skills up, but y'all don't talk about that. I know, and y'all on my Instagram. Y'all know I ran up in the jail, a kid's jail, with Principal McGrone, with Black Panthers, senators. I got locked in the jail, but I changed things. I'll show you. They saw it, but no one writes about it. So to say I haven't evolved and you have, but you've been sitting in the same room for 30 years, but I'm running around houses all over the world, starting companies, selling them. That's ridiculous. It's just you talking confident about stupid shit for your job.
You are.
I just said, like, wait, it's stupid to say that I went to a school.
You're talking very confident about us. You're talking very confident about us.
I just hate what you're doing to the world. You're stupiding up the world. You're a cancer for Black people because you're teaching them the wrong values.
I don't feel like you're a cancer for Black people.
I don't care what you feel.
You sound smart to dumb people.
Yeah, I know. Now, I'm so, and you're saying my things back to me, and I'm dumb.
Because everything you say is like you looking in the mirror. All you do is project. Has your therapist ever taught you that?
I have a therapy show on my network, American New, called Healing is Gangster. Check it out. I'm going to tell you what I've learned from my OG. Hey, can you come up here, please? My OG, and I want y'all to know, I'm sure you're on this, his wife just died.
Sorry, brother.
All right.
Damn, man.
And I want to say this, right? Speak to them, because I learn so much from you every day. This is my OG. And I think you should ask him and talk to him. This man, when his wife was sick, he did not leave her hospital for 4 weeks. I would call him every day, correct? He never left her till she passed. And that was what I call manning up. You know what I'm saying? Then when she passed, he had the illest wedding. Then I'm talking about fireworks, doves, the whole Harlem was out there. Strong. He looked like the mob boss. I wanted to be him right there, even when he was in pain. He's still.
You see? Goyim talk. The mob. I want to be like a mob boss. Mob bosses, they end up dead, in prison. I don't know. These are disgraceful people. But he wants to look like someone who's leading the mob. Okay, there you go. Goyim.
Now I'm Dame Dash. I do give people props that deserve it. This is my OG. I give him the respect he deserves because he still teaches. And then we know what he did? He threw heaven up in Harlem. Thousands of people came through. The mayor came through. That's what
I saw that.
But you didn't say nothing about it. That's the problem, girl.
Goyim behavior, expecting people to give you credit for doing something positive. It will never happen. Okay? It will never, ever happen. Don't wait for these people to give you your flowers. Do not wait for these people to say, oh my gosh, you did something good. No. Yeah. Life is the Godfather movie for the Goyim. Exactly. The mob. You want to be a Gambino, okay? What's all Lucchese, all these weird families, right? You are insane, okay? You are insane.
You just did all that, giving this man all that
ask me some questions
like that.
Don't tell me what to do. How is your mental health? How are you?
Yo, shut the fuck up from back there.
How you doing?
We ain't in the interview no more.
That's crazy.
What you mean?
Same fight, different round, bro.
I want that.
It's one day at a time.
For people that don't know, how do you inspire
This
people
man
to come?
trying to talk about his life, man.
OG,
You
man.
disrespectful.
For people that don't know, especially with Dave, how do you teach the people that come up under you the right morals to make sure they make it and not end up in jail?
Just, right is right. Wrong is wrong. Everybody got that in them. You know what's right. You know what's wrong. Just follow your heart. Do what's right. You go murder somebody or you hurt somebody, you harm somebody today. When you go home at night, you might say, yeah, I put that work in. Then you can probably think too, like, damn, I really hurt that boy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Goyim culture. Should I murder or not murder? What the fuck? Right? Goyim culture. I don't know. Should I murder him? Should I not murder him? Right? A non-Goy already knows murder is out of the order because God says no to murder. He went to see Cain and he said, where is your brother? He's like, I don't know. I'm not my brother's keeper. And God said, yes, you are. And the blood of Abel is crying out to me. What have you done? Right? Because the one who kills is usually cursed. But to the Goy, should I kill? Maybe not. Maybe yes. You see? The fuck. Because he's not employed. He's not aspirational. He doesn't want more for himself. He just wakes up thinking about who should he kill. Do I kill this person? Not kill this person? Should I let this person live? Because he doesn't think about God. Why would you kill him in the first place? Are you a monster? Sure. Exactly. Goyim love to pew pew. ZZ sells the pew pew thing. Speed up the process. Then Goyim culture. Follow your heart. The heart can be corrupt. The heart of a Goy will always be corrupt because the heart of the Goy seeks to do evil. Right? A non-Goy doesn't say, I follow my heart. The heart of a non-Goy will say, what does God want me to do? Right? How do I honor God? Because your flesh always wants to do foolishness. Right? It's not about the heart. A non-Goy does not worry about his heart. I need to follow my heart because you understand that the heart of man is desperately wicked. So therefore the heart can't be followed, right? It's the mind. It's a strategy. Got to have a strategy. What is the strategy? How will I win? A non-Goy is not led by emotion, but purpose. Purpose as prescribed by the Most High God. Because he knows if I follow the prescriptions of God, I surely will succeed. But if I follow my heart, most likely I'll fail. Most likely I'll be in a worse off position. Most likely, I don't know, fuck up my life maybe. Most likely, right? So Goyim people it's an emotional people. My heart. And they think it sounds so noble. But it reveals to us that they truly do not have a strategy to win. They don't know how to win. So they rely on the heart and not the mind. That's a slave. There you go.
Wasn't pain. The rule of life to me is treat people how you want to be treated. You don't want to have holes put in you. You don't want to be injured, leaking on the ground. Why would you do that to somebody else?
Okay, you see? The main concern is how to not get shot. Goyim culture. How do I make sure not to get shot? How do I make sure not to get murdered? So for that, I shouldn't murder. What the fuck? Like, what in the glorious fuck? Because most non-Goy, they live in very peaceful neighborhoods where people don't think about, am I going to get killed today? No, they know they're not going to get killed. They know they're going to live, see their kids. Okay, like it's, what the fuck, right? But the non-Goy who lives in a peaceful neighborhood, he wakes up in the morning saying, how do I become a better man or a better woman, a better father, a better mom, right? because their goal is to not just survive. They pass survive, because if you follow God, you don't have to survive. You'll thrive. How do I thrive? How do I please God? How do I serve God? Right? While the goyim, they're concerned about not getting shot for the day. They're worried about how do I make sure not to be turned into Swiss cheese? That is weird. Go to work, go get a job, save your money and move out. Go into a different neighborhood. It's not that hard.
Question, you from Harlem, I'm from Queens. A lot of times people don't see eye to eye, right? Same color skin, came from the same area. It almost seems like a crab in the barrel syndrome. How do you tell these young people to stop that? Even with Dame and some of the people that he beefs with or goes back and forth with, how do you have those conversations, say we better as collabs versus competition?
It's hard, bro. It's hard right now. You know, like for example, like you said at the cookout, I do a cookout every year. Of
course.
So I said, when my wife was alive, we talked. And it was like, yo, we got a big crowd, a lot of people come. Let's do something positive with it, right? So we talked one night and we said, you know what? Let's just try to bring all our sons together. Let's introduce our sons to each other.
That's powerful.
So they don't be out here beefing and fighting because they don't know each other.
Yeah.
Not knowing the relationship that their fathers be having, that's supposed to bring up some unity amongst each other. So, I just say that to say, like, this year, I do it for the last 5 years. I've been doing that part.
Not to be offensive, right? But you see, you also have to teach the goyim how to collaborate, because collaboration is not normal to him. Aggression, fighting, killing, murdering, right? He doesn't know. He cannot collaborate. And that's why the goyim can't get married. Okay? It's not because that requires partnership. You mean I can't kill this person? No, you cannot kill this person. This person deserves to live. What the fuck? Right? The goyim said, oh, we had a cookout. Right? The non-goy would say, we had a dinner. Ooh, yes, Lord. A dinner. Not a cookout, where people eat out in paper plates, red cups. And most often it's a pew-pew. It's a shootout that's about to ensue. It never fails. Right? But the non-goy will say, we had a dinner. Had a dinner. Right? With meaningful reflections and meditation. Right? Because they will sit. They know how to sit at a table. They know how to, use utensils and pass the food and pray, and they bless their food. Okay, how often do you go to a cookout and you see people bless the food? There you go. Okay. Yeah, they don't know how to collab. They're very aggressive, It's a very aggressive lot. The goyim doesn't want to collaborate. The goyim doesn't want to. They don't want to compete. They're so fucking funny. They're funny. So, a cookout, a goyim cookout. And how much you want to bet after they ate all that food? And usually it's a poor diet. It's all kinds of cheap food, cheap meats. Okay. They're going to go right back and do the same old foolishness. Right? Now, the non-goy would say we had a dinner. Right? And we prayed as a family. We meditated as a family. We apologized to each other as a family. We broke bread. We had a minister, a pastor, a man of God. Because it's very normal for the non-goy to have a representative of the Most High God. Because the non-goy seeks to be pleasing unto the Lord. Right? So they have dinners where they sit down. People sit. Right? They eat sitting down. There's no loud music. Because they must hear each other. Civilized people shit. There you go. Right? Whereas the cookout, music blasting, it's just straight up chaos. It's loud. It's chaotic. There's a lot of smoke. It's a mess. It really is a mess. Okay? Exactly. There you go. So, hey, listen.
And this year, I got really emotional. Because like you said, I'm telling brothers, let's come together. Let's stand together for a minute. Like all this bubblegum shit y'all up here doing right now, going back and forth, that's cool. It's entertainment. There come a time when we all really need to come together and stand tall. As black men, as a black unit. We haven't done this shit, bro. So at the cookout, it gets me excited because I'm like, okay, let's come together.
Put the differences to the side.
Right. Like half of the group will come together, and the other half of the group is still walking around doing, shit that don't really make. Yeah.
This is what he does. I call him tough love. So when he's there, he's talking like he's saying some bad shit. But he's like, if you motherfuckers, you ain't going,
give each other a hug, and get the fuck out. Hug them right now.
No.
Y'all better hug right now.
Okay, so you have to cuss them out. You have to use slurs, insult, profanity to get them to give each other hugs. So affection doesn't seem to be a natural disposition for the goyim. They struggle. Somebody got to cuss you out to hug your brother? Seriously? Right? But if it came to shooting his ass, nobody would have to yell at you because it's a natural thing. Oh, yeah, just murder his ass. But when it comes to hugging him, when it comes to loving him, it's contra nature. There's a conflict. There's an internal conflict, okay? Yes, they also love to curse out loudly in public. I got to stop cursing my damn self before I get called a boy, okay? This is crazy. It's so dysfunctional, right? Oh, hug your brother right now. That is a godless home. You always have to raise your voice. You always have to threaten people within an inch of their lives, right? Everybody gets threatened, bullied, insulted, degraded, right? Instead of talking about what are our shared values. And if we value the same thing, wouldn't it be beneficial for us to walk together, right? But usually when you hear goyim, whether they be white, black, it doesn't matter. Goyim are tribal people. They are tribal. They don't come together based on shared values that God prescribed. It's always about complexion. I'm white, so I hang out with white people. I'm black, so I hang out with black people. I am black, so I always defend black people no matter what. I am white, therefore I always defend white people no matter what. Goyim culture. Because Goyim culture is never about shared common values. It's always about tribal identity. Tribal identity, which relies on instinct. I see your complexion, therefore I assume we're kindred spirit. But yet we have mouths, right? All right. Why not use these things to talk to each other to make sure we share common values? Don't just use your eyes. Use your mouth. Ask questions. What do you value? When you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing on your mind? And if the first thing on your mind is to kill or not to kill, well, but damn, I gotta go because I'm not a murderer, right? What do you value? Oh, I love to shop. I'm always shopping. Well, there you go. That's what Wendy Williams told Nene. Nene, I have to work. You're always shopping. We're not the same, right? There you go.
Exaggerating.
No, I don't. I'll show it to you.
You'd be exaggerating, but I do get a little, tight because, it hurts me to see that we can't come together for shit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm talking about you bringing your son, I'm bringing my son. We talking about our sons. We can't do this shit for our sons, bro.
Okay.
Like, you can't.
Goyim culture also does not protect lineage. Goyim culture does not protect children. Goyim culture does not protect heirs. If I don't fully trust you and I think you're the type to wake up to think about murder, why would I bring my son around you? Because if you hate me, you'll hate my son. And if you have plans to kill me, maybe to hurt me even more, you might shoot my son. Oh, hell the fuck no. If you and I have not fully made peace, you don't come near my kids. I will go see you first. And even before I go see you, I'll send an emissary to make sure, where are we having this meeting? Because I don't trust you, right? But you see, they don't protect their children. You don't protect your heirs. Why would you bring your child, okay, or your sons, the people who are meant to carry your last name, people who are meant to outlive you, to an event where you think someone loves to kill people? Because what if your child catches a bullet? Now what? Right? The non-goy does not recklessly, right, bring his or her children, right, to around people, places where the child could lose his or her life. Nope. Thank you. Thank you. If you wake up and say, should I kill? Should I not kill? No thanks. Gotta go. Nope, not doing that.
Take a minute to just honor up and just be a man and let's show unity to our sons. For an example, in a lifetime, we don't really do this type of shit since the Million Man March. So I'm from Harlem, like you from Queens. We come from that shit. We know how ugly it is. Like you said, the shit is ugly, bro. As a man, Like, I'm a grown man now. I was young, I did all that shit. But as a grown man right now, I got a purpose. It's something in life that I need to do.
What is
It's
that?
not for nobody else. It's for my sons, my kids, you know? Just to show them some type of unity that we could do this shit. Let's bring this shit together.
Yeah.
Like, we ain't got to wait for nobody else to come along. We here now. What we going to wait for the next month?
Who is we? Who is we? Oh, I'm from Harlem. You from Queens? Okay. That's a location. And like, what the fuck? Do we serve the same God? Do we have the same aspirations? Do I know you? Like, oh, but you're black. I'm black. I didn't know that. Really? I'm like, what did you do as I was black? But your complexion, Marlene, my complexion, what is that? Okay. You see, it's pure foolishness. Pure foolishness. It's never saying, oh, let's come together because we share the same values. I think sometimes if people actually were to put values on the table, they realize that I really have nothing in common with these people besides complexion, in some cases, complexion and gender. But outside of that, you don't have anything in common with these people. You might like to read books. They might like to twerk. You might be a stay-at-home body. They want to be outside all day with their friends and them. Like, girl, you might like to have a peaceful house, a clean house. They want to smoke hookah all day. You have nothing in common with these people, right? Yeah, it's like, you know, like, what the fuck? What brings you together, right? You might actually enjoy working out. They just want to eat all day. They just eat and eat and eat. They're always eating. Like, what the heck? You might enjoy documentaries. They want to talk about Love and Hip Hop, Married to Medicine, Housewives of Potomac, whatever, right? What exactly do you have in common with these people? And why are you forcing yourself to be in communion with people, in community with people, just because you happen to have the same complexion? Who gives a fuck? It's not something that you have to work hard for. It's not, oh, I won the lottery. I was born black. No, that's silly. It's just a complexion. Nothing more, nothing less, right? But you should take pride in how much you have worked on your mind to be the most intelligent, right? Most discerning, most hardworking person. Take pride in what you've made of yourself, how you've used your mind to compete, to win, right? To have an advantage. Do that. And then find people who value their mind just as much as you do. Those are your people. Okay? Yeah, they love the past. They're always talking in the past. Goyim culture. Okay? Well, yeah. Like, this is pure madness. The most successful people are people who come together because they share common values. For most companies, it's called a mission statement. This is who we are. This is what we believe in. And this is what we're trying to do. That's their mission statement, right? What is your mission in life? And you might see that those other Goyim people over there, you guys don't have the same mission. You might want to elevate. They might want to destroy because we're not the same. And that's why you got to use your mouth, not just your eyes to assess somebody's complexion and gender, but you use your mouth for like a security process. Like you go, oh, I need to double check. I might be interested, but I need to ask you more questions, right? I might be interested in knowing you, being friends with you, but before I allow you into my intimacy, I need to ask you a few questions. When's the last time you read a book? And what kind of book did you read? A romance novel, a sex novel? You know what I mean? A biography? I need to know what kind of books you like to read. What are your top 5 podcasts? Oh, you don't even know what a podcast is. Well, that's interesting, right? How much debt do you have? Well. Do you love Klarna? Oh, absolutely. Well, damn. It was nice knowing you, my love. Okay. Wish you all the best. Gotta go. Gotta go.
Next month. No, we here now. You know what I'm saying?
So condolences on your strength, brother.
No. What he did there
right now.
Ask him. I was like, damn, you know, when Aaliyah died, I could have done it better. He taught me how to deal with that situation. Do you mind if I tell him a little about the legacy? So
he gonna do it anyway. So
you see when I said, do you mind? If he would have said no, I would have given utmost respect. But you don't have Wendy Williams would have told you to do it.
You are Wendy Williams.
Right. So can I just say something? Okay. So, you know, Larry is the guy that actually called my son for Cam. And you know, I mentioned to him, and I was like, because I knew Larry before, And he did some things. Actually, that's a longer story, but he did some things I didn't like, so I wasn't messing with him no more. I actually found him not to be intelligent. So, and he was the reason why I got a couple of these lawsuits. So Danny was like, I like him. I'm fucking with him, man. All right, if you're not fucking with him, I'm not fucking with him. Cam didn't do that. He's his best friend. But Larry called him, and Larry's wife is going through a similar situation. So I guess he was trying to trauma bond with him. And my OG goes, "Where you at right now?" And he goes, "I'm in my bed sleep. Your wife is." I'm gonna let him take it from there.
I mean, he didn't say he was in his bed sleep, but I asked him where he at because I could relate to his wife being in the hospital. He told me some things and it just triggered some shit in my situation, watching my wife go through all these different situations. And I just said to him, how could you be anywhere but by her side right now? If she dying, bro, she had her last days. Like for me, when the doctors told me I might have weeks to days, or months to weeks, I needed all that. Absolutely. I needed every.
Goyim culture. You expose private conversations and the effort to diminish, tarnish your opposition. That's a bitch ass move. Listen, when you're not goy, you have a choice to make. You will either forgive or never talk about the shit again, right? But exposing a man because you seek to tarnish his image, because you have some petty grievance against this man, is extremely feminine, or the way he would say it. Okay? No. You had a private conversation, you keep it to yourself. If this man chose to be in his bed instead of being beside his wife, off the rip, you can say, oh my gosh, like how could you be by her side? But I can also say that sometimes seeing somebody sick, it can also get to you. I don't know the man. I don't know, right? Either way, everybody deals with stuff differently. Maybe you have more of a, you have probably more like mental resilience where you can see your wife in that state and you can still stay. Some people probably need to take a step back because he might not want to cry in front of her or things like that. I don't know enough details, right? So that's why there's no point for us to even talk about this because it's not fair to him. He's not here to defend himself. And it's also a very private matter because his wife is sick. Exactly. Privacy is crucial for the non-goyim. There you go. And men that are non-goy will also learn to not talk too much in public. So all of these people here, all of them, goyim, okay? Don't talk too much. Everything you say, every word that comes out your mouth needs to serve a purpose. If it has no purpose, you keep your mouth shut. If you have answered all the questions, just leave. You don't have to drag on the interview for the sake of dragging on the interview because now you're triggered and you want to go tit for tat with Charlamagne. If it only takes you 15 minutes to say what you have to say, do your 15, go home, right? That's it. Because it's better to say too little than to say way too much and now to come off like a fool, which is what I think happened to Dame. Charlamagne, he already a fool. Charlamagne knows he's an idiot, right? Charlamagne is an idiot. We already know he's an idiot, right? But if you keep your mouth shut, people can presume that you are a wise person. So my thing is, if it takes you 15 minutes to say what you have to say, just use your 15. But okay, I've said everything I have to say. Time for me to go home, right? You don't have to be here for 1 hour and 18 minutes. Like, this is crazy to me.
Like in every minute left. You know what I mean? To be with my wife, bro. Like nothing else is more important than time. Right. If we had $1 billion, you give up that $1 billion for some more time. Absolutely. So I needed to be with her, and I needed to let her know I'm right by her side.
It depends if you're a demon. I think a demon husband that's money hungry, he wouldn't give up that $1 billion. Like, okay, I can always get another wife. It depends who it is.
When you dying, if you ever come to that point, you dying. It's one thing you probably need more than anything. Just somebody right there next to you. Especially, hold on, Dave. Especially if it's your wife, if it's your girl. You want somebody to be next to you. That's right. Even as a man, I don't think I would want nothing else. Probably my wife or something, just right next to me, knowing that you next to me would help, some comfort.
He told Larry, if you don't get back there over there, I'm fucking you up. He said, next time I see you, I'm fucking you up. That's what he just cut him off.
No, that's cool, bro.
Because I wanted to understand that that's where the toughness comes in. As OG,
you talk too much. And you know what? Dame, I really started this live to be on your side. But that goy culture, that goyim culture you have is really triggering me. And I'm not even going to lie. For as much as I'm not a fan of the Jigga Man, I can see also why Jay-Z probably got scared. You see how much you talk? Do you see how much you talk? Do you see the things that you reveal? Because your OG, he told you that in private. But because you have a petty beef with Larry, you wanted to make it public because you want to hurt him. Because you want to discredit his ass. You want to also discredit Cam. Let these people be. Right? Because part of being a non-goy is that we realize that everybody who's ungrateful, in due time, they'll get their just due. Don't worry about it. It's not your job to worry about these weirdos. Right? But you talk too much. You talk too damn much. And I can see how Jay-Z probably was afraid of your ass. Because who's to say, I'm going to tell you something. Next thing I know, it's not going to just come out because you just talk too much. Because you have so much to prove. And I have to say that your mouth is actually scaring me. Even me, I'm scared. Like me, I won't even tell you my business. Because you talk too much. And I'm not even famous. So I'm like, imagine Sean Carter, whatever he was doing or working on, whoever he was dating. Right? You are a fucking liability. You talk too much. Even the OG getting pissed off because now you're revealing too much. Goyim culture. You have no filters. Don't even know. You know. Okay. Yes. This is crazy. And that's why even with the phone sometimes, that's why even on the phone, you got to know when to hang up. Because if you drag that conversation for far too long, you're more likely to expose yourself. You're more likely to reveal way too much about yourself. You got to know when it's okay. I got to go. Okay? You understand? You're talking too much. And I really want to have your back. But this behavior right here, even me, it's stressing me out. Because he told you that in confidence. And now here you are at the Breakfast Club because you want to get even with Larry. The best way to win against Larry is to be way more successful than Larry. And maybe tomorrow, if Larry has a business, you buy it up. Right? That's it. But I can see how Jay-Z also could have had anxiety because you talk too much. And if you're the manager, you're the CEO, for you to talk like that, whoo, Lord. Because people who work for you, work with you, they want to know that they're safe. If you're upset, you're angry, you're drunk, you're whatever, they want to know that they're safe. Their lives are safe. Their secrets are safe. Their whatever is safe. But you talk too damn much. You talk too much. It's overwhelming.
Somebody, he said, yo, I don't want to hear nothing. He don't want to hear nothing about the king. He said, your wife is dead. Don't cook me about that. I would beat you up if you don't go get beat. If you're not by your wife's side every day, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, I came at him like that as a friend.
I see how he's telling him, dang, like, stop. It's a lie. Okay? Yeah. He's talking too much. And he's becoming, I can see it right here. The man's becoming uncomfortable. He's like, stop. You don't have to say all that. No, he wants to just keep talking because he wants people to say Larry's a bitch. Okay. But then what are you, though? If you expose a bitch, what that make you? Okay? That is crazy. Goyim behavior.
Yes, you know what I mean? Even though he going through what he going through with him. And I told Dame too, Dame, his wife going through some shit right now. It's time for us to honor up. Fuck all that. That shit ain't important. This life and death situation is more important. So what the dude got to understand is love is powerful, man. You know what I mean? You got a wife, right? Yeah. You know how much she mean to you?
31 years.
I had 37. So
31 years full of cheating. So shut up. Does that even count? If you were married for 31 and you cheated for 20, like what the heck? What the heck?
When you got a wife, like I tell dudes, when you go to jail, you in trouble, you in the hospital, who's there with you?
Wife.
Who you call?
Your wife.
Like, I ain't got nobody to call right now. I had to think about this shit the other day. Something was to happen. Like before, it was like, I call wifey, she knew just what to do.
Absolutely.
I don't have nobody. I gotta get a new number, memorize a number automatically. So at the end of the day, his man was going through it with his wife, and I just told him, bro, out of respect, if I find out you're not by her side, I'm fucking you up. Like, that's some sucker shit. You a bitch ass nigga. If you don't be by her side, I got mad. I get upset. I'm emotional. You know what I mean? My emotions come out sometimes. And it is what it is. I am who I am. And that's why I just roll on that purpose alone. But, I told him, and he was like,
he said, I'm emotional. So he's an emotional man. You see how big he is? He's emotional because he spent a lot of time growing the body, growing the muscles, big arms, nice arms, growing the arms. He didn't do the same with the brain. Why are you emotional? Be stoic. A non-goy is a stoic person. Okay? A goy is emotional. Doesn't matter if he's small, big. He is led by his emotion. My emotions, they're your master. God should be your master.
what OG you right, because you can't sit around talking about, yo, I had to come home for a minute, or you sitting in your bed eating TV dinners and shit like that. Your fucking wife is in the hospital dying. You know what that shit must feel like? You know you ain't gonna make it, shit like that. So yeah, that's what happened with homie, and I hope I got through to him.
Getting up again.
Spending time with him. He probably should be right next to her right now. You know what I'm
You
saying?
got like an organization or something? Or?
But having up in Harlem, yeah, it's a non-profit thing I just started, but you know, I just want to
for 20 years. 5,000 people show. So what I'm saying is, for a man to tell another man what to do, he got to be able to beat you up.
You see, he's still yapping. For a man to tell you, you see, he's a goy. You guys, I swear, I'm starting to see it now.
Because I'm telling you, you need a masculine man to teach black children.
Yeah.
And we need you on the radio, OG. And I think y'all should get him up here once or twice a week, because he would teach toughly. We need to be taught in a certain voice.
Look at Charlamagne.
That's not
Look at Charlamagne.
That bullshit you talking up in hand, OG talk. That fake dumb shit.
But I just said, bring him up here. I said, bring him here.
you know, at the end of the day, I appreciate y'all having me up here. You know what I mean? Voicing that. You know what I mean? Rest in peace to my wife. You know, it's been like 5 months now, and I still can't breathe. You know what I mean? But I'm here. You see me, you would never be able to tell, because it's what's inside. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to shout out my man Larry. Wish him all the best, and I hope he by his wife's side. And anybody that's going through that type of shit, just honor up and be a man and respect love. Because love is what we all need. That's the only thing that's going to be by us when we fucked up and we down and out. Y'all should all know, if you got a girl, you got, you know what I mean, a situation, relationship. You know, that's what it's about. That's what we care about. My mother passed. She became my mother. You know, at the funeral, I told a story how I had a fight, right? And I broke my hands. I go to the hospital, broke.
Fighting, goyim behavior. I fought, I broke my hands. When you're a non-goy, you avoid conflict. If it really has to turn into a conflict, you call your lawyer. You don't put your hands on people. Okay? Because you have stuff to lose. You're a very wealthy person. You have your reputation, your money, your assets, your whatever. Now you have children. You don't want to see your children fight. Like your kids can't be seeing you fight. You're not an animal. You have the head, not the tail. Control, control, control. You have to be stoic. The head is always stoic. The feet, the hands, the tail, I don't know, right? I fought, I broke my hand. Where it was, your lawyer, get a lawyer, sue people. Don't put your hands on people, don't yell at people, don't touch people. Sue. You sue, you sue, you sue these people. Use your head, okay? Call your lawyer. There you go.
My knuckles and shit, they cast me up. So long story short, I go home.
That nigga did.
Right? No, it didn't matter. You know, I just put in the work and I broke my fingers, my hands right, but blessed. So this how deep it was with me and my wife.
He was beating that person up so badly, he blacked out. He didn't realize he was hurting himself.
I goes home and I realized I had to take a shit. I couldn't wipe my ass. Do you know my wife wiped my ass, bro? My wife had to wipe me, bro.
Yeah.
So you know how deep that is? Who else could you trust? You don't want your brother. You can't ask your homies or nobody do no shit like that.
Yeah.
And I wore the cast for like 4-5 months. Every time I had to go to the bathroom, get up. Like that shit was crazy. But
a goy. Do y'all hear this? He had to fight this man so badly. So he gave in. He indulged, okay, into beating this person down. He blacked out because he completely hurt. He hurt himself, right? So now he can't wipe his butt for 4 months. So now his wife, that had nothing to do with this, now she's required to wipe the butt of a grown man who refused to control himself, because he should have thought about his wife. If I beat this man and I beat him bloody, I'm going to hurt myself, okay? And if I hurt myself, then I incapacitate myself. Now I'm going to have my wife, you know, have to do stuff for me that honestly she shouldn't have to do. It's not fair to the wife, right? But you see, Goyim culture, you never think about other people. You do what you want to do, how you want to do it, when you want to do it, because that's what makes you feel good. And you don't worry about whether or not someone else will have to suffer. Someone that you love will have to suffer. Had you not fought this man, you could have wiped your own behind. Correct. Right? Right? Had you even had some kind of self-control, okay, maybe like beat him up a little bit, but don't black out on him. Right? Because you still need to use your hands. Because, you know, you got to go to the bathroom, wash yourself, you know, feed yourself, right? No. Beating this man meant so much to him. He was willing to be injured. And then he's going to be a burden for his wife. How's that fair? Goyim culture. No, this is crazy. It's embarrassing, right? And he's a grown man, an OG, and he's on national, I guess, like radio. I mean, it's YouTube, but it has 3 million views, telling 3 million plus people that his wife had to wipe his butt because he chose to fight someone. Goyim behavior.
That's how to love. That's how deep that shit is. When you have somebody like that in your life, that shit is priceless. It's like, it means everything. So just how to respect the power of your wife, your girl, man. Understand where you come from. You come from a woman. We should respect our women a little more. You know what I mean?
But is it respectful to your woman to go fight? Because fighting is a choice. It's not a need. It's a choice. It's a goofy ass choice, right? So you fight someone. You don't think about her. And mind you, you could have shot that person, and because you're so strong, that man could have shot you because you're dominating him. Like, you're big. You're really big. What if the person would have shot you, though? Would that have been fair to her? You don't care, right? Now, when you go and you beat this man bloody to the point that you injure yourself, and now she has to wipe your butt, is that an act of love? No, you were selfish, right? When you love someone, you put them first, not your desire to go beat somebody bloody because you have to prove to that person, I'm a real OG, right? Goy, you're goy. Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
thank you,
man.
Thank you for all that conversation.
I appreciate y'all having me and
We don't
listening.
want to hear from you, bro. You done let OG in. OG in with some positive, real shit, not that silly shit.
If you ever have anything that you're doing with your foundation and you need us there, you need to come up here. You're always invited. You know what I mean? For real. Dame was always invited. But anytime Dame, you need to come up here. We never say no to Dame. And I'm sure many outlets have. We all go back and forth with Dame, but we really, I don't know about y'all, but we really respect Dame. We respect the work that he put in, and we appreciate you. We're gonna go back and forth. We ain't gotta agree.
If I didn't respect him, I wouldn't have him up there.
I already know. He told me stories about how you and him linked up off the set.
I
saw him someplace else, at the TV show I was doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but he told me y'all had good conversations and shit like that. Y'all brothers, y'all built. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want everybody to think this shit is all playing fun. Radio is radio, but real life is real life. Yeah. And I salute y'all. Y'all doing a good job. Keep teaching the people. You know what I mean? Like Dame said, y'all play a big part. Y'all listen. A lot of people listen to y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you so much.
Keep giving them that knowledge. Absolutely. Y'all be dropping knowledge. You know what I mean? I'll be listening too.
Thank you, OG.
All right, it's time to get back. Any last words?
No, OG ended it, man.
I wanted to say thank you. I appreciate it. It was therapeutic. I mean, again, a lot of people won't have that conversation.
Yeah.
Very few. I've actually, through this situation with Cam, I've learned to have a lot of respect for Memphis Bleek because of his loyalty. And every time I see him, he talks to me. And when we were beefing and all that, or going back and forth, Nori called. Oh no, Big Face Barry called Nori, but Nori called Bleek for backup. But we talked like brothers. And you can't say nothing bad about Bleek's big homie. He might not be the brightest light in the home, but he goes.
He might not be the brightest light. Unbelievable.
Ain't nothing about his OG. And actually, that
was the girl that shot the Bleek, by the way.
I just said that.
He's not the brightest. Why would you say he's not the brightest?
But you just interrupted.
Why would you do that to people? OG just told us we should.
Yo, thank you, man. I'm gonna show y'all this thing. So this is the last thing I'm gonna say.
This guy.
If you want to see, the trailer,
you want to dress like a shady pastor and act like one. Practice what you preach.
This is a bespoke suit that I made, Diddy.
I like it.
Okay, and I made it. This is,
it looks like you made it.
I know. And you look like you that looks like your boyfriend made that. Your boyfriend made it. That's what happened. Your crush made it.
All right.
Anyway, look. This is what they say. Tomorrow, I'm dropping a diss record for 50. Can I finish? A diss record for 50 and Cam by Nicolette. Well, y'all can hear him play before we leave. So you can go to America New and listen to it. You'll see the trailer for Paid in Full, My Paid in Full. It's called My Paid in Full. I don't have to buy rights for anything because I was there. I really hustled with this guy. Cam, I heard him say something like he's the great.
Didn't you say this record was corny? You said that. I got your shit. You said.
So he's not a rapper, but because Cam hurt his feelings, he wants to rap. And I'm like, do you not see that Cam is luring you in? Because Cam is actually a rapper. If you go into his arena, he will make a fool out of you because he's actually a rapper. You are not a rapper. Why would you have a diss record against Cam? Are you crazy? But then again, going in behavior, yo.
Beef is corny. But you got Nicolette doing diss records, Dame.
I always said rap battle is great. What are you talking
Practice
about?
what you preach for just once.
Yo, you're dumb.
Can we play a record?
Yes, please. Yeah, play it. Play the record.
I said it's a diss record.
Yes, it's a diss record.
Let the people
but it's not mixed though. So, but you're gonna see it. But it's just a verse. And then I'm going to show you an episode. You want to see it? Okay, because he said I was lying. Before we leave, I want you to see that episode because you said I was lying. And you're gonna have to apologize to me after I show you this. Okay?
No. You're a liar.
Then you're a girl.
You're a broke
Hold on a second.
Give me send it to Lauren.
So I'm gonna show you how the first. I can show you, and I might, if you want, if you really don't believe me, I'll show you 5 episodes, or a piece of each. But I have 5. Edit. You know what I'm saying? So I can show you right now. You'll see. So
hey, Dash, ladies and gentlemen.
Big shout out. Look for My Paid in Full, the real story from people that actually did it in Harlem, and it will be on Revolt. And if things go the way I want, I should be closing, or I should be able to have this pathway to acquire. But until then, you'll see all my content. Next week, you'll see Bosses Take Losses on Revolt. And I'm hustling on his block. I'm now Cam's boss.
You gonna keep Cam show?
Yeah, I'm not gonna fire him. He's a good kid, but I'm not gonna. It was cute.
I thought him taking over was a promotional thing.
That's him. He was the CEO.
But you're doing a real acquisition.
Yes. It's not a real acquisition. There's a road to acquisition.
Okay.
So I'm going to see I'm putting all my content on there, a lot of it, and we're going to see how it runs and see what it does. Everybody to watch it. But every week you'll be able to see Bosses Take Losses start next week on Revolt, and then. But if I don't get to buy it, then I won't put Paid in Full on it. But it's done already. I gotta put it. So I start with this. It's Coming in Trenches. It's a docuseries first, so you know the characters. Then it's the scripted. Same thing with Power, the book.
But you know what? I do wonder also if it's not like a mental breakdown for him to talk so much like that. I wonder if he hasn't had a nervous breakdown. Like he probably did have a nervous breakdown because that is a lot of talking. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm like, this man talks a lot. Whew, I'm drained. I am exhausted. That's too much talking.
Docuseries TV show. So watch my new show, Power, that I actually do own. Not capping. I didn't write it yet. I mean, Michelle is writing it now, and she's also writing the script. The deals are done, and and there'll be more. So
shout out to Desco.
So it takes. Thank you, Desco. Thank you.
Love that.
Desco goes to space, brings your cognitive skills up. Desco goes to sea. I never, again, the Black Guns, this is being distributed by Sony, but I didn't make that announcement. But it is distributed by Sony because, some of my part, I couldn't have this guy keep sending letters. So I filed so he could stop murking the waters. But I want to show you, can you pull up, I'll do it. Who does this? And also we're being considered for a Grammy. So any Grammy voters, please vote. We're being considered for alternative, what is it? Alternative music? Best alternative album. See, I don't like it.
Freeway.
Right. I thank you, Freeway. I love Freeway. He's another one that's going into schools and doing all these things. And if any Grammy voters for alternative music, please vote for the Black Guns. I just wanted to do it as an artist.
I really, all jokes aside, I think he has a mental illness because he's been through a lot. Like I said, he's lost a lot. He's lost a lot, and I'm like, I really do believe that I can do something to a person. Because I'm like, this is giving a manic episode. Like, if you watch the video, he sits, he gets up, he goes over here, he comes back, he goes there, he comes back. Like, he's all over the place. And I'm like, he could be manic depressive, right? Because this is a lot.
But, I want to be an artist. Let me be an artist.
Now, your power has nothing to do with 50's power. It's
not 50's power. He don't own that. He works for those people. He doesn't own that. I want you to, do me a favor. If you like, I'll teach you. I will. If you want to know about certain things, call me. Call me. I don't because you might take it the wrong way. I'm like,
I do not want to learn the game that way.
I'm smitten like a kid.
I don't want to learn nothing from that Dash. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the record. Introduce your artist. Let's
do it. Come
on, Nikki. You make it. You the IG story. We do IG shit? No.
Okay, hold on. Let's look at this because I really feel like he's manic.
If your emotions are like an intense roller coaster where you feel energized and invincible during the highs and exhausted and hopeless during the lows, you may have what's known as bipolar disorder.
He's not okay.
A bipolar brain experiences severe fluctuations in mood, energy, and ability to function. It affects around 1 in 40 adults at some point in their lives and is often passed down through generations.
It's a lot.
Previously also known as manic depression, it often goes hand in hand with other issues like anxiety, which make it difficult to identify. To learn more about it, let's look at Ben, a teenager with a deep love for music who is living with this neuroatypical trait. Ben, like many other boys his age, goes to school, has a group of friends, and plays music with his band. One day, after coming back from practice, something changes. He enters his first manic episode. During mania, Ben feels invincible and euphoric without a particular reason. Thousands of thoughts are racing through his mind, and just as many future plans, not all of them realistic.
You see? Doesn't that sound like him though? Lonnie, what do you think? This sounds like Dave. This sounds like the whole interview. I'm the chairman of Revolt. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I think the man is manic depressive. This is a manic episode. I'm like, what I saw right here, it's a manic episode. Yeah. He's manic. He's been through a lot. Like the brain takes a hit. Like the brain really does take. It's like, because for him it's like a wave of losses. Like you lose Aaliyah, you lose Rockefeller, you lose Jay-Z, you lose Kanye, you lose your money, you lose your children, you lose your businesses. People lose respect they had for you. Dame has lost so much, and I'm like, it has affected. He's impaired. He needs help. Like he really does need help, huh? Oh my gosh, he is manic. Oh, this is sad.
Works tirelessly for days and hardly gets any sleep. Full of excitement, he calls his friends and talks for hours, switching topics so fast that even he can't keep up. After Ben impulsively buys lots of stuff with his mother's credit card, she confronts him, but instead of being remorseful, he gets furious. Then, after a week, everything suddenly changes. Ben enters depression. Now he feels exhausted and lays in bed all day. When he does get up, he finds nothing worth living for. Even the simple thought of getting dressed seems meaningless. He also has no appetite and often skips meals. Since Ben has also lost all interest in music, he doesn't show up for practice, and later he feels guilty about it, telling himself he's a worthless friend. This is when he feels the lowest and starts to have dark thoughts. The symptoms of bipolar disorder look different in each case, which is why the condition is so difficult to diagnose. And like all mental disorders,
He's bipolar. He really, I mean, he's a goy, but he's bipolar. If you watch the video, if you actually watch the interview yourself, you'll see it. He's all over the place. He can't sit still. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, this is a manic episode. He is manic. Oh, my Lord. Oh, they need to get him some help. They have to get him some help.
Disorders can only be defined on a spectrum. Traditionally, 3 types are recognized: bipolar 1, bipolar 2, and cyclothymia. Bipolar 1 is characterized by intense manic episodes that can last a week or more and sometimes end with a trip to the hospital due to risky decisions. These are followed by a depressive episode. Bipolar 2 is characterized by less intense hypomanic episodes that can last 3 or 4 days, but deep depressive phases with dark ideas and self-harm. Cyclothymia is characterized by mood swings between episodes of hypomania and mild depression. While emotional changes of bipolar 1 and 2 can spread over weeks, the ups and downs of cyclothymia often happen spontaneously over shorter periods, even within the same day. The condition is often treated with antipsychotics and mood stabilizers that dampen the intensity and frequency.
They need to get, his wife has to get him medication. You guys, he's bipolar. He's bipolar. Dame is bipolar. He's bipolar. Like, this is, and it's so crazy to me with all these people who majored in psychology. Like, there's so many goyams who go to major in psychology. How come when they see shit like that, they don't say, oh yeah, that's what this is? Even with Diddy, like, do you know how many people that have psychology degrees, they were so emotional? Oh my God, oh my God. I'm like, shouldn't you do your job? You don't see that this is BDSM? You don't know that this is like paraphilic disorders? How can people that are educated goyams, like, if this is your field of study, how come you never spot these things? Me, I'm a math major. Like, I'm a STEM person. But it's like, sometimes I feel like I know more about psychology than actual psychologists. Do y'all even know your job? Like, what the fuck? This is weird. But I'm like, he is bipolar. Like, if you get to watch this interview for yourself, because I can't play it on here, you see the way he is, the way he talks, the way he moves, the way he carries himself. He is having a manic episode. He's having a manic episode. I'm like, he's bipolar. He needs medication. Because he's been through a lot. He has lost so much. And people have to stop calling him broke like that. It really affects him. Like, it's cruel. And I'm like, Charlamagne also, he has a GED. He's a fucking idiot. He has GED, went to night school. He's a fucking idiot. He has no intellect whatsoever. Another goy, okay? But I'm like, anybody that is kind of like, if you're sensitive, if you have a soul, stop calling this man broke. It's a trigger for him. It's a real trigger. And it creates these manic episodes. Yeah. Like, stop. Just, if he says he has this, he has that, let him have it. You know, because God forbid, because they're telling you, like, people that are manic, they have ideations of self-harm. That's why I said, 8 hours ago, I'm like, wow, I'm kind of impressed that he didn't take his life, but he probably struggles with that. Probably struggles with that. Just like Kanye. Okay? I'm like, this is a manic episode. He's bipolar.
Frequency of the episodes. The medications are often combined with psychotherapy or psychoeducation to help stabilize daily activities and reduce substance abuse and relapse.
Yes.
People like Ben can often feel helpless when they are first diagnosed, but eventually may realize that they can live fulfilling lives, have families, and have successful careers. Some feel as if their atypical brain makes them more creative and choose to pursue a career in the arts. What do you know about bipolar? Do you have or know someone with the disorder?
Yes.
If so, what do you know about supporting those coping with it? Tell us your experiences and thoughts in the comments below. We relentlessly researched education for the past decade, read plenty of peer-reviewed papers.
Yeah, he is bipolar.
Bipolar disorder, also known as manic depression, is a mental health disorder characterized by a swinging variation in mood. Sufferers experience both episodes of elation and depression. The condition may significantly impact an individual's ability to function, frequently causing detrimental effects on home, school, and work life. Amongst the worst cases, episodes of self-harm or suicide may be present. Up to 20% with bipolar disorder successfully commit suicide, an unacceptably high number. Therefore, improving our understanding of this mental health condition is imperative to help us identify the warning signs in ourselves and our loved ones. So, want to learn more about bipolar disorder? Keep watching as we'll break it down here. So let's talk about mental health.
Well, mental health is something that these going people don't care about. They do not, especially if you're a man. Or they definitely don't care about your mental health. But I'm like this is a manic episode. Remember when I saw Legion, right? Who did I marry with that girl, Risa Tisa? I said, to me, when I heard the little clips of her, whatever she said, little summary, I was like, yeah, this guy is schizophrenic. Nicole tried to argue me down. I was like, Nicole, he's schizophrenic. He's sick. Like that Risa Tisa lady, she's evil. She intentionally exploited a mentally ill person for personal financial gain. That's disgusting. The young black man who stabbed that Ukrainian lady. When I saw that, I said, he's schizophrenic. Because as soon as she sat down, he heard the voice. He took the knife, boom, because they hear voices in their heads. And then a few days later, oh, he's schizophrenic. His family said he's schizophrenic. It's quite obvious. You see it. He was talking like you see him. He's like talking into the window. He's doing weird shit in the window. He's schizophrenic. And like I said, if they studied the prison, he was already deteriorating in prison. Because most likely they put him in a hole and they left him there for too long. The human brain is extremely sensitive. It's extremely sensitive. It can't take certain shocks, and that's why you got these black girls, these goyim saying, "Oh yeah, it's okay for a black woman to unravel." They're so fucking stupid. They're fucking idiots. Like, oh my gosh, they're a bunch of fucking idiots. You do not allow your mind to unravel. The brain can only take so much. And the thing about the brain, it's like a sponge, like the sponge you used to wash your dishes with. Like when it loses like matter, you can't bring it back. And when you lose matter, you lose white matter. So it becomes harder for your neurons to talk to each other. So you start doing weird shit. It's an extremely sensitive, I don't know if it's an organ or a muscle, but it's extremely delicate. And so when you keep having shock after shock after shock to your brain, it's horrible. It's horrible. And I'm like, instead of blaming this young man, because if I was a lawyer, I'd be his criminal defense attorney. And I would sue the jailhouse. I would sue the prison because they made him this way. Because I'm sure if you look at his behavior in prison and the way they handled that by punishing him instead of treating him, they put that man in the hole. He went in the hole multiple times and they left him in there for too long and it made it worse. Because one thing about people with like mental health disorders, isolation is the worst thing you can do for those people. They have to talk to people because they need cognitive behavior therapy. They need psychotherapy. They need cognitive behavior therapy. You like the connections between the neurons, you got to talk to them so you can keep it there. If they don't talk to people, because it's not for some, I don't know if I want to say it's not natural, but for the most part, like this hemisphere, the right hemisphere of your brain and the left hemisphere of your brain, they don't usually talk to each other. And that's why it's a lot easier for a person to go into like Alzheimer, dementia, because people don't usually do activities that force the two hemispheres of the brain to talk to each other. You know, when I decided to do my master's in statistics, right? I wanted to focus on MRI to show that some people honestly that they shouldn't stand trial because they don't have the right brain. They don't have the right brain. Certain brains are not well developed. Certain brains are also damaged. Certain brains are not fully formed. Because we want to punish the person, but we forget that every person has a brain. And just like you have every finger has a unique fingerprint, so does your brain. And laws are written assuming that everybody has a perfectly working brain. We don't. Some people have brain damage. Some people have had it in the womb. Some people have had it through when they were babies, how they were handled as babies, mishandled as babies, mishandled as children. I mean, life, but it hampers the brain. That's why it's extremely dangerous, actually, for these moms to drop their babies after 12 weeks at daycare because they want to go work a job. You're crazy. You're crazy. They're forming their brains. They need your voice. They need your love. You drop this baby for like hours, don't see the baby. It's not healthy. They need people. They need people who can engage with them. It's extremely important. There's more to life than making money, you know? But people here, they feminists. The Goyim people here, they're a bunch of feminists. Okay? Makes sense? But I'm like, that's the thing. So when you take someone that has schizophrenia or is bipolar and you leave them in isolation, it exacerbates the problem. And they become more, I guess it's like a social, like they become even like they become more antisocial, become more aggressive. And the voices are even louder. And they can't control what they hear. They can't, like, it's like it just takes over you. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's seriously, it's horrible. And that's why you got to have empathy for people. Got to have mercy for people. Got to have compassion for people. It's a privilege to have a healthy mind. Many people don't have a healthy mind. And you got to help those people out. And you have to know when something is a trigger, stop doing it. But you know, for a lot of these Black Goyams, it's really hard for them, huh? Because then the more they know your trigger, they keep poking and poking and poking because they're fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots. And they have no fucking class. They have no fucking humanity. Because the human being will say, you know what? If I know that this right here can set you off and you could self-harm, I'm going to let it be. Just let it be. They're not okay. And when you do that, knowing that he's not okay and you keep poking like that, you're a fucking bully. But then again, you got redneck culture. That's part of your Goyim makeup. Foolishness. But I'm like, this guy is manic depressive. He is manic. He's having a manic episode. And if he had taken his meds, like if he actually had a proper therapist or a psychotherapist and he was taking his medication, he wouldn't have gone on that show because he's not okay. Now, the sad thing is also because of who he is, admitting that he has a mental health issue, he might, oh, I'm not weak, because a lot of people think if you have a mental health issue, it means you're weak. You're not weak, but you need help. And strong people get help and they take the help. Because once you take the help and you have this health protocol, like you have your psychotherapist and you have your meds, you're more likely to be successful with your goals. You know, I saw this lady not too long ago, this Black girl. She was like, well, she's 40 and she hasn't achieved much in life, you know, because she was like, school was really, really hard for her. And I'm like, yeah, you're dyslexic. You're dyslexic. You don't do well. You don't do well with books and things like that. You need to have like painting and colors and shit like that. It's dyslexia. You know, a lot of people are dyslexic and it was never diagnosed. That's why they can't stick to anything. They struggle with stuff. Everything is so hard for them. You are dyslexic. You're dyslexic and you need help. And you got to go find people who will help you to control your mind. You know what I mean? Because it's your mind. It's your brain. You need people to show you how I can control this mind, like, because you have dyslexia. But even in having dyslexia, like if you have the right tools, if you sit with the right person, right, they're going to help you to know how to work with the mind that you have, that you can find success, right? But if school is hard, if studying is hard, if reading is hard, if, you know, paying attention for 5 minutes is extremely difficult for you, you're dyslexic. You are dyslexic. You understand? And it can be sad, whatever, but it'll be even sadder if you don't get help. You have to get help. It's dyslexia. And that's why so many of these women are in their cars at 40. Part of it is dyslexia. They're dyslexic. And they need help. Instead, they're being told, oh, be promiscuous, don't need no man, wump. She is dyslexic. You're a fucking idiot. That's why I always say the goyim, they give bad advice. Don't listen to a goyim. All these goyim know how to do is to lose. Okay? That's it. It's not no ADHD is the lack of intention. Dyslexia is like when you have ADHD, you struggle. It's an attention deficit disorder. So it's like you struggle with like paying attention. Dyslexia is like you even struggle to comprehend. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like they connecting the dots, like it's hard. Like even reading a small paragraph, it's hard. They don't understand what they're reading. It's not ADHD. ADHD is your attention span. You don't have a long attention span. You can have ADHD and do well in school. You just need more time, right? Oh, yeah, you need more time, or you have to do stuff in like in small chunks, whatever. Like people who study, like, oh, they study you study for 15, you get up. Then another 15, you get up, right? But even ADHD, if you train yourself, because the thing about ADHD people also, first of all, you have to admit that you have ADHD. And then you have to start cutting out distractions. But you can master ADHD. You can go from having ADHD to not having ADHD. It's about cutting out distractions. But most ADHD people have too many distractions. So the ADHD, it just stays, right? It's an attention deficit disorder. But it's not a comprehension disorder. But dyslexia, you really struggle. You read something, oh, what did I read? What? It's like the girl, the paragraph, well, even the line, the one sentence will say, or two sentences will say, the young lady, Mary, went to the store with her dad. At the store, she bought 5 loaves of bread for $5. Who went to the store? I don't know. Okay. What did they buy? Apples? You're dyslexic. Dyslexia. Right? It's a real thing. And a lot of people, and a lot of these women have dyslexia. And you see it, and that's why they struggle with these men they choose. They're dyslexic. I'm going to be polite. Not even say retardation, but some of them do have that as well. They're dyslexic. They struggle. Like just putting things together. They don't see patterns. They don't see trends. They don't see it. Dyslexia. It's a real thing. And a lot of people here, they have that shit. And they need help. Okay? They need a lot of help. Like this, it's a real thing. Mental health, it's a lot of people have mental health issues. And they're not getting the help they need. Because either they're loud, they're cute, they're what, oh, they'll be okay. No, they will not be okay. David's not going to be okay. He needs medication and he needs a proper psychotherapist. His family needs to stage an intervention and save his life, because this ain't it.
My name is Dr. Hart Pinto, and in this series we aim to break down the social barriers to mental health. At JHP Medical, we make weekly information videos designed to increase awareness and help you better understand your medical condition. So if you find this video helpful, subscribe, click the notification bell and the like button to support us in helping you. Okay, so what is bipolar disorder? Bipolar disorder, previously known as manic depression, belongs to a group of mental health conditions known as mood disorders. This condition gains its name from patients' swinging polarities in mood, ranging from elation to depression. The term bipolar literally means the two opposites. Some consider the symptoms of bipolar disorder to be amongst the most severe and persistent among psychiatric illnesses. The condition can have a significant impact on individuals' social and family life. Suicidal thoughts and attempts can emerge in the most severely affected. So who gets bipolar disorder? Approximately 1 in 100 people will be diagnosed with bipolar disorder at some point in their life, suggesting this condition is relatively common. The condition equally affects men and women, usually presenting in the late teens to early 20s. The condition may affect people from all ethnicities and all walks of life. Why exactly bipolar disorder occurs is not fully understood. However, we think the condition is related to abnormalities in the brain's biochemistry. Bipolar disorders tend to run in families, suggesting also the presence of a genetic link. However, no single gene is responsible for the condition, and a complex interplay of genetic and environmental factors is likely. There are, however, several factors that can trigger episodes of bipolar disorder, including stressful life events, poor sleep, and physical illness. What do people with bipolar disorder experience? People with bipolar disorder experience fluctuations.
Notice that I don't know. Listen, people hate like me. Listen, I'll stand up for Diddy. People hate that. But do you notice how people who are extremely high, like people who want to achieve a lot, extremely ambitious, right? Very competitive and things like that. Do you see how they have mental health? They have mental illnesses, which is why I repeat, it's best to leave these things to men. Okay. I want to compete with men. I want to make as much money as a man. I want to be a boss bitch. You will be bipolar. You're going to have a manic episode, right? It's extremely stressful. It is, because I'm like, look at Diddy. You see it in Diddy too. I want what I want. I have the world. Well, Diddy also is fucking bipolar. He is bipolar. Like his lawyers, they were just so fucking horrible. He should have hired me. Okay. Diddy is bipolar. And I even think Diddy also might be autistic. But it's like people who are extremely successful, you can't have it all. It's like in order for you to be this successful, you have like things in here that don't work right. Elon also takes ketamine. They all have issues because these people are extremely competitive. They want more. They want big. They want to be this, and that. I feel like it creates like this, like, I don't know how to say psychosis. I don't even know. But it makes, they can't sleep. You know, this idea, then this idea, do this, do that next. They never enjoy because they always want more, build more, get more, have more. It's going to do something to you psychologically. It's not healthy. It's extremely dangerous. There's only so much you can do, but they can't accept that. Oh, if I take more drugs, if I take more energy drinks, if I take more of this, if I have more sex, I'll be able to do it. No, you won't. You're going to destroy yourself. Diddy's also mentally ill. Is another one. He's mentally ill. Okay? That's usually what happens. Like extremely successful people have some kind of mental illness. That's why they're so good. You know, even me, when I first learned about schizophrenia, is because of this guy. He went to Princeton. If I'm not mistaken, he won a Nobel Peace Prize. The movie was called A Beautiful Mind. The man was so fucking smart. He was schizophrenic. You know, sometimes to be super, super smart or to be super, super successful, your brain is going to take a hit. That's why usually successful people, like really smart, intelligent, successful people, they're rare because it's a lot. Most people are average. You know, their brains can't do that. I don't even think it's safe, right? But it's like, I feel like if you're the type to be extremely successful, it's like your brain works nonstop, 100 miles per hour, every day, all the time. It's not healthy. You got to shut your brain down. But they can't. I don't know how. And they struggle with that because there's always more. There's always this. There's always that. And I'm like, yeah, it's going to fuck up your brain, all right? You know? And that's why usually they're very like antisocial. I even told you, I'm like, this Charlie Kirk guy, I wouldn't be surprised also if he struggled making friends in school. He was like a loner. He didn't really have friends and stuff like that. Like, you know, usually antisocial people become famous, become really successful because they're antisocial. You know, because to be extremely successful, also, you're not the type to be attached to friends and friendships and things like that, right? So people that are around you, especially your mom, your dad, they should notice that at an early age. They should help you with that. Because I'm like, this thing right here, it's not, but there's a reason why very successful people usually behave a certain way. Because the same thing that makes you successful is the same thing that makes you antisocial. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. And so you have to learn how to balance that. But it's not easy because sometimes you don't even realize you're doing it. So if you don't realize it's a problem, because you think, oh, that's just the way I am. No, it's not okay. You need help. You need help. You need resources, okay? There's a way. But I'm like, Diddy has mental issues. Like, he absolutely has mental issues. He has mental issues. Because it's the pressure of always, I got to do this. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. So you realize that trying to be the first woman president is completely asinine. You're going to go crazy because it's too much pressure. It's just too much pressure.
Fluctuations in their mood, from elation to depression. Symptoms of bipolar disorder will therefore depend on which mood you are currently experiencing. So let's look at the symptoms of elation, known as mania or manic episodes. Whilst everyone will naturally experience periods of elation in their life, like when exposed to happy events, manic episodes are different. During manic episodes, individuals experience feelings of being very high and overreactive. Symptoms are persistent and often out of context with current events. Individuals may express rapid changes in mood, from highs to irritability or even anger. We can break down episodes dependent on severity into two distinct groups: hypomania and mania. Hypomania is characterized by greater than 3-day history of persisting mild elevation in mood. Individuals feel more energetic and show an increased level of activity. A resulting knock-on effect on their sleep patterns may occur as individuals experience a reduced sensation of tiredness or the need to rest. Individuals during this phase are usually more talkative, they may be overfamiliar, and may demonstrate an increased sex drive. Now let's look at mania. The definition of mania includes a greater than 1 week of mood elation or increased irritability. In manic episodes, there is a significant impact on day-to-day life. Again, patients demonstrate increased levels of energy associated with a significant reduction in sleep and the potential for exhaustion. An increase in sexual disinhibition causes sexually explicit behavior, including flirtation, inappropriate touching, or sexual propositioning. Individuals may go on to experience psychotic symptoms, including auditory hallucinations. Individuals may experience the feeling of increased creativity and intelligence. Common delusions include the presence of superhuman powers, a requirement to complete a mission, or the belief they have great wealth. This can lead individuals to go on large spending sprees, which can lead to considerable debts. During episodes of elation, individuals may dress inappropriately, frequently in bright or even outlandish colours. There may be a noticeable deterioration in personal hygiene also at this time. Generally, an individual's insight into the episodes of mood elation are usually poor. Separate episodes of depression will also occur. Individuals will display the same symptoms as those experiencing clinical depression. Depression also can have dramatic implications on day-to-day life. Doctors characterize depression as pervasive, unshakable low mood, plus a reduced interest in normal activities. We've taken a detailed look at the symptoms of depression in the previous video. If you
I'm gonna say this too, but I'm not a professional. But this is what I believe: people should have exercise. People should exercise. People, especially like people who are very. I guess that's why most CEOs out here, like Fortune 100, all these big CEOs, they always make sure to have their morning routine. You got to have a routine. That also helps with depression. Is like to have a routine. It also helps greatly to exercise. Got to exercise, right? Even if it's like walking or something, exercise. Even if you don't feel like it, you have to exercise. Okay? Physical fitness matters. Physical activity matters. Okay? Calm you down. It will calm you down. All right? Also, I feel like people should also have a nighttime routine. Magnesium, ashwagandha, melatonin, okay? Reducing like devices, tablets and shit like that. Right? Have a nighttime routine that forces you to sleep. Journaling. So that way, all these thoughts are not in your head. Write them out. Free yourself. Free your mind. Journal until you feel like there's nothing left in your head. Okay? If you have a lot of money, also hire people to help you out. So you feel like the things that you want to do are getting done. You know, oh, well, I want to do that. Just find someone to do it for you. And check in once in a while. Like, okay, what have you done? Okay? But I'm like, this is why it's really important to have a morning routine. And it's also really important to exercise. Well, it helps a lot. It really does.
If you want to learn more, I will provide a link in the description below. How will my doctor diagnose my bipolar disorder? Bipolar disorder can be one of the trickiest psychiatric conditions to diagnose, given the vast variation in symptoms patients can have on their initial presentation. However, your GP or primary care physician will suspect bipolar disorder where you demonstrate a mixture of symptoms, including hypomania, mania, and depression. Symptoms must have been present for at least 2 weeks. To confirm the diagnosis of bipolar disorder, your doctor will request a review by a specialist in mental health. And they will want to review your prior medical history and any other psychiatric conditions and medications you may be taking. Additionally, your doctor will want to rule out any undiagnosed physical illness, including thyroid disorders, and therefore is likely to request additional blood tests. So what about treatment? The recommendation for treatment will vary based on the nature of the episode you're experiencing. As always, the best treatment includes a shared decision-making between you and your doctor. During acute episodes of mania, most patients will require inpatient hospital admission under specialist psychiatric care. For many cases, hospital admission is compulsory due to the potential risk of harm patients pose to themselves or others. During acute episodes, specialists prescribe a trial of benzodiazepines or antipsychotic medications. These medications aim to quickly regain control of your symptoms. If you develop symptoms of mania whilst taking antidepressants, your psychiatrist will stop this medication. Antidepressants could potentially worsen any manic episodes. If your mania symptoms remain poorly controlled, a second antipsychotic medication or lithium, a mood stabilizer, can be taken. Following the resolution of your acute manic episode, your psychiatrist may offer long-term lithium. Lithium is an effective mood stabilizer that aims to prevent any further relapses. After commencing lithium, you will require regular monitoring. Lithium levels are measured via a blood test 1 week after starting treatment and weekly until the levels are stable. Once your specialist is happy with your level, monitoring is required only every 3 months. Additionally, every 6 months, your body mass index, blood salts, and calcium levels, kidney function, and thyroid function will be checked. Whilst lithium is an excellent mood stabilizer, this medication may not be effective in everyone. Some will require an addition of a second medication such as sodium valproate. For patients unable to tolerate lithium, an alternative combination therapy with sodium valproate plus an antipsychotic medication is available. The management of depressive episodes in bipolar patients is usually in the form of quetiapine or fluoxetine combined with olanzapine. Additionally, psychotherapies can also prove beneficial in the management of depressive symptoms. So what about prognosis? Unfortunately, no cure exists for bipolar disorder. The natural history of the condition means relapse is likely, with individuals expected to experience an average of 10 episodes in their lifetime. The chance of recurrence within 12 months of the initial episode is around 50%. However, most relapses are associated with poor medication compliance. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Don't forget to subscribe and interact by giving.
This is what he said. Look, I asked AI, are most successful people bipolar? It says no, most successful people are, no, not most successful people are bipolar, but a disproportionate number of successful people, especially in creative fields, have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, a condition that can be linked to traits like creativity, high energy, and focus. Through this connection requires more research. Bipolar disorder runs in families, as does exceptional intelligence, you see, which may even explain some overlap between high achievers and the disorder. Yeah. It's sad, huh? This life, man, is something else. Okay. Link between bipolar disorder and success. Hypomania's role. Some people with bipolar disorder experience hypomania, a state of elevated energy and creativity, which can contribute to productivity and high achievement. Okay. Share traits. Traits that can be both a strength and a challenge for people with bipolar disorder, such as high energy, a focus on tasks, and intense emotions, can also be indicators of success in fields like entrepreneurship. There you go. It's very stressful. And being an entrepreneur also is extremely stressful. Trust me, I took a break and I've been enjoying it. And the arts, okay? Genetic factors. There's a possibility of a shared genetic vulnerability for both bipolar disorder and high cognitive ability or creativity, with some studies showing a correlation. Oh, that's sad. That's really sad. Important consideration, not a universal truth though. Not all successful people have bipolar disorder, and not everyone with bipolar disorder is successful. Success is a multifaceted outcome, and many factors contribute to it. Okay, treatment is key. Many people with bipolar disorder achieve success when they have early diagnosis and equitable access to treatment, which help them manage symptoms, right? Stigma reduction, highlighting successful individuals who live with bipolar disorder helps to reduce the stigma associated with mental illness and provides inspiration to others. Okay, but I'm like, yeah, he needs help, and I'm like, people have to stop picking on this man. Okay. Oh, I meant to play this video before we go. Hold on.
Keeps the beneficiary's identity out of.
Hold on, let me start over.
Properties in your name equals lawsuit magnet. Owning property in your personal name exposes you to significant legal risks. If someone sues you, your assets become easy targets. For example, if you're a landlord and a tenant gets injured on your property, your personal savings, home, and investments could all be at stake in a lawsuit. Wealthy individuals mitigate this by holding properties through legal entities like limited liability companies, LLCs, which act as a legal buffer. If a lawsuit arises, it targets the LLC, not the individual, helping to isolate personal assets from business-related liabilities. Number 2, rich people use land trusts. Land trusts allow property ownership to remain private. When a property is placed into a land trust, the name on the public record is the trustee, not the actual owner. This keeps the beneficiary's identity out of public databases.
Wow.
For instance, Disney used land trusts and shell companies to quietly acquire land in Florida before announcing Walt Disney World. Had they purchased everything in Disney's name, prices would have skyrocketed. Land trusts are legal, discreet, and effective in maintaining anonymity.
Wow.
Number 3, tax perks of owning. Through an LLC, utilizing an LLC for property ownership doesn't just protect assets, it saves money. LLCs enjoy pass-through taxation, where income is only taxed once at the owner's level, rather than being taxed twice like a corporation. Plus, LLC owners can deduct a wide range of expenses: property maintenance, insurance, depreciation, and even travel related to the business. A wealthy person with 5 rental properties under separate
If you're a YouTuber, you want to be an LLC. Yeah, if you're because like your hauls, your makeup, your clothes, your shoes, your vacation, it's all a tax write-off. Well, the things we learned. Thank you, Dame.
LLCs can claim individual expenses and reduce their total taxable income significantly. Number 4, obscurity is the first layer of asset protection. Keeping your name off property and business ownership records is the first layer of defense. The less visible your assets are, the harder they are to target. This isn't about being sneaky, it's about being smart. Take Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart. He structured ownership through multiple private entities, making it nearly impossible to trace full ownership back to one person. This strategic invisibility isn't hiding, it's shielding. Number 5, The power of a holding company. A holding company owns other businesses and assets without being involved in day-to-day operations. For example, Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway is a holding company that owns dozens of subsidiaries. By placing businesses, investments, and real estate under one umbrella, the wealthy control vast empires while minimizing exposure. If one business fails or gets sued, the other assets remain untouched because they're legally compartmentalized. Number 6. Anonymous ownership is safety. Privacy can be a form of protection. Wealthy individuals often use nominee directors or shareholders, people who legally act as representatives but don't own the company. Offshore entities like companies registered in the British Virgin Islands or Delaware, yes, Delaware counts, provide high levels of confidentiality. This makes it difficult to link assets to the real owner. In 2016, the Panama Papers revealed how some of the world's richest people use these structures to hide wealth. Not illegally, but effectively. Number 7. Real estate in your name is an income trap.
Wow.
If you own income-generating property personally, you're setting yourself up for both tax and legal headaches.
Wow.
For example, if you make $50,000 in rental income but own the property in your name, it all gets added to your personal tax bracket. But if it's under an LLC, you may deduct operating expenses and pay less. Also, if a tenant sues, they sue you directly, not the entity. Structuring ownership correctly is not a luxury, it's protection. Number 8. How the rich borrow without using their name. Wealthy individuals often leverage assets they own without revealing their names. They use their LCs or trusts to borrow against stock portfolios, real estate, or other assets. These are called non-recourse loans, where lenders accept the asset itself as collateral, not the borrower's personal guarantee. Take Elon Musk. He's borrowed billions against Tesla stock, allowing him to access cash without selling his shares or paying capital gains taxes.
Wow.
Number 9, divorce-proofing assets strategically. Divorce can be one of the most financially devastating events, especially without a plan. The rich use strategies like prenuptial agreements, irrevocable trusts, and separate legal entities to protect their assets. For instance, placing assets in a trust before marriage can make them legally separate property, inaccessible during a divorce. This doesn't mean planning for failure, it means protecting what you've built, just in case. Number 10, passive ownership through LLCs. Limited liability companies enable people to be passive owners of high-value assets without being involved day-to-day. Suppose you invest in a property group, but don't want your name on anything public. You can invest through an LLC, collect income, claim tax deductions, and maintain your privacy. The wealthy love this setup because it offers the benefits of ownership with none of the exposure. Number 11, charging order protection states. Some U.S. states like Wyoming, Nevada, and Delaware offer powerful asset protection through something called charging order protection. This means if someone sues you and wins, they can't seize your LLC's assets directly. They can only wait and hope the LLC pays you something in the future. It discourages lawsuits and buys time for negotiation or settlement. The rich strategically form their companies in these jurisdictions.
Like, this is what Uncle Shay should have done. Like, if you're going to do BDSM, even Diddy, if you're going to do BDSM, you should put everything in a trust. So when somebody sues you, you have no money. You're broke. Like, on paper, you're broke. That's what he should have done. Like, when Club Shay started to take off and he started making all this money, he should have done something like that. That is crazy.
For maximum defense. Number 12, secret wealth transfers with land trusts. A little-known trick is using a land trust to transfer property ownership secretly. You can assign the beneficial interest of a land trust, essentially transferring the real value, without any record appearing in public databases. This is useful for estate planning, inheritance, or business transitions. For example, a parent can transfer property to their child through a land trust without the local assessor raising taxes due to a sale. Number 13, avoiding asset-based discrimination. When people know you have money, everything becomes more expensive. Prices go up. Loan terms change. People treat you differently.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He should have done that. If you start making all kinds of money on social media, people will come for you. Have it. You need to. I don't have any money. I have an LLC. Oh.
By keeping your wealth invisible, the rich avoid being judged or overcharged based on their assets. Whether they're buying land, negotiating a contract, or applying for permits, privacy ensures fairer treatment. This tactic isn't just smart, it levels the playing field. Number 14, smart flexibility with LLC partnerships. LLCs aren't just for solo entrepreneurs, they're perfect for partnerships. You can tailor ownership shares, profit splits, and management responsibilities however you want. This flexibility allows multiple investors to pool resources while protecting individual interests. For example, two friends can buy a property together via an LLC where one owns 70% and the other 30%, each receiving their proportional profits. And if something goes wrong, the LLC protects both parties from personal liability. The strategies employed by the wealthy to protect and grow their assets are rooted in legal structures, anonymity, and strategic planning. They don't scream, "I own this." They whisper through layers, paperwork, and trusts. While most people keep assets in their name and remain exposed, the wealthy treat ownership like a chess game, always thinking 3 moves ahead. But here's the good news. You don't need to be a millionaire to start.
You gotta be the head, not the tail. These are really smart people.
Forming an LLC isn't expensive. Learning about trust doesn't take years, even if you're just starting to build your wealth. Setting up the right foundations today means you'll sleep better tomorrow. It's not about hiding wealth. It's about managing it wisely.
Wow. That is crazy. Well. The things we learn. That's insane. All right, you guys. I'll see. So hopefully tomorrow, by God's grace, I'll try to do part 2 of this. Because I want to do one where I focus more on Damon and Jay-Z. This live right now is pretty long, so we're going to stop it right there, okay? If you catch the replay, enjoy. Okay, hopefully I can get some sleep and go work out in a few hours. Ciao. Love y'all. Hope you enjoyed the show, okay? I'll bid you good night. A few hours. I'll see you in a few hours, okay? Bisous. And Dame, love you very much. Prayers for you. Take care of your mental health. And I hope that your family gets you help. I hope that you take the help. I hope that you find a great therapist, a great you need a psychotherapist, actually. And that you find meds to actually work for you. Because once you get your brain under control, I think you'll be very successful. I believe in you. I really do. And you'll talk less. You'll work more. And you're not going to worry about what these goyim think of you. Okay? But you got to take care of your mental health. You're not okay. Because what I saw in this Breakfast Club interview, you were really having a manic episode. You are manic. Okay? And we have to get that under control. All right? Queen, everybody, good night. Good morning. Get some rest, and I'll see you later. Enjoy the replay, okay? Bisous, my peoples. Mwah, before I have an episode. All right? See you in a few hours. Bye-bye. She got to go. She's tired.